April 25, 2025, Palo Alto, California. The boardroom at Tesla headquarters was unusually tense that morning. A large OLED display dominated the wall, showing a looping clip from CNN Philippines, rows of cranes rising over Subic Bay, the Philippine flag fluttering beside banners marked TG Mobility Holdings. Across the bottom of the screen scrolled the caption, TG Motors PH to produce Lithium-X batteries, Southeast Asia's first gigafactory, now under construction. Elon Musk leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the display. Lithium-X, he said slowly. That's the term they're using. Tesla's senior battery engineer, Raj Patel, nodded. Yes, sir. From the reports, it's proprietary, some kind of next-generation lithium architecture. The supply chain references match or is Panasonic Automation, Albemarle for lithium hydroxide, POSCO for steel structures, but the chemistry isn't published anywhere. The press calls it Lithium-X, but there's no technical data, which means it's either vaporware, Musk said with a faint smirk, or they actually found something. Patel glanced at the chart projected beside the video feed and overlay comparing known battery metrics. If they're telling the truth, 28 gigawatt-hours by mid-2026 makes them one of the top 5 producers in Asia. That's not small talk. Another executive, the head of supply chain, frowned. Sir, if they're working with Panasonic, we'd know. We have overlapping supplier agreements. Patel hesitated. Panasonic confirmed their involvement, but only for automation and machinery, not chemistry. TG Motors is manufacturing its own cell design. And get this, they're building their own refinery in Subic, not importing refined lithium. That's vertical integration from raw mineral to finished cell. The room fell silent. Musk's smirk faded. So they're building what we built in Nevada, only faster. Patel nodded slowly. And cheaper, sir. Reports say their total cost is around 7 to 8 billion. That's nearly half of what ours was, adjusted for inflation. Musk leaned forward, elbows on the table. Find out everything about their Lithium-X cell, materials, patent filings, research papers, anything. I want a report by next week. Understood. As the meeting adjourned, Musk stood by the window overlooking the Fremont plant. Rows of Model Ys gleamed under the California sun. But his mind wasn't on Tesla anymore, it was on a young Filipino engineer halfway across the world, quietly building what might become his company's next real competitor. Shenzhen, China BYD headquarters. Inside the glass tower of BYD Global, the executive boardroom was equally abuzz. On the screen, Chinese financial analysts discussed the sudden rise of TG Mobility Holdings, Subic Gigafactory, Lithium-X. Interesting, murmured BYD's chairman Wang Chuanfu, tapping a pen against his notepad. They are using similar suppliers as us, but this lithium XNO formula, no density metrics, no voltage data. It's all hidden. His technical director replied in Mandarin, voice even. It's a closed ecosystem, sir. The supply chain involves Albemarle, Panasonic, and POSCO. No public patent filings. Our team cross-referenced manufacturing registrisno existing blueprint matches what they're claiming. Even their cathode plant doesn't align with standard NCM or LFP production. Wang frowned. Meaning they've designed something new. Maybe solid state. Maybe high-density lithium metal composite. No, he leaned back, thoughtful. If it's real, this could alter the balance in ASEAN. A full EV industrial chain in the Philippines, it gives them leverage. It gives him leverage. Timothy Guerrero, said one executive scrolling through a dossier, 20 years old, founded TG Mobility Holdings, studied engineering but didn't graduate, no prior record of battery patents. Yet within months he signed contracts with global conglomerates. How? Wang's eyes narrowed slightly. It's not about age. It's about who funded him. The boardroom went silent. Santa Clara, California NVIDIA headquarters. The hum of data servers filled the sleek glass office as Jensen Huang stood before a large curved display, arms crossed. His assistant, Marcus Lin, walked in holding a tablet. Sir, you need to see this. Huang turned. The tablet showed a CNN business segment replaying clips from Subic Bay. TG Mobility Holdings, a Singapore-based conglomerate, is currently constructing its first gigafactory, founded by Timothy Guerrero, a Filipino. Hearing the name of Timothy Guerrero snapped something in his mind. The same Timothy Guerrero. Yes, sir, the one we bought the chip from for $20 billion, Marcus said. I think he used the $8 billion to start his own automobile company. He's bold, Jensen rubbed his chin. We kind of funded his company. Still, we haven't cracked the codes on his chip. There's not even a progress. I'm thinking we just wasted $8 billion on him. The engineering team is still confused about the architecture of the chip he handed to us. Months with no progress. That chip was supposed to be our trump card against our rivals. We will dominate the AI technology the moment we crack it. But there are already rumors from OpenAI that they are considering partnering with AMD to meet up the power demand. If that happens, NVIDIA's market dominance could start slipping by next year. So what are you planning to do, sir? Marcus asked. Jensen hummed in thought. There is only one way for them to make sure they get ahead of their rivals. I want to meet Timothy Guerrero myself in person, Jensen revealed. Marcus's eyes widened slightly. You're going there personally, Jensen nodded. Yes, I will ask him myself how to decode that chip he had given us in exchange for money. I'm sure if he cooperates, he'll get the remaining $12 billion from us. It's going to be a win-win situation for both parties. Marcus hesitated. What should I tell the board? Tell them I'm visiting a potential strategic partner, Jensen said calmly. And tell RD to hold all work on Project Helios until I return. Project Helios is the name they came up with to reverse engineer the chip Timothy Guerrero sold to them. Yes, sir. Marcus left his office, preparing the necessary paperwork of his departure to the Philippines. Meanwhile, alone in his office, Jensen had a thought. If you truly know from the start how the technology was made, then you will be an invaluable asset to me. 2 days later, Jensen Huang was in lax aboard his private jet Bombardier Global 7500. He was on the window seat, staring at the airplanes that were taking off from the runway. Today, he was on his way to the Philippines to personally chat with Timothy Guerrero, as their progress on decoding the chip he had bought from him was making no progress, even despite telling him that it'll take years to crack. But Timothy doesn't know yet that he'll come, and coming without notification would surely be a surprise to him and may not accommodate him despite him being the CEO of NVIDIA. Well, good thing his secretary had already emailed Timothy Guerrero and is awaiting reply. Marcus approached with a phone in hand, his expression tense but controlled. Sir, he said carefully, you might want to take this. It's Timothy Guerrero's on the line. Jensen immediately straightened in his seat, the dull roar of the engines outside fading beneath the weight of the moment. He reached out, took the phone, and pressed it to his ear. Mr. Guerrero, Jensen began, his tone composed but warm. Good to finally hear your voice again. Likewise, Mr. Huang, Timothy replied on the other end, his voice steady and confident. It's been a while since our last transaction. How have you been? I've been busy, Jensen said with a short chuckle. I heard you've been busy too. Quite the headlines lately. TG Motors Lithium X, the Subic Gigafactory, its impressive work. You've built quite the empire in such a short time. Timothy gave a small laugh. We're doing fine, sir. Still a long road ahead, but things are moving faster than I expected. I can imagine, Jensen replied. There was a short pause before he added, Tell me, Timothy, are you in the Philippines right now? I am, Timothy said. At Subic for now, though I'll be heading to Manila soon for a few meetings. Why do you ask? Jensen leaned back in his seat, smiling faintly. Because I'll be in your country by tomorrow morning. Thought I'd drop by for a conversation, strictly business. There was a beat of silence before Timothy replied, tone curious but guarded. Business, hush, should I be worried? Not at all, Jensen said with a low laugh. I simply want to discuss something that concerns both of us. I'll explain more once I land. Understood, Timothy said. Then let's set a meeting. You'll be staying in Manila, yes. My team's arranging the logistics now. Good, Timothy replied. I'll have my office reserve a private suite for our meeting. Solaire Resort, Quezon City, branchless noise, more privacy. That sounds perfect, Jensen said. Send me the time and I'll be there. I'll see you soon then, Mr. Huang, Timothy replied evenly. Safe flight. The call ended. Jensen handed the phone back to Marcus, who was already watching him closely. Well, Marcus asked. He'd meet us. Outside, the jet's engines began to power up, the Bombardier Global 7500 slowly taxiing onto the runway. As it prepared for takeoff, Jensen closed his eyes briefly, the faint smile never leaving his face. It's time, he murmured. April 27, 2025, Ninoy Aquino International Airport, Manila. The late morning sun shimmered over the tarmac as the Bombardier Global 7500 descended smoothly through Manila's humid sky. Below, the sprawling city stretched endless slidance roads, cranes, and ribbons of expressways cutting between the maze of concrete. The jet's wheels kissed the runway with a low screech, the engines winding down to a soft hum as it taxied toward the VIP hangar at NAIA Terminal 3. Inside, Jensen Huang removed his sunglasses and glanced out the oval window, taking in the view. It's been a while since I set foot here, he murmured. Manila's changed. Marcus stood behind him, checking his tablet. Sir, immigration and customs have already been cleared in advance. The Department of Trade sent representatives to assist with your arrival, though I told them you preferred to keep it private. Good, Jensen said, standing and straightening his jacket. I didn't come here for politics. This trip stays between us and Guerrero. The cabin door hissed open, and a rush of warm air spilled inside. Waiting on the tarmac were several black SUVs, their engines idling, along with a sleek white Airbus H-160 helicopter bearing the NVIDIA Executive Operations emblem. A small ground crew stood by, bowing politely as Jensen stepped out of the aircraft, his entourage following close behind. Marcus briefed him as they walked toward the chopper. The Solaire Quezon City branch has confirmed your arrival window. We'll be airborne within 10 minutes and touch down at their helipad by noon. Timothy Guerrero's office has arranged the Suda-secured, soundproofed, and off the public floor plan. He's reportedly still in transit from Subic. Jensen nodded as he climbed aboard the helicopter. Efficient as always. Once inside, the rotors began to spin, blades slicing through the air with the usual rhythmic sound. The cityscape unfolded beneath Mpase's crowded streets, giving way to Makati's glass towers, then to the greenery of Quezon City beyond. From above, Manila looked almost serene, the chaos muted into quiet geometry. Marcus leaned over the noise-canceling headset. "Sir, may I ask something?" "Go ahead," Jensen replied, eyes still on the skyline. "Why come in person? You could have had the meeting over encrypted call or even had me negotiate." Guerrero's young, unpredictable. Flying halfway across the Pacific, for one man it's not your usual move. Jensen turned to him, his tone measured, "Because I have a business proposal for him. He built something we can't replicate, and somehow I believe he can scale it and chose not to." The helicopter cut across the city, hovering briefly above the Pasig River before veering northeast. Marcus checked his tablet again. "Soler confirms our landing clearance. Guerrero's convoy has already arrived there." "Good," Jensen said. The chopper began its descent toward Quezon City. Below, the newly built Soler complex stood out like a jewel of glass and steel amidst the Skylinea luxury business hub, wrapped in reflective panels that caught the sunlight in gold streaks. On the rooftop, security guards lined the helipad, awaiting the descent of the helicopter. "This is it." The Airbus H-160 descended with a thunderous hum, rotor wash whipping across the rooftop as the helicopter steadied itself over the landing pad. The bold Soler insignia gleamed against the white paint of the pad, framed by a ring of yellow lights and chrome guardrails. A team of private security personnel in black suits stood in formation, earpieces flashing discreetly beneath their collars. The pilot's voice crackled through Jensen's headset. "Touching down in 30 seconds, sir." Jensen gave a brief nod. "Take it slow. We're guests here." The helicopter's skids met the pad with a gentle thud, rotors still spinning as ground staff rushed forward in practice coordination. One of them gave a signal, and the rear passenger door opened smoothly. Jensen stepped out first, his tailored suit catching the afternoon breeze, the Manila skyline stretching endlessly behind him. Waiting at the edge of the helipad was a distinguished man in his early 50s, tall, sharp-featured, and dressed in a navy three-piece suit with a discreet gold pin on his lapel. His posture was confident but deferential, the kind that belonged to someone accustomed to welcoming heads of state and billionaires alike. He stepped forward, extending his hand with a polite smile. "Mr. Huang, welcome to Soler Quezon City. I'm Arthur de la Vega, General Manager and Chief Executive of the property." "It's an honor to have you with us." Jensen shook his hand firmly. "Pleasure's mine, Mr. de la Vega. You've gone to great lengths for this arrangement. I appreciate the discretion." Arthur smiled faintly. "We pride ourselves on it, sir. The resort has hosted presidents, royal families, and the occasional eccentric tech magnate. Rest assured your visit today will remain off record." Jensen gave a small nod of approval. "Good, I'd like it that way." Arthur gestured toward a line of suited personnel standing beside the rooftop entrance. "Your suite has been fully secured per request. No media, no staff rotation during your stay. We've also cleared all surveillance feeds on this floor for the duration of your meeting. Only you, your team, and Mr. Guerrero's delegation will have access." Marcus, standing just behind Jensen, exchanged a look with one of NVIDIA's security advisors before nodding approvingly. "They're thorough." Arthur continued, "If you'd like, I can escort you personally to the suite. It's the executive sky pavilion of only 3 private conference facilities in the tower, soundproofed, Faraday-shielded, and equipped with its own communications terminal. Mr. Guerrero's party is already in the building, making their way up as we speak. We also prepared delicacies from both Filipino and Western cuisine. It's in the room. Shall we proceed, sir?" Jensen gave a curt nod. "Lead the way, Mr. de la Vega." Arthur gestured for him to follow as 2 attendants stepped forward and opened the glass doors leading into the rooftop corridor. The sound of the helicopter faded behind them, replaced by the soft hum of air conditioning and the faint scent of polished wood and citrus oil. "This way, sir," Arthur said as they walked down the hall. The pavilion floor was designed for confidential meetings. No electronic signals can enter or leave without authorization. Every access point is double-locked with biometric clearanciers, and Mr. Guerrero's are already registered. Jensen gave an approving hum. "You run this place like a fortress." Arthur smiled modestly. "When you cater to the world's most powerful people, security becomes part of the brand." They stepped into a private elevator guarded by 2 plainclothes men in earpieces. Arthur pressed a small, recessed key panel, and the doors closed with a soft hiss. The elevator began its descent smoothly, the glass walls revealing the sprawling skyline of Quezon City through a haze of sunset gold. The elevator slowed to a halt, and the doors opened into a wide marble foyer lined with abstract art and recessed lighting. Ahead, a pair of mahogany doors stood open, guarded by Soler's elite internal security team. Arthur motioned toward the entrance. "Your suite, Mr. Huang, the Executive Sky Pavilion. Mr. Guerrero will join you momentarily reviewing documents in the adjoining lounge." Jensen gave a small nod, stepping forward. Excellent work, Mr. de la Vega. You've been more than accommodating. Arthur bowed slightly. It's our honor, sir. If there's anything you need, I'll be stationed just outside. With that, the general manager retreated, leaving Jensen and his entourage alone in the quiet corridor. They entered the suite. The executive sky pavilion was more boardroom than leisure spacey, a perfect blend of refinement and function. A long obsidian conference table stretched across the room, flanked by cream leather chairs. The far wall was an expanse of glass overlooking the city, bathed in the orange light of the setting sun. On a side table rested trays of food, seared tuna, fruit platters, local delicacies like adobo sliders and mango, tarts carefully arranged beside bottles of Evian and imported wine. Jensen loosened his collar slightly and walked toward the window, gazing out at the skyline below. Manila, he murmured. It's changed more than I expected. Marcus checked his watch. Guerrero's on his way, sir. Good. Jensen's reflection in the glass showed a faint, unreadable smile. Let's make this worth the flight. Moments later, a soft chime sounded from the private door across the room. Two silhouettes appeared behind frosted glass, one tall and calm, the other slender, tablet in hand. The door opened. Timothy Guerrero stepped in first, dressed in a dark gray suit with no tie, his demeanor composed but assertive. Beside him was Hana, ever poised, her expression polite yet analytical as she gave a small nod toward Marcus and the NVIDIA aides. Mr. Huang, Timothy greeted, extending a hand. Welcome to the Philippines. Jensen turned from the window, smiling as he clasped Timothy's hand firmly. Mr. Guerrero, it's about time we met face to face. Likewise, Timothy said, his tone even. He then flickered his gaze to the delicacies on the table. I'm kind of hungry, Mr. Huang. Perhaps we should eat first before we talk about business. That's favorable to me, Huang smiled. When the two gentlemen agreed to have lunch, they sat on the chair facing one another across a long table. They were so far apart, like 2 meters away. He had seen this kind of setup before from movies where two actors would seat across one another. So far they'll have to speak up in order to hear whatever they are saying. Maybe that's just how the rich do that. Then the chef present inside began serving them food, starting with the adobo premium. Why is it called adobo premium? Well, it's just common in fancy place to add adjectives that make things sound richer than they actually are. Timothy thought about that as the plate was set down in front of him. 3 bite-sized portions of adobo, neatly arranged on a white porcelain dish with decorative streaks of black garlic paste and a sprinkle of edible gold flakes. The chef smiled politely, bowing slightly. Our adobo premium uses free-range pork belly braised in organic coconut vinegar and soy sauce, reduced for 6 hours, then seared for texture. Served with heirloom rice from Ifugao. Timothy gave an amused grin. So, adobo, but it went to Harvard. That earned a short laugh from Jensen. You have a sharp tongue, Mr. Guerrero. Just an observation, Timothy said, picking up his fork. He took a bite, and to his surprise, it was incredible. The flavor was deep, rich, smoky, but clean. Kind of taste that made you pause for a second before swallowing. Okay, he admitted. Maybe Harvard was worth it. Adobo is truly a delicious dish, Jensen commented as he wiped the corner of his lips with a tablecloth. This is not usually how adobo are prepared, Mr. Huang. This is the fancier version of it. I can cook the normal version, but of course it will be on the other time. Jensen laughed. I'll look forward to it. Then, as they finished eating the adobo, a new set of dishes was brought in. The chef returned, pushing a trolley that gleamed under the soft lights. On top was a large silver platter, steam rising faintly from it, carrying the unmistakable aroma of butter and the sea. Next course, gentlemen, said the chef, his tone calm and respectful. Fresh lobster. Steamed, then finished with lemon butter and herbs, a delicacy worth the wait. Timothy leaned slightly forward, curious. The lobster was bright orange-red, its shell glistening as the chef expertly split it open down the middle, plating each half with delicate precision. The rich scent filled the room, making even Jensen glance appreciatively. Looks wonderful, Jensen said. The chef smiled. It tastes even better, sir. He turned to Timothy. Careful, Mr. Guerrero's shell is firm. The meat is tender, but best enjoyed freshly cracked. Timothy nodded slowly as the chef stepped back. He stared at the lobster in front of him, unsure how to even begin. There were utensil-strange ones, thin and claw-shaped, that he had seen only in pictures. He picked up the lobster fork, hesitated, and then looked at Jensen across the long table. The older man was already digging in with practiced ease, cracking the shell open like it was second nature. Timothy quietly set the utensil back down. He could figure out power grids, supply chains, and logistics models, but somehow, a lobster on a plate had him completely defeated. Across the table, Hana, who had been quietly observing from her seat beside the trolley, noticed his hesitation almost immediately. She stood gracefully, her heels making only the faintest sound against the marble floor. Sir, she said softly, would you like me to assist? Timothy looked up, slightly embarrassed. You know how to eat this. A small smile curved her lips. Yes, Mr. Guerrero, it's not that complicated once you know where to start. Jensen, watching with a knowing grin, leaned back in his chair. You haven't eaten a lobster before? Unfortunately not, Timothy said. This is my first time. Hana moved closer, standing beside him. The faint scent of her perfume reached him immediately, something light and floral, not overwhelming, just enough to linger. She took the cracker tool from the table and bent slightly over his plate, the soft fall of her hair brushing near his shoulder as she focused. Start from the claw, she murmured, cracking it open with one firm motion. The trick is not to force it, let the shell give way naturally. Timothy nodded, though his attention had already wandered from the lobster to her. The way her fingers moved with calm precision, the faint concentration in her eyes, it all felt strangely mesmerizing. Then she continued, carefully pulling the white meat free and laying it neatly on his plate. You slide the fork along the tail like this. Push from the underside. Her voice was soft, low enough that only he could hear it. Timothy's heart beat just a little faster as he watched her. He tried to focus on her instructions, but his gaze kept drifting to her side profile, illuminated by the soft light, to the faint curve of her smile as she worked. He didn't know why he was suddenly nervous. Maybe it was how close she was, or how natural it felt to have her there beside him. Like this wasn't just another formal meal in a luxury suite, but something far more human, far more real. When she finished, she straightened slightly and glanced down at him, her lips curved in quiet triumph. There, she said gently, now it's ready. Timothy looked at the plate, perfectly arranged lobster meat, glistening under the lemon glaze. You make it look easy, he said, smiling faintly. It is easy, she replied, setting the utensil aside. You just need patience. She met his gaze then and smiled softly. You're welcome, Hana replied simply. She returned to her seat, her composure flawless, though there was a faint warmth on her cheeks that hadn't been there before. Timothy picked up his fork and took a bite of the lobster. It was tender, buttery, with just a hint of lemon, and yet, somehow, it wasn't just the flavor that left an impression. From across the table, Jensen smiled knowingly, his glass of wine in hand. You two seem to work very well together, he remarked, tone light but meaningful. Timothy chuckled, looking briefly toward Hana. I wouldn't survive without her. Hana only smiled faintly, eyes lowered as she took a sip of water. That much is true. They proceeded to each their lunch, and once it was finished, the waiters cleaned their table by picking up the plates. With all of it set aside, Jensen's facial expression turned serious. Now let's discuss business. Let's do, Timothy said, agreeing on the agenda. What brought you here in the Philippines? The chip, Mr. Guerrero, we want it cracked. Cracked? Timothy chuckled softly. What do you mean by that? Remember the contract we signed before proceeding with the transfer of money, that we will only pay the initial upfront of $8 billion, and then the rest when we make significant strides on reverse engineering the chip. Well, given the competitive nature of the semiconductor business, we want it fully realized. Hana looked to Jensen and then Timothy. She wasn't aware of what they were talking about. Even at first, she wondered why Mr. Jensen Huang was meeting Timothy Guerrero. She thought it would be related to Timothy's business, but this was something more than she anticipated. You want me to give you all the clues, huh? Timothy said, leaning back to his chair. Yes, and if you do that, I'll give you the rest of the $12 billion, Jensen offered. Look, I must be honest. Even though I don't know the full intricacies of the technology, I see. But are you aware of the AI race that has been going around? Jensen asked. Yes, big companies like Google, Tesla, Meta, OpenAI. Timothy listed, his tone calm but thoughtful. Everyone's scrambling to dominate the AI field. Who gets there first decides the next decade of industry. Data, energy, automation, it all runs on who has the better chip. Jensen nodded slowly, eyes sharp with agreement. Exactly. And that's why we're here. He leaned forward slightly, resting his hands on the table. In order to win that race, Timothy, we need better chips, far better than what exists today. Smaller, faster, cooler, more efficient. What you gave us, the architecture inside that black wafer, it's something we've never seen before. I can remember your team saying that. Tiamathy chuckled and added, however, my hands are full at the moment. I can't help you really. And that chip, consider that a miracle, so you won't really give in, huh? Jensen smacked his lips as he considered offering that option. How about this? You know, NVIDIA had been a fabless semiconductor company, right? Yes, and you partner with TSMC, Timothy replied, resting his elbows on the table. Jensen nodded, his tone turning sharper but measured. Exactly. But lately TSMC's lead time has been tightening, and global competition is getting fiercer. Between Apple, AMD, Intel, and the AI giants, our capacity is stretched thin. We can't afford to depend on one supplier forever. Timothy tilted his head slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. So what are you implying? Jensen clasped his hands together on the table, his voice steady and deliberate. What I'm implying is that NVIDIA needs an alternative dedicated fabrication partner, one that can handle our next generation chips exclusively. Timothy's brows furrowed. You mean another foundry company? Jensen gave a faint smile. No, not just another one, a new one. Built from the ground up with a different kind of architecture, a different set of standards, one that understands how your chip was made, because it would be your company running it. For a moment, Timothy froze. His fork hovered halfway to his plate before slowly lowering it back down. He blinked. Wait, you're saying you want me to start a semiconductor fabrication company? That's right, Jensen confirmed, completely serious now. Not just a startup, not a research lab, a full-scale fabrication facility, one capable of producing your chip's architecture at volume, a foundry that works with NVIDIA directly, exclusively. You'd be like TSMC, but newer, faster, more specialized. The air in the room shifted. Even Hana's usual composure faltered slightly. She turned to look at Timothy, trying to read his reaction. Timothy leaned back slowly, still processing what he just heard. "That's not something you just decide over lunch, Mr. Huang," he said with a half-smile. "You're talking about building an entire fabrication ecosystem: materials, cleanrooms, lithography, personnel, licensing. That's not a simple contract, that's an empire." Jensen nodded knowingly. "Exactly. This is because you are so secretive of the nature of your chip. So why not manufacture that chip on your own? That way you can control the technology." "I'm pretty sure that's the reason why you are so reluctant to share the architecture. You don't trust anyone else to handle it. Not us, not TSMC, not Samsung. You're protecting your breakthrough, and I respect that. But if you want control, the only way forward is to build your own foundry." Timothy pondered for a moment. This is what he had thought of months ago in his condominium, about starting his own semiconductor foundry company that will build a chip years ahead on what's currently being developed or in the market. But he trashed that thought because he wouldn't want to make an enemy of the giants. But now, one giant is offering him to start his own one. It's nice, and it's a $1 trillion market. However, to produce exclusively with them, it feels like a desperate move for them. And even if he were to start one, he would sell the product to another company, so the profit would be bigger than partnering with one. "Mr. Huang, I appreciate the offer, but you understand what you're proposing, right? Building a semiconductor foundry isn't like setting up another gigafactory. It's not just money, it's geopolitical. Whoever holds chip production holds leverage. If I build one that works exclusively with you, I'll be chained to NVIDIA's ecosystem forever." Jensen smiled faintly, unoffended. "And yet you're tempted." Timothy chuckled under his breath. "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. The semiconductor industry is worth trillions. Everyone needs chips, from cars to satellites, but partnering exclusively with one company, even one as big as yours, would limit what that foundry could become." Jensen nodded slowly, folding his hands. "True, but what I'm offering isn't just partnership, it's protection. The semiconductor world isn't kind to independence. Ask Global Foundries, SMIC, even Intel's foundry branch. They all learned that you can't fight alone anymore. You need a technological and financial shield." He paused, then leaned slightly forward. "That's what I'm offering you. You build your foundry, your process, your design, your rules. NVIDIA will bankroll the startup phase, help you with ASML access, EUV licensing, and cleanroom integration. You'll own the company, Timothy, not me. You'll just guarantee us priority manufacturing for our next-generation AI processors." Timothy glanced down, his mind quietly running the numbers. He'd heard of ASML's EUV machine siege costing over $200 million, requiring vibration-free environments and months of calibration. He thought of the logistics, the engineering teams, the regulatory hurdles, and then he thought of the potential. "And what's in it for you?" Timothy asked finally, glancing up. Jensen grinned faintly. "A future, NVIDIA's future. The chip you sold uses it ahead of its time. We can't reproduce it with existing fabs, but if your architecture gets fabricated under your own standards, it opens a path to the next generation of processors. We get to integrate it into our AI accelerators, and you get to own the first foundry that can build them." Hearing those enthusiastic words, Timothy couldn't help but sigh. "I'm going to think about it, Mr. Huang." "This is not something you can decide on the spot," Timothy said. "I know, I'll be staying in this place for a week. I will wait for your decision." After saying that, Jensen rose to his feet and then left the room along with his aides, leaving Timothy and Hana alone. Hana, who had just witnessed the tense conversation between the two, finally got the courage to ask what's all this about. "Mr. Timothy," Hana began with a gentle tone, "why is Mr. Jensen Huang meeting you about chips? I didn't know that you had sold a technology to him." "Ah, that," Timothy chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, I didn't tell you much about it. I mean, I have not been open about that part of my history. So Mr. Jensen and I made contact with one another, with me offering to sell a chip so advanced than theirs. It's the reason why I got this much money to start this automotive business. I got it after successfully selling it to them." "I see. So that's the reason why you were able to amass such capital at your age. You have a technology, but how did you get access to it? Or how did you even do it?" "To create such technology, you would need cutting-edge, top-of-the-line equipment and machineries." "That I can't answer, Hana." Timothy dismissed her questions. "And it's not relevant that you ask me that question at this time. It's already done. What I want us to focus on is to think about the offer Mr. Huang just made it." I apologize, Mr. Guerrero. It matters to me because I should know everything about you as your personal secretary. Is that so?" "You are so dedicated," Timothy chuckled, looking at Hana, whose face remained serious, as if not joking. "Oh, is she mad or something?" He hadn't seen that look on her face before. Thinking back, yeah, maybe his words came out a little insensitive. Timothy cleared his throat softly, leaning forward. Hey Hana, I didn't mean it like that, he said, his tone calm and a little awkward. You're right, you should know things like that. I've just never really talked about it to anyone. Hana blinked, her expression easing just a bit. I understand, sir. I just want to be sure you're not hiding something that could hurt you or the company later on. Timothy smiled faintly, a little relieved that she wasn't actually angry. You really are too good at your job, you know that. She crossed her arms, though her eyes softened. Someone has to make sure you don't walk into trouble with billionaires. That made him laugh quietly. Fair point. He took a deep breath, leaning back in his chair. For a few moments he didn't say anything, he just looked thoughtful, like he was debating how much to reveal. Well, let's just keep it that way, how I got the chip. It's hard to explain, so I implore your understanding to not probe me about it. Hearing that, Hana sighed. I understand if that's your wish, Mr. Guerrero. Now let's talk about the offer Mr. Huang made it for you. He suggested opening a semiconductor foundry and exclusively manufacturing advanced chips for them. What do you know about the business, the market, the bigger players, etc.? Timothy asked, his tone shifting to something more focused now. He straightened slightly in his seat, watching Hana with quiet curiosity. Hana blinked, caught off guard at first, but quickly composed herself. Well, semiconductors are the backbone of almost every modern device, she began. From smartphones to satellites, cars to data centers, everything depends on chips. The industry's dominated by three big players, TSMC, Samsung Foundry, and Intel Foundry Services. They handle most of the global advanced node production, especially below 7 nanometers. Timothy nodded slowly, impressed. Not bad, you've done your homework. She gave a small smile. You have me reading every economic briefing and tech report you get, sir. It's only natural I start remembering things. He chuckled softly at that, but his tone grew more serious as he leaned forward. Then you also know that building a semiconductor foundry isn't like building another gigafactory. It's a different league altogether. One EUV lithography machine alone costs around $200 million, and that's just one piece of the puzzle. Hana nodded. Yes, the precision, the cleanroom standards, the logistics, everything is on a microscopic scale. Even the slightest vibration can ruin a batch worth tens of millions. The margins are high, but so is the risk. That's why only a few nations can sustain them. Exactly, Timothy said, tapping his finger lightly against the table. And now Mr. Huang wants me to start one from scratch. Because of your chip, Hana added, her eyes narrowing slightly. The one you sold him. Yeah, he said quietly, because of that chip. There was a long pause before Hana spoke again, her tone gentle but curious. Are you considering it, and if so, can you do it? Well, Nvidia is worth trillions because of semiconductors, and I also dreamed of my company reaching the trillion mark. The only way to do that is to join the industry. I do have chip designs that are still more advanced than them. You have? You mean if you start a business in that industry, you have a technology that is better than the current players in the market? Timothy simply nodded his head in confirmation. However, I don't want Mr. Jensen to just exclusively benefit from it. In a business, I want to sell to others as well. Hana hummed in thought, thinking of a way on how they should proceed with this given Timothy's preference of selling to the market, not just to Nvidia. It's going to be difficult. I mean, you have a design that can outpace others, and with that chip you can also get a contract with OpenAI, Google, and others to train their models. You can also start your own AI company. So how do I play this? Timothy asked. Hana took a moment to think carefully, tapping her pen lightly against her tablet. She understood the gravity of what Timothy was asking. This wasn't just a business decision, it was a geopolitical move. How they responded could determine whether TG would become a global power or be crushed by existing tech giants. You shouldn't reject Mr. Huang's offer outright, she began. Doing so might make Nvidia feel cornered, and we can't afford to make an enemy of them. They're one of the few companies with the global infrastructure and political influence to push back if they feel threatened. Timothy nodded slowly, encouraging her to continue. What you should do, Hana said, is acknowledge their interest but reframe the proposal. Instead of building an exclusive foundry for Nvidia, you can position it as a joint venture incubation model. Present it as something cooperative, a shared platform to advance global semiconductor capacity. That way it looks like you're supporting Nvidia's mission while retaining freedom to engage with others later. Timothy leaned forward, intrigued. So basically, agree but on my terms. Exactly, Hana said, nodding. We'll tell them that you're open to collaboration, but that exclusivity at this stage would slow development and raise regulatory red flags. You can mention supply diversification, technology sharing benefits, and resilience, the kinds of things global regulators and investors like to hear. Jensen Huang is pragmatic. If he senses value and control through partnership rather than ownership, he'll stay in. Hearing that, Timothy gained confidence now. Okay, let's do it. Mr. Jensen won't need a week to hear my decision. Help me with this. 1 hour later, Jensen and Timothy met again in the same room. I've had time to think about your offer, Mr. Huang, Timothy began, his tone even. And I'll be honest, I'm considering it. But before I make any real commitment, I have a few things I want clarified. Jensen nodded, folding his hands neatly. Of course, go ahead. First, Timothy said, you mentioned the $12 billion earlier, the remainder of the payment from our chip deal. If I were to proceed with building a foundry, would that capital be the main funding source? Correct, Jensen confirmed. That's the initial basis. Then technically, Timothy leaned slightly forward, I'd just be using my own month payment you owe me. That's not exactly NVIDIA's investment. It would mean I'm shouldering the entire financial risk from day one. And let's be realistic here, a full-scale semiconductor foundry, even a modest one, would need north of $20 to $30 billion to construct. And that's not even counting operational costs, workforce training, and securing lithography equipment. Jensen's lips curved into a knowing smile. You're right, and that's precisely why I'm here. NVIDIA isn't just looking to pay off what we owe you, we're looking to partner. On top of the $12 billion, we're prepared to invest an additional $10 billion in cash and assets, in exchange for equity and joint operational rights in the new facility. Timothy raised a brow. $10 billion, that's not small change. No, it's not, Jensen agreed. And we can mobilize that immediately through a mixture of internal capital and strategic partners, some of whom are already showing interest, including sovereign investment funds and private equity firms familiar with semiconductor infrastructure. What we're offering is not just money, we're offering access to our ecosystem, engineers, design tools, clients, contracts. The moment you open that facility, we can flood it with demand. Timothy listened quietly, his fingers steepled under his chin. That's a compelling proposition, but let's talk about the catch, the exclusive deal. I assume you're still expecting that. Jensen chuckled softly. Of course, exclusivity ensures stability and mutual growth. You'd have one guaranteed client, you wouldn't need to fight for orders. NVIDIA would absorb everything you make. Timothy gave a faint smile, though there was a hint of defiance behind it. I'm afraid that's where I'll have to decline. The room fell still for a moment. Jensen's smile faded slightly, not out of offense, but curiosity. Decline? Yes, Timothy said firmly. I can't agree to an exclusive deal. Not because I don't value NVIDIA's partnership, but because exclusivity would cripple the potential of the foundry before it even starts. If we're going to build something at this scale, it has to be open, flexible, and globally integrated. He leaned forward, voice steady. You see, the world's in the middle of an AI arms race. OpenAI, Google DeepMind, Tesla, Amazon, ByteDance, they're all competing for processing power. If I produce chips only for NVIDIA, that limits the foundry's reach and, more importantly, its influence. The market demands diversity and competition. Regulators favor open supply chains. Even the US government is wary of vertical monopolies in semiconductors. Jensen stayed silent, listening closely as Timothy continued. I want this foundry to become a neutral ground, a new major player that serves multiple industries, not just one. That's the only way it will survive in the long term. If I tie myself to NVIDIA alone, it'll look like favoritism, and it'll close doors to potential contracts worth far more than what exclusivity can bring. Timothy's tone softened slightly, though his conviction remained clear. That doesn't mean I won't prioritize you. NVIDIA will always get first access to advanced nodes, maybe even co-development privileges on some architectures. But I can't make the entire operation beholden to one company. Jensen's eyes narrowed slightly, not in anger but in assessment. He could see the logic in the courage in Timothy's words. That's a risky stance, Jensen finally said. Most companies would grab exclusivity in a heartbeat, but you're thinking about sovereignty. Timothy smirked faintly. Let's call it strategic independence. Jensen nodded slowly, tapping his fingers once against the table. You've thought this through well, and I can see the logic behind it. Diversification brings resilience, especially with global demand rising. But you realize this will mean more complexity, more scrutiny, and less direct protection from us. I'm aware, Timothy said, but that's how I want it. If we're going to build something world-changing, I want it to stand on its own legs. I don't want the world to see it as NVIDIA's shadow project. Jensen leaned back, smiling faintly again. You're bold, Timothy. I respect that. Most people your age wouldn't dare talk like that to me. Timothy chuckled lightly. Well, I'm not most people. That earned a small laugh from Jensen. Indeed, you're not. So how would this affect your partnership with TSMC? You know, the one you've built over the years, Timothy asked. Wouldn't this new venture, our foundry, create conflict? Especially if we start producing next-generation nodes that outperform theirs. Jensen's expression didn't waver. He rested his hands flat on the table, the faintest hint of a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. TSMC will always be a partner, but partnerships evolve. Right now, their capacity is stretched thin. Apple, AMD, Intel, even automotive suppliers are all lining up for wafer allocation. If we want to secure our own supply line and push forward with AI development, we can't just rely on one pipeline anymore. So this isn't about competing with them, Timothy said, it's about insurance. Precisely, Jensen replied. Diversification of supply. We don't want to replace TSMC, we want to complement them. What we build together could focus on next-generation nodes, AI-optimized chiplets, and custom fabrication for specialized architectures. In short, cutting-edge innovation that's too risky or secretive to hand over to third parties. Timothy nodded slowly, considering that. So you want this foundry to be your experimental wing? In a sense, yes, Jensen admitted, but with full commercial capability. You'd handle the physical side, the engineering, the logistics, the R&D facility. We'd bring the demand, the global clients, and the trust of the market. Do that, you're looking for a revenue of over $20 billion annually. Timothy grinned by just hearing that number. Okay, looks like we are in agreement. But remember, I'm starting an automotive company here, which will be released on the market in 2026. No problem with that, the foundry would be under construction by that time. Speaking of construction, we have potential sites in the US. No, I don't want it in the United States, Timothy interrupted. Jensen tilted his head to the side. Where do you want it built? Timothy smiled. I want it in the Philippines. You see, I'm kind of patriotic. Your country, your political situation right now, the infrastructure, are you sure it's ready for something like this? Jensen asked, his tone careful, not dismissive but clearly skeptical. Timothy met his gaze evenly. I know what you're thinking, and you're not wrong. The Philippines isn't exactly the first place that comes to mind when you say semiconductor hub, but it's not as far-fetched as it sounds. Jensen leaned back slightly, intrigued. Listening, Timothy straightened in his seat, his tone confident. The Philippines already has a growing semiconductor back-end industry. We handle packaging, testing, and assembly for major global companies. There's local talent, engineers, technicians, trained abroad and now returning home. Labor costs are low compared to Taiwan or South Korea, and with the right infrastructure investment, we can bridge the gap quickly. He continued, his expression earnest. I don't want this to just be a foundry. I want it to be a symbol, a statement that the Philippines can stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's tech powers. We've spent decades being a service economy. It's about time we start producing the technology ourselves. Hearing that conviction, Jensen sighed. Fine, we'll make it happen. Great. They both stood and shook their hands. April 15th, 2025, BGC, Philippines. The soft hum of air conditioning filled the executive boardroom of the Shangri-La Tower in BGC. Outside the panoramic windows, the skyline shimmered beneath the late morning sun, cranes dotting the horizon. Timothy Guerrero adjusted the cuff of his charcoal gray suit, eyes scanning the printed pages of the contract laid out before him. The bold black lettering across the top read, Joint Venture Agreement TG Semiconductor Foundry Project. Across from him sat Jensen Huang, founder and CEO of NVIDIA Corporation, his signature black leather jacket replaced with a formal suit for the occasion. To Timothy's right sat Seo Hana, acting today as both aide and notary representative for TG Holdings. On NVIDIA's side, two executives, Mark Stevens, their chief financial officer, and Dr. Richard Wang, senior vice president for engineering, quietly reviewed the technical annexes of the agreement. Jensen's voice broke the quiet. You've gone through every clause, I presume. Timothy smiled faintly. Twice. Then let's make history, Jensen said, leaning forward, pen in hand. But Timothy held up a finger before the first signature. Let's recap the terms one last time. I want it perfectly clear for both sides before the ink touches paper. Of course, Jensen said, gesturing for his CFO to proceed. Mark Stevens opened a leather binder, reading with crisp precision. As agreed, NVIDIA Corporation and TG Holdings will form a joint entity, Orion Foundry Corporation. Ownership distribution, 51% TG Holdings, 35% NVIDIA Corporation, and 14% reserved for sovereign or private investment funds, subject to mutual approval. Timothy nodded. That allows me to maintain operational sovereignty while leaving room for growth capital. Precisely, Mark replied. The total project valuation stands at $34 billion US, divided as follows. NVIDIA's contribution of $10 billion in cash and technology licensing, TG Holdings' contribution of $12 billion from the remaining chip payment balance, and an additional $12 billion to be raised through private investment, led by Singaporean and Japanese infrastructure funds. Hana jotted notes on her tablet, occasionally glancing toward Timothy for subtle confirmation. He swiped through several diagrams on the shared screen, massive 3D blueprints of the proposed gigafactory complex. The campus will include a main wafer fabrication facility capable of producing 40,000 wafers per month at full capacity, materials and chemistry plant for resist solutions, copper interconnects, and dielectric gases, a lithium-X battery research center to integrate semiconductor-grade battery management systems for automotive and computing use, a technology park and training institute to train Filipino engineers under direct supervision from NVIDIA's senior specialists. Timothy leaned back slightly, absorbing the scale. Even after days of negotiation, hearing it spoken aloud still sent a chill down his spine. And workforce estimates. Initial phase, Dr. Wang said, 4,000 direct employees, increasing to 15,000 by full operation. NVIDIA will dispatch 500 of its core R&D engineers and process experts for knowledge transfer over the next 3 years. Jensen added smoothly, We're not just bringing machines, Timothy, we're bringing brains. Some of our top lithography, AI chip design, and yield optimization specialists will relocate here temporarily. You'll have access to NVIDIA's proprietary design suite, Helios CAD, and quantum mesh architecture planning software. That alone would take your foundry 5 years ahead of current manufacturing cycles. Timothy nodded slowly, his mind already racing ahead. That's good, very good. Hana spoke next, her tone calm but probing. And in terms of governance, the board composition remains 5 seats for TG Holdings, 3 for NVIDIA, and 1 for the investment consortium. Correct, Jensen replied. Chairmanship belongs to TG Holdings, but major RD or export decisions require a 2/3 majority vote to ensure alignment. Understood, Hana said. Jensen smiled faintly at her precision. I like your secretary, Timothy. Sharp eye. Timothy smirked. That's why she's still around. Mark continued, revenue model will follow a contract manufacturing system. Clients will place fabrication orders with Orion Foundry, while NVIDIA guarantees a minimum of $8 billion worth of annual chip orders for the first 3 years. In return, TG Holdings guarantees 30% production allocation, exclusively to NVIDIA's architectures during early-stage output. After that, allocation becomes open to other global clients, OpenAI, Google, Tesla, etc. Timothy nodded. That clause was non-negotiable, his strategic independence secured in writing. Profit sharing, Mark went on, will be proportional to equity minus reinvestment reserves for technology upgrades and maintenance. Jensen added, and to streamline future collaboration, NVIDIA's legal team drafted a mutual non-compete clause. We won't enter full-scale fabrication independently in Asia, and TG Holdings won't develop proprietary GPUs for direct competition. Fair, Timothy said, signing the acknowledgement beside the clause. A long silence followed as pages were turned, reviewed, and annotated. The documents were thick, 347 pages, including annexes on environmental compliance, security provisions, and intellectual property protections. When the final page was signed, Jensen placed his pen down and extended his hand. To the future of Orion Foundry Corporation. Timothy grasped it firmly. To the beginning of a new era, one built in the Philippines. Applause followed, restrained yet powerful. Even the diplomats at the back of the room clapped. For the first time in decades, a country long seen as an outsourcing hub had just become a center of innovation. After the signing, a toast was held. Champagne glasses clinked under the soft light. Jensen turned toward Timothy with a grin. You realize what this means, don't you? That the world's going to start paying attention, Timothy said. Jensen chuckled. That's an understatement. Intel, Samsung, and TSMC will be calling within weeks. They'll want to know what you're building here, and they'll be nervous. Timothy swirled his glass lightly. They'll be nervous because NVIDIA is also on board. They want to ask why you would finance the construction of a company that will rival them once completed. I'll handle them, Jensen assured. You better look for the potential sites now in the Philippines so we can start moving. No problem with that, Timothy said. You'll get an answer soon. May 2nd, 2025. TG Motors Philippines, Subic Gigafactory. In an office inside an under-construction executive building, the smell of fresh paint still lingered in the air. The glass windows were half covered with protective film, overlooking the massive assembly floor below where engineers in hard hats moved like ants among skeletal machinery. Scaffolds, cranes, and half-installed conveyor systems filled the view. Timothy sat at the head of a long temporary conference table, his sleeves rolled up, a blueprint of the Gigafactory's interior layout spread open before him. Around him sat the executives of TG Motors Philippines. On the large display screen mounted against the wall, the rest of the TG Mobility Holdings co-board appeared via live video conference from Manila and Singapore. Good morning, everyone, said Angela Cruz, the company's chief marketing officer, her image crisp on the screen. She was in the sleek conference room of TG Mobility's central headquarters, polished glass table located in Raffles Place, LED panels behind her and a tablet stylus in hand. I hope the Subic site's noise doesn't drown me out, she joked lightly, flashing a confident smile. The executives, along with Timothy and Hana, who was standing behind him, chuckled at her banter. Yes, sir, and I'm prepared to make the presentation, Angela replied confidently. Good, proceed, Timothy said, giving her the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce you to our finest lineup of TG Motors electric vehicles that will soon roll out from the Gigafactory in Subic. Let's start with our subcompact sedan that will compete with BYD Seal 5 DMI, Toyota Vios, Mitsubishi Mirage, Honda City, Suzuki Celerio Desire, and many more subcompact sedans. With a tap of her stylus, the image of a vehicle came to view. Introducing TG Atmos. It has an overall length of 4820 mm, 1845 mm in width, height of 1510 mm, and wheelbase of 2750 mm. It has a luggage capacity of 470 liters. It will have a platform of TG Lithium X BEV architecture, front-wheel drive FWD, permanent magnet synchronous motor, power of 190 petastark, 360 Nm, 7.2 seconds 0-100 kmh, and a top speed of 180 kmh. It will feature a Lithium X battery with a battery capacity of 65 kWh and a fast charging capacity of about 10 minutes. As for range, it's 1,100 kilometers, the first in its kind without range extender such as the hybrid model. This is a car that can go up to 1,000 kilometers in one charge. Hearing that, Timothy smiled in delight. Truly, the reconstructed electric vehicle delivered what was promised. It's a revolutionary technology years ahead from the current market, and even in the experimental prototypes of big automotive companies. For our introductory price, the top of the line will cost about 1,150,000 pesos, 18,000 USD. Prices of lower variants would be less than top of the line. The cost to manufacture one Atmos would be around 780,000 per unit, Angela continued, glancing briefly at her tablet as the numbers and charts appeared on the shared screen. That gives us an approximate margin of 32% on every top-spec Atmos sold. Our long-term plan, of course, is to scale down cost once production volume increases after the first 12 months of operation. Timothy nodded slightly, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the projections. Good, and then Angela proceeded to describe each vehicle's capability, but let me summarize that for you since it's going to be long. There are 9 models planned under TG Motors' first-generation lineup, strategically designed to cover every key segment of the Philippine and Southeast Asian market. The sedan lineup will include 3 models: the TG Atmos, a subcompact sedan priced from 998,000 to 16,800 USD, aimed directly at the BYD Dolphin Mini, Toyota Vios, and Honda City. The TG Valiant, a mid-size executive sedan, starting at 1.48 million 25,000 USD, positioned against the Tesla Model 3 and Hyundai Ioniq 6. And the TG Helios, a full-size luxury sedan, starting at 2.9 million 49,000 USD, rivaling the BMW i5 and Mercedes EQE. For the hatchback category, TG Motors will launch the TG Nova, a 5-door subcompact EV hatchback priced from 780,000 to 13,000 USD, competing with the Toyota Wigo, Honda Brio, and Suzuki Espresso. In the SUV lineup, there will be 3 models: the TG Aster, a compact crossover SUV, starting at 1.25 million 21,000 USD. The TG Vortex, a mid-size SUV, starting at 1.95 million 33,000 USD. And the TG Titan, a full-size 7-seater SUV, priced from 2.85 million 48,000 USD. In the MPV lineup, TG Motors will introduce the TG Horizon, a luxury all-electric people carrier designed to rival the Toyota Alphard and other high-end MPVs. It combines elegance with performance through a dual-motor Lithium X drivetrain, offering 420 PS, 680 Nm of torque, and a range of 1,150 km per charge. The TG Horizon will start at 2.4 million 40,000 USD and targets both corporate and premium family markets. Lastly, the TG Valkyrie will headline TG Motors' utility segment, a fully electric pickup truck engineered for both work and adventure. Featuring dual rear motors delivering 480 PS, 850 Nm of torque, and a payload capacity of 1,200 kilograms, the Valkyrie also supports bidirectional charging for field applications. It will be priced from 1.78 million 30,000 USD, making it one of the most affordable electric pickups in its class. It took about an hour and 30 minutes to conclude the reports, with the TG Motors executive asking questions from the executives in Singapore. But overall, it was a productive meeting with both sides being satisfied at the end. Now we will release the models next month in our websites, Facebook pages, and other social media platforms, Angela added. We will be aggressive in our marketing to make sure the people would know about the cars we are making, so I can confidently expect a huge number of pre-orders. Subic Clark International Airport, same day. Timothy and Hana were on board the G700 Gulfstream private jet. They were bound to Ninoy Aquino International Airport, where they would celebrate the momentous occasion that happened today. Seated on the aisle chair, Timothy looked out of the window while Hana watched him fondly. Who would think that the man in front of her would have a partnership deal with the largest company in the entire world, electric vehicles and semiconductor manufacturing? In 3 to 5 years, his company would become in the top 10 most valuable companies in terms of net worth. Congratulations, Mr. Guerrero, Hana finally spoke. That deal with NVIDIA is life-changing. You would definitely industrialize the Philippine economy, from services to industrial. Timothy smiled upon hearing that. The Philippines has a lot of potential, if not only for the corrupt politicians. It disgusts me to the core when my country can rise to become a top economy only to be hindered by those individuals. Well, there's no point in mulling about it. First and foremost, we have to find a site for the foundry of semiconductors. It will take a week of site inspection, Mr. Guerrero, due to the sensitive nature of the chips. I see Timothy nodded his head in acknowledgement. We are going public about the partnership later, right? Yes, sir, so expect a lot of media coverage. The Philippine media doesn't know about Jensen being in the country. They'll announce soon once they landed on Newport. There's going to be a lot of noise, Timothy chuckled. NAIA Terminal 3, Pasay City 3 hours later. The Gulfstream G700 descended smoothly through Manila's hazy afternoon skies, sunlight glinting off its polished white fuselage as it approached the runway. Below, the sprawl of the metro came into view, endless rooftops, the glimmer of Manila Bay, and the busy roads filled with rush-hour traffic. The jet touched down gently, its tires screeching briefly before rolling down the tarmac toward the private hangar near Newport City. Timothy glanced outside the window and noticed several black SUVs and security vehicles already waiting near the hangar, lights flashing silently. He exhaled through his nose, the reality of what they were about to face settling in. This was no longer a quiet business deal, it was about to become a global headline. Looks like the media caught on faster than we expected, Hannah said softly, scrolling through her phone. Sir, Jensen just tweeted on X 5 minutes ago. Timothy turned his head, curious. What did he say? She read it aloud, word for word from her screen, proud to announce a historic partnership that will redefine the semiconductor landscape in Southeast Asia. Excited to work with visionary innovator Timothy Guerrero of TG Holdings. See you at Newport. Jensen Huang, NVIDIA CEO. Post had already racked up 3.4 million views, 280,000 likes, and the words Philippines, TG Holdings, and NVIDIA were trending globally within minutes. News anchors from Bloomberg, Reuters, and ABS-CBN were quoting the tweet live. Timothy let out a quiet sigh and smiled faintly. Well, that settles it. The world knows now. As the aircraft slowed to a stop, the door opened with a hiss, letting in a wave of humid air and faint noise from the awaiting motorcade. Hannah gathered the documents, while Timothy straightened his tie and stood. Outside, reporters were already being cordoned off by airport security, their camera flashes visible even from the tarmac. Microphones and lenses poked over barricades as they tried to catch a glimpse of the two men who had just sealed one of the largest foreign tech deals in Philippine history. Mr. Guerrero, over here. One reporter shouted as Timothy exited the jet, Jensen following behind, flanked by NVIDIA aides and TG's security team. Both men smiled as they waved briefly, but continued toward the waiting convoy. Within minutes, they were on the road, the 5-vehicle convoy cutting through traffic under police escort toward Newport Resort World, where a stage had already been prepared for an impromptu press conference. Newport Resort World, 4:45 p.m. By the time they arrived, the entire lobby and the outdoor plaza were packed with journalists, photographers, and curious onlookers. The Department of Trade and Industry had quietly coordinated with TG staff to secure the venue, while a digital banner displayed behind the stage, TG Holdings NVIDIA, forging the future of semiconductors. Inside the VIP holding room, Timothy adjusted his jacket, while Hannah handed him the talking points she had prepared just in case. Remember, sir, she said, calm as ever. Focus on the partnership's economic impact, the technological leap, and national pride. Leave the specifics of location and timeline vague until we finalize the sites. Got it, Timothy replied with a small nod. He took one last sip of water before stepping out with Jensen, greeted instantly by the flare of camera flashes. As they took their seats on stage, the noise swelled. The room pulsed with energy. The Philippines had never seen a tech announcement of this scale. A few moments later, Jensen took the microphone first. Today marks a new chapter not just for NVIDIA, but for Asia, he said and added. We are partnering with TG Holdings to establish a world-class semiconductor foundry right here in the Philippines. This will be a cornerstone for the next generation of AI, automotive, and computing industries. The audience erupted in applause. Timothy sat beside him, hands folded neatly on the table, waiting for his turn. When his name was called, he rose, his expression composed yet proud. This would have sounded impossible, Timothy began. A Filipino-led company entering one of the most complex, capital-intensive industries in the world. But today, we're not just joining that race, we're setting the pace. He paused briefly, scanning the audience, local journalists, government officials, investors, and young engineers all listening closely. This partnership will bring tens of thousands of jobs, technology transfer, and opportunities for our people. It will also prove one thing, that Filipinos can create, innovate, and lead the world in advanced manufacturing. This is not just a project, it's a statement that the Philippines is ready to rise. Applause thundered through the hall. Jensen smiled beside him, clapping in approval. Hannah, watching from backstage, allowed herself a small, proud smile. NVIDIA and TG Holdings announced today the formation of Orion Foundry Philippines, pledging an initial investment amount of $34 billion. We are also open for investments which would help us build the future of the Philippine advanced manufacturing industry. After his speech, the crowds erupted with applause. And as expected, the media covered the partnership deal between Timothy Guerrero and Jensen Huang like wildfire. From sunrise news programs to primetime broadcasts, every television screen across the country was flashing the same headline in bold letters: Historic Filipino CEO Timothy Guerrero partners with NVIDIA to build 22B semiconductor foundry. ABS-CBN, GMA, and CNN Philippines aired special coverage segments, each bringing in economic experts, engineers, and former trade officials to discuss what this meant for the country. In one studio, the anchor of the Philippine Morning Report could hardly contain her excitement. "This isn't just business news," she said, eyes gleaming. "This is history in the making. For decades, the Philippines has been a service-based economy outsourcing, assembly, BPO. But now, we're entering the age of advanced manufacturing." The camera then cut to an economic analyst sitting across from her. "What Timothy Guerrero has done," the analyst explained, "is something no one thought possible. Building a semiconductor foundry is a trillion-peso endeavor. Only a few nations like Taiwan, South Korea, and the US have that capability. If this pushes through, the Philippines won't just be importing technology, it will be exporting it." Meanwhile, in Taguig, CNBC Asia correspondents were already broadcasting live from the Bonifacio Global City Financial District, where several multinational tech firms had begun calling the TG Holdings headquarters for possible partnerships. "It's a seismic shift," one foreign correspondent reported. "A Filipino-led company entering one of the most advanced industries on earth, with NVIDIA no less. The deal could inject billions into infrastructure, education, and technology within just a few years." Inside the presidential press room, reporters gathered as the office of the president prepared to address the breaking news. According to the staff, even the president himself had only learned about the deal and was just as surprised as everyone else. Moments later, the president stepped up to the podium, a proud smile on his face. "The world witnessed a Filipino make history," he began. "Mr. Timothy Guerrero's partnership with NVIDIA represents a new dawn for our nation, a step toward industrial independence and global relevance. For the first time, the Philippines will not only assemble the future, we will help build it." The reporters clapped as he continued. The statement was broadcast live across all networks, with people online calling it the most optimistic speech in years. Within hours, hashtags flooded every platform. Timothy Guerrero. Philippines on the map. Made in the Philippines. TGX NVIDIA. Facebook was filled with celebratory posts. Finally, a Filipino making international headlines not for politics or scandals, but for innovation. "Timothy Guerrero, you make us proud." Comment by user JPM Quezon City. "Bro really said I'll build a semiconductor empire, and then actually did it." From our Philippines Reddit thread, upvoted 19,000 times. "If TG Motors releases their EVs, I'm selling my old sedan. I'm buying Filipino-made. This guy's carrying the whole country." Comment on Facebook with 45,000 reactions. Memes, tributes, and fan-made infographics began circulating everywhere, Timothy shaking hands with Jensen beside a Philippine flag. Bloomberg and Reuters analysts noted how the Philippine Stock Exchange Index, say, jumped nearly 7 in early trading, led by surging interest in local tech and infrastructure sectors. Several property developers immediately released statements expressing interest in competing for the foundry site. Foreign investors, too, began reaching out. Singaporean and Japanese funds reportedly sought meetings with TG Holdings, while Korea's SK Group publicly congratulated Timothy on a visionary step that will reshape Southeast Asian tech. Later in the evening, inside the Marriott Grand Ballroom, Timothy checked those updates in his phone and couldn't help but smile. The entire nation was proud of him, and he couldn't wait for their reaction once the company was up and running. The celebration is today, and he was wearing the finest suit that cost him about 500,000 pesos. Several businessmen and tycoons of the Philippines are reportedly coming as soon as they heard of the event. He has to look the CEO. He pocketed his phone, took a sip of his drink, and turned slightly when a soft, familiar voice called from behind him. "Mr. Guerrero, I'm sorry if I took too long to change." He froze mid-step. When he turned, his breath caught in his throat. There stood Hana, framed by the warm amber glow of the ballroom lights. The dress she wore was breathtaking, a soft champagne gold gown that shimmered with every movement. The off-shoulder bodice draped gracefully around her collarbones, held by delicate folds of translucent fabric gathered into a subtle knot at the center of her chest. The skirt flowed down in layers of fine tulle, catching the light like liquid silk, each step she took creating the illusion that she was gliding rather than walking. A thin pearl necklace rested around her neck, perfectly matching the earrings that swayed lightly as she approached. Her dark hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, styled effortlessly yet with a grace that drew every pair of eyes in the room. Timothy's heart skipped a beat. He had always known Hana was beautiful, sharp, refined, with that distinctly confident Korean sense of fashion, but this was something else entirely. For a moment the noise of the ballroom faded into silence, leaving only her, standing there like she'd stepped out of a dream. "Wow," he managed, before catching himself and clearing his throat. "You look incredible. That's definitely formal," he said with a soft laugh, trying to sound composed, but his tone betrayed him. "You're going to steal everyone's attention." "I hope not," she replied teasingly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "This is your night after all," he smiled faintly. "I think I can share a little of the spotlight. You are my personal secretary after all." He offered him his elbow. "Shall we?" They both entered arm in arm towards the main floor where the crowds turned their eyes on them and clapped. "Most of the guests here are the wealthiest businessmen in the Philippines. We can do a lot of networking here," Timothy said. "Mr. Guerrero, even after this time you're still thinking of work." Hana chuckled softly. "For once please enjoy it a little. I have seen you always working behind the desk, and I do want to have a break too." Timothy glanced at Hana, who was smiling beautifully. "Is that so?" "Well, if you say so, we can just enjoy the night here with dances and drinks. Speaking of dance, may I have this one?" Hana blinked, momentarily taken aback, then smiled softly as she placed her hand into his. "You may," she replied, her voice barely above the music. The orchestra began to play a slow, elegant waltz as Timothy guided her toward the center of the ballroom. The lights dimmed slightly, focusing on the marble floor where other couples were already moving in graceful rhythm. When they stepped onto the floor, it was as if the noise around them faded, leaving only the gentle melody of strings and the quiet thump of his heartbeat. Timothy placed one hand on her waist, feeling the delicate fabric of her gown beneath his palm, while her other hand rested lightly on his shoulder. Their eyes met briefly long enough for both to feel the faint tension that lingered between professionalism and something far more personal. "You dance well, Mr. Guerrero," Hana teased as they began to move. "I should," he replied with a small grin. "We had a performance task about ballroom dance back in my high school days. Never thought I'd actually use it in real life." Hana laughed softly, the sound light and melodic, drawing a few glances from nearby guests. "Well, it's paying off now." They moved gracefully across the floor, her gown flowing like liquid gold with every spin. The faint scent of her perfume, subtle and floral, filled the space between them, and Timothy found it hard to focus on anything else. After a few turns, he leaned slightly closer and whispered, "You were right earlier. I've been working too much lately." "I'm glad you noticed," she said, her gaze lifting to meet his again. "You deserve to breathe once in a while, Mr. Guerrero. The world can wait for a few hours." Timothy chuckled quietly, the corners of his mouth softening. "If I knew this is what taking a break feels like, maybe I'd have done it sooner." For a fleeting moment, Timothy forgot about semiconductor deals, electric vehicles, or headlines. There was only Hana, the way her hair caught the light, the warmth of her hand in his, the faint flush on her cheeks as she looked up at him. When the song neared its end, he twirled her once, catching her gently as the final note hung in the air. Applause erupted from the surrounding tables, but neither of them looked away. "See," Hana said softly, smiling, "not everything needs to be about business." Maybe not, Timothy admitted, but sometimes the best partnerships aren't built in boardrooms. For a brief moment, they simply stood there in the center of the ballroom, his hand still around her waist, her fingers still resting gently on his shoulder. Their eyes met again. Timothy could see the faint rise and fall of her chest, the way the warm lights shimmered across her skin. Hana's lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but no words came. The space between them seemed to shrink on its own, as if the music, the atmosphere, and every invisible thread around them were pulling them closer. His heartbeat quickened. He could feel the heat radiating from her, the delicate scent of her perfume filling the air between them. "Mr. Guerrero," Hana whispered, her voice barely audible. "Timothy," he corrected softly. "Just Timothy." She blinked once, surprised, but didn't pull away. Their faces were now only inches apart. Her gaze flickered briefly down to his lips, then back up to his eyes. Time slowed. He leaned in slightly hesitant, testing the line between impulse and restraint. She didn't move away. Instead, she tilted her chin up just a little, closing the distance even further until their breaths mingled, warm and unsteady. For a heartbeat, it felt inevitable. But then Hana drew in a quick breath, catching herself. Her eyes widened slightly as she realized how close they were. Timothy froze as well, the edge of reality snapping back into place. Their lips were barely an inch apart. Neither spoke. They stayed like that for a second, caught between temptation and self-control before Hana slowly stepped back, her composure returning in fragments. Her cheeks were flushed a soft pink, her gaze darting away for a moment before she managed a small, nervous laugh. "Ia, I think we should probably sit down before people start talking," she murmured, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Timothy blinked, exhaled softly, and let out a quiet laugh of his own. Right, of course. He straightened his jacket, forcing a calm he didn't quite feel. Wouldn't want to make headlines for the wrong reasons. They walked side by side, heading back toward their reserved table near the center of the ballroom. The crowd still buzzed with chatter, the sound of clinking glasses and laughter filling the air as the orchestra transitioned into another soft melody. Timothy tried to keep his composure, though his heart still hadn't completely settled from that near moment they shared. Hana, for her part, was just as flustered. Her cheeks still carried a faint blush, and she kept her gaze slightly down, as if the marble floor had suddenly become very interesting. Just as they were about to reach their seats, a familiar voice called from behind. Timothy, Timothy Guerrero, is that really you? He stopped mid-step and turned. Standing a few meters away was a woman in an elegant light blue gown, her hair tied in a neat bun, a glass of champagne in one hand. Her expression was one of delighted surprise, eyes wide and bright. For a moment, Timothy's mind raced through faces of the past, then recognition struck. Tiffany. She grinned. Oh my God, it is you. Timothy let out a quiet chuckle as she approached. Wow, I didn't expect to see you here. It's been months, right? Months, she said, laughing softly. I didn't expect my tutor would be this successful. Hana tilted her head curiously beside him. Oh, you used to tutor. Timothy smiled faintly. Yeah, Tiffany and I were classmates at the University of the Philippines. I used to help her with math. He saved me from failing more than once. Tiffany laughed. Her tone was warm, nostalgic. Then she turned her attention toward Hana, her smile softening but her curiosity unmistakable. And who might this be? Girlfriend. Both Timothy and Hana froze. For a second, neither spoke. The word hung in the air like a spark waiting to catch fire. Hana blinked, her lips parting slightly, while Timothy quickly waved his hand, laughing nervously. Ah, no, nothing like that. This is Hana, my personal secretary. Oh, Tiffany said, raising an amused brow, clearly unconvinced. You two look pretty close out there on the dance floor. That made Hana's blush return, deeper than before. We were just dancing, she managed, her tone polite but slightly flustered. Timothy scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, it was just one dance, part of the event. Tiffany smiled knowingly, sipping her drink. I'm sure, Mr. CEO. Then she chuckled lightly. Anyway, I just wanted to say I saw the development of your company, the whole partnership with NVIDIA. That's insane, Timothy. I knew you were ambitious, but I didn't think you'd go this big. Electric vehicles and semiconductors. You're practically rewriting the country's economy. Timothy's expression softened with modesty. It's been a long road, but we're just getting started. Well, I'm proud of you, Tiffany said genuinely. Back then, you said you were going to drop out and do business. I didn't expect it to be in this scale. He smiled faintly, a nostalgic glint in his eyes. Yeah, I did. After a short pause, Tiffany excused herself to greet another group nearby. It was great seeing you again, Timothy. And Ms. Hana, it was lovely meeting you. I'll be cheering for the success of your company. As Tiffany walked away, Timothy exhaled quietly, trying not to smile too much. She's nice, Hana said, glancing sideways at him. She is, Timothy replied. Didn't think I'd ever see her again. Seems she remembers you fondly, Hana teased lightly, though her tone carried a subtle edge of curiosity. Timothy chuckled, catching the hint. Relax, she's just an old classmate. I didn't say anything, Hana replied, though the slight pout forming on her lips said otherwise. He grinned. You didn't have to. She shot him a sidelong glare that quickly melted into a reluctant smile. You're impossible sometimes, and yet you still work for me, he quipped. That's because someone has to keep you from overworking yourself, she replied, crossing her arms playfully. Timothy laughed softly, holding out a chair for her as they finally reached their table. Then I guess I'm lucky to have you, Ms. CEO. As Hana sat down, she smiled faintly, glancing at him from across the table. You really are Mr. Guerrero. Let's have a drink. Let's have a drink, Timothy said with a grin, lifting a glass of champagne from the passing waiter's tray. Hana chuckled and followed suit, accepting her own glass. Finally, something that isn't work-related, she teased before taking a small sip. The bubbles fizzed delicately, catching the soft golden lights above their table. They clinked their glasses lightly. To tonight, Timothy said, and to the future we're building. Hana smiled warmly. To TG Mobility, she added, and maybe to its overworked CEO finally learning how to relax. He laughed softly. Touché. The two shared a quiet moment, just letting the atmosphere sink in. Mr. Guerrero, a deep, composed voice greeted from the side. Timothy turned and immediately recognized the man approaching, broad-shouldered, confident, dressed in a classic black tuxedo. Mr. Ramon Ang, Timothy said, standing to shake his hand. It's an honor to see you here. The honor's mine, Ramon replied with a smile, his handshake firm. I've been following your progress since the announcement this morning. Congratulations on that deal with NVIDIA. That's a game changer for the country. Oh, it's generating more than interest, Ramon said with a chuckle. It's creating opportunities. I actually came to speak with you about one. Hana looked between the two men curiously as Ramon continued. San Miguel Corporation owns large parcels of industrial land in Batangas and Laguna Strategic, well-connected and fully supplied with logistics infrastructure. If you're still finalizing your semiconductor site, we'd like to make a formal offer to host your foundry there. We can handle power requirements, water systems, even road expansion if needed. Timothy nodded, clearly impressed. That's generous, Mr. Ang. We'll definitely consider it once we start site evaluations. Your proposal already sounds promising. Ramon smiled, clearly satisfied with the response. Good to hear. I'll have my people send the full proposal to your office tomorrow morning. For now, enjoy your evening, Mr. Guerrero. As he sat back down, Hana leaned in slightly and whispered, "Who was that?" Ramon Ang, Timothy said casually, sipping his champagne. President and CEO of San Miguel Corporation, one of the country's biggest conglomerates. He's a powerhouse in energy, food, beverages, and infrastructure. Hana blinked, so, basically a business titan, he smirked, pretty much. Before Hana could respond, another man approached, taller, with an easy smile and sharp, refined features. He extended a hand. "Mr. Guerrero, congratulations, the country's talking about you." Timothy recognized him instantly. "Mr. James Ayala, it's an honor." Likewise, James replied, shaking his hand firmly. "You've stirred up quite an interesting situation for us developers. Everyone's trying to guess where you'll build the foundry." Timothy chuckled lightly. "That's one secret I'm keeping for now." "Well," James said, smiling knowingly, "I hope you'll consider our properties in Cavite or Laguna. The Ayala Group can provide a full ecosystem: industrial parks, nearby residential zones for employees, and sustainable power options. We've already built the framework, you just need to fill it with world-class technology." "That's quite an offer," Timothy admitted. "We can even include incentives," James continued. "Tax partnerships, energy sharing programs, and fast-track permits through our corporate government channels." Timothy leaned back slightly, thoughtful. "You've both given me a lot to think about tonight. Just know that whichever direction you go," James said with a friendly grin, "the country wins. It's about time someone like you brought advanced manufacturing back home." After another cordial handshake, James excused himself to greet the next table. When he was gone, Hana leaned close again, her curiosity obvious. "So, that was Ayala." Timothy nodded. "James Ayala, another major business family. They control real estate, banking, telecoms, you name it. If someone can build an entire city from scratch, it's them." Hana blinked in mild disbelief. "And both of them want your foundry?" "Yup," Timothy said. "After all, it's $1 billion investment. Anyone would die to just get a piece of it," Timothy finished, swirling his glass lazily before taking another sip. Hana giggled softly, leaning an elbow on the table. "I still can't believe it. The country's most powerful businessman lining up to impress you. You've really become someone important, Mr. Guerrero." Timothy smirked. "I wouldn't say important. Let's just say, I've finally built something worth their attention." Humble as always," Hana teased, taking another sip of her drink. She tilted her head with a playful squint. "Or maybe you just like pretending you're not the center of attention." He chuckled. "Maybe." A waiter approached again, setting down another bottle of champagne and pouring fresh glasses for the two. Timothy thanked him and raised his glass. "Another toast." Hana smiled lazily, her eyes bright from the earlier drinks. "Another one? You'll get me drunk at this rate." He grinned. "This is a celebration, so we should drink." Minutes passed, then an hour. Conversations blended into the hum of the ballroom, laughter, clinking glasses, and the faint melody of the live band playing in the background. Timothy found himself surprisingly at ease, the exhaustion of the past week slipping away. Hana, meanwhile, had clearly reached her limit. She wasn't wasted, but she was well past tipsy, the kind of tipsy where everything seemed a little too funny and her words were starting to slur. She leaned closer across the table, her cheeks flushed a soft rose. "Timothy, did you know?" she began, then stopped mid-sentence, frowning slightly in concentration. "Did you know, you talk about work even when you don't talk about work?" Timothy blinked, amused. "What does that even mean?" "It means," she said, pointing a finger at him, her voice just a little too loud, "you could be talking about food or music or dancing. And somehow it always goes back to business." He couldn't help but laugh. "You're imagining things." "I'm not," she said with exaggerated seriousness. "Even earlier when we danced, I saw it in your face. You were probably thinking, how do I turn this waltz into a business strategy?" Timothy chuckled again, raising both hands in surrender. "All right, guilty as charged, but in my defense I am running an empire." "Empire, empire," she muttered, waving a hand dismissively. "You need to chill more." He smiled, watching her with a mix of amusement and concern. "You've definitely had too much, Miss CEO." "I have not," she declared proudly, then promptly hiccuped. Timothy grinned. Sure." Hana pouted, folding her arms like a scolded child. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" "A little," he admitted, leaning back in his chair. "You don't usually let your guard down. It's nice to see." She blinked at him, her expression softening slightly. "You know, Timothy," she said, her tone suddenly quieter, more sincere, "you really work too hard." "Of course I was given an opportunity to make a change, and this is it," Timothy said, recalling the system that was given to him. "He sure won't waste using it." She nodded, swaying slightly in her chair before giggling again. "Good, how about I take you to your suite? You seem can't handle it anymore," Timothy offered. Hana blinked at him, her smile lopsided but sweet. Maybe you're right," she admitted, her voice soft and slurred. "I feel kind of floaty." Timothy chuckled quietly and stood up, offering his hand. All right, Miss CEO. Let's get you back to your suite before you start saying your business reports backward. She laughed, the sound light and a little unsteady. Yes, sir, she mumbled, taking his hand, though when she tried to stand, her knees immediately wobbled. Whoa, easy there, Timothy said, catching her by the arm before she could stumble. Hana blinked up at him with glassy eyes. I'm fine, she said, and then immediately leaned heavily against him, her head resting against his shoulder. Yeah, sure you are, he said with a sigh, though the corner of his mouth twitched upward. He placed a steady arm around her waist as they made their way toward the elevators. Some of the guests nearby offered knowing smiles, while others whispered amusedly as they passed. Timothy ignored them, focusing on making sure Hana didn't trip over her heels. Inside the elevator, Hana leaned fully into him, her weight pressing lightly against his side. Her perfume, that same subtle floral scent, filled the small space, and Timothy found himself exhaling slowly, keeping his composure. You really are a weak drinker, he muttered under his breath. Hey, she murmured, eyes half closed. I can handle things, he chuckled softly. Sure you can. You're handling the elevator very well right now. She let out a faint giggle. You're mean. The elevator dinged, and Timothy guided her gently out into the quiet hallway leading to their floor. The carpets muffled their steps, and the golden lighting gave the corridor a serene glow. He pulled out the keycard from his pocket and unlocked the door. The suite was spacious and elegant, with floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the glittering skyline of Manila. All right, Timothy said gently as he helped her toward the bed. Time to rest. Hana nodded drowsily, still leaning on him. You're so nice, she murmured. Hana nodded drowsily, still leaning on him. You're so nice, she murmured, not like other CEOs, he smiled faintly. That's because I still remember what it's like to be human, she giggled weakly. Humble and charming, dangerous combination. He shook his head, amused. You're drunk, Hana. I'm not, she murmured again, eyes barely open. Right, he said dryly. Now come on. He helped her sit on the edge of the bed and carefully knelt to remove her heels, setting them neatly aside. She watched him through heavy eyes, a faint, sleepy smile on her lips. You're really kind, Timothy, she whispered, her voice trailing off. He straightened up, his tone gentle. You should get some sleep. As he leaned forward to help her lie back, Hana's hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Before he could react, she pulled him slightly forward and his balance gave way. Hana, but it was too late. Timothy's breath caught as he tumbled forward, his hands instinctively bracing against the soft mattress on either side of Hana's hips. Their faces were inches apart just like earlier. Her eyes, hazy from the champagne, locked onto his with an unexpected spark of intent. This is the moment any man would be so vulnerable. A drunk, beautiful lady on the bed with him on top of her. Hana giggled. You look so handsome, Mr. Guerrero. You're so close. No use, she was drunk. He had to pull away from her or this would develop into something. Just as he shifted to rise, Hana's hand tightened on his wrist, her other sliding up to cup his cheek, thumb brushing his lower lip with feather-light pressure. Don't, she whispered, her voice a slurred plea laced with something deeper, more raw. Her lips parted, breath warm against his skin, and she tilted her head up, closing the scant distance until their mouths hovered a whisper apart. Hana. He murmured, voice rough, strained with restraint. His hands flexed against the bed, knuckles whitening as he fought the urge to sink into her. But her eyes, even glazed, held a flicker of clarity, of want that mirrored his own buried desires. The scent of her perfume, the gloss of her lips, wrapping around him like silk. Then an invincible force seemed to tug him closer, his lips brushing the edge of temptation, and he stopped. Timothy froze, muscles locking as reason tore through the haze like cold water. This was wrong, every instinct screamed it. Hana was drunk, barely aware of herself, and he was her boss. The line between them wasn't just thin, it was sacred, professional, built on trust he refused to break. He drew in a shaky breath, his heart still hammering. Slowly he pulled back, her hand slipping from his wrist as he sat upright on the edge of the bed. For a second she blinked up at him in confusion, her lips still parted, her cheeks still flushed. Then flick. She let out a small, startled sound as he flicked her forehead gently. Oh, what was that for? She murmured, rubbing the spot with a sleepy pout. For trying to test my self-control, Timothy said softly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. You're drunk, Hana. I'm not taking advantage of that. Not tonight, not ever. Her eyes, heavy-lidded, searched his face. You don't want me. His chest tightened at the innocence of her question. That's not it, he said quietly. You're beautiful, Hana. Anyone with a pulse can see that. But this, he gestured between them, this can't start like that. If you ever want something to happen between us, it has to be real, when you're sober, when you mean it. She blinked slowly, the words sinking in like soft rain. So, you'd only do it if we're in a relationship, he finished for her, his tone firm but gentle. Not before, but if I were to be honest, I'd say I would go for you. I mean, you are so dependable in many cases, especially in business. Of course, it's given that you'd excel on a job you signed up for, but I love it when my future partner has that same drive, he said, the words slipping out before he could stop them. He exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck, someone who can match my pace, who doesn't get intimidated by it. Hana blinked at him through half-lidded eyes, her expression softening. Your future partner, she murmured, the words slow, deliberate, equal, as if tasting their meaning. He He chuckled quietly. Yeah. Someone who can argue with me, push me, tell me when I'm wrong, not someone I have to protect from myself. She smiled faintly, the corners of her mouth curving with that tired sweetness only alcohol could bring out. Then, maybe she's already here, she whispered, voice fading as her eyes fluttered. Timothy laughed. If only you could say that when you're sober. And for sure you would forget what happened by tomorrow morning, he said with a faint smile, shaking his head. Hana's lips curved into a small, drowsy grin. Maybe, maybe not, she murmured, her words blurring together as sleep began to pull her under. You'd be surprised what I remember. Yeah, Timothy replied quietly, leaning back a little. Then I'll hold you to that, Miss Seo. Her only answer was a soft hum as her eyes finally drifted shut, her breathing evening out within moments. The champagne and exhaustion had claimed her completely this time. Timothy sat there for a while, just watching. There was something oddly peaceful about seeing her like this. No sharp focus in her gaze, no guarded professionalism in her tone. Just Hana, stripped of her walls, resting in the calm after chaos. I almost fell into temptation, Timothy sighed, his voice barely above a whisper. He ran a hand through his hair, letting the weight of the moment sink in before glancing one last time at Hana. She was already fast asleep, her chest rising and falling in quiet rhythm, the faintest smile still tugging at her lips. He straightened his tie, forcing his composure back piece by piece. You'll thank me when you wake up, he murmured, half to her, half to himself. Pulling the door open, he stepped out into the hallway and exhaled deeply, shutting it gently behind him. The soft click of the lock felt like closing the lid on temptation itself. By the time he reached the elevator, the hum of music and chatter from below began to grow louder again. When the doors slid open to the grand ballroom, the warmth of light and sound washed over him. Waiters were still moving through the crowd, topping off glasses. Laughter echoed faintly under the fading tunes of the orchestra. Several guests turned toward him as he appeared before them, his familiar calm presence drawing attention. He wondered what would happen tomorrow when they saw one another. A faint knock of sunlight slipped past the curtains, landing on Hana's face. She groaned softly, stirring beneath the thick duvet of the Marriott suite. Her head throbbed, a dull, pulsing ache that made every sound sharper than it should have been. She blinked twice, her lashes heavy, before finally forcing her eyes open. The ceiling came into focus, first white, elegant, lined with a faint gold trim. Then the faint scent of perfume and champagne reminded her last night. No, she muttered weakly, shielding her face with her hand. Her memories were fragments dancing under soft lights, Timothy's warm hand at her waist, the smooth rhythm of the waltz. Then came the champagne, laughter, and a blur of conversations that melted together. After that, things got hazy. She remembered tripping on the way to the elevator, Timothy's arm around her, his voice telling her to rest. And then, the memory of his face, close enough that she could see the reflection of herself in his eyes. Her cheeks flushed. Oh my God, she whispered, sitting up suddenly before the motion made her wince. Ow. The hangover hit harder. She pressed her palms to her temples, trying to ground herself. Okay, calm down, Hana, she said to herself, her voice dry and quiet. Maybe it wasn't as bad as you think. Maybe you just fell asleep. After a few moments of stillness, she exhaled deeply and swung her legs off the bed. The cool marble floor stung her bare feet awake. She glanced at the bedside table. Her phone was there. She sat for a moment, staring at the sheets where she remembered him sitting, that brief, blurry image of Timothy leaning over her before he'd left. He must have gone right after she passed out. Of course he did, she murmured to herself. He's not that kind of man. Her gaze drifted to the clock on the bedside table, 8:10 a.m. She groaned quietly and dragged herself upright, clutching her temples. Her head throbbed faintly, not unbearable, but enough to remind her she'd pushed her limits. You're an idiot, Hana Seo, she muttered, standing slowly. The air conditioning felt cold on her bare skin as she crossed to the window and pulled open the curtains. Morning light flooded in, bathing the suite in warm gold. Manila sprawled beneath her, the hum of traffic, the glass towers gleaming, the city already alive with motion. She stood there for a moment, steadying herself. The night before played back in pieces, the waltz, the champagne, the laughter, the teasing, and then that almost kiss. Her cheeks flushed just thinking about it. I can't believe that happened, she whispered, pressing a palm to her face. She needed to get ready fast. In the bathroom, she turned on the shower. The hiss of water filled the room, steam curling against the mirror. Hana stepped under the stream, closing her eyes as the warmth cascaded down her shoulders. Slowly, the fog of last night, literal and emotional, began to lift. Get it together, she muttered, reaching for her shampoo. You're going to see him today, just. Act normal, professional. She washed quickly, toweled off, and stood before the mirror. Her reflection looked pale but composed. She fixed her hair, brushed her teeth, and started doing her makeup, just enough to cover the fatigue and add a hint of life back to her face. When she returned to the room, she opened the wardrobe and chose her outfit carefully, a crisp white blouse tucked into a navy pencil skirt, paired with a light beige blazer. The clothes made her feel grounded again, like herself. After slipping on her heels, she checked her phone, and there was a message from Timothy. See you in my unit room 504. We have something to discuss. Come at 8:20 a.m. Her eyes widened slightly. 8:20, she muttered, glancing back at the clock. 817. Are you kidding me? She scrambled to grab her bag, quickly checking her reflection in the mirror one last time. Hana slipped out of the suite and into the hallway. The air was cool, the faint scent of hotel polish lingering on the carpeted floor. Her heels clicked softly as she walked, her heart beating faster than it should have. By the time she reached the door of room 504, she paused to take a breath. Just act normal, professional. Pretend last night didn't happen. He probably already did. She knocked twice, light but clear. Come in, came Timothy's voice from inside. Hana pushed open the door, and the familiar scent of freshly brewed coffee hit her immediately. The unit was modestly spacious, more like a private executive suite than a hotel room. The curtains were drawn halfway, letting in a warm slant of light across the table where Timothy sat in a crisp white shirt, sleeves rolled up, laptop open in front of him. He looked up as she entered. "Morning, Miss Seo," he greeted evenly. Hana blinked, caught off guard by how normal he sounded. "Good morning, sir," she said, straightening her posture as she approached the table. "You can sit," he said, gesturing to the chair across from him. She nodded, setting her bag neatly beside her before sitting down. She half expected some hint of awkwardness, maybe a teasing comment, or even a glance that suggested he remembered the night before, but there was nothing. His expression was all business. "I wanted to talk about the Foundry site proposals," Timothy began, turning the laptop slightly so she could see the document. "I reviewed San Miguel's offer and Ayala's draft overnight. Both have merit, but there are some variables we need to weigh carefully." Hana nodded slowly, trying to push away the lingering tension in her chest. "So this is it. He's pretending nothing happened. Perfect." "Understood," she replied, pulling her tablet from her bag to take notes. "Do you want me to schedule follow-up meetings with their representatives?" "Not yet," Timothy said, tapping his pen thoughtfully against the desk. "I want a full comparative analysis of infrastructure readiness, logistics cost, and energy availability between Batangas, Cavite, and Laguna. Include possible water sourcing solutions. We'll need consistency for fabrication lines." Her fingers hovered over the tablet for a moment before she began typing. The sound of her stylus tapping against the screen filled the room. "Got it," she said after a moment. For a few minutes, neither spoke. But Hana couldn't help glancing up now and then, watching the way his brow furrowed slightly as he focused, the calm authority in his tone, the faint exhaustion under his eyes. Finally, Timothy broke the silence. "You didn't have breakfast yet, did you?" She blinked. "Yeah, no, not yet. I was in a rush." He nodded, closing his laptop. "Then I'll have room service send something up." "Are you feeling dizzy or anything? You drink quite a lot." Timothy smiled. "Did you remember anything before you passed out?" Hana tilted her head and pondered. Her memories of yesterday's events were still similar to what she had remembered earlier. "Well, I remember you taking me to my room and then I pass out. I'm terribly sorry for that, Mr. Guerrero." Timothy hummed, acknowledging her explanation. "So she didn't remember, huh? That's unfortunate. He was hoping she would because she said she might remember it. Well, that's it." June 1st, 2025. In the conference room in the headquarters of TG Motors Philippines in BGC. Executives from TG Motors Philippines were seated neatly around the oval conference table, suits pressed and tablets ready. At the far end, the large screen displayed a live connection to TG Mobility Holdings Singapore office, where Angela Cruz and several international board members appeared, each window glowing with faces of poised expectation. Timothy stood at the head of the table, hands clasped behind his back. Hana was seated to his right, a notepad open, stylus in hand, while other senior managers whispered quietly among themselves. This was the moment they had all been waiting for. "All right, everyone," Timothy began and added. "Today marks a historic milestone for TG Motors Philippines. Our car lineups will finally reach the public." He paused for a moment, glancing toward the screen where Angela smiled. "As of this moment," he continued, "we're not just launching vehicles. We're launching the future of Philippine-made electric mobility, the one that would beat the top brands in the automotive industry." Angela spoke next. "The websites and social platforms are fully synchronized and ready for activation. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok each platform will simultaneously broadcast the reveal video and the online showroom page. We've run multiple load tests. Everything's stable." "Excellent," Timothy said, nodding once. He turned to the local marketing team. "Status check. Servers operational," replied Paolo, the IT director. "Web analytics integrated. Pre-registration form live but hidden until launch. Video render locked," added the media head. "All visuals queued on countdown timers." Timothy glanced around the room, his eyes reflecting the faint glow of the large LED clock projected on the wall, 100,000 AM sharp. Angela smiled faintly from the screen. "Singapore's ready. Manila, are you?" Timothy took a breath, a small grin tugging at the edge of his lips. "We're ready." The lights dimmed slightly. On the main display behind Timothy, the company's logo appeared, a sleek silver TG Motors emblem against a black background, pulsing with the rhythm of an electric heartbeat. The digital timer began its final countdown. 10:98. executives exchanged glances. Cameras from the internal media team began rolling, capturing the moment for documentation. Hana watched silently, her heart racing with pride. She remembered being there from the beginning, those early nights in Subic, when the Gigafactory was nothing but scaffolding and blueprints. 321. Timothy placed his hand on the small red button built into the conference table. Its surface gleamed under the ceiling lights, an almost symbolic gesture of ignition. He pressed it. Click. In an instant, the main screen flashed white, then transitioned to the official TG Motors launch video. The footage opened with sweeping drone shots of the Subic Gigafactory, followed by cinematic pans of each model: TG Atmos, TG Valiant, TG Helios, TG Nova, TG Aster, TG Vortex, TG Titan, TG Horizon, and TG Valkyrie. Each vehicle rotated slowly against futuristic backdrops: ocean cliffs, forest highways, cityscapes at dusk. The soundtrack built a blend of orchestra and electric synth, evoking both innovation and pride. Then came the tagline, "The future of driving, built here for the world." At the same time, across millions of screens nationwide, Facebook pages refreshed, Instagram Reels lit up, YouTube channels premiered the same video, Twitter feeds exploded with auto-tag posts, TG Motors PH built in the Philippines Lithium X Revolution. Angela's voice came through the speakers, narrating over the video, introducing the new generation of electric vehicles from TG Motors Philippines, designed with precision, powered by Lithium X, made for tomorrow. Inside the boardroom, the executives broke into applause. Some clapped softly, others exchanged handshakes. Hana smiled faintly, her eyes reflecting the blue light of the display. Timothy didn't speak for a few seconds, he simply watched. The numbers on the analytics dashboard began to move rapidly: 100,000 site visitors, 20,000, then 50,000 in under 2 minutes. Angela grinned from the monitor. "We've just hit 65,000 unique visitors across platforms, and climbing." The PR manager, visibly thrilled, added, "Twitter's trending us already. First under TG Motors PH, second under Filipino Innovation." Timothy finally let out a slow breath, his calm breaking into a quiet, satisfied smile. "Good, keep monitoring engagement and pre-order leads. We'll release live statements within the hour." "Understood," Hana said, typing quickly on her tablet. Angela chimed in again, her expression glowing with excitement. "Congratulations, everyone. TG Motors has officially entered the market. From today forward, the Philippines is on the EV map." Timothy nodded, his voice carrying a sense of pride. "We're not just selling cars," he said. "We're proving that our country can lead in technology, not follow. Every TG vehicle that rolls out of Subic will carry more than a brand, it'll carry our story." Applause filled the room again, stronger this time. Then, as the noise died down, Timothy glanced toward Hana. Their eyes met briefly, professional, yes, but touched with quiet acknowledgement. They'd made it here together. He looked back to the team and straightened his tie. "All right, everyone, let's get to work." The world's watching. As the applause faded, a sudden pop echoed through the room, followed by a spray of golden bubbles. Everyone turned toward the source. One of the assistants had pulled the cork off a bottle of champagne, grinning widely. "A toast, sir, for the launch." Laughter rippled through the conference room. Timothy raised an eyebrow but couldn't help smiling. "Well, I suppose we've earned it." Another bottle was opened, and glasses quickly filled. The soft fizz of champagne replaced the hum of the air conditioning. Even the Singapore team could be seen on screen, holding their own glasses on the other end of the call. Angela lifted hers toward the camera, to TG Motors and to every sleepless night that made this possible. Timothy mirrored the gesture, raising his glass high, to progress, to innovation, and to everyone who believed we could do this. Crystal clinked against crystal. The executives drank, laughter filling the once serious atmosphere. For the first time in months, the room didn't feel like a war room of deadlines and pressure. It felt like triumph. Hana took a small sip, her eyes glancing at Timothy's reflection on the screen as he laughed with the others, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. The future had just begun. June 2nd, 2025, the morning after the launch. The world woke up to a storm of headlines. TG Motors Philippines shatters EV limits, 1,100 km range confirmed. Filipino-made cars outpace Tesla. BYD in range and charging speed. The LITHIUMX breakthrough, game changer from Southeast Asia. From Manila to Singapore, from Hong Kong to California, TG Motors was on every front page. News anchors spoke with wide-eyed disbelief as clips of the launch video played across morning broadcasts. The footage of the 9 vehicles, gleaming under studio lights, effortlessly elegant and futuristic, was replayed again and again, their specs listed like something out of science fiction. At 600 a.m., Philippine television networks were in overdrive. On ANC, the morning anchors were practically glowing with excitement. "Unbelievable," said veteran host Lexi Villanueva, holding up her tablet. "This is the first time a Filipino company has not just competed with, but possibly surpassed, global EV giants like Tesla and BYD in both technology and range. Her co-host added, 1,000 kilometers of range on a single charge. That's double what most EVs can do today. And with only a 10-minute fast charge, that's unheard of. In the background, a clip showed the TG Atmos gliding silently along the Subic test track, its sleek silhouette framed by the sea. In China, BYD's headquarters in Shenzhen held an emergency meeting. Chief Engineer Liu Jian frowned at the presentation slide in front of him. "Are we certain these numbers are real?" he asked, tapping the specs projected on the conference screen. His assistant nodded nervously. The figures were verified by multiple tech reviewers and reposted by global EV analysts. LithiumX appears to be a proprietary solid-state battery chemistry with a hybrid nano-lithium supercapacitor integration. It's beyond anything on our roadmap until 2030. Anyways, still can't confirm the full details. Silence filled the room. BYD's CEO, Wang Chunfu, leaned back slowly, crossing his arms. "A Philippine company," he murmured. "Range double ours and a tenth of our charging time. Unbelievable." Someone in the back added carefully, "They partnered with NVIDIA for semiconductor integration in their power management systems last quarter. That could explain their efficiency leap. But still, that was after when the TG motors were formed. Or maybe," Wang said, his expression hardening, "we've just underestimated them. That technology is disruptive to the market. That solves range anxiety for the prospecting car buyers. We'll have to figure out what technology LithiumX truly is and if we can copy and improve it on our own." All eyes turned on the CEO. "We are dominating the EV field with Tesla already doing the catch-up. We cannot let a new company get ahead of us in terms of technology. So what do you suggest we do?" "I suggest that once they are available, we import their models and see what technology they use to make their range doubled than our standards." Meanwhile, in the United States, over in Austin, Texas, inside Tesla's design headquarters, a different kind of silence filled the air. Elon Musk, scrolling through a tech feed, stopped when he saw the words TG LithiumX 10-minute charge 1,100 km range. He raised an eyebrow. "What the hell?" Franz von Haljosen, Tesla's chief designer, leaned over. "That's the Filipino startup we heard about months ago, right? TG Motors." "Yeah," Musk muttered, tapping the table. "I thought they were just a local assembler. But this," he gestured toward the screen, where the video of the TG Helios played the full-size luxury sedan gliding across a test track, its digital instrument cluster reading 1,102 km remaining range. Musk frowned, a half-smirk curling on his lips. "If that's real, then the world just skipped 5 years ahead." A young engineer piped up from across the room. "Their energy density must be at least 1,200 WHL, maybe more. No thermal degradation reported either." Elon leaned back, thoughtful. "Reach out to our battery research division. We're not letting a Southeast Asian company overtake us without a fight." But later that day, on Twitter, he broke the silence. "Impressive numbers from TG Motors. The future of sustainable transport is accelerating faster than expected. Respect." The tweet amassed millions of views in minutes, and many Filipinos flooded the replies with the Philippine flag emoji. Social media was exploding. On Facebook and Twitter, millions of Filipinos proudly shared the reveal video with captions like, "Finally, a Filipino brand leading the world in innovation. LithiumX tech is insane. This will change everything. Move over, Tesla. TG Motors just redefined the game." At the Department of Trade and Industry headquarters in Makati, officials watched the coverage with a mixture of astonishment and pride. The secretary herself reportedly called the president, saying, "Sir, this could be the dawn of a new industrial age for us." By mid-morning, TG Motors' official website crashed twice due to overwhelming pre-orders. In the first 12 hours, over 45,000 reservation inquiries were submitted, not only from Filipinos, but also from potential buyers across Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. In Tokyo, executives from Toyota and Nissan held an impromptu industry briefing. Their engineers examined TG Motors' LithiumX patents, which had been filed in Singapore and the Philippines. LithiumX, they made such an advancement on lithium-ion batteries. One senior researcher murmured, eyes wide, "And they've solved the dendrite issue completely." Another added, "Their 10-minute charge must be using a dual-phase current stabilization process. This is something no one's been able to implement without cell degradation." Meanwhile, in Seoul, Hyundai and Kia engineers watched with mixed feelings. A few months ago, they had dismissed TG Motors as a minor competitor, more of a regional novelty. Now their analysts projected a serious threat in the ASEAN market. In Germany, the headlines were just as intense. TG Motors outranges Mercedes EQE and BMW i5. At BMW's Munich office, a senior executive chuckled while reading a translated article. "Philippines, eh? Perhaps we should have looked east sooner." Volkswagen's research lab, meanwhile, immediately requested samples of LithiumX through a third-party supplier in Singapore, hoping to reverse engineer its composition, but failed to do so. but not everyone took it negatively. Merced's social media team posted a classy acknowledgement. Innovation knows no borders. Congratulations to TG Motors for their achievement. The EV revolution just got stronger. On Reddit, the tech community couldn't stop talking about it. Our electric vehicles and our futurology were flooded with posts. TG Motors just dropped a bombshell. A BEV with a 1,000-kilometer range and 10-minute charging. Tesla better wake up. Can we appreciate that this came from the Philippines? The underdog just went supernova. LithiumX tech is going to be studied in every university lab by next semester. YouTube reviewers were already reacting live. EV influencers like Fully Charged, Bjorn Nyland, and Jerry Rig Everything had uploaded reaction videos overnight. 1,100 kilometers, no hybrid, no range extender. Holy crap, one reviewer exclaimed mid-video. If this spec sheet is accurate, TG Motors just leapfrogged a decade of battery development. At TG Motors HQ the following morning, Timothy sat in his office, sipping black coffee as he watched the news reports flash across multiple screens. Hana entered, tablet in hand. Sir, overnight analytics show 2.6 million total impressions across all platforms, 40,000 confirmed pre-orders just from the Philippines. Timothy smiled faintly. And the rest of the world, another 120,000 site visits from outside the country. The Singapore and Malaysia regions report demand estimates beyond initial projections. He leaned back, eyes drifting toward the skyline of Bonifacio Global City. For a moment, he let the weight of it all sink in, from those long nights in the Subic site to this global explosion of recognition. Looks like we did it, Hana said softly, almost in disbelief. Timothy set his coffee down, turning to her with a calm, confident grin. No, he replied, we started it. Let's see how many cars will be ordered from our site. Outside, the Philippine flag waved above the headquarters, bright, proud, and reflected in the mirrored glass of a building now known across the world. TG Motors had done the impossible, and the world was watching. June 3, 2025. Inside the operations room of TG Motors Philippines headquarters in Bonifacio Global City, the atmosphere was electric. Screens lined the walls, each one showing live dashboards of sales analytics, heat maps, and regional order breakdowns. Executives and analysts moved in a hurried rhythm. The numbers were rising faster than anyone had projected. Sir, said Paolo, the IT director, we've crossed 100,000 pre-orders as of 9:15 a.m. and it's still climbing. Timothy turned from the panoramic glass window, coffee in hand, and walked toward the central table where multiple monitors displayed real-time graphs. Break it down by country, he said. Hana, standing beside him with her tablet, was already several steps ahead. As of the latest timestamp, here's what we have, she said, scrolling down her screen. Philippines 41,520 units, Thailand 26,300 units, Malaysia 18,450 units, Indonesia 14,280 units, Singapore 9,870 units. Paolo whistled under his breath. That's a combined total of over 110,000 units in less than 48 hours. Timothy's brows lifted slightly, his tone calm but his eyes gleaming. That's a factory's worth of demand before we've even rolled out a single showroom. Across the room, one of the marketing staff raised a hand. Sir, the most requested model is the TG Atmos, followed by the Vortex SUV and Valkyrie pickup. People love the range and affordability. The hashtags on TikTok and Instagram have exploded, over 50 million combined views under TG Motors PH. Angela Cruz appeared on the Singapore screen again, her background showing the bustling floor of TG Mobility's Southeast Asia headquarters. Timothy, the numbers here are phenomenal. You've broken every regional record for pre-launch vehicle reservations. Even Toyota and BYD never saw these figures for Southeast Asia within the first week. She zoomed her chart in on the feed. Thailand is reporting overwhelming consumer interest. Major auto reviewers are calling it the EV that redefines Southeast Asia's market balance. Even Malaysia's Motoring Times ran a headline this morning, TG Motors steals the electric crown. Timothy set his coffee down. Are we getting inquiries from dealerships? Yes, sir, Hana replied. We've received over 100 dealership partnership requests from the Philippines alone. Thailand and Malaysia are sending proposals through regional offices. Even a few large fleet buyers are asking for bulk orders for government and corporate use. Government? Timothy asked. Hana nodded. Thailand's Ministry of Transport sent an inquiry. They're exploring fleet electrification using TG Atmos and Vortex models. Same goes for Malaysia's Department of Energy. Want to test our vehicles for long-range patrol and logistics operations. Angela smiled faintly from the Singapore screen. Looks like we're becoming the Tesla of Southeast Asia, Timothy. He chuckled softly. No, Tesla is global. We're regional for now. Everyone in the room exchanged approving glances. By midday, TG Motors' website traffic had surged again. Servers briefly slowed under the weight of tens of thousands of visitors clicking through virtual configurators, customizing paint schemes, and comparing specs. Projection appeared on the central display, an animated line graph, climbing so steeply it almost looked surreal. "Sir," said Paolo, typing rapidly based on current patterns, "we're averaging one pre-order every 7 seconds. Pre-orders from Singapore just doubled," Hana added. Apparently their tech community is fascinated by the Lithium X battery. Tech bloggers are calling it the 10-minute miracle cell. They're saying we've solved every major limitation EVs ever had. Timothy exhaled slowly. "And we have." He looked at the growing chart again, numbers rolling upward like stock tickers. "Angela, how's media response in Singapore?" Angela switched her camera view, showing a news feed playing in the background. CNA, Bloomberg, and Reuters Asia all aired features this morning. "You've become the centerpiece of the ASEAN tech narrative. The TG Helios and Valkyrie are trending keywords across search engines." Even property developers are using TG Motors' success as an indicator of Philippine industrial confidence. Timothy nodded. "That's the kind of ripple effect I wanted to see." Later that afternoon, a smaller briefing was held with the C executives. Hana projected the updated order heat map on the conference screen. Bright red clusters lit up across Bangkok, Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, Cebu, and Manila hotspots of pre-sale activity. "This," Hana said, "is what a movement looks like." Samantha Estolas, the chief operating officer of TG Motors, began. "Subic Gigafactory will have to accelerate its assembly readiness. At this rate, the 6-month production forecast needs revision. We'll double the construction crews and have them work 24/7 to make sure the Gigafactory is built in 2026. Do what you must but still protect our proprietary. We are the first of the kind to have this battery with this specs. We don't want it falling to our rivals," Timothy said. "Now let's talk about the partnership contracts from domestic and abroad." "Yala reached out to us, right?" Timothy nodded thoughtfully. "Except but only under our terms. TG Motors remains the face of the brand. Yala will act as a logistics and retail facilitator, not a co-owner." Carlos smiled. "Understood, sir. They'll cooperate once we finalize the regional rollout timeline." Angela spoke next from Singapore. "Our team is also negotiating with Sime Darby in Malaysia and Indomabil in Indonesia for localized distribution. Both are eager to secure exclusivity for their respective territories. It seems everyone wants to be part of TG's success. Very well, let's do that." June 10, 2025, 1 week later, in the TG Motors headquarters, inside the executive room, Timothy was handling paperwork, signing and stamping documents left and right and then stacking them. While doing so, Hana stood near the presentation screen, holding a tablet and a neatly bound folder marked Orion Foundry Proposal Sites. "Sir," Hana began, "the proposal for the Orion Foundry sites is ready." San Miguel Corporation submitted 3 locations for consideration, all vetted by the Joint Assessment Team with NVIDIA's engineering consultants. She tapped the screen, and a detailed map appeared, 3 red markers highlighting Batangas, Clark, and Cebu. The Batangas site offers direct access to industrial ports and power grid stability. Clark provides air freight efficiency, but limited water resources. Cebu, on the other hand, has favorable tax policies and available manpower, though logistical costs are slightly higher. Timothy nodded slowly. "And NVIDIA's preference, they're leaning toward Batangas," Hana replied. Their team cited its ideal conditions for the high-capacity cooling and wafer logistics. It's close enough to Manila for management oversight, and San Miguel is willing to co-develop the power infrastructure through their subsidiary. She handed him another document. NVIDIA's representatives also requested an update on the chip design we're developing for the Orion architecture. They're preparing their production roadmap for commercialization, and they'll need a prototype outline soon. Timothy leaned back, fingers tapping lightly against the desk. "I'll need at least a week to finish the design draft, so let them wait for a while." "Understood," Hana said, taking quick notes on her tablet. "I'll inform them. As for the site, should we proceed with Batangas?" Timothy nodded. "Yes." "Batangas it is. Inform San Miguel that TG Mobility Holdings officially approves their proposed location. Have them start preliminary surveys and environmental clearance paperwork. I'll send the confirmation to NVIDIA's legal team within the day." "Right away, sir." There was a short silence as the sound of Manila traffic faintly filtered in through the glass. Then Hana switched to another document, its header embossed with foreign banking seals. "One more thing, sir," she continued. "Regarding our semiconductor enterprise, a consortium led by Singapore Development Bank and Mizuho Financial Group of Japan has expressed interest in becoming investment partners." Timothy raised an eyebrow. "How much are they putting in?" "They've offered a $2.4 billion combined investment for initial equity participation," Hana said, her voice steady. Their representatives were impressed by the collaboration with NVIDIA and the prospective success of our EV division. They see this as a strategic foothold for Southeast Asia's semiconductor independence. but I believe that there is a 14% stake reserved for the investments from other companies, right, and it is subject to mutual approval. Do inform NVIDIA first about those investors and have them come up with a reply. Yes, sir, I'll do that. Is there anything else? Timothy asked. None, sir, Hana replied, preparing to leave. But just as she was about to open the door, Timothy stopped her. Actually, there is one thing that I want to discuss with you. It's business related. Hana smiled as she turned around and looked at him curiously. I'm fine with personal matters, but if it's a business, then I'll have to hear it. Timothy gestured for her to stay and sat back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. I've been thinking, he began, setting his pen down. We've been expanding faster than expected. TG Motors is already in full swing. Our semiconductor enterprise is entering the design stage, and there are more projects coming. But we're still leasing this floor in a shared building in BGC. He added, it doesn't feel right anymore. We need something that's ours, not rented space, not temporary. I'm talking about our own skyscraper headquarters that carries the TG name and symbolizes what we've built. Hana blinked, momentarily surprised. Our own skyscraper. Timothy nodded slowly. Yes, a permanent headquarters, not just for TG Motors Philippines, but for every branch that follows: semiconductors, energy storage, AI research, everything under one roof. Hana stepped closer, intrigued. That's a major undertaking, sir, but it makes sense. We're scaling so fast that managing multiple divisions under separate buildings will become inefficient. Having a central command hub would streamline operations. He smiled faintly. That's what I was thinking too, something like Toyota's Woven City project, but vertical. A building that represents innovation, sustainability, and the new identity of Filipino engineering. Hana's eyes brightened as she quickly opened her tablet, already searching. If we're talking about corporate skyscrapers, I know several examples. Samsung built the Siacho Tower in Seoul, serves as the nerve center of their electronics division. Hyundai did something similar for their mobility headquarters. Even in the Philippines, SM and ALA have built signature towers to mark their legacy. She swiped through images and architectural diagrams, showing them to him. Oh, they looked nice. Timothy leaned forward, interest evident in his expression. Exactly what I want. A monument of progress. Something that would stand alongside the tallest in BGC. Well, sir, nothing's stopping you except the budget for it. Come on, we invest billions of dollars into our enterprise. A skyscraper won't be that expensive. I want you to find contractors who will design our skyscraper. Hana tilted her head thoughtfully, tapping her stylus against the tablet. Then we'll need a short list of top architectural firms, both local and international. I can reach out to Lindro V. Loxin Partners, Adia Philippines, and maybe Nikken Seke from Japan. They're experienced with sustainable high-rise developments. We could have preliminary concept designs within 2 months. Timothy nodded approvingly. Good. I'll get on it right away, Hana said, smiling faintly. We'll call it TG Tower. Timothy chuckled softly. Simple and strong. Yes, TG Tower, a symbol of what's to come. He looked out the window once more, the afternoon sun casting warm light across the skyline of Bonifacio Global City. His own skyscraper will be built here in this place, and he couldn't be more excited. It was going to be exhilarating. 5 days later, the boardroom of TG Motors Philippines had a different atmosphere today. The long glass table was no longer just lined with executives and analysts. It now hosted architects, engineers, and consultants. On the main display screen, digital renderings of skyscrapers rotated slowly in 3D, reflecting on the polished surface of the table like mirages of the future. Hana sat at her usual spot beside Timothy, tablet in hand, stylus poised for notes. Across from them sat representatives from Adia Philippines, the firm chosen to conceptualize and design the TG Tower project. The lead architect, Ramon Velasco, a man in his early 40s with sleek glasses and the calm confidence of experience, spoke first. Mr. Guerrero, Velasco began, it's an honor for our firm to take part in what will likely become one of the most significant architectural landmarks in Bonifacio Global City. We've reviewed your company's scale, brand vision, and projected growth, and we've developed preliminary data on feasibility, cost, and design strategy. Timothy leaned forward slightly, interested. Go on. Velasco nodded and turned toward the screen. A visual presentation began, showing a mock-up of BGC's skyline with a sleek, futuristic tower rising among it, glass, steel, and subtle silver accents forming an elegant spiral motif up its sides. This, Velasco explained, is the conceptual structure for TG Tower, a 76-story skyscraper standing approximately 340 meters high. Hana's eyes widened a little. 340 meters. That's almost as tall as the Grand Hyatt. Yes, Velasco replied with a nod, and it will be one of the tallest in the country upon completion. Structurally, the building can be divided into 4 major sections: corporate offices for TG Motors and your semiconductor operations, innovation labs and design studios, commercial leasing floors, and the executive penthouse level reserved for board and investor functions. Timothy crossed his arms, taking it in silently. How much are we talking about for construction? Velasco switched to the next slide. A breakdown of figures appeared. The projected total cost, including architectural design, construction, and mechanical electrical systems, is estimated at 38 billion, or roughly 650 million USD. That includes sustainable technologies such as vertical wind turbines, rainwater reclamation systems, and your own Lithium-X battery grid for self-sufficient power. Timothy nodded slowly. Okay, I like it when you integrate our battery. Well, thinking about that, I'm also planning to sell batteries like Tesla, their Powerwall. That's actually a great choice, sir, Velasco agreed, and I know you'd be doing the same, which is why I integrated it. The structure can be completed within 5 years, given proper funding phases, Velasco continued. We recommend a staggered development, breaking ground by mid-2026, completing the structural core by 2028, and final occupancy by early 2030. 5 years. Timothy repeated, that's quite long. We are building a gigafactory in just a year and it's massive, and you are saying that you can build the skyscraper for 5 years. Can you cut it down to 2? I'm sure others could build it in that timeframe. Velasco chuckled lightly, not out of disrespect, but with the knowing patience of a seasoned builder. I understand your concern, Mr. Guerrero. 2 years is possible, but only for smaller projects. For something of this scale and engineering complexity, even the most advanced construction firms would need at least 3 to 4 years to ensure quality and safety. We're talking about a superstructure with deep foundations, seismic resistance, and integrated sustainability systems. Rushing it could compromise long-term stability. Timothy leaned back, thoughtful. I see. So if I were to push for acceleration, say 30 months, what would that take? Velasco exchanged glances with his structural engineer, who adjusted his glasses before answering. It would require multiple construction crews working 24/7 in overlapping shifts, modular precast assembly, and perhaps even importing some components from Japan or South Korea. It can be done, but the cost could rise by 15 to 20%. Hana noted the figures quickly. That would bring the project close to 45 billion pesos. Timothy nodded slowly. Hana looked up from her tablet. Sir, if we do decide to accelerate, we could offset the extra cost through early leasing agreements. The earlier the structure opens, the sooner we start earning from the lower commercial floors. Velasco nodded approvingly. Exactly, which brings me to our next point. He tapped the remote, and the screen transitioned to a new slide showing the floor distribution plan. The lower 20 floors are commercial zones, he explained. These can be leased to restaurants, flagship stores, and high-end retail brands. You can also include a small luxury mall or an innovation expo hall showcasing TG Motors vehicles and Lithium-X products. These leases could bring an estimated 3 billion to 4 billion in annual revenue once occupancy stabilizes. Timothy looked interested. And the upper levels. The next 30 floors would be dedicated to TG Motors divisions, RD Labs, and the Orion Foundry's administrative offices. The top 20 floors are reserved for executive, investor, and partner spaces. These can also host exclusive suites, lounges, and meeting rooms. Think of it as a vertical ecosystem where your companies coexist and collaborate in real time. Hana added, so it's not just a corporate HQ, it's an economic hub. Velasco nodded. Precisely. And by renting out the lower sections, TG Tower pays for its own maintenance. With modern efficiency systems, the operational cost could be reduced by half compared to conventional skyscrapers. Timothy folded his arms. Maintenance is always the killer. What are we looking at annually? Approximately 1.1 billion, including security, HVAC, elevator systems, and energy management, the engineer replied. However, your Lithium-X systems would slash electricity costs significantly. In effect, TG Tower could be the first fully self-powered skyscraper in the region. Hana smiled. That would align perfectly with our brand message, Filipino innovation that powers itself. Exactly, Velasco said. We've even planned for external advertising screens built into the lower facade, powered by the same internal system. These could host TG campaigns or digital art displays. You can lease the space to partner brands for additional revenue. Timothy nodded, visibly impressed. You've thought of everything. Velasco inclined his head. We try to anticipate visionaries, Mr. Guerrero. The room filled with a quiet hum of conversation as the architects displayed cross-sections of the building, parking decks, sky gardens, vertical transport shafts, and even an observation deck on the 75th floor that overlooked the entire metro. Okay, let's do it. June 16, 2025, the following day, the rain had stopped just before noon, leaving the streets of Bonifacio Global City slick with reflections of glass towers and crossing headlights. Inside the TG Motors headquarters, the atmosphere was calm but heavy with anticipation. Everyone knew that today was historic, the formal signing of the TG Tower construction contract. The conference room, normally bright with activity, had been rearranged for the event. A polished mahogany table stood in the center, its surface gleaming under the soft lights. At the far end, 2 folders embossed with silver lettering rested on a leather mat. The documents inside represented the largest infrastructure investment in TG Motors' history. Timothy stood by the panoramic window, hands in his pockets, looking out over the city. Even with experience negotiating billion-dollar deals, something about this felt different. Maybe it was because this project wasn't just about expansion, it was legacy, a skyscraper that would bear his initials. Hana entered quietly, holding her tablet and a folder of supporting papers. "Sir, the representatives from ADIA have arrived," she said with her usual calm tone. Timothy nodded and turned away from the window. "Good, let's get started." Moments later, the door opened again, in anger. Ramon Velasco walked in, accompanied by two project engineers, a legal counsel, and a finance manager. They greeted everyone politely before taking their seats. Velasco's demeanor was as composed as always, but there was a glint of excitement in his eyes. This was the kind of contract architects dreamed of. "Good afternoon, Mr. Guerrero," Velasco began, extending his hand. "It's an honor to finalize this partnership. I trust everything has been reviewed." Timothy shook his hand firmly. "Yes. I've gone through the revised proposal. Everything looks solid. Let's make this official." As they sat, Hana distributed copies of the finalized contract across the table. Each document bore the title, design and construction agreement for TG Tower, TG Motors Philippines x ADIA Philippines. The room fell into a focused silence as Velasco flipped open the first page. His team began reviewing the sections aloud for final transparency: project scope, timeline, funding tranches, deliverables, and liability clauses. Phase 1, Velasco read, covers structural and geotechnical groundwork. Will begin soil testing and site clearance within 60 days of the signing. Estimated duration, 6 months. Phase 2, his engineer continued, involves the foundation and lower-level framework. That's projected to run from early 2026 to late 2027, with accelerated modular assembly if weather conditions remain favorable. Hana listened closely, marking down key milestones. And the funding schedule follows completion percentage, correct. 20% upfront, then subsequent releases every 20% completion milestone. Exactly, Velasco confirmed. The initial $7.6 billion will cover design finalization, permits, materials procurement, and site mobilization. Timothy leaned back slightly. "That's fine. I've already instructed our finance division to release the first tranche through our central holdings account. You'll have confirmation by next week." Velasco nodded gratefully. "We appreciate your trust, sir. It's rare to see a local company move with this kind of decisiveness." Timothy smirked faintly. "When I say I want something built, I mean it." There was a brief chuckle from the table, but the air soon returned to business. The conversation turned to building specifications. The chief structural engineer presented a large blueprint showing the building's internal systems, power grids, emergency backups, and logistics routes. "TG Tower's electrical load will be fully powered by your in-house LithiumX system," he explained. "We're also integrating an automated building management system to monitor temperature, lighting, and power distribution in real time. It will reduce energy waste by up to 35. Timothy nodded approvingly. "Understood," Velasco said with a slight bow. "We've already included the TG Innovation Center in the main lobby, a space where you can showcase your vehicles, batteries, and semiconductor components. Visitors will experience TG's ecosystem from the moment they enter." "Okay." Timothy tapped a finger on the table. "And about the commercial floors, have you finalized which levels are for leasing?" Velasco brought up the layout diagram on a small projector. "Levels 1 to 20 will be dedicated to retail and dining. We've designed multi-level atriums and sky lobbies to attract high-end brands. Think of it like a vertical greenbelt, modern, open, and accessible from street level." Timothy smiled faintly. "The goal is to make TG Tower a destination, not just an office." The architect nodded. "That aligns with our design philosophy. It will have direct integration with pedestrian walkways and underground parking spanning 4 levels. Once completed, it'll accommodate nearly 3,000 vehicles." 3,000, Hana repeated, impressed. "Yes, ma'am," the engineer replied. "And with your LithiumX technology, the tower can function as its own charging ecosystem for EVs. It'll be the first of its kind in the country, a fully integrated smart tower." Timothy leaned forward slightly, intrigued. "We'll make the lower levels a test ground for our TG chargers then." "Good work." The team moved to the next topic, sustainability and profit structure. "Annual maintenance," Velasco summarized, "is projected at $1.1 billion, but your internal energy systems will reduce the cost significantly. With retail and office leasing, projected net income will exceed $3 billion per year. In roughly 12 to 13 years, the tower will have paid for itself entirely." Timothy signed one of the papers in front of him as he listened. "That's acceptable. Profit isn't the main goal, the symbol is." Velasco smiled. "And it will be one, sir. TG Tower will redefine how Filipino companies see corporate identity." Once the review was done, Hana stood up and handed a silver pen to Timothy. "Everything's been verified, sir. We're ready for signatures." Timothy took the pen. Across from him, Velasco's team did the same. The air grew still. Cameras clicked as documentation officers from TG's legal department began recording the moment. Timothy flipped to the last page of the contract and signed his name with deliberate strokes. Timothy Guerrero, Chief Executive Officer, TG Mobility Holdings. Velasco followed, signing his name below the seal of Adia Philippines. Then came the witnesses, Hana among them, adding her signature neatly beside the corporate stamp. When the final page was sealed, the room erupted in polite applause. "It's official," Velasco said, smiling broadly. "The TG Tower project has begun." Timothy rose to shake his hand once more. "Congratulations, Enger, Velasco. You'll be remembered as the man who built the foundation of something greater." Velasco chuckled modestly. "And you, sir, as the man who dared to dream it." A photographer stepped forward to take formal photos of the signing. Timothy and Velasco stood side by side, the render of the tower displayed proudly behind them. After that, they left, leaving Hana and Timothy alone. "Sir, congratulations on your tower." Well, it was fast. "The fact that they already have a design is astonishing. They may have prepared for it the moment I called," Hana said and continued. "Sir, about the chip, only 1 day left." "Oh yeah, about that. Let's get it prepared." Same day evening at one Sarandra residence, 18th floor. Timothy was in their unit along with his mother and little sister, Evelyn and Angela. His mother was cooking food for them in the kitchen, and the smell of the chicken adobo was already wafting in the air, hitting his nose and causing his stomach to rumble. "How much longer, Ma?" Timothy asked. "It'll be done in 2 minutes," Evelyn replied. Timothy glanced at Angela, who was doing her homework. She was studying at one of the prestigious university in the BGC, Everest Academy. "How was school, Angela?" Timothy asked. "It's fine. I made a lot of friends, and they all speak English, which is hard for me to communicate, but I can manage." Timothy smiled. "That's good to hear. If someone is bullying you there, just tell me. I'll teach them a lesson, okay?" "Oh, brother, no one is going to bully me there. Everyone knew you as the CEO of this technology company that is making waves in the country." "Well, good thing they do. They are rich students for a reason," Timothy chuckled. "But am I not a rich student?" Angela titled her upright. "You are, but we was once poor. But that's beyond our past now." "All right, dinner's ready," she said, her voice bright and motherly as she placed the bowl at the center of the table. "Angela, put away your notebook first. You can finish your homework later." Angela obeyed immediately, sliding her papers into her school bag. "Okay, Ma." Timothy stood and helped his mother with the rest of the dishes: garlic rice, a small plate of lumpiang Shanghai, and a fresh tomato salad drizzled with calamansi. "Smells great," he said, genuinely impressed. Evelyn chuckled softly. "It should. I don't get to cook for you both often anymore. You're always busy in your meetings and Angela's out late with school." Timothy smiled, taking a seat. "That's true. I've been surviving on Hana's takeout orders and office food." "Well," Evelyn said as she sat down across from him, "then tonight you'll eat properly." Angela giggled. "Kuya's company is famous now, Ma. Maybe he can hire a private chef." Timothy shook his head, amused. "No chef can beat your cooking, Ma." Evelyn smiled at that, the lines around her eyes softening. "You always know what to say." Angela spooned adobo onto her plate. "Brother, is it true you're building a skyscraper?" Timothy glanced up, surprised. "Who told you that?" "I saw it on my phone. It was trending on TikTok." "Tower, the future of Filipino innovation." Evelyn raised a brow. "Already trending? That's your company." Timothy chuckled lightly. "Yeah, that's ours. We just signed the contract yesterday." Angela looked awestruck. "Wow, so we'll have our own building, not just ours," he said. "It'll be for the company. You can show off to your friends once they're completed." Evelyn's expression softened. "I remember when we couldn't even afford rent," she said quietly. "And now you're talking about towers." Timothy looked down, smiling faintly. "Those days remind me why I don't stop." She reached across the table, resting her hand on his. "Just don't lose yourself, son. Success is good, but don't forget to breathe and live a little." He met her eyes and nodded. "I won't, Ma." Angela, already halfway through her meal, looked up with a grin. "As long as we still have dinner nights like this." Timothy laughed. "Deal. And Mother, I have something to ask." "What is it?" "You are always at home, right? Isn't that boring to you?" "Now that you mentioned it, yes, it is kind of boring since I don't have to work for money anymore and everything is provided. Still, I love the part that I'm still serving both of you with my cooking and making sure everything looks clean. Mama is the one who always picked me up from the school via grab car." "Yeah, grab a car, huh? Thinking about it, I haven't gave you guys a car and a personal driver. I'll put it on my list so that way you have the hassle of booking for every trip you want to make. You can just call your personal driver and they'll take you there." "Really, brother?" "Yay," Angela cheered. "How about running a business?" Timothy added, "Any business that you want to do. That way you won't feel bored." Evelyn paused mid-bite, the question catching her off guard. "A business," she repeated, her brow creasing slightly in thought. I haven't really thought of that in years." Timothy leaned back, curious. "You've managed money well before, Ma. You used to handle small sellings back when things were hard. Maybe something that fits you, simple but steady." Evelyn smiled faintly, her eyes drifting as memories flickered across her face. "You know, before, when you were still in college, I used to dream of owning a small sari-sari store. just a place where I could sell rice, canned goods, snacks, and soap, nothing fancy, just the kind of shop mothers always run in their neighborhoods. A grocery business is perfect for people like me. Angela looked up from her food, interested. A grocery, like a convenience store. Evelyn chuckled. A bit more than that, son, something homely. People come to buy food for their kids or maybe borrow a bit of sugar, a place where neighbors talk and share stories. But now she looked around the high-rise condo. I guess those days are gone. Timothy smiled. They don't have to be. If you want that kind of business, we can make it happen. His mother blinked, surprised. You're serious? He nodded confidently. Of course. If that's what you want, I'll help you build it, but not just a small sorry store. Think bigger, Ma, a grocery chain, something that can rival Purigold or SM Hypermarket. Angela's eyes widened. Wait, you're saying Mama could be the owner of a supermarket? Timothy grinned. Exactly. A modern, homegrown grocery brand managed by her. You know how many people would love a Filipino-run chain that treats customers like family? Evelyn laughed softly, though disbelief colored her tone. Timothy, you're always thinking too big. I just wanted a small store to keep myself busy, not an empire. That's how every empire starts, Timothy replied with a smirk. So that's a deal, okay? Okay. Evelyn let out a chuckle. Same day, 10 o'clock in the evening. His mother and little sister were sleeping, but inside Timothy's room, everything was still. He sat before his desk, laptop open, the blue glow reflecting on his face. He had just finished sending off several business reports, final submissions for the day, and was now staring at the black ceiling, mind heavy with tomorrow's challenge. Tomorrow, he needed to present a chip design, not just any design, but the foundation of their semiconductor future. NVIDIA had already expressed their confidence in his team, but Timothy knew that what they expected was innovation, not imitation. He couldn't hand them an average architecture. It had to be something that screamed 5 years ahead. He rubbed his temples and muttered to himself, time to make something extraordinary. With that, he reached over and pulled open a small drawer on his table. Inside lay a familiar piece of technology, a slightly worn but intact NVIDIA RTX 5070i, one of the last generation GPUs released before TG Mobility began its partnership with NVIDIA. He held it carefully, the metallic surface gleaming faintly under his desk lamp. The RTX 5070i wasn't just another graphics card. It was a high-performance GPU built on NVIDIA's Lovelace refresh architecture, featuring 24 GB of GDDR7 VRAM, a 7nm fabrication process, and 20,480 CUDA cores optimized for both real-time ray tracing and AI workloads. Its base clock was 2.3 GHz with a boost clock reaching nearly 2.9 GHz. It had a 512-bit memory bus and was one of the first GPUs capable of efficiently balancing AI inference and gaming performance. Even though it was a few years old by now, its foundation remained solid, an engineering marvel, a perfect candidate for re-engineering. You've served your time, buddy, he whispered. Now let's make you the prototype for the next generation. He activated his reconstruction system. A soft tone rang. Reconstruction system active. Target detected. NVIDIA RTX 5070i GPU Lovelace refresh architecture. Awaiting command prompt, Timothy's eyes focused. The system could reconstruct anything, but its power relied entirely on precision. The more specific the prompt, the more perfect the result. He took a deep breath and spoke clearly. Reconstruction system, modify this NVIDIA RTX 5070i into an advanced quantum hybrid processor. Target performance level, 5 years ahead of 2030 commercial GPU standards. Integrate neuromorphic synapse logic for parallel computation. Upgrade transistor density to 3nm graphene-infused architecture. Replace GDDR7 with unified HBM7 memory stack, 64 GB capacity. Introduce dual AI cores for real-time predictive rendering and deep learning acceleration. Integrate self-optimizing quantum link interface for autonomous workload balancing. Energy efficiency increase, 70. Latency reduction, 85. Show blueprints and schematics and process to make this technology. Final classification, Orion Quantum Neural Processor, Model XQ1. Begin reconstruction. The system beeped. The air around the desk shimmered. The GPU began to vibrate gently, its components detaching at a molecular level, disassembling into a floating lattice of gold and carbon filaments. The green circuit board melted into a matrix of light, as though reality itself was being rewritten. Timothy's eyes reflected the transformation, the copper traces becoming living streams of energy, rearranging into fractal geometries. The old chip silicon core split apart, revealing a radiant microcore pulsing with blue-white energy. A soft click echoed. The light faded. What remained on his palm was no longer a 5070i, it was something entirely new. Sleek, black, and elegant, with intricate gold filigree lines running across its surface like veins of energy. The central chip glowed faintly with a blue hue, and on one corner, tiny silver letters engraved themselves, AURION XQ1, Another thing that came out with it was the papers containing the blueprints, schematics, and the process to make one. However, he'll check it later. For now, his focus was on the chip. Timothy turned it over, stunned. The casing had transformed into a composite alloy, graphene, titanium, and an iridescent nanoceramic layer that resisted heat and electromagnetic interference. The power connectors were replaced by a universal adaptive interface that could link seamlessly to any motherboard or supercomputer array. He placed the new chip into a test socket on his rig. The system recognized it instantly. Device detected, Orion Quantum Neural Processor XQ1. Fabrication node, 3nm graphene hybrid. Cores, 84,000 synapse, units 2 quantum AI cores. Memory, 64 GB, unified HBM7. Power draw, 210W max efficiency mode. Estimated performance, plus 620 versus RTX 6090. Peak theoretical output, 220 TFLOPS quantum hybrid mode. Timothy exhaled slowly. Holy hell, he ran a quick stress test. The holographic monitor displayed the results in real time, rendering benchmarks, AI inference models, and quantum predictive mapping. The chip ran flawlessly. Temperatures barely hit 40 C. Power consumption stayed minimal. The neural synaptic array inside the chip dynamically adapted to workloads, predicting computations before they occurred. It was as if the chip thought for itself. This isn't just a GPU, he whispered. It's an intelligent processor. He pulled up the 3D model of the architecture. The design was breathtaking, a hexagonal lattice core surrounded by quantum loops, each channeling data streams simultaneously through multiple parallel dimensions of logic. The Orion XQ1 wasn't just 5 years ahead, it was possibly a decade beyond anything NVIDIA, AMD, or Intel had ever envisioned. He grinned faintly. Tomorrow, they're going to lose their minds. Careful as if handling something alive, Timothy slipped the Orion XQ1 into an anti-static pouch and tucked the pouch into the lined compartment of his briefcase. Beside it, the schematics printed themselves into neat stacks the way the system liked to be helpful. He set them face down and wrapped a simple rubber band around the bundle. Tomorrow would be business, not spectacle. He'd let the numbers and the chip do the talking. He powered down the rig, the room stepping back into silence. For the first time that night, the adrenaline ebbed, the exhaustion he'd been postponing moved in like a tide. Still, sleep didn't come easily. He lay on his back and watched the ceiling. He imagined what would happen tomorrow. It would be like how all of this started, from NVIDIA being shocked by the technology. Well, this is going to be exhilarating. June 17, 2025. At the BGC headquarters of the TG Motors Philippines, Timothy and Hannah were facing NVIDIA representatives who just flew from Los Angeles, California for this meeting. You sure you guys don't want any rest? It must have been a long flight from the United States to the Philippines, Timothy said. We don't need it. What we want is the chip. Now do you have it? Of course, Timothy replied calmly, gesturing toward the sleek carbon fiber briefcase resting on the glass conference table. But before I show you what we've built, I want to make sure you're ready for what you're about to see. The lead representative, a tall, clean-shaven man in a gray suit, exchanged a glance with his colleague. Mr. Guerrero, he said in a crisp Californian accent, we've seen every kind of next-gen prototype pitched to us this year. Unless it bends time and space, I don't think we'll be surprised. Timothy gave a small nod, then unlatched the briefcase. The quiet click of the locks echoed through the boardroom. He lifted the lid, and there it was, the Orion XQ1, encased in anti-static glass, glowing faintly with that distinctive blue hue. The NVIDIA representatives leaned forward almost instinctively. This, Timothy began, isn't just another GPU. It's an evolved processor. A fusion of neuromorphic logic and quantum computation. The Orion Quantum Neural Processor Model XQ1. The man in the gray suit scoffed lightly. Quantum computation. At that scale, that's marketing exaggeration. Timothy simply smiled. Then I'll let the numbers speak for themselves. He lifted the glass casing carefully and handed it to Hannah, who placed the chip into the demonstration rig set up beside the projector screen. The TG Motors logo blinked once before fading into an interface full of diagnostics. Within seconds, data filled the display. Device detected, Orion Quantum Neural Processor XQ1. Fabrication node, 3nm graphene hybrid. Cores, 84,000 synapse, units 2 quantum AI cores. Memory, 64 GB, unified HBM7. Power draw, 210W max efficiency mode. Performance output, plus 620 versus RTX 6090. The Americans froze. Timothy walked around the table. You're looking at a processor that's roughly a decade ahead of the market curve. It's built not only for performance but for adaptation. The neural architecture allows it to predict computational demands before they occur. One of the engineers, a woman in her 30s, frowned and leaned in. Predictive computation. That's beyond neuromorphic theory. It shouldn't be possible without data caching. Exactly, Timothy said, but it doesn't cache. It observes the AI cores generate real-time pattern models. In short, he looked at her with a faint grin. It learns. Hana tapped her tablet, opening a live stress test. The projector hummed as simulations began to run 3D renders, deep learning models, photorealistic ray-traced frames, all at speeds that defied conventional limits. The graphs shot upward. Processing load, 99.8. Temperature, 39.4 C. Energy efficiency, 72, higher than baseline. The senior NVIDIA engineer's mouth fell open slightly. This thing's not throttling, no fluctuation, no latency spike. How? Timothy clasped his hands behind his back. Graphene-infused architecture with nanoceramic cooling layers. It doesn't just conduct electricity, it redirects heat. You could run a full AI simulation on this thing and it wouldn't break a sweat. The gray-suited representative slowly sat down, expression unreadable now. Mr. Guerrero, he said after a pause, this technology, it's years ahead of anything we've even theorized. You're saying this was designed in-house? Timothy met his eyes, completely. Every line, every circuit, every logic core, he added. Now I'm sure with our partnership we can commercialize this chip together for our semiconductor enterprise. This will be the chip that will train AI of the future and power the game engines, neural accelerators, and AI-driven design tools of the next decade, Timothy finished. Now that I hold the end of my bargain, then we have no problems proceeding forward, right? Timothy said as he sat on his chair. We will begin production of this chip the moment our foundry, which is set to stand in Batangas. You can now report back to your CEO about your findings on this meeting. Yes, sir. Daniel nodded his head. Well, for that, how about a toast? Timothy glanced up to Hana. Hana, would you be so kind as to get us a wine that we can drink to celebrate this day? Timothy finished, leaning back in his chair. Hana gave a soft nod, a smile tugging at her lips. Yes, sir. She moved gracefully toward the cabinet near the corner of the room, where a few select bottles were displayed, gifts from previous international partners. She chose a crimson bottle of Shadow Margaux 2015, its label shimmering under the white ceiling light. This should do, she said, retrieving 3 crystal glasses. Daniel chuckled as she poured. You really came prepared for this meeting, didn't you, Mr. Guerrero? Timothy smiled faintly. Let's just say I had a feeling this would go well. Hana handed him a glass first, then one to Daniel, who accepted it with a nod of appreciation. The others followed, murmuring softly among themselves as the tension of the earlier discussion began to fade into quiet satisfaction. To partnership, Timothy said, raising his glass. To the future, Daniel replied. The glasses clinked gently. The sound was crisp, echoing lightly in the modern silence of the conference room. Hana sipped hers lightly, glancing at the glowing Orion XQ1 resting safely inside its glass case. The faint hum of its quantum circuitry was barely audible, but it felt alive, like it was listening. Hard to believe this tiny thing could change the world, one of the NVIDIA engineers muttered. Timothy turned to him. That's what they said about the microchip in 1971. We're just repeating history, only faster this time. Daniel set his glass down, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Mr. Guerrero, you've made history today. NVIDIA has worked with dozens of partners, but no one has ever given us a glimpse of what's next. The world will remember this day. Timothy smiled faintly. I'm counting on it, because when the Orion Foundry launches, it won't just mark a leap in computing, it'll mark the birth of a new industry. He turned toward the window, looking out over Bonifacio Global City's skyline as the sun dipped low behind the towers. The golden light spilled across the table, reflecting off the surface of the wine and the metallic gleam of the processor. This is only the beginning, he said quietly. From here on out, the world will run on Orion. The year that followed was nothing short of transformation. June 20th, 2026, a humid Friday morning in Metro Manila. The skyline of Bonifacio Global City shimmered beneath a pale sun. Cranes dotted the horizon, one of them towering over the skeletal frame of what would soon become TG Tower. It was still months away from completion, its steel ribs piercing upward toward the sky. Workers in orange vests moved like ants below the massive scaffolding. Across the bay in Batangas, construction was also in full swing. The Orion Semiconductor Foundry, the future heart of TG Mobility's chip manufacturing, stood half complete, its cleanroom frames already sealed in glass, but its reactor halls still a maze of pipes and conduits. But while the skyscraper and the fab were still being built, one part of Timothy Guerrero's empire had already begun moving, TG Motors Philippines, the 28 GWH Gigafactory in Subic. A convoy of delivery trucks waited near the loading bays, each wrapped in TG blue with bold white lettering, made in the Philippines. Forklifts rolled in and out, loading crates stamped Atmos, Vortex, and Valiant. Workers posed for photos, proud and tired, the culmination of months of work. Timothy's helicopter, an ACH-175, touched down on the elevated pad overlooking the site. As he stepped out, the scent of metal, resin, and salt air filled his lungs. Hana was already there, tablet in hand, flanked by the plant director, Enger. "Morales." "Morning, sir," Morales greeted, shouting slightly over the wind. "We're on schedule. The first 1,000 battery packs have cleared quality checks. The next batch will ship to dealerships by tomorrow." Timothy nodded. "Good. How are the production lines holding up?" 78% automation now," Morales replied. "Human oversight only for diagnostics and calibration. Efficiency's up by 32% since March." They moved toward the viewing deck, the sound of machinery echoing through the open hangar. Below them, a completed TG Atmos frame glided along the assembly rail, robotic arms fixing the lithium-X packed beneath its chassis. Sparks flew, followed by the low hum of power flowing into the system for the first time. Hana smiled faintly. "A year ago, this was just blueprints and dirt. Now it's the start of an industry," Timothy said quietly. From Subic, finished vehicles were loaded onto transport carriers bound for Metro Manila. The roads connecting the port to the expressway had been repaved under TG's own logistics arm, allowing the first convoy of cars to reach the city in under 3 hours, a record turnaround for domestic production. By afternoon, Timothy was back in the TG Motors BGC showroom. The dealership floor was alive with customers receiving their units, each one handed a black envelope containing their smart key card. He shook hands, posed for photos, and exchanged a few words with each owner, engineers, doctors, young entrepreneurs, all proud to own something designed and built in their own country. "Keep track of sales, including the exported ones," Timothy said as he adjusted his tie, his gaze drifting toward the display window of the TG Motors BGC flagship showroom. Hana, standing nearby with her ever-present tablet, gave a small nod. "Already compiling them, sir." She tapped quickly on the screen, scrolling through real-time figures sourced from TG dealerships across Southeast Asia. The numbers just came in from the main logistics server in Subic. Timothy turned slightly, his interest sharpening. "Let's hear it." Hana took a deep breath, as if preparing herself for the scale of what she was about to say. As of today, June 20th, 2026, TG Motors has officially delivered 183,247 units across Southeast Asia. The background noise in the showroom seemed to fade as Timothy raised an eyebrow. "Say that again." Hana read from the screen, line by line. Philippines 87,560 units delivered, with another 14,300 currently in transit from Subic and Cebu ports. Thailand 41,920 units delivered, primarily Atmos and Vortex models. Malaysia 26,870 units with a backlog of nearly 5,000 pending customs clearance. Indonesia 18,540 units, mostly the Nova and Valiant sedans adapted for right-hand drive. Singapore 8,357 units, but high interest in the Helios and Horizon series. Demand far exceeds allocation. She looked up, smiling faintly. And that's just the confirmed deliveries. If we count ongoing shipments and pre-booked orders, we're looking at over 230,000 units total. Timothy exhaled slowly, a small smile creeping across his face. 230,000. From pre-sales that started barely a year ago. "Exactly," Hana replied. "To think we started with just 41,520 units for the Philippines, 26,300 in Thailand, 18,450 in Malaysia, 14,280 in Indonesia, and 9,870 in Singapore." She flicked her finger across the chart, and the bars stretched upward, representing their current growth. "We've tripled the original pre-sale figures in under 12 months. Not bad for a company barely out of its first year of mass production," Timothy said, folding his arms. "Sir, don't forget you have a meeting with Ayala Corporation for the nationwide EV charging station initiatives," Hana reminded. "Oh, okay, let's go with that," Timothy said as he stepped out of the showroom where the MPV of the TG Motors, a white TG Horizon, was parked. He stepped inside of the MPV and sat at the captain's chair. Hana sat also at one of the captain's chairs, and the guard outside slid the door closed. This variant of TG Horizon only has 2 seats, perfect for the 2 of them. "Driver, please take us to the Ayala Corporation headquarters," Hana instructed. The driver nodded, the quiet hum of the electric motor filling the air as the TG Horizon eased out of the TG Motors BGC complex. The MPV glided along 32nd Street, its adaptive suspension softening every bump. Inside, the cabin was silently the faint sound of the city outside filtered through the laminated glass. Timothy leaned back on the plush seat, crossing one leg over the other. "So, what's the agenda with Ayala?" he asked. Hana scrolled through her tablet. "They're finalizing the EV charging infrastructure partnership under the Pulse Grid initiative. The goal is to install over 6,000 charging stations nationwide by the end of next year, starting with Luzon's expressways and malls. They want TG Motors as the primary supplier for both the chargers and battery technology." Timothy smirked. "That's good. Their mall network is perfect for that rollout. SM might follow once they see it working. Hana nodded. Exactly. The first phase involves 350 fast chargers for Luzon alone, then will expand to Visayas and Mindanao. They've already secured locations along NLEX, SLEX, and the new Subic-Clark-Tarlac corridor. The MPV slowed as traffic thickened near EDSA. Outside, a dozen TG Atmos sedans and Vortex SUVs were visible in traffic, their distinctive DRLs glowing blue-white among the sea of conventional cars. It was surreal a year ago. None of them existed on these roads. Timothy watched them pass. It's starting to look like the future. A few minutes later, the horizon pulled into the drop-off bay of the Ayala Tower 1 in Makati. The building gleamed beneath the afternoon sun, its entrance lined with suited executives and security. A valet opened the door for them. Timothy stepped out, straightening his jacket. Inside the lobby, they were greeted by Mr. Luis Navarro, the senior VP for Ayala Infrastructure Development, a man in his 50s with a practiced corporate smile. Mr. Guerrero, Ms. CEO, Navarro said warmly, "Welcome. We've been following your progress. Congratulations on the launch day." Luis Navarro smiled and gestured toward the elevator. "This way, please. The team's been waiting." About 3 minutes later, they arrived at the executive floor and was escorted to a room. Inside, the Ayala Infrastructure Boardroom was a modern blend of oak and glass, lined with large LED panels displaying the Pulse Grid Initiative logo, a stylized lightning bolt interwoven with the Ayala A. Several executives were already seated, including representatives from Ayala Land, ACEN Renewables, and Globe's Technology Division. As Timothy and Hana took their seats across the table, a few heads turned, curiosity and respect mingling in their eyes. TG Motors had become the name on everyone's lips, and now it was entering the infrastructure space. He nodded to his assistant, who dimmed the lights. A presentation began on the large screen. Pulse Grid Phase 1 overview: 6,000 charging stations, nationwide 20,262,028. Fast charging, 350 kW lithium-X units. Target coverage: expressways, malls, tech parks, tourist corridors. Integration: TG App Network plus Ayala Pulse Bay System. Timothy leaned forward slightly. Impressive rollout plan. How many of these will be operational by the end of 2026? Navarro turned to the chart. We're aiming for 1,200 by December, primarily across Luzon. Metro Manila will host 400, with another 300 along major expressways. The rest will be distributed in Visayas and Mindanao pilot sites. Hana nodded approvingly. That matches our vehicle density projections. By Q4 next year, TG expects over 150,000 EVs on Philippine roads. Accessibility to charging will determine adoption. Exactly, Navarro said. That's where TG comes in. We want TG's proprietary chargers and lithium-X battery modules integrated as the backbone of Pulse Grid's fast charging network. Timothy crossed his arms, thoughtful. So Ayala provides the real estate, logistics, and grid permits, and TG supplies the hardware. Correct, Navarro confirmed. Our role will focus on infrastructure deployment, mall parking, highway rest stops, and commercial zones. Your team handles the technology side, charger production, energy storage, and network maintenance. Another executive from ACEN Renewables chimed in. We'll also supply 40 of the electricity from renewable sources, primarily solar and wind. We can use your Subic battery packs to stabilize off-peak charging demand. Timothy exchanged a quick glance with Hana. It was exactly the kind of synergy they wanted. All right, Timothy said, let's talk specifics. Power rating per station. Each major hub will feature 3 350 kW fast chargers and 4 120 kW standard chargers. That gives flexibility for both long-haul and city users. With lithium-X's thermal regulation, we can sustain full output without power drop, even in tropical heat. Hana smiled faintly. We've tested that. At 38°C ambient temperature, our 350 kW chargers maintain 96 efficiency for continuous operation. No throttling. Navarro raised an eyebrow, impressed. That's higher than anything we've seen from imported models. Timothy nodded. We've been refining the design. The chargers use graphene heat sink cores and solid-state relays. Maintenance costs will be half that of traditional EVSE units. The ACEN executive interjected again. In your software integration, the TG Connect app will handle payment, right? Yes, Hana confirmed. Every charger will link to the TG mobility network. Drivers can locate, reserve, and pay using PulsePay or any major e-wallet. The backend system auto-balances charging load to minimize grid strain. Navarro leaned back, pleased. This partnership has the potential to set the national standard. The room fell into a rhythm of discussion, cost sharing, deployment targets, and zoning. Ayala would shoulder 60 of infrastructure development, TG Motors would supply 100 of charging equipment, and revenue would be split 55-45 in favor of TG for the first 5 years, until capital recovery. It was a fair deal, one that acknowledged Ayala's vast land assets and TG's technological edge. Site preparation begins next month, Navarro said, glancing at the schedule. Our engineering teams will coordinate with your Subic Logistics Division for unit deliveries. Hana quickly added, we'll start with pilot installations in Ayala Mall's Circuit, Greenbelt, and Trinoma, then highway installations at NLEX Balactas and SLEX Alabang by August. Timothy nodded. Good, Navarro smiled. Public confidence follows accessibility. If people see chargers everywhere, EVs will stop being aspirational, they'll become normal. Exactly my thought, Timothy said. Once PulseGrid reaches 6,000 stations, it'll make range anxiety a thing of the past. Every 30 kilometers, there'll be power waiting. When the meeting paused for refreshments, one of Ayala's younger executives leaned toward Hana. Ma'am, can I ask something? Why did TG choose to work with Ayala first? Hana smiled politely. Because Ayala builds for people. SM builds for scale, Ayala builds for communities. TG wants EV charging to feel accessible, not corporate. That's the difference. Timothy overheard and chuckled softly. And besides, it's better to work with the ones who already own half the country's parking lots. Laughter rippled around the room. By the end of the session, the agreement draft was finalized. PulseGrid, a joint initiative by TG Mobility and Ayala Corporation. Timothy stood, buttoning his coat. We'll have our legal team review the final terms by Monday. Expect signatures before the end of the month. Navarro extended his hand. It's an honor to have TG as our partner. Together, we'll bring clean mobility to every corner of the country. Moments later, Timothy and Hana left the boardroom, leaving the executives of Ayala. That's Timothy Guerrero, so young. What is his net worth again? That's Timothy Guerrero, so young. What is his net worth again? One of the Ayala executives murmured as the doors closed behind them. Navarro glanced at his tablet, where a recent Bloomberg Business Index was still open. Last I checked, around 67.8 billion and climbing. The room fell quiet for a moment. He overtook several Southeast Asian tycoons this quarter, Navarro continued. Most of it is from TG Mobility's private valuation. The Subic Gigafactory alone is worth nearly 12 billion, given its 28 GWh output. Add the lithium refinery and the cathode-anode complex, that's another 6 to 8 billion in capitalized assets, and the semiconductor project. Ask the ACEN representative. Navarro scrolled further. Orion Semiconductor Foundry in Batanga is once operational. Its projected valuation sits around 35 billion, since NVIDIA holds minority equity and exclusive chip rights. Investors are already calling it the most advanced fabrication facility in Southeast Asia. Unbelievable, another executive muttered, and he's only in early 20s. I fear that when he is in his 30s, he will be worth hundreds of billions. Same day afternoon, it was raining heavily in Makati City, the kind of downpour that made the skyline disappear behind a gray curtain of water. But inside the TG horizon, the storm was nothing more than a distant whisper. The soundproofing material muted the chaos outside. No thunder, no splashing tires, just the soft hum of the electric motor and the rhythmic tap of rain against the panoramic roof. Outside, traffic had come to a near standstill. Headlights reflected off the wet asphalt, creating rivers of light that snaked through Yala Avenue. The windshield wipers moved rhythmically, but even at full speed, they struggled against the torrent. Pedestrians huddled under umbrellas, and the curbs were already collecting murky water. Looks like it's getting bad out there, Hana said quietly from the passenger seat, glancing out the window. Her voice carried the calm professionalism she always had, though even she frowned as a car in the next lane splashed water that nearly reached its wheel arches. Timothy leaned forward slightly, watching through the tinted glass. The intersection ahead was gridlocked, buses, sedans, motorcycles, all crawling under the storm. If this keeps up, he muttered, half the roads here will be underwater before evening. Flood alerts are already up in some areas, Hana replied, checking her tablet. City drainage is overwhelmed again. Same story every monsoon. Well, if it's not for the best politicians of my country, Timothy muttered, eyes fixed on the half-submerged sidewalks outside. The flood control projects that started last year are still ongoing, which basically means someone's cousin hasn't finished cashing the check yet. Hana gave a faint, knowing smile but stayed quiet. She'd heard this tone before, not anger exactly, but frustration buried under exhaustion. Timothy leaned back against his seat, letting the massage rollers continue their slow rhythm along his spine. Billions of pesos poured into drainage rehabilitation, river dredging, flood barriers. Yet here we are, stuck in traffic while the city drowns after 2 hours of rain. He tapped his fingers on the armrest, his gaze distant. That's the problem with Philippine politics, Hana. Everything's designed to look like progress, ribbon cuttings, slogans, televised groundbreakings, but half of it bleeds out through corruption before the first concrete truck arrives. Outside, a delivery van splashed through the rising water, the logo half soaked in mud. The sight seemed to fuel his thoughts further. Flooding isn't just a civic issue, he continued. It's bad for business. Logistics slow down, shipments get delayed, damage control eats into margins. Even the ports get clogged because drainage systems can't handle heavy rain. The country loses billions every monsoon and no one's accountable. He glanced at Hana. You know what the worst part is? Investors notice. They don't see resilience, they see instability. They start to think, if the government can't manage basic infrastructure, how can it protect long-term industrial assets? That's why we're forced to build everything ourselves, roads, grids, even drainage for our own facilities. You're ranting again, Timothy, Hana said casually with a soft chuckle. To be honest, I hate the politics in your country, which is why investors never invest in the Philippines. If not for you and your technological breakthrough, they wouldn't even consider it. Wait, the water is rising outside. Timothy glanced at the window, his expression hardening. The rain outside had turned Ayala Avenue into a slow-moving river. Damn it, he muttered. It's rising faster than I thought. Their driver, a middle-aged man named Raul, twisted slightly in his seat. Sir, the water's reaching the tires now. We might have to pull over soon, maybe even evacuate if this keeps up. Hana frowned, glancing down at her shoes as a faint ripple brushed past the floor mat. It's seeping in. Timothy looked down. The edge of the carpet was darkening, small drops pushing through the rubber seal of the door. Even with the horizon's high clearance, the street had become a basin. Raul, Timothy said, voice steady but sharp. How deep are we looking? Almost half a wheel, sir, Raul replied, his tone nervous. Since this is an electric vehicle, sir, there is a potential risk of short circuit. No, it won't happen, Timothy said. We designed every car to be resilient even with extreme flooding. Raul gave a shaky nod. Still, sir, if it keeps rising like this. The driver's voice trailed off as a nearby sedan's engine sputtered and died, its headlights flickering out before the car drifted sideways with the current. Hana turned her head just in time to see a man climb out his window, clutching an umbrella as water rushed up past his knees. This is bad, she muttered. The entire avenue's turning into a river. Timothy looked out again. The curbs were gone, swallowed under brown floodwater that was now licking halfway up the horizon's doors. He could hear the faint slap of water against the vehicle's side. Raul, can we turn around? Negative, sir, Raul replied, scanning the mirrors. All lanes are blocked. We're boxed in, buses, trucks, and a van right behind us. Even the sidewalks are flooding. Lightning flashed outside, illuminating the street like daylight for a brief second. Water gushed from the drains like fountains. Somewhere, a transformer exploded with a muffled boom, plunging part of the street into darkness. Inside the horizon, the lights dimmed slightly, then steadied, the emergency power management system compensating automatically. The AI voice calmly spoke, warning, external water level, critical threshold, cabin seal integrity nominal. Nominal, Timothy repeated under his breath, exhaling through his nose. Good, but even he could feel the subtle lift as the buoyancy system engaged again. The horizon shifted slightly, not enough to float, but just enough to relieve the pressure from the tires. Outside, the current of water rippled stronger now, flowing downhill toward Pasong Tamo. Hana's brows furrowed as she looked at her phone. All main routes are under advisory. No exit roads left open within a kilometer radius. Raul turned halfway toward them. Sir, I suggest we move to higher ground if there's any ramp nearby. I don't want to risk getting stuck when the current gets stronger. Timothy rubbed his temple, then checked his watch. 4:57 p.m. We'll wait another 10 minutes. If it doesn't ease by then, we pull into that parking podium entrance over there. He nodded toward a half-visible ramp leading under a nearby building, where several cars were already crowding for refuge. The rain hammered harder. Water began seeping in again, this time from the corner of the door, dripping into a shallow puddle near Hana's feet. She sighed, lifting her heels off the floor. You know, she said, trying to sound amused despite the situation, for a man worth billions, this is a very Filipino experience. Timothy chuckled weakly. Yeah, billionaire or not, the flood treats everyone the same. Oh, I'm so pissed at whoever is running this government. They are so freaking incompetent. I'm going to post this later in my social media and see how they react. The rain had finally softened to a drizzle, but the streets of Makati still looked like a war zone. Cars were stranded in the middle of the flooded intersections, headlights dimmed, some abandoned altogether. Timothy and Hana had been stuck for 2 hours on a parking ramp leading up from the flooded avenue, the TG horizon perched just high enough to avoid the worst of the rising water. Timothy leaned against the seat, phone in hand, scrolling through the pictures he'd taken earlier, the brown floodwater, the cars half submerged, the line of pedestrians wading knee-deep in the filthy current. One photo showed the reflection of Ayala Tower 1 almost disappearing under the flood, poetic in a grim way. He sighed, opened his verified X account, and typed, "If only the money of the public were spent properly on flood control infrastructure, this wouldn't happen." But the politicians and their affiliates are just focused on filling up their coffers instead of actually solving the country's problems. Every rainy season, the same story repeats. Enough is enough. He attached 3 images, the flooded streets, the submerged cars, and one shot of an ambulance struggling through traffic. Then he hit post. Within minutes, notifications began to explode across his screen. 2 minutes later, 1.8 thousand retweets, 6.2 thousand likes, 5 minutes later, 12,000 retweets, 43,000 likes, 20 minutes later, flood of corruption, trending 1 in the Philippines. Finally, someone said it. One user wrote, "Every rainy season it's the same story, flooded streets, empty promises. He's not just making cars, he's speaking truth to power." Screenshots of Timothy's post began circulating across Facebook, TikTok, and Reddit. Netizens flooded the comments section, posting pictures of their own barangays underwater, Marikina, Mandaluyong, Quezon City all submerged. Sir Timothy is right. Billions gone, and yet look at this mess. Government should be embarrassed that a private businessman is calling them out. This is why foreign investors hesitate. Corruption drowns us, literally. By the time the clock struck 7, news outlets had picked up the story. GMA News Online, TG Motors CEO calls out corruption amid Metro Manila flooding. Post goes viral. ABS-CBN News Enough is Enough says billionaire industrialist as Makati submerges. Inquirer Timothy Guerrero slams government inefficiency. Money is stolen, not spent. Inside the car, Hana looked up from her phone and gave a quiet smile. See how powerful your words now, Timothy. He exhaled through his nose, watching the rain beat across the window. Good. Maybe it's time people stop pretending everything's fine. You know this will ruffle feathers, she warned gently, especially with elections coming next year. Some people up there won't like this. Timothy smirked faintly. I'm not running for office. I'm running a country's economy better than its own government. Let them be uncomfortable. Hana chuckled. You really don't hold back. Well, I have a vision for this country, Hana, and that vision includes the Philippines becoming top 10 in terms of global economy. Now, I can't do that if the government is full of corrupt politicians. The only way I can help this country is through my enterprise. I'll grow my company to a multi-trillion-dollar business and use my influence to free the government of those officials. But before, there is another concern that we have to address. Concern, our electric bill, Timothy said. I read in the mountains of reports that we are spending a lot on electricity bills in our 28 GWh gigafactory. Hana blinked, a little caught off guard. Ah yes, she said, scrolling through her tablet. I was actually going to bring that up next week. The Subic Gigafactory's monthly energy consumption has doubled since the battery assembly division went 24/7. It's normal, though electricity prices here are just ridiculously high. Timothy gave a slow nod, his eyes distant. Normal, yes, but unsustainable. He turned his gaze toward the rain-slick skyline of Makati, where the city lights shimmered faintly through the haze. I did my research, Hana. The Philippines has one of the most expensive electricity rates in Asia, higher than Malaysia, higher than Vietnam, even higher than Japan in some months. And it's not because of scarcity. It's because the entire energy sector is controlled by a handful of conglomerates. Hana frowned, listening closely. They buy generation from independent plants, Timothy continued, then sell it to distributors who jack up the rates even more. The system's flawed from top to bottom. No transparency, no competition, and the government of course knows nothing. Why would they? They're all tied to it. He paused for a moment, scrolling through a document on his own phone. It was a study he'd bookmarked days ago. Energy market monopolization in Southeast Asia. The power grid isn't just inefficient, he said quietly. Its own, that's the real problem. Hana set her tablet down. I see your point, but this is the Philippines. The energy sector's been like that for decades. Everyone just accepts it. Timothy smirked faintly. Not me. I don't accept paying triple what a South Korean plant pays per kilowatt hour. We're burning money for nothing. The gigafactory alone just subassists consuming nearly 520 gigawatt hours a month. That's about 4.6 billion in electric bills monthly. And that's not counting the lithium refinery, the cathode and anode plant. Hana's brows lifted. That much, Timothy nodded slowly. And that's before the semiconductor foundry in Batangas even goes online next year. Once that starts drawing power, he paused, rubbing his temple. It's going to be catastrophic. Semiconductor fabs are power-hungry monsters. A single 3-nanometer production line can consume 1 terawatt-hour per year. Multiply that by 4 lines running 24/7, and we're talking billions of pesos a month again, all going to the same handful of companies. The rain outside began to ease, replaced by the steady drip from rooftops. In the silence that followed, the weight of what he'd said hung heavy. So Hana said softly, "What are you planning to do?" Timothy's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone colder now, deliberate. We can't build the future if we're paying a ransom for energy. The politicians won't fix this because they're profiting from it, so if no one else will build real infrastructure, then I'll build it myself. Hana tilted her head, curious. You mean like renewable plants? Renewable plants like solar and wind aren't sustainable in the long run. Sure, they are green energy, but the problem is that they are not base load. Base load, Timothy repeated, leaning slightly forward. It's the minimum level of demand on an electrical grid over 24 hours. Solar and wind can't guarantee that. They fluctuate depending on weather and daylight. What we need is constant, clean, and controllable power. Hana's eyes widened slightly. You're thinking nuclear. Timothy grinned. Yes. A day later in Timothy's office, BGC. Timothy and Hana were inside, and for today's agenda, the matter of electricity bill. According to our Chief Technological Officer and the Chief Operating Officer of TG Motors and the TG Mobility Holdings, despite our energy management policies in place, they are still not enough. In order for us to be profitable in a large margin, this country needs a policy change. Hana concluded her report and put down the tablet. Hana was looking beautiful today. She wore a crisp white blouse made of soft silk, its long ribbon tie collar draped neatly down her chest. The fabric caught the light from the office windows, giving her an effortless glow against the minimalist gray backdrop of the boardroom. The blouse was tucked into a powder blue pencil skirt that reached just above her knees, perfectly tailored to her figure. Timothy glanced at her briefly, then looked away with a faint smile. Yeah, a national policy is needed. Have you looked into what I'm asking you to look into? You want me to research the possibility of building a nuclear power plant in the Philippines, right? There is one I found. It's called the Philatum, passed by President Marcos in 2025. Tell me about it, Timothy said. Hana swiped across her tablet and opened a government briefing document. Philatum, short for Philippine Advanced Technology for Optimum Modernization. It's a national framework proposed under the Department of Energy last year. Technically, it legalizes the development of small modular nuclear reactors, or SMRs, within Philippine territory. The law reactivated the Bataan nuclear power plant program, not to operate it, but to use it as a research and training hub. Timothy leaned forward slightly, interest flickering in his eyes. Finally, something with sense. But I also researched about the whole framework of electricity in the Philippines, Hana continued, scrolling through her tablet. It's called EPIRA, the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001. It's the law that completely privatized the energy sector after the government dismantled the old National Power Corporation monopoly. Timothy tilted his head slightly. Privatized, meaning the government doesn't control power anymore. Exactly, Hana said. Under EPIRA, the entire energy system was split into 4 parts: generation, transmission, distribution, and supply, each one controlled by different entities. She stood, walking to the digital whiteboard, tapping to bring up a chart. First, generation. That's the production of electricity. Mostly owned by private generation companies, Aboitiz Power, San Miguel Global Power, First Gen, and a few foreign players. They run the power plants: coal, hydro, geothermal, and gas. They sell electricity to distributors through something called the Wholesale Electricity Spot Market, or WESM. Second, transmission. That's the national grid. It's owned by the government but operated under concession by a private Chinese-Filipino consortium, the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines NGCP. They move the electricity from power plants to distribution utilities. Third, distribution. That's where companies like Meralco and Visian Electric come in. They take power from the grid and sell it directly to consumers, including industrial users like us. And finally, supply. That's the retail segment, mostly handled by the same distribution utilities under different subsidiaries. They technically sell electricity, but because the generation and distribution companies are tied to the same conglomerates, there's very little real competition. Timothy leaned back, brows furrowed. So in short, a legal monopoly, fragmented into private hands. Exactly, Hana replied. EPIRA was meant to liberalize the market, but in reality it just transferred control from one giant monopoly to several private ones. That's why prices never went down, they went up. Everyone passes the cost to the consumer, and the regulators barely intervene. Timothy exhaled, tapping his pen on the desk. So the government gave up control of power, and now the people are paying the price. Typical. There's also exclusiveness, where a distribution such as Meralco would operate in Metro Manila, Hana continued, scrolling further down the document, and no other company can compete in that same area. The same goes for Visian Electric in Cebu and Davao Light in Mindanao. Each of these utilities holds an exclusive franchise granted by Congress, meaning only they can distribute electricity within their respective territories. Timothy frowned. So it's a monopoly carved into zones. Pretty much, Hana said. They call it service area protection. It's supposed to prevent overlapping investments, but in reality, it just locks competition out entirely. If you're a consumer or an industrial user like us, you have no choice but to buy from whoever holds the franchise. And because they pass through charges from the generation companies and transmission operators, you're basically paying a markup at every step. Hana nodded. Exactly. And the Energy Regulatory Commission, the ERC, is supposed to keep these rates fair, but their control is mostly reactive. They only step in after prices spike or if there's a complaint. Meanwhile, these conglomerates lobby heavily in Congress to maintain the status quo. Timothy leaned back, staring out at the skyline beyond the glass wall. So the entire country's electricity, from production to delivery, is being handled by a closed circle of corporations protected by law. And the government calls that reform. That's the ironic part, Hana replied. EPIRA was sold to the public as a way to reduce prices through privatization and efficiency, but instead it created a layered monopoly where the consumer, whether household or industrial, always ends up paying more. The entire system depends on imported fuel, outdated infrastructure, and bureaucratic inefficiency. Hana looked up from her tablet. You're right, Timothy. Unless someone disrupts this cycle, electricity will always be expensive. Even if the government passes new renewable incentives, the distributors and grid operators will still dictate the flow and the price. Timothy stood up slowly, walking toward the wide glass window overlooking Bonifacio Global City. That's why I don't plan to depend on them. Well, their time will come. It won't be today, but it will happen soon. It will be a time where I will establish a new enterprise in the energy industry. I will build nuclear power plants in this country that will power up the factories and labs. But first, let's focus on the opening of the semiconductor enterprise. A year later in Batangas, the Orion Semiconductor Facility had finally completed its construction. The once barren stretch of coastal land had transformed into one of the most advanced industrial complexes in Southeast Asia, a sprawling fusion of steel, glass, and precision engineering. The morning sun gleamed off the white composite panels that covered the cleanroom buildings, while the facility's signature blue-lit logo, AURION, stretched proudly across the central dome. Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, and Timothy Guerrero, the founder of TG Mobility Holdings, stood side by side on the elevated observation deck overlooking the main fabrication hall. Both men wore white cleanroom suits tied at the wrists and ankles, their hair tucked under protective hoods. Below them, the enormous Class 1 cleanroom was alive with quiet, synchronized movement. Dozens of technicians in anti-static suits guided automated wafer carriers gliding on magnetic tracks. The hum of vacuum pumps and precision lithography systems filled the air. Unbelievable, Jensen said, his voice muffled slightly through his mask. I've toured fabs in Taiwan, South Korea, and the US, but this. He looked around, eyes reflecting the pale blue glow of the room. This is world-class, Timothy. You did it. Timothy smiled faintly, hands resting on the stainless rail. We did it, Jensen. You, me, and every engineer who spent their nights making this real. They descended the platform, flanked by a group of engineers and executives from both TG Mobility and NVIDIA. The floor beneath them vibrated subtly, the active air filtration system maintaining near-zero dust concentration. Through the glass walls, rows of EUV lithography machines from ASML stood like monuments to human precision, each one worth hundreds of millions of dollars. One of the Filipino engineers briefed them as they passed. The 4 production lines are now fully operational, sir. We're currently calibrating the third Gen 3 nanometer wafer process with a projected yield rate of 92 within the first quarter. Timothy nodded, visibly proud. Keep that efficiency. No room for waste here. Jensen chuckled. He talks like he's still running a startup. Timothy smirked. Every empire starts like one. They entered the central control atrium, where holographic displays projected live data from across the facility, wafer production counts, reactor temperatures, yield analytics, and power efficiency metrics. A large digital screen displayed the banner. Reporters and VIP guests were waiting in the adjacent reception hall, cameras flashing as the 2 CEOs appeared. A podium stood near a massive glass wall, offering a panoramic view of the fabrication complex outside. The air buzzed with anticipation. A host from the Department of Trade and Industry took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a historic milestone not just for Batangas, but for the entire Philippines, the first ultra-modern semiconductor fabrication facility built entirely through private investment. Applause filled the room. Timothy and Jensen exchanged a glance before stepping forward. I will make my speech short because, as they say, action speaks louder than words. I built my first gigafactory in Subic that is now producing hundreds of thousands of cars per year, and with an ever-growing demand domestically and abroad. Now, we have come to dominate, along with my partner here, Mr. Huang from NVIDIA, the field of semiconductor manufacturing. The semiconductors that will be born here will power everything, from the world's most advanced AI systems to the very cars we design, the cities we build, and the technologies that will define the next century. Applause filled the hall once more, thunderous and unrelenting. Jensen stepped forward beside him, his smile wide and proud. Timothy and I share a vision, Jensen said, a vision of innovation that knows no borders. What we're seeing here, Filipino engineers, global collaboration, cutting-edge precision, this is proof that the Philippines can lead in the semiconductor race. Not just participate, but lead. The crowd erupted in cheers. Cameras flashed as both men raised their hands, shaking firmly. A moment later, champagne bottles popped. The executives from TG Mobility, NVIDIA, and several government agencies gathered around a long glass table where a commemorative plaque gleamed under the lights. AURION Semiconductor inaugurated July 18, 2027, powering the future made in the Philippines. As the crowd celebrated, Jensen quietly turned to Timothy, lowering his voice. I wonder, where is your Korean secretary? You mean Miss CEO? Well, she couldn't come because she is sick, unfortunately. I'll come drop by to her place after this event. Now, about the promise that you made 2 months ago, where you will introduce me to our beloved customers that will need our semiconductors. I haven't forgotten. How about we talk about it somewhere private, Jensen said, his tone shifting slightly from celebratory to serious. Timothy nodded. Lead the way. They quietly excused themselves from the crowd and entered a glass-enclosed corridor that connected the main atrium to the executive wing. Jensen's assistant swiped a keycard, and the doors to the executive conference suite slid open with a soft hiss. Jensen loosened his collar slightly and took a seat across from Timothy. His expression was different now, less of the charismatic showman, more of the calculating engineer CEO. Timothy, he began, his voice steady. You're already aware of the race happening right now between the biggest tech companies on Earth, OpenAI, Google, Meta, Amazon, even ByteDance. What's coming isn't just competition, it's a technological arms race. Timothy leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. AI infrastructure, he said knowingly. Data centers, clusters, supercomputers, everyone's scrambling for compute. Jensen nodded. Exactly. Every major AI company is expanding capacity not by hundreds, but by thousands of petaflops. Google's building new data fortresses in Oregon and Singapore. Meta just ordered another 10 million GPUs for Llama 4 training. OpenAI's negotiating with TSMC and Samsung, but even they're hitting capacity walls. Everyone's desperate for supply, wafers, advanced nodes, anything below 5 nanometers. Timothy smirked faintly. So the world's biggest names are in a bottleneck, and we just built a foundry with the newest 3-nanometer process in Southeast Asia. Exactly, Jensen said, pointing at him with quiet intensity. Orion's yield rates and production scale are the perfect answer to that shortage. Once we hit full ramp-up, your fab will be producing chips faster than TSMC's secondary plants outside Taiwan. And since this region is geopolitically safer and closer to Asia's main shipping lines, you control a vital point in the supply chain. Timothy's expression hardened. You're saying they'll come knocking. Oh, they already are, Jensen replied, sliding a small tablet across the table. On the screen were confidential memos, encrypted communications from corporate representatives. Meta wants a dedicated wafer allocation for their generative AI servers. Google's interested in our high-efficiency accelerator architecture. OpenAI, on the other hand, Jensen's lips curved into a small grin. They want exclusivity, direct access to the Orion process for their next-gen compute modules. Timothy whistled softly, tapping the edge of the table. And all that means contracts worth hundreds of billions of dollars, Jensen finished. Per cycle, he exhaled slowly. If we play this right, we'll control the most valuable commodity in the digital world, computation itself. Jensen smiled. You're starting to see the big picture. So, how are we going to play this? Here's how we play this, he began. We'll divide the first year of production into segmented allocations. NVIDIA takes 40% of the wafers for GPU and accelerator production, 20% goes to strategic partnerships, companies like Meta, Google, and OpenAI, and the remaining 40% is sold through long-term contracts. That last group will be our biggest cash generator. Timothy listened quietly, nodding slightly. And the pricing model. Tiered, Jensen said immediately. We start with a premium access fee, about 30% above market, for companies who want priority fabrication. Then we tie it with an exclusivity clause. OpenAI's already showing interest in exclusivity for their AI compute chips. They'll pay double the base rate to guarantee throughput priority. Once they're locked in, the others will follow. None of them can afford to lag behind in this race. Timothy's eyes narrowed slightly. That's one way to corner the demand, but that exclusivity clause is dangerous. You give OpenAI that deal, Meta and Google will retaliate, not openly, but economically. They'll shift contracts, freeze partnerships, or fund a rival fab just to undermine our leverage. We can't be seen favoring one player in a market this volatile. Jensen tilted his head. You're suggesting we turn them against each other instead. Exactly. We give each of them something to chase. Limited allocations, staggered release timelines, variable wafer performance thresholds. Make every shipment cycle a competition. That way, they'll all fight for higher priority and will profit from their race instead of being tied to one of them. Jensen raised an eyebrow, impressed. A controlled supply war. Timothy smirked. Think of it as managing greed. They're already desperate, we just make sure their desperation pays for our next expansion. Jensen nodded slowly. That would push the price index far above the baseline. If each of them competes for capacity, wafer values could inflate by 50, maybe 60%. 80, Timothy corrected. If we play the logistics card right. Jensen chuckled, shaking his head. You're ruthless. I'm practical, Timothy replied. We're standing on a gold mine, but gold only matters when the world realizes it's rare. If we flood the market or let one company dominate the supply chain, we lose leverage. Instead, we keep them hungry. That's how NVIDIA became untouchable, didn't it? Jensen laughed softly. You've been studying me too well. Of course, you have to learn from someone who has built a trillion-dollar empire. I am also focused on getting myself in the same field as you. Well, with the current business you have, you'll get there soon enough, Jensen chuckled and added. Oh, Apple also wants a piece on the semiconductor chips that we are making, so expect in the next coming months. You'll be flying out a lot, securing deals with those companies alongside me. I have no problem flying out of the country. I have my private jet after all, Timothy said with a light smirk, leaning back into his chair. But before I start jumping across continents, I want to understand one thing clearly. These hundreds of billions you mentioned. I want details, Jensen. How much are we talking about exactly? Per company, per cycle? I need real numbers. Jensen grinned slightly. I thought you'd ask that. Let's start with NVIDIA's allocation. 40% of total wafer output, roughly 600,000 wafers per year once full capacity is achieved. Each wafer will average about 18,000 for the advanced 3nm process nodes, but since we're bundling proprietary optimization for AI accelerators, the market rate pushes to 26,000 per wafer. That's roughly 15.6 billion in yearly sales just from NVIDIA's side, and that's before margin markups and shared R&D cost offsets. Timothy nodded slowly, eyes fixed on the numbers. So 15 billion just from NVIDIA. That's not bad. Oh, that's just the baseline, Jensen said with a grin. Next, strategic partnerships: Meta, Google, OpenAI, Amazon, and Apple. Combined, they're expected to take around 300,000 wafers annually. But here's where things get interesting. These guys are fighting for compute dominance. They'll pay higher for throughput guarantees and delivery priority. We're pricing those allocations at 32,000 per wafer, with a 10% logistics and packaging surcharge. That's 10 billion per partner on average, or roughly 50 billion total every cycle. Timothy raised an eyebrow. And by cycle you mean annually? Quarterly, Jensen replied smoothly. They'll burn through those wafers in under 4 months for data center refreshes. Multiply that by 4 cycles a year, and that's around 200 billion in yearly revenue potential from AI customers alone. Timothy blinked once, his expression unreadable. So we're looking at 215 billion annually, minimum, Jensen said, finishing his sentence. And that's conservative. If Apple joins in on the second cycle and demands allocation for their new chip architecture, that figure climbs to nearly 260 billion. Add government defense contracts or specialized manufacturing for national data centers, and we could breach 300 billion by next fiscal year. Timothy tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table. And our profit margins? Jensen swiped the display again, revealing another sheet. Manufacturing costs per wafer, including materials, maintenance, and cleanroom operation, hover around 9,000 per wafer. Add another 1,000 for logistics and packaging, and you're looking at 10,000 total per unit. With our current pricing, the average net profit margin sits around 58 to 62%. Timothy did the math in his head, then exhaled slowly. So roughly 150 to 170 billion in profit per year. Exactly, Jensen confirmed. And that's with just the current fab. Once we expand to 3 fabs, we can double that capacity within 3 years. But of course, you'll have to solve the power issue because I heard Philippine electricity is expensive. Don't worry about it. We are working for the solution, Timothy said, one of which is radical at best to the point I might get criticized for it. Well, you better do a good job at it. I'm letting you build those fabs in your country because it's your technology. Because in the future, you won't be building it in your country, you will be building it in mine. Our president wants manufacturing to be back in America. I heard about it, Timothy said. You are also planning on expanding your automotive industry. You were planning on building gigafactories in Thailand, Vietnam, and Indonesia. The global demand is rising and the gigafactory in Subic won't cut it. That's why we are set on building gigafactories in other countries, not just in Southeast Asia, but also in Europe and the United States. I'm sure the US president would be pleased to hear that from me. He would, Jensen chuckled. The same day it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Timothy was on his private helicopter, the ACH-175, flying over the city of BGC. He looked out of the window and gazed at the beautiful skyline of it. Sir, we are approaching Tryon Towers, said the pilot through his communications. How much longer? 2 minutes, sir, the pilot replied. The Tryon Tower is a luxury condominium building located within the BGC, and it is also where Hana was living in ever since. He had planned to drop by to see how she was holding up, and given that she had no replies from his message, told him that she wasn't. He looked at the plastic resting next to his seat, and it was ingredients for mushroom soup that he'll cook for her later. Moments later, the helicopter descended smoothly toward the rooftop helipad of Tryon Towers. Landing now, sir, the pilot said, guiding the craft. The skids touched down gently, and the rotors slowed to a low hum. Timothy unbuckled his harness, grabbed the small plastic bag beside him, and stepped out into the cool evening wind. Wait for me here, Timothy said to the pilot. I'll update you through our chat. No problem, sir. Take your time, the pilot replied. He walked toward the elevator and pressed the button. There he stood silently for a moment, the faint hum of the helipad lights buzzing behind him as the elevator doors opened with a soft chime. Timothy stepped inside, the motion sensors activating the panel lighting. He pressed the button for the 32nd floor. As the elevator descended, the city lights of BGC flickered in the reflection of the glass wall behind him. It had been a long day, the inauguration, the press conferences, the strategy sessions with Jensen, yet his thoughts now were far from numbers or contracts. They were with Hana. When the elevator slowed to a stop, the digital display blinked 32F. A soft ding followed, and the doors opened to a quiet hallway lined with warm ambient lighting and polished marble floors. It smelled faintly of jasmine, the scent pumped through the building's ventilation system. Timothy adjusted the plastic bag in his hand and began walking toward Unit 32Z, the farthest one at the end of the corridor. He stopped in front of her door. He knocked lightly once. Hana, no answer. He waited a few seconds, then knocked again, firmer this time. It's me, still nothing. Timothy sighed softly and leaned closer to the door, listening. There was faint movement inside, a soft shuffle, then silence again. Hana, he said, his tone gentle now. I brought dinner. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, after a few seconds, the electronic lock clicked and the door slowly creaked open. Hana appeared in the doorway. Her hair was tied loosely in a bun, and she wore a thin cardigan over a white sleeveless shirt, looking both casual and fragile. Her face was pale, her eyes slightly tired, but they lit up when she saw him. Timothy, she said softly, her voice carrying surprise and a hint of relief. He gave a small smile. You didn't answer your messages. I got worried. I wasn't feeling well, she admitted, stepping aside. Come in. Timothy nodded and entered the unit and felt something hot radiating from her. You're hot. Timothy instinctively planted the back of his hand onto her neck, catching Hana's surprise. Tim, Hana's voice came out in a soft whisper, caught between surprise and embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed slightly, not sure whether from fever or from his touch. Timothy frowned, his hand still lightly pressed against her neck for a moment longer. You're burning up, he muttered, concern deepening in his tone. How long have you had this fever? She blinked, avoiding his eyes. Since this morning. Maybe last night. I thought it would go away after I rested, but... It didn't. Timothy finished for her, lowering his hand. You should have told me. Hana gave a small, tired smile. You were busy, the inauguration, the press, Jensen. I didn't want to bother you. He sighed quietly, shaking his head. You don't have to think that way. He walked toward the kitchen counter, setting down the plastic bag. The soft rustle of its contents filled the air as he began unpacking. Sit down, he said, not looking back. You shouldn't be standing. Hana hesitated for a second before doing as he said, easing herself onto the couch nearby. She watched as Timothy rolled up his sleeves and moved around her kitchen like he'd done it 100 times before. He opened cabinets, found a pot, and started washing the mushrooms under the running tap. You really came prepared, she said with a faint laugh, her voice still weak but lighter now. Didn't think the CEO of TG Mobility would spend his evening cooking soup in a condo kitchen. Timothy glanced at her with a small smirk. You've been around me long enough to know I don't do things conventionally. The stove ignited with a soft click, and the smell of butter and garlic began to fill the room. For a while, the only sounds were the quiet sizzling of ingredients and the rain tapping against the window. Hana pulled her blanket closer, her expression softening. You know, this is the first time someone's ever cooked for me aside from my parents. Then I guess I'll make sure it's memorable, Timothy said as he stirred the pot. Besides, you need something warm in your system. You look like you haven't eaten all day. She smiled faintly. I really haven't. Timothy turned down the heat and walked over to her, crouching slightly to meet her eye level. You work too hard, Hana. You've been running nonstop since Subic, and now with Batangas on top of it. He shook his head. You can't keep burning yourself out like this. Her eyes drifted toward him, soft and tired. Says the man who hasn't had a full night's sleep in a week. He gave a quiet chuckle. Touché. But at least one of us has to stay functional. The smell of simmering soup began to spread through the apartment, a gentle, comforting aroma that seemed to melt away the tension in the air. Timothy stood, poured the soup into 2 bowls, and carried them over to the small dining table. Come on, he said, motioning to her. You can rest after this. Hana stood slowly, still a bit unsteady on her feet. Timothy instinctively reached out, placing a hand on her arm to steady her. Their eyes met briefly. She sat down, taking the spoon he handed her. The first sip drew a soft sigh from her lips. It's really good, she murmured, surprised. Timothy leaned back slightly, arms crossed. Told you. My mother used to make this when I was younger. Said it was the cure for everything, fatigue, fever, bad days. Looks like she was right, Hana said, smiling for the first time that night. Timothy found himself smiling too, not the polite kind he wore in boardrooms or press conferences, but something smaller, more genuine. The way her eyes curved when she smiled, the quiet softness of it, it caught him off guard. For a brief moment, the exhaustion of the day, the weight of running businesses, all faded into the background. If your condition persists, I'll take you to hospital to get you checked. Sunlight seeped through the curtains, drawing soft streaks across the marble floor of Hana's condo. The city was already awake below, though up here the morning felt quiet. Timothy stirred on the couch, his jacket draped over him like a makeshift blanket. He blinked a few times, adjusting to the light. His phone buzzed quietly beside him, unread messages, meeting reminders, and a dozen missed calls from his executives. He ignored them all for now. His gaze shifted toward the bedroom door, left slightly open. Hana was still asleep. He could hear her faint breathing, steady but shallow. He had stayed because she asked him to, and because he couldn't bring himself to leave knowing she was still burning with fever last night. Timothy stood quietly, moving to the kitchen to prepare a glass of water. When he returned to check on her, he found Hana sitting weakly at the edge of the bed, one hand pressed against her temple. "You're awake," he said softly. She looked up at him, her voice barely above a whisper. "You stayed. I told you I would," he said, setting the glass beside her. "How do you feel?" She gave a faint smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Still dizzy. My head feels heavy." Timothy placed the back of his hand on her forehead again. It was still hot. "Your fever hasn't gone down." Hana exhaled, half in frustration, half in resignation. "I thought it would after sleeping." He shook his head. "No, you're getting worse. We're going to St. Luke's." "Tim," she began weakly, "that's not necessary." "It is," he interrupted gently. "You're not fine. I'm not taking chances." Hana looked at him for a long moment, then nodded silently. "All right." He grabbed his phone and walked toward the window. "Mendez, bring the helicopter back to Tryon Towers," he said through his earpiece. "We're heading to St. Luke's." "Understood, sir." ETA 20 minutes, came the pilot's clear reply. "Take a bath," Timothy said, "then get dressed. I'll get your things ready." Hana hesitated, her voice faint. "You really don't have to." "I do," he interrupted gently, meeting her eyes. "You can argue with me later, but right now we're getting you to a doctor." Something in his tone made her nod without another word. She rose slowly from the bed, still lightheaded, and walked toward the bathroom. Timothy stayed nearby just in case, listening to the sound of the running shower a minute later. While she bathed, he quietly moved around her unit, packing a few essentials: her phone, charger, a change of clothes, some medication from the counter. He folded them neatly into her small shoulder bag, then sent a quick message to his executive assistant: "Reschedule all meetings for today. Personal emergency." The reply came instantly. "Understood, sir." Timothy helped her sit by the couch again, slipping her shoes on for her before she could protest. "You really don't have to." "Yeah, I know," he said softly, a small smile flickering at the corner of his mouth, "but I want to." Before she could respond, the low, distant hum of rotor blades began to echo from above. The sound grew stronger with every second the helicopter had returned. Timothy helped her stand, supporting her with a hand at her back. "Come on," he said quietly. "Let's get you checked." The elevator ride was silent. Hana leaned slightly against his arm, her breathing shallow but steady. When the doors opened onto the rooftop, the ACH-175 stood waiting. Mendez, the pilot, gave a crisp nod as they approached. "Hospital clearance secured. Sir, St. Luke's helipad is ready for landing." "Good," Timothy replied, steadying Hana as they climbed aboard. The cabin door sealed shut, and the helicopter lifted off. The ground fell away, BGC shrinking beneath them as clouds rolled past the windows. Timothy glanced at her. She sat quietly beside him, eyes half closed, her skin still pale. He reached out, taking her hand without a word. She looked up weakly, her voice almost a whisper through the headset. "You didn't have to go through all this trouble." Timothy's tone was low but certain. "It's not trouble." As the aircraft banked toward Quezon City, the white facade of St. Luke's Medical Center came into view. The helicopter touched down gently on the rooftop helipad of St. Luke's Medical Center, the whirring blades slowing to a steady hum as the landing crew approached. Timothy unbuckled his harness and helped Hana with hers. "Easy," he said softly as he guided her out of the cabin. The downwash from the rotor whipped through her hair and clothes, but he kept one arm firmly around her shoulder to steady her. Two hospital staff in white coats and masks met them halfway, pushing a stretcher. A nurse looked up, instantly recognizing him. "Mr. Guerrero, we've been informed of your arrival." "This way, please. It's not critical," Timothy said, motioning to the stretcher. "She can walk." "Understood, sir. We'll escort you to the private wing," the nurse replied politely. After a short elevator ride, they arrived at one of the hospital's executive suites. A doctor in his late 40s, wearing a stethoscope and an ID badge that read Dr. Romero, Internal Medicine, was already waiting. "Good morning, Mr. Guerrero," he greeted professionally before turning his attention to Hana. "This must be Ms. Seo." Timothy nodded. "Yes, she's been running a fever since last night. It hasn't gone down despite rest." Dr. Romero gave a calm nod. "Let's get your vitals checked first." The nurse guided Hana to sit on the bed, wrapping the blood pressure cuff around her arm and taking her temperature. Timothy watched silently from a few feet away, arms crossed, his expression unreadable but tense. "Blood pressure is slightly low, sir," the nurse said, glancing at the monitor. "Temperature 38.6. Dr. Romero nodded thoughtfully and began his examination, asking Hana a few gentle questions. "Have you been eating regularly? Any nausea, chills, or body aches?" "Mostly fatigue," Hana admitted. "I barely slept last night. Any dizziness or shortness of breath? Just dizziness earlier this morning." The doctor finished checking her pulse and noted something on his tablet before looking up. It doesn't seem serious, he said reassuringly. Likely a viral infection, exhaustion and lack of rest worsened it. I'll prescribe antipyretics and fluids. She just needs proper sleep and nutrition for a few days. Timothy exhaled quietly, relief washing over his features. So no hospitalization. Dr. Romero smiled faintly. Not unless her fever spikes above 39 or lasts beyond 72 hours. I'd recommend home rest and light meals. I'll have the nurse administer a paracetamol injection to bring the fever down, and we'll send you home with medications. Timothy turned to the nurse. I'll handle the billing and prescriptions. Please make sure she's comfortable first. Yes, sir, the nurse replied with a polite bow before heading off to prepare the medicine. A week passed in a blur, and life returned to its usual rhythm for Timothy and Hana. Hana had taken 3 full days to recover, longer than she wanted to admit, but when she finally returned to work, the energy in her eyes was back. The fever, the hospital, the exhaustion, all of it felt like a distant echo. She was herself again. Now they stood in the private hangar of Nini Aquino International Airport, the morning light glinting off the polished metal of the Gulfstream G700 parked ahead. They weren't alone this time. Timothy's mother, Evelyn, stood beside him, dignified and gentle as ever, with a soft smile that never seemed to fade. Next to her was his younger sister, Angela, scrolling through her phone but occasionally glancing up at the jet with visible excitement. Timothy had promised them long ago that when the time came, he'd take them to Singapore. Today, he was keeping that promise, and since they would be flying on his private jet, there was no need to queue through terminals or security lines. Everything was arranged: clearance, customs, and ground coordination. The flight to Singapore would be smooth, direct, and private. Hana walked beside him, holding her tablet and a small carry-on. She was dressed in a sleek beige suit, her hair tied neatly in a low ponytail. Professionalism returned in full. Still, when she caught his glance, she smiled. You sure your mother and little sister okay with tagging along on a business trip? She asked softly as they approached the jet's stairs. Timothy smirked slightly. Of course, while we are at a meeting, they can spend their time at Marina Bay Sands. He looked at his mother and little sisters who were excited to board a plane. Oh, brother Tim, this ours? Angela asked. Of course it's ours, Timothy said. Wow, so cool, Angela exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she rushed ahead to touch the polished fuselage of the jet. Angela spun around, her grin wide and unrestrained. You're so cool, brother. Evelyn laughed gently, shaking her head. Don't spoil her, Timothy. She already brags about you enough at school. Timothy smiled and placed a hand on his mother's shoulder. Let her brag all she wants. I like hearing that my little sister's proud of me. The pilot, Captain Mendez, approached with his usual professionalism, clipboard in hand. Good morning, Mr. Guerrero, he said, giving a slight bow. Flight plan to Singapore confirmed. Weather looks clear all the way. We'll be departing as soon as you're ready. Hana stepped aside to let Evelyn and Angela climb the stairs first. The young woman turned back briefly, eyes flicking toward Timothy. You're really good with them, she said quietly, smiling. I can tell your mom and sister adore you. They're my anchor, he said simply, watching them board. Everything I built because of them. For a moment, Hana said nothing, only nodding as she followed him up the stairs. Inside, the Gulfstream's cabin gleamed with understated luxury, soft cream leather seats, walnut-paneled walls, and large oval windows that flooded the space with natural light. The quiet hum of the air conditioning and the faint scent of polished wood created an atmosphere of calm. Angela gasped as she stepped inside. Brother, there's a TV, and a couch and, wait, are those beds in the back? Timothy chuckled, placing his carry-on in the compartment. They're not beds, they're convertible seats. But yes, you can take one if you promise not to touch the cockpit door. She saluted playfully. Aye, aye, Captain. Hana took a seat near the front, next to the wide window overlooking the runway. Timothy sat opposite her, while his mother and sister settled in toward the rear lounge area. The pilot's voice came through the cabin speaker moments later. Cabin secured, preparing for takeoff. The soft whine of the engines grew into a steady roar as the jet began to taxi down the runway. Hana glanced outside, watching the tarmac blur beneath them before the aircraft smoothly lifted into the sky. As the plane leveled off, Evelyn leaned over to her son with a warm smile. I'm proud of you, Tim. I didn't expect you would own a plane. Timothy simply smiled. I know. Well, how was the supermarket business doing in Manila? Timothy just bought a 400-square-meter lot in Manila and then constructed a supermarket for her. That way she can be preoccupied with work which she was used to. Evelyn's eyes softened as she recalled it. It's doing well. Sales had been increasing by the month. Maybe because the owner was popular. Timothy nodded with a faint smile. Could be. Angela chimed in cheerfully. I want to work with you too someday, brother. Maybe I can be an employee of your company. Timothy chuckled. Maybe someday. But for now, you should focus on finishing school first. Angela pouted but smiled anyway. Fine, but you'll save me an office, okay? Okay, 3 hours later. Outside, the clouds stretched endlessly across the sky, glowing golden under the late morning sun. The Gulfstream cruised smoothly at 41,000 feet, the world below shrinking into a blue and white. Hana soon returned to her work, scrolling through notes for the Singapore meeting. We're expected at the Raffles Place office by 2, she said, looking up. After that, the executives will host a small dinner for us at the Fullerton Hotel. Do you want me to confirm attendance for your family as well? Timothy shook his head. No, let them rest. I'll have the company car take them to Marina Bay Sands once we land. Understood, she said, typing something into her tablet. An hour later, the captain's voice came through the intercom. Mr. Guerrero, we're beginning our descent. ETA to Changi Airport is 25 minutes. Weather in Singapore is clear, 29 degrees Celsius. Copy that, Mendez, Timothy replied. Evelyn looked out the window, her eyes widening as the sprawling cityscape came into view, sleek skyscrapers rising from a sea of green, the ocean glimmering in the distance. It's beautiful, she murmured. Wait until you see it up close, Timothy said. Singapore is one of the cleanest and most efficient cities in the world. You'll love it here. Angela pressed her face close to the glass, spotting the Marina Bay Sands towers in the distance. That's where we're staying, the one with the pool on top. Timothy smiled. That's the one. The jet banked smoothly to the right, aligning with the runway as Changi's iconic control tower came into view. Within minutes, the wheels touched down with a soft thud, the engines reversing power before gradually slowing to a halt. Welcome to Singapore, Mendez announced. Warm air and the faint scent of jet fuel greeted them the moment the cabin door opened. The gentle hum of engines blended with the distant murmur of airport activity, luggage trucks rolling, radios crackling, and the faint roar of departing planes. Timothy was the first to step down from the Gulfstream stairs, the Singaporean ground staff already lined up to greet him. He turned back, offering his hand to his mother as Evelyn descended carefully, her eyes wide as they took in the view around them. It feels different, Evelyn said softly, glancing around the clean tarmac where every vehicle seemed to move in perfect order. Timothy smiled. Welcome to Singapore, Ma. Angela hurried past him with a grin. It's so clean here. Even the air smells nice. Hannah followed last, clutching her tablet case against her chest. She paused briefly at the bottom of the stairs, the tropical breeze brushing her hair as she looked around, the skyline in the distance, the perfectly paved taxiways, the palm trees swaying beyond the fence. For someone who had never been out of the Philippines before, the feeling was quietly surreal. She let out a small breath. So this is Singapore. Timothy turned to her with a half smile. First time abroad, Hannah nodded. Yeah, it feels organized. Even the airport looks like it's straight out of a movie. Wait until you see the inside, he said as a sleek black Mercedes Sprinter van pulled up nearby. 2 uniformed staff bowed politely. Welcome to Singapore, Mr. Guerrero. Immigration clearance and luggage handling have been arranged. You may proceed directly to your vehicle. Appreciate it, Timothy said with a nod. He gestured for his family to enter first. Evelyn hesitated for a moment, still soaking in the sight of the massive terminal buildings shimmering under the afternoon sun. It's so modern, she murmured. I never imagined I'd set foot in another country, Tim. Timothy looked at her fondly. You deserve this, Ma. You worked all your life so I could get here. Now it's my turn to take you places. Inside the Sprinter, the cool air conditioning and subtle scent of leather welcomed them. The seats were spacious, and a small screen at the front displayed their route, Changi Airport to Marina Bay Sands. As the van began to move, Hannah leaned slightly toward the window, her eyes following the palm-lined expressways and pristine overpasses. Every sign was precise, every road marked clear. It was like watching another world, one that functioned exactly as it should. Angela's voice broke the quiet admiration. Brother, can we go to Universal Studios tomorrow? Timothy chuckled. We'll see. Depends if you behave during the dinner tonight. I always behave, she said with mock innocence, earning a small laugh from Hannah. Evelyn smiled warmly at the exchange. You sound just like your father when you talk business, Tim. Always calm, always thinking. Timothy turned toward her, his tone softening. Maybe, but I think I got your patience, Ma. The vehicle crossed the Benjamin Shears Bridge, the skyline of Singapore spreading before them, Marina Bay Sands rising like a monument, the gleaming skyscrapers reflected in the blue water below. Hannah's lips parted slightly in awe. It's even more beautiful up close. Timothy nodded. This city never fails to impress. You'll get used to it after a few trips. She smiled faintly. Let's hope this is the first of many. A few minutes later, the Sprinter pulled up to the private entrance of Marina Bay Sands. Valets and bellboys moved quickly, unloading their bags. Evelyn and Angela stepped out first, marveling at the hotel's glass facade and towering height. Hannah followed, momentarily lost in the grandeur of it all. The high ceilings, the distant sound of water fountains, the cool air tinged with luxury. Timothy watched their reactions quietly, then said, check-ins handled. You and Angela will stay in the suite next to mine, Ma. Hannah and I will head to the office once you're settled. Evelyn smiled and nodded. We'll be fine. You go ahead and work. No, I'll show you to your room and then we leave, Timothy said as he gestured toward the lobby. A staff member in a dark navy uniform approached, bowing politely. Mr. Guerrero, your suites are ready. Please, this way. They followed through the marble-floored lobby where the light shimmered through glass walls overlooking the vast atrium. A massive art installation hung overhead, thousands of golden leaves that seemed to float in midair. Evelyn looked up in quiet awe while Angela spun slowly, trying to take in everything at once. Wow, Angela whispered. This doesn't even feel like a hotel. It's like a palace. Timothy smiled at her excitement as they stepped into a private elevator that glided silently upward. Within seconds, the doors opened to a luxurious corridor lined with muted gold lighting and plush carpeting. The scent of orchid perfume lingered faintly in the air. Their suite was at the end of the hall. Timothy swiped the access card and pushed open the door. Evelyn froze for a moment upon seeing the view. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the skyline of Singapore, the marina bay glimmering below with sailboats drifting in the water. The suite itself was elegantly modern, light wood finishes, soft cream tones, and sleek furniture that radiated understated sophistication. Angela darted past the couch toward the window. Brother, you can see everything from here, even the big Ferris wheel. Timothy laughed quietly. That's the Singapore Flyer. You'll probably see it lit up tonight. Evelyn walked slowly to the center of the room, her hand brushing over the marble counter. Tim, this is too much, she said softly. You didn't have to go this far for us. I wanted to, he replied simply. You've earned this comfort, Ma. After everything you've done, this is the least I can give back. She turned toward him, her eyes full of pride and warmth. You've grown into someone your father would have admired. Timothy gave a faint smile, his gaze softening. I hope so. Hannah stood quietly by the entrance, her tablet still in hand, but her expression gentle as she watched the family moment unfold. There was something about seeing him like this, relaxed, human, that made her chest feel warm. All right, Timothy said after a moment, regaining his tone of quiet authority. Room service is available 24/7. If you need anything, just call the concierge. Hannah and I will head to the office first and return before dinner. Evelyn nodded. Don't worry about us. Go finish your work, we'll be fine here. Angela grinned. Don't take too long, brother. I want to swim in the infinity pool later. Timothy chuckled and ruffled her hair. You'll get your chance. He turned to Hannah, who straightened slightly, ready to go. Together, they stepped out into the corridor as the elevator door slid open. Behind them, Evelyn watched her son leave with quiet pride, the boy who once dreamed of success now guiding them through a world she never imagined visiting. As the doors closed, Hannah glanced sideways at Timothy. They look happy. They deserve to be, he replied softly, pressing the elevator button for the lobby. And that's what makes all of this worth it. As soon as Timothy's family were taken care of, they promptly head towards the Raffles place where the meeting will be held. The black BMW slid quietly through the streets of downtown Singapore, gliding past mirrored towers and perfectly trimmed greenery. Timothy sat at the back beside Hannah, who was reviewing files on her tablet. The car's digital dashboard displayed their destination, Raffles Place. Hannah glanced up briefly. 15 minutes until the meeting, she said. Executives are already waiting for our arrival. Timothy nodded. Good. The car slowed as it entered the circular driveway of a tall, silver glass skyscraper, the TG Mobility Singapore headquarters, nestled among the towers of Raffles Place. Uniformed security guards greeted them with polite bows before opening the doors. Timothy and Hannah stepped out and entered the lobby. Good morning, Mr. Guerrero, Ms. Seo, said a receptionist, bowing slightly. The executives are waiting in the boardroom. Please, this way. Timothy nodded and motioned for Hannah to follow. As they entered the elevator, they waited patiently as it took them to their desired floor. While at it, Timothy looked at his reflection and swept his hand over his hair, making himself look good. The elevator doors slid open with a muted tone, revealing a sleek corridor lined with glass panels and a dark marble floor that reflected the warm ceiling lights. The TG Mobility logo gleamed proudly at the entrance of the executive boardroom. A young assistant stepped forward, bowing slightly. Good morning, Mr. Guerrero, Ms. Seo. The board is assembled and waiting for you. The boardroom stretched wide and minimalist. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a commanding view of Marina Bay, the cityscape glittering under the late morning sun. A long carbon-black table dominated the center, surrounded by 8 leather chairs. At the far end, 4 figures stood as Timothy and Hannah approached. Akira Sato, the CTO, was the first to greet them. Good to see you again, Mr. Guerrero, he said in a firm, accented tone. Next was Mei Ling Tan, the CFO. Mr. Guerrero, welcome back to Singapore. It's good to be back. It's been like so long since I last saw you guys, Timothy said. Beside her stood Angela Cruz. How is home, Mr. Guerrero? I believe the Filipino people are purchasing more and more TG cars. Yes, you can see them a lot in the streets, Timothy replied, chuckling. Angela laughed, and beside her, Robert Vaughn, the COO, stood with his arms crossed. Mr. Guerrero, he said gruffly, shaking his hand. Mr. Vaughn. The group settled into their seats as Hannah connected her tablet to the boardroom display. The TG Mobility logo faded into a presentation screen showcasing expansion phase. Now let's get started on the meeting, Timothy said. As you all know, the demand for our cars is increasing so drastically that the Subic Gigafactory wouldn't meet such demand. Therefore, it is imperative that we increase our output to meet the demands. How so? Well, by opening a new gigafactories. I believe you guys made contact with the government of Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Malaysia for their desire that our company invest in them. Looked at Robert. That would be you, Mr. Vaughn. You have the floor. Please explain to us the prospect of building gigafactories in their country. Robert adjusted the touchscreen on the table, and the display shifted to a new slide, a regional map of Southeast Asia marked with 4 bright red pins: Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Malaysia. He leaned forward, resting both hands on the edge of the table. All right, he began, here's the big picture. We're not building 4 gigafactories, that'd be overkill. What we're creating is a regional supply chain ecosystem. Each country fills a very specific role in production, cost efficiency, and logistics. He tapped the first pin, Thailand Rayong. A photo of an industrial estate appeared beside the map. This is where we build the main gigafactory. It's a full-scale EV production facility with an annual capacity of 500,000 units. Rayong's already home to Toyota and BYD's manufacturing networks, which gives us access to existing suppliers and a trained automotive workforce. The Thai government's EV incentive program slashes import duties and provides tax holidays for up to 8 years. He swiped to the next slide. Indonesia, Bekasi and Batang. Indonesia's not for cars, it's for batteries, Robert explained. We'll build a battery cell and pack plant capable of 20 gigawatt-hours per year. Indonesia's nickel reserves are the largest in the world, and with new local refining laws, producing our own lithium-nickel cells here will cut our material costs by nearly 30. Instead of importing battery cells, we'll assemble and ship them straight to Subic and Rayong. Timothy nodded slightly. Local sourcing and reduced shipping costs, smart. Exactly, Robert replied, switching to the next slide. Vietnam Haiphong. This one's a final assembly and component hub. Vietnam's workforce is skilled in electronics and precision assembly, especially around Haiphong and Hanoi. We'll handle production of smaller EV components, infotainment systems, modules, and sensor boards before final assembly for 300,000 units per year. The logistics network from Haiphong gives us direct export lanes to northern ASEAN and southern China. Angela, the CMO, interjected with interest. So we can push the TG Mobility brand deeper into China without crossing the political barriers. Exactly, Robert confirmed. Vietnam's proximity gives us a backdoor into the southern Chinese EV market while staying under ASEAN trade agreements. He tapped the final red pin on the map. Malaysia, Johor Bahru. Mei Ling spoke up, eyes on the numbers displayed on the bottom corner of the screen. Strategically distributed production, minimized tariffs under the ASEAN Free Trade Area, and diversified currency exposure. Financially, this model reduces regional risk by 40. Akira Sato nodded. And technologically, it keeps our supply chain secure. Battery tech stays in-house, and the regional hubs let us scale without depending on a single site. Wait, you must be wondering, why don't Timothy just build all of those in the Philippines instead of spreading them out in other countries? Isn't he stupid? Well, there is a reason for that, one of which is taxes and bureaucracy. Building multiple gigafactories in the Philippines sounds patriotic, but in reality, it's economically impractical. The Philippines has some of the highest corporate and import tax rates in Southeast Asia, coupled with lengthy permit processing and unstable policy consistency. Every expansion requires wading through layers of government paperwork, and even with Timothy's influence, time was still money. There's also a tariff structure as well. Exporting cars from the Philippines to other ASEAN nations is expensive and inefficient. Every unit shipped from Subic or Batangas carries heavy logistics costs, import duties, freight charges, and additional tariffs that make TG Mobility vehicles less competitive once they reach foreign markets. Despite ASEAN's free trade agreements, not every country applies full exemptions, especially for finished automobiles. These extra expenses can raise prices by as much as 15 to 25%, eroding the company's profit margins. That's why Timothy's strategy wasn't about abandoning the Philippines, it was about localizing production across the region. By building gigafactories and assembly hubs inside each major market, TG Mobility could avoid cross-border tariffs entirely. A car built in Thailand could be sold within mainland Southeast Asia at a lower cost. Battery cells produced in Indonesia could be delivered directly to Rayong or Subic without import taxes, and Vietnam's assembly hub would allow faster distribution into northern ASEAN and China without the heavy shipping markups. But if Timothy was going to build those facilities, then what of the Philippine Gigafactory? The answer is simple. The Philippines remains the heart of TG Mobility. Subic isn't just another production site, it's the company's command and innovation center, the birthplace of every TG car design, prototype, and new platform. While Thailand and the others focus on mass production, Subic will evolve into a research, engineering, and export hub. During the construction of those new plants, the Philippines will continue to export vehicles to neighboring ASEAN markets to sustain demand. But once the regional ecosystem is complete, Subic's role will shift toward developing new models, testing future EV technologies, and serving as the strategic headquarters that synchronizes all operations across Asia. The the brain of TG Mobility's regional empire. Mei Ling cleared her throat softly and turned her gaze to Timothy. Now that we've established the where, she said in her calm, deliberate voice, we should talk about the how. Specifically, how we're going to fund all of this. The others straightened slightly. Even Robert, who was usually nonchalant, focused his attention. Timothy nodded. You have the floor, Ms. Tan. She tapped the touchscreen in front of her, and a new slide appeared, bold white letters reading, TG Mobility Regional Expansion Fund Phase II. Below it, neat columns of figures and pie charts. As of this quarter, she began, TG Mobility Holdings maintains a consolidated liquidity position of 25.4 billion USD. Now, that might sound like an enormous sum, and it is, but not when you're dealing with multi-country industrial expansion. Between construction, logistics, equipment, and staffing, we're looking at a projected capital expenditure of 22.6 billion USD over 4 years. Angela blinked. 22.6, yes, Mei Ling said, and that's the conservative projection. The bulk of that figure comes from 3 high-cost segments, Rayong, which requires full EV production capacity, Bekasi for battery development, and Haiphong for final assembly and automation. Malaysia's facility is relatively minor in comparison, about 2 billion in infrastructure, mostly electronics and power equipment. She zoomed in on a bar chart. The display segmented the costs by country, each colored differently. Thailand Rayong 9.1 B. Indonesia Bekasi Batang 6.8 B. Vietnam Haiphong 4.3 B. Malaysia Johor Bahru 2.4 B. Altogether, she said, we're looking at a serious financial commitment. However, she turned toward Timothy. We won't be shouldering all of this alone. That made Robert lean forward. You mean external funding? Exactly, Mei Ling replied with a small smile. And the good news is they're not just investors looking for profit. These are governments, state funds, and industrial partners who want us to build within their borders. She switched to another slide, now showing the flags of 4 nations. Thailand has offered a 2.5 billion package in incentives, tax breaks, and land lease programs through their Eastern Economic Corridor initiative. Indonesia, being eager to strengthen their EV supply chain, is willing to match that with 3 billion in co-investment through INA, the Indonesia Investment Authority. Vietnam's government has proposed low-interest financing and export guarantees equivalent to 1.8 billion USD, while Malaysia's sovereign fund, Khazanah Nasional, is prepared to take an 8% equity stake in TG Mobility's Southeast Asia division for 1.2 billion. Angela's jaw dropped slightly. So, investors are literally lining up. Mei Ling chuckled softly. Yes, Ms. Cruz, we didn't even have to chase them, they came to us. The regional governments see TG Mobility as the centerpiece of ASEAN's EV revolution. If we expand, they benefit from jobs, technology transfers, and infrastructure growth. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. Akira crossed his arms thoughtfully. So in essence, we leverage their eagerness to reduce our capital exposure. Precisely, Mei Ling said. Our total direct spending, after incentives and co-investments, will fall to around 10.7 billion USD, less than half the original projection. Robert nodded approvingly. Efficient. That'll keep liquidity open for future RD. Not only that, Mei Ling added, but the investors are also granting us extended repayment grace periods for loans, up to 8 years for Indonesia and Thailand. They're betting on our success long term. Timothy, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke. So essentially, we fund half and the region funds the other half. Yes, Mei Ling confirmed. But that brings us to the next topic, how we structure that half. The screen shifted again, now showing a corporate diagram. At the top was TG Mobility Holdings Singapore. Below it, 4 branches, TG Motors Philippines, TG Motors Thailand, TG Battery Indonesia, and TG Components Vietnam. Mei Ling stood up and walked closer to the display. Currently, TG Motors operates as a private subsidiary under TG Mobility Holdings. However, given our trajectory, it's time to consider something much larger, a public offering. Hana's eyes lit up. You mean, IPO? Mei Ling nodded. Exactly. An initial public offering for TG Motors under TG Mobility Holdings. It's the most logical step forward. The automotive division has matured beyond its startup phase. It's profitable. And not only that, it's not only our ASEAN neighbors who love it. Also, Europe and the United States were kind of hoping they'd have TG cars rolling on their roads. So why not stop only in ASEAN when you can also construct factories in Europe and the United States? Elaborate, Timothy said. Mei Ling's lips curved slightly, as if she'd been waiting for that question. She swiped her finger across the touchscreen, bringing up a new global map, this time highlighting 2 distant regions, Europe and North America. The TG Mobility logo hovered over them in pale blue light. Here's what I mean, she began. Right now, TG Motors is dominating the ASEAN EV market. We've proven we can design, build, and deliver affordable electric vehicles at scale. But if we stop here, we'll plateau. The next step isn't just regional growth, it's global establishment. She zoomed in on Europe first. Europe is currently facing an EV vacuum, with China's EV imports under heavy tariff pressure from the EU and Tesla scaling back its lower-end models. There's a wide market gap for mid-range EVs with solid range and safety performance. TG's models and the superiority of our Lithium X are perfectly positioned to fill that gap. Angela nodded slowly. So we'd basically enter where the big players are retreating. Exactly, Mei Ling replied. And we already have inquiries. Poland and Hungary have offered letters of intent to host TG factories under their renewable transition funds. Germany is interested in a joint RD partnership, but that's a longer process. Realistically, Eastern Europe will be our production foothold, low labor cost, logistics access to the EU market, and strong EV infrastructure backing. Then she shifted to the map of North America. Robert rubbed his chin. That's ambitious, but it'll require a different funding model. The capex alone for a US or EU facility would easily double our current budget. Mei Ling nodded. That's why I mentioned the IPO earlier. ASEAN expansion will serve as our foundation phase. The IPO gives us liquidity, credibility, and visibility. Once TG Motors goes public, we'll have a strong enough balance sheet to attract global institutional investors, the kind that finance European and American factories. She clicked to another slide, showing a timeline marked 20,262,032, Global Expansion Roadmap. Phase I 20,262,029, ASEAN Gigafactories operational, production capacity, 1.2 million vehicles annually. Phase II 20,292,031, entry into Europe, construction of the TG Poland EV assembly and battery facility. Phase III 20,312,032, entry into the United States, establishment of a TG Mobility RD and assembly hub, likely in Texas or Georgia. Timothy studied the chart in silence. So you're saying, Timothy said finally, that the IPO isn't just to fund our ASEAN expansion. It's the key to unlocking global operations. Precisely, Mei Ling replied. Once we list TG Motors, we shift perception from a regional manufacturer to a global automotive player. Investors from Europe, Japan, and even the Middle East will start knocking. The market will see us as the next Tesla, but with a more diversified footprint and sustainable cost structure. Angela grinned, and we'd still be headquartered in Asia. That would make TG the first Asian-led global EV brand not based in China or Japan. Correct, Mei Ling said with a faint smile. A Filipino-led one at that. Well, in that case, let's do it. The meeting recessed for a 30-minute break. The executives dispersed in small groups, some heading to the lounge across the hall, others stretching their legs by the glass windows overlooking Marina Bay. The hum of conversation softened, leaving only the faint mechanical hum of the air conditioner and the rhythmic click of Mei Ling's heels as she walked toward the coffee bar near the corner of the boardroom. Timothy remained seated for a while, lost in thought. The presentation still glowed faintly on the screen, the numbers, the charts, the timelines, and though everyone had seemed confident, he knew the weight of what lay ahead. Going public wasn't just a financial move, it was a commitment to transparency, exposure, and vulnerability. He stood, adjusted his suit jacket, and walked toward Mei Ling. Ms. Tan, he said quietly, do you have a moment? She turned, holding a porcelain cup of espresso. Of course. Shall we talk here or somewhere more private? Let's step out, Timothy replied. They walked into the adjoining conference lounge, a smaller, quieter space with panoramic views of the skyline. A few assistants lingered outside, but once the glass door slid shut, the room was sealed in silence. Mei Ling placed her cup on the table and sat down. You want to talk about the IPO, I presume? Timothy nodded and sat across from her. Yes, I need to know everything, the process, the risks, and what it'll mean for us in the long run. I trust your judgment, but I want to understand it fully. Her expression softened slightly. That's wise. Most founders rush in once they hear the word IPO, but you're right to be cautious. It's not just about raising capital, it's about how much control you're willing to give up and how much scrutiny you can handle. She tapped her tablet, pulling up a new set of data. Here's the basic outline, she began. First, the preparation phase. It'll take around 6 to 9 months to structure our financials and governance for listing. That includes audited statements, reclassification of our assets, and compliance adjustments for both Singapore and Philippine regulations, since we're doing a dual listing. Timothy leaned back, listening intently. Next, she continued, the underwriting and valuation phase. We'll appoint 2 lead underwriters, one from Singapore, likely DBS or Standard Chartered, and another from the US or Hong Kong for international reach. They'll assess TG Motors' fair market valuation, projected between 45 to 50 billion USD, depending on global sentiment and pre-listing demand, which determines our offering price, Timothy said. Exactly. We'll release roughly 15% of shares to the public. The goal is to raise around $7 billion. But here's the key part. She paused, locking eyes with him. We'll retain majority voting control through a dual share structure. Class A for the public, Class B for us. Each of our shares carries 10 times the voting rights. No major decision can be made without your approval, even after we go public. Timothy nodded slowly. So we stay in control while using the IPO to fund expansion. Correct. It's a balance of liquidity and power. Investors get a piece of the company's success, but they don't dictate its direction. She sipped her coffee before continuing. But Timothy, you should also understand what we're trading for this. Once we're listed, the world watches. Every quarter, every delay, every design flaw, it'll be dissected by analysts, the press, and social media. Our financials will be public record. Even a rumor can swing our market cap by billions. Timothy exhaled quietly, gazing out the window. Public perception will become a battlefield. Yes, Mei Ling said, and we'll need a strong investor relations team and corporate communications strategy. Angela can handle brand image, but we'll also need an IR head with Wall Street and institutional investor experience. Someone who can speak their language. He nodded. We'll find one. Mei Ling leaned forward slightly. There's also another factor, lockup period. For the first 6 months post-IPO, no one in the executive circle, not even you, can sell their shares. This prevents panic selling or volatility. After that, we can slowly liquidate or reinvest portions, depending on our expansion timeline. Understood, Timothy replied. Her tone softened again. But if executed correctly, this IPO could position TG Mobility as one of the most valuable automotive startups in Asia. A symbol of what a Filipino-led corporation can achieve on the world stage. It will elevate not just our brand, but the entire Southeast Asian tech ecosystem. Timothy gave a faint smile. You sound like you've already rehearsed that line for the investors. She chuckled lightly. Maybe I have. Then her expression turned serious again. There's something else I should mention, market timing. We'll need to list at the right moment. Late 2027 to early 2028 would be ideal, assuming the global EV market rebounds after current volatility. If we rush it, we might not get the valuation we deserve. Then we'll wait for the right time, Timothy said decisively. We're not desperate for capital yet. Exactly, she agreed. And while we prepare, we can build momentum. Timothy looked down at the data on her tablet, the numbers, projections, risk assessments. Everything about it screamed precision and foresight. But beyond the graphs, he could sense Mei Ling's calm certainty, the confidence of someone who'd already mapped out the next 5 years in her head. Mei Ling, he said after a pause, when you look at all of this, do you think we're ready? She looked up at him for a long moment. Financially? Absolutely. Operationally? Nearly there. Emotionally? She smiled faintly. That's for you to decide. The two shared a brief laugh before silence settled again. Timothy finally stood. All right, let's do it right. Prepare everything we'll need, auditing firms, underwriters, timeline drafts. We'll move once ASEAN Phase I is stable. Mei Ling stood as well, nodding. I'll have the first internal IPO framework ready within the month. The 30-minute break had come and gone. The sunlight outside had shifted, drawing faint golden streaks across the floor of the TG Mobility boardroom. By the time Timothy and Mei Ling returned, the rest of the executives were already gathering again, taking their seats one by one. Coffee cups were replaced by tablets and notepads. The mood, though calm, carried a renewed sense of purpose. Angela was the first to speak, her cheerful energy breaking the silence. So, boss, are we ready to wrap this up? I think we've covered almost every continent except Antarctica. Timothy gave a short chuckle. Almost. But yes, it's time we tie everything together. He stood at the head of the table as Hana dimmed the lights slightly. The large screen behind him displayed a single phrase, TG Mobility Holdings Phase II and beyond. He looked around the room, at the faces that had helped him bring a dream to life. Each one of them represented a piece of the machine that was now moving faster than any of them had ever imagined. All right, Timothy began. Let's recap what we've covered today. We've finalized the Phase II expansion blueprint, agreed on our country allocations, and now we've laid the groundwork for something much bigger, TG Motors' public offering. He paused, letting the words sink in. Before we adjourn, I want everyone to be clear on our direction, responsibilities, and timeline. We're moving into the most critical stage of TG Mobility's evolution. The decisions we make in the next 12 months will determine not just our growth, but our legacy. He turned toward Mei Ling. Ms. Tan, would you summarize the financial overview for everyone? Mei Ling nodded and tapped the screen, pulling up a consolidated dashboard. The interface now displayed a multi-phase breakdown of costs, projected timelines, and funding sources. As discussed earlier, she began. Our regional expansion covers 4 countries, Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Malaysia. The combined capital expenditure stands at $22.6 billion USD, but after co-investments and government incentives, our effective outlay will be $10.7 billion USD. Funding will be structured through a combination of retained earnings, regional partnerships, and the eventual IPO of TG Motors. She gestured to the pie chart now displayed. Internal liquidity, 40. Government incentives and partnerships, 35. Future IPO proceeds, 25. Our internal reserves cover nearly half the cost, Mei Ling continued. However, we'll need to maintain at least a 5 billion liquidity buffer to ensure uninterrupted operations and research continuity. That's why the IPO is essential, not just for capital, but for global investor confidence. Angela leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. So when's the earliest we can start the IPO process? Mei Ling glanced at Timothy before answering. Preparation begins immediately, structuring, auditing, compliance, but the actual launch won't be until late 2027 or early 2028. Market timing is everything. We'll go public when the EV sector stabilizes and our ASEAN production lines are fully operational. Robert nodded in agreement. Makes sense. The last thing we want is to debut during a market slump. Exactly, Mei Ling said. By then, our factories in Rayong and Bekasi will be producing at full capacity, giving investors tangible results to trust in. Timothy stepped back in. That brings us to our operational timeline. Hana changed the slide again, revealing a clean, structured roadmap. 2027 Q1 Q4 construction and setup of ASEAN gigafactories. 2028 Q1 initial production at Rayong, Thailand and Bekasi, Indonesia. 2028 Q3 Q4 full ASEAN integration, Vietnam and Malaysia facilities online. 2029 Q1 TG Motors IPO listing in Singapore and the Philippines. 20,292,030 expansion toward Europe, Poland, Hungary. 20,312,032 North American entry and RD hub in Texas or Georgia. This, Timothy said, is the path we're taking. Every department must synchronize according to this schedule. Akira, your team will handle the technological roadmap, from battery innovations to AI systems in production. Mei Ling, you'll lead the IPO preparations and coordinate with our legal and financial partners. Robert, your focus will be operations, ensuring our new facilities adhere to TG's standards. Angela, keep our public image spotless and begin soft marketing for the IPO. Hana will coordinate project flow and act as liaison for interdepartmental alignment. Everyone nodded. Okay, that would be it. It's been a pleasure meeting you guys again. As the meeting concluded, the room slowly emptied. The executives exchanged polite handshakes and brief farewells before stepping out into the marble hallway. The buzz of conversation faded behind the closing glass doors, leaving Timothy and Hana alone for a moment. Timothy loosened his tie slightly, letting out a long breath. Well, that went smoother than I expected. Hana smiled faintly as she organized her tablet and documents. It did. Mei Ling was on point as always. Everyone seems aligned. Good, Timothy said, glancing around to ensure they were alone. Let's head to the private room. I need a moment to process before we jump to the next part of the day. They exited quietly and walked down the corridor to a smaller executive suite adjacent to the boardroom. The room was quieter, the blinds half drawn, offering a muted view of the city skyline. Timothy sat down on the couch, while Hana placed her tablet on the glass table and joined him across. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sir, there's one more thing I need to bring up before you call it a day. Timothy raised a brow. Something urgent? Hana nodded. It's about Jensen. He reached out again this morning, and not just him. A few of the semiconductor clients he's been coordinating with are requesting a meeting. They want to finalize the deal. Timothy blinked, sitting upright. Now, yes, Hana said carefully. They've been in communication with our team in Batangas in California, but they're all flying here to Singapore. Apparently, they're attending the Tech Expo at Marina Bay Sands. Timothy sighed softly, leaning back into the couch. I was hoping to keep this trip focused on mobility and expansion. The semiconductor side can wait until I'm done with the current agenda. I told them you were occupied, Hana continued, but they're insistent. They said this might be the best time since all major investors are already here for the expo. Jensen mentioned it's a rare alignment, everyone in one place. Timothy exhaled through his nose, rubbing the bridge of his forehead. Of course they are, he muttered. Perfect timing. Hana gave a soft, apologetic smile. I thought you'd say that. Should I arrange it after tomorrow's investor session? Timothy paused, considering it. Then, reluctantly, he nodded. All right. The evening breeze carried the scent of salt and city lights as the sun dipped beneath the skyline. By the time the TG Mobility convoy arrived at the Fullerton Hotel, the streets along Marina Bay were painted gold. Mothi stepped out of the black BMW first, straightening his suit jacket as he gazed at the grand facade before him. The hotel, a stately colonial building that had witnessed decades of Singapore's transformation, glowed under the soft amber of its archway lights. Quite a place, Robert Vaughn said as he followed, adjusting his cuffs. Singapore never runs out of good views, nor good food, Angela added cheerfully, stepping out behind him. She looked almost casual in her blue evening dress, though the lanyard of her tablet bag hanging on her shoulder still betrayed her work habits. Timothy smiled faintly. Let's try to enjoy this one without turning it into another board meeting. Hana, walking beside him, gave a small grin. With this group, that might be impossible. The doorman greeted them with a polite bow as they entered the hotel lobby. Inside, the marble floors gleamed, and the scent of orchids lingered faintly in the air. Classical music played softly from a hidden corner, barely audible over the gentle chatter of guests moving between the bar and the dining hall. Their table was reserved at the Lighthouse, the Fullerton's rooftop restaurant overlooking Marina Bay. The elevator ride-up was quiet, the city unfolding through glass walls as they ascended. When the doors opened, a panoramic view awaited, the glittering skyline, the glowing wheel of the Singapore Flyer, and beyond, the dark horizon of the strait. "This is incredible," Mei Ling said softly as they approached their table near the terrace. Timothy gestured for everyone to take their seats. "Well, after a full day of talking numbers, I figured we deserved something a little more pleasant." The table was long, set with white linens, polished cutlery, and crystal glasses that caught the city lights. The waiters moved gracefully, pouring wine and serving the first course, a delicate mix of seafood and greens, paired with a light Chardonnay. For a few minutes, no one spoke. The exhaustion of the day seemed to fade into the quiet rhythm of the meal. Eventually, Angela broke the silence. "You know," she said, swirling her wine, "I've been thinking. When we go public, we'll be the only major EV company in Asia not tied to a government conglomerate. That's kind of poetic, independence being our greatest selling point." Robert chuckled. "It's poetic until the governments start asking for deeper partnerships." "I'm sure Mr. Guerrero has been approached by the Philippine politician to have a seat in the company," May chuckled. "Well, but I rejected them outright. They have no place in our business," Timothy said and added, "In order to beat those kind of politicians, you just have to not entertain them." Akira leaned forward, speaking in his calm Japanese accent. "Still, I must say, today's presentation was impressive, Mr. Guerrero. You've built something remarkable in just a few years." "When we started working with TG Mobility, I never thought we'd be talking about global expansion so soon. I really thought in the beginning that it would be just a hype about the LithiumX, the capabilities, but it turns out the market wants it." Timothy smiled faintly. "Neither did I, but I've learned that momentum is everything. Once you have it, you don't slow down, you steer it." Robert raised his glass. "To steering momentum, then." Everyone chuckled, lifting their glasses for a quiet toast. "To TG Mobility," Timothy said simply, "and to what comes next." Crystal clinked softly, and the conversation flowed more freely after that. "So do you have any more ventures in mind?" Angela asked. "Well, I'm thinking about the energy industry," Timothy revealed. "The electricity in the Philippines is too expensive for industrial consumers. And the fact that most of the operational headquarters of my future business would be in the Philippines, I really have to make electricity cheaper than it was before." "How do you plan on doing that?" Akira asked. "Of course, by introducing nuclear energy in my country," Timothy simply replied as he sipped his wine. "What the?" The executives were shocked to hear those words come out of Timothy's mouth. Mei Ling blinked in disbelief. Nuclear energy, as in reactivating Bataan or something new entirely. Timothy looked calm as if he had expected that reaction. "Something new. Bataan is outdated. I'm talking about small modular reactors, SMRs, scalable, efficient, and far safer than the conventional plants from the 1980s. They can power industrial zones without relying on imported coal or overpriced LNG. Well, it's a new technology." Angela set her glass down, eyebrows raised. "But Timothy, nuclear is kind of banned in the Philippines, isn't it?" He chuckled softly, leaning back in his chair. "That's a common misconception. It's not banned, Angela. The government never actually outlawed it. They just made it so restrictive that no one dares to move forward. All those decades of fear and politics built walls around the idea, not laws." Robert gave a low whistle. "So what you're saying is, you're planning to break through those walls, kind of. If they want to have more investors or companies like us emerging in the Philippines, they must reform their energy policy first, which is according to the recent trends on the government policy on that particular policy. They are leaning towards going nuclear, which is a huge step." Mei Ling folded her arms, intrigued now. "You'd be transforming the Philippines into a true manufacturing hub." "Exactly," Timothy said. "Cheaper, stable power means global investors won't hesitate to base operations there. Particularly myself. I have so many business ventures to the point I can make myself a trillionaire." "Well, you're getting there with your automotive enterprise," Angela chuckled. "Yeah, but it's not enough. I need more enterprise," Timothy said. "In that case, we are looking forward to it," Robert said. The evening lights of Marina Bay shimmered across the calm waters as Timothy's car pulled up to the front of Marina Bay Sands. The iconic towers glowed like pillars of gold against the darkened sky, the infinity pool above gleaming faintly under the stars. Inside the grand lobby, Timothy spotted his mother, Evelyn, standing gracefully near one of the marble columns. She was dressed in a soft beige blouse and a pearl necklace, simple, yet dignified. Beside her was his younger sister, Angela, wearing a white floral dress, scrolling absent-mindedly through her phone. "There you are," Angela said, waving as Timothy approached. "We thought you got caught in another meeting." Timothy smiled faintly as he kissed his mother's cheek. "I did, but it's done for the day, just us three tonight." Evelyn returned his smile, her expression warm but tired. "Where's Hannah? I thought she's always with you during business trips." She won't be joining us, Timothy replied as they walked toward the restaurant. I specifically told her not to. This is a family dinner, and besides, she still has a few calls to handle with our team. Angela chuckled teasingly. You actually gave her a break from work. That's new. I didn't, Timothy said with a half smile. She just decided to work somewhere quieter. They entered Rise, one of the hotel's signature restaurants overlooking the shimmering bay. The staff recognized Timothy immediately. Reservations under his name often came with quiet attention. A maitre d' guided them to a private table near the window, with a view that captured the illuminated skyline and the floating Louis Vuitton pavilion across the water. Please order anything you like, Timothy said as the menus were handed out. It's on me, obviously. Angela giggled. Obviously. Evelyn gave a small laugh. You don't have to spoil us too much, son. Timothy smiled. Just enjoy the evening. You both deserve it. After browsing for a moment, Timothy nodded to the waiter. We'll have the grilled Chilean sea bass, wagyu ribeye, buttered scallops, and he glanced at his mother, sinigang-style seafood soup if possible, something Filipino. The waiter smiled politely. Of course, sir. We'll prepare a special version for you. The food arrived soon after, plated beautifully, rich aromas filling the air. The sea bass glistened under the soft lighting, the wagyu sliced perfectly pink, and the soup carried the nostalgic scent of tamarind and shrimp. It was a fusion of luxury and home. Evelyn clasped her hands together, smiling softly. It's been a while since the three of us sat like this. When you were still in college, dinners like this used to mean the world to us. Timothy nodded, setting his glass down. And now it's my turn to make sure we have more of them. For a while the dinner was peaceful, laughter, shared stories, a few teasing remarks from Angela about Timothy's work habits. But as the plates emptied, Timothy noticed his mother's smile fading slightly. Her eyes were distant, her fingers nervously tracing the edge of her napkin. He frowned. Mom, is something wrong? Evelyn hesitated, clearly weighing her words. Your uncle called me last night, my brother, Giulio. He and his wife have been having a rough time. Their eldest, Miko, is in the hospital, and Giulio himself. He's been struggling. His medication's expensive, and they're running out of money. Angela's face softened. Cousin Miko, the one from Batangas. Evelyn nodded slowly. Yes, they asked if we could help them out. They don't know who else to turn to. Timothy leaned back, the warmth in his chest replaced by a heavy silence. He remembered Giulio and his family, how, years ago, his mother had begged them for help when his father was sick. Giulio's family had been doing well then, running a construction supply business while they were barely scraping by. The help never came. They didn't care when we needed help, Timothy said quietly. You remember, right? You asked them to help Dad with his treatments. They said they couldn't spare the money at the time, and now that they're struggling, they suddenly remember we exist. Evelyn lowered her gaze. I know, son, I haven't forgotten, but they're family and they're desperate. Giulio sounded broken. Don't want to see them suffer. Timothy sighed deeply, swirling his glass absent-mindedly. That's the thing, Mom. If we weren't successful, if I wasn't who I am now, they wouldn't even think of reaching out. You know that, I know, she said softly, but still, their blood, I can't ignore them. Angela nodded in agreement, though reluctantly. Kuya, she's right, I get why you're angry, but Mom's just asking for a bit of compassion. We're not the same people we were back then. Timothy didn't reply immediately. Finally, he spoke. You know what I've realized, Mom? This kind of thing, it's common back home. Families cut ties when it's inconvenient, but when one of them makes it, suddenly everyone remembers their relatives. It's like a cycle that never ends. Success turns into obligation. You become the savior just because you escaped poverty. Evelyn nodded slowly. That's the culture we grew up in. Debt of gratitude, even if it hurts. Maybe it's flawed, but it's also what makes us human. Timothy exhaled quietly, glancing out the window toward the glowing skyline. Maybe, but sometimes it feels like people mistake kindness for weakness. He leaned back, staring at his mother's tired face, the same gentle eyes that had held their family together through every hardship. His tone softened. All right, he said finally, if you want me to help them, I will. But when we get back home, they have to visit us first. Where do you want them to see us? Evelyn asked. Our office building construction is finishing soon, Timothy said and added. I think that's the best spot for a meetup. Well, it kind of looks silly when you think about it, but that leaves a huge statement to them. A day later in the Raffles place, Timothy and Hana were in the boardroom of the TG Mobility Holdings. He sat at the head of the table while Hana was seated at the right corner near him. I got a message saying that Mr. Huang and the potential clients just arrived at the lobby, Hana reported, glancing up. By potential clients, Timothy said dryly, you mean Meta, OpenAI, Google, Tesla, Amazon, Alphabet, IBM, Apple. And there's a lot more, right? Hana gave a small chuckle. Let's just say they're the ones competing for AI dominance. Basically, everyone with deep pockets and server farms the size of cities. Timothy exhaled slowly and leaned back in his chair, which makes it confusing why Mr. Huang invited all of them here. If I were the CEO of NVIDIA, I'd keep the chip to myself. But since Orion is the world's newest semiconductor disruptor, with a chip that could redefine AI processing. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. I suppose the more the merrier. Given that Orion is a joint venture between us and NVIDIA, I'd say NVIDIA has the edge, Hana replied. It's in the contract after all. But I think at this point, Mr. Huang wants this venture to profit billions, not just dominate the tech charts. Timothy smiled faintly, and I intend to make sure it does. Moments later, the glass doors slid open with a soft hiss. A team of assistants entered first, setting bottled water, portfolios, and digital nameplates at each seat. Then came the guests, the kind of people whose names carried weight in every corner of the tech world. Jensen Huang, founder and CEO of NVIDIA, led the group. Dressed sharply in his signature leather jacket, he carried himself with calm authority and an almost casual confidence. Behind him came an entourage that looked like a modern pantheon of global innovation, the representatives of the largest corporations on Earth. Timothy stood, buttoning his suit jacket as he stepped forward to greet them. "Mr. Huang, a pleasure to see you here in Singapore." "Good to see you again," Timothy, Jensen said warmly, shaking his hand. The other guests began filing in, each accompanied by their aides or security. Hana discreetly checked their seating assignments as introductions began. From Meta, the delegation was led by Mark Zuckerberg himself, flanked by engineers in casual blazers and AR glasses. He gave a polite nod. "Shit, that's the real Mark Zuckerberg." Timothy mumbled under his breath. It hasn't taken long before Mark spoke to him. "Mr. Guerrero, we've been following your developments in semiconductor design. Impressive stuff, very scalable." Mark gave a small smirk, just keeping the world connected. Next came the OpenAI delegation, represented by Sam Altman, calm and analytical as always. "Timothy," he said, offering a handshake, "we've read the technical briefs on your chip, and I must say it's a revolutionary technology. That's what we're here to prove," Timothy said with a faint smile. Following him was Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google, representing Alphabet Inc., with a quiet composure. He exchanged polite greetings with Timothy and Jensen before saying, "If what Orion promises is real, this could redefine TPU architecture entirely. Google Cloud's already at its limit handling inference workloads. We're eager to see what you've built." "Then you'll find this meeting enlightening," Timothy replied. From Tesla and SpaceX, Elon Musk entered next, uninvited by some accounts, but Jensen had made the exception himself. Musk's entrance drew a few stares. He was dressed simply, as if he'd just walked off the production floor. "Timothy Guerrero," Elon said, shaking his hand, "I've heard your chips could run an entire self-driving network without overheating. If that's true, I'll take the first 10,000 units." Timothy smirked. "If that's true, Elon, you'll have to compete with half this table for supply." Laughter rippled through the room. Timothy simply smiled as he shook their hands. Apple sent its vice president of silicon engineering, Johnny Esrauji, while IBM's delegation included Arvind Krishna, who shook Timothy's hand firmly. Microsoft had sent Satya Nadella. Satya smiled as he greeted Timothy and Jensen in turn. "Mr. Guerrero," he said in that thoughtful tone of his, "we've been hearing about the Orion chip for months. The architecture alone has our engineers excited. If it truly delivers what your reports claim, this could redefine enterprise-scale AI computing." Timothy nodded respectfully. As the final delegation entered Intel, led by Pat Gelsinger, along with Lisa Su from AMD, the atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. It wasn't just a meeting anymore, it was a convergence of the world's most powerful minds in technology, each one representing a global empire built on silicon, algorithms, and ambition. Everyone took their seats, the glass table gleaming under recessed lights. Hana dimmed the room slightly, bringing the massive presentation wall to life. The logo of AURION Semiconductor shone bright, followed by a holographic projection of a sleek black wafer. He turned slightly to Timothy. "And I'd like to thank my partner, Mr. Guerrero, for making this possible." Timothy inclined his head modestly. "We simply found the right balance between ambition and discipline." The room chuckled softly. Even among titans, there was respect. Timothy gestured to the display and explained the tech, even though the titans had already reviewed it themselves. It's like the formality of the part. It took about 30 minutes with a queue and a session. After that, Timothy rose to his seat. "Now that we know what our chips are capable of, let's discuss business." The boardroom at TG Mobility Holdings Raffles Place had never been this tense. Every chair around the glass table was filled by the world's most powerful CEOs, their aides, and legal teams. The hum of quiet conversation filled the room, blending with the faint sound of city traffic outside. At the far end, Timothy Guerrero sat calmly, hands folded before him, while Jensen Huang observed the room like a chess master studying his opponents. On the large digital wall, the presentation slide simply read, "AURION Semiconductor AI Procurement Round." A hush fell. Executives shifted forward, pens clicking, assistants opening tablets. Everyone here knew what was at stake. Whoever secured priority access to Orion chip would gain a massive lead in global AI dominance. Mark Zuckerberg leaned forward first, hands clasped, the familiar analytical look in his eyes. "Let me be direct," Mark began. "Meta is currently scaling our LLaMA4 and World Model Engine programs. We're running roughly 220,000 GPUs, all A100s and H100s across 3 continents. Transitioning to Orion means a total infrastructure shift, but if your performance metrics hold, it'll cut our operational cost by 40%. Timothy nodded slowly. And what are you proposing? Mark smiled faintly. 3.8 billion contract for 80,000 Orion X3 units over 2 years, plus access to your firmware updates through an exclusive data sharing arrangement. Jensen raised a brow. Data sharing with Meta, that's bold. Mark grinned. We'll pay an additional 200 million licensing premium to secure early firmware access. Timothy tapped his pen thoughtfully. Noted. Sam Altman leaned back, his tone more composed. We're not after exclusivity. What we want is capacity and timing. He gestured toward his assistant, who projected a graph showing GPT model scaling curves. We'll need 60,000 units in the first 6 months to train the next generation foundation models. We're willing to commit 5.2 billion USD over a 3-year supply deal, provided we get guaranteed delivery priority and co-development rights for distributed compute optimization. Timothy raised an eyebrow. Co-development rights, Sam nodded. We'll integrate your architecture directly into our software stack, which benefits both sides. You get global exposure through OpenAI's cloud partners. We'd also share inference optimization data, non-proprietary of course. Jensen gave an approving nod. That's a reasonable partnership model. Sundar Pichai, calm and collected, spoke next. Orion's design challenges our current TPU pipeline, and that's a good thing. We're not here to compete with NVIDIA, we're here to scale AI responsibly. He adjusted his glasses and turned to Timothy. Google Cloud will commit to a 6.5 billion partnership, 4 billion in chip orders, 2.5 billion for joint data center infrastructure in the Philippines. We'd like to co-finance a dedicated Orion cluster branded under both Google and Orion. Timothy exchanged a brief glance with Hana, who nodded approvingly. That's a serious commitment, Timothy said. And production? Sundar smiled faintly. We're ready to begin Q3 next year, pending fabrication yields. In exchange, we'll provide our TPU software stack for hybrid optimization. Andy Yassi from Oz leaned forward, voice confident and businesslike. We're not here to build from scratch, we're here to deploy. He motioned to his engineers. Oz will purchase 100,000 Orion units in bulk for initial rollout. That's a 7.1 billion contract over 4 years, renewable for double the quantity once proven. Timothy blinked. That's the largest offer so far. That would make Orion accessible to millions of developers, Hana noted quietly. Exactly, Andy said. We'll split cloud revenue 70-30 your favor. Timothy nodded appreciatively. Noted, that's a compelling model. Apple's Johnny S. Rauji spoke next, his tone sharp and direct. We don't do mass cloud computing like the others. Our interest lies on device intelligence. He tapped his iPad, displaying the schematic of an iPhone board. We're developing a series neural co-processors for the next generation of AI-integrated devices. We want to license Orion's architecture, not the chip, the design, to integrate into our 3-nanometer, so see Timothy folded his hands. That's sensitive IP. We're prepared to pay for it, Johnny said simply. 8 billion for architecture licensing, one-time fee, plus royalties of 40 per unit on all Apple devices equipped with the modified Orion core. The room went silent for a moment. Even Jensen raised his eyebrows this time. That's a bold move, Timothy chuckled. Apple always prefers control over access. Control drives quality, Johnny replied calmly. We both understand that. Elon leaned forward, fingers steepled. I'll keep it short. Tesla needs Orion chips too, ruggedized for vehicle AI and autonomous fleet data centers. SpaceX, on the other hand, wants orbital deployment for Starlink AI routing. Timothy smiled faintly. Tempting offer. Elon grinned. I know. That's why I said it. Satya Nadella's calm voice cut through the buzz. We're looking at the long game. Azure has an AI compute backlog that's growing daily. We'll fund joint hyperscale data centers with NVIDIA and TG Holdings, using Orion as the backbone. How much? Timothy asked. 10 billion investment over 6 years, Satya said. Half for infrastructure, half for procurement. In return, Microsoft gets long-term pricing protection and co-branding rights on the data centers. Arvind Krishna of IBM added, and IBM Cloud wants 20,000 Orion units with a focus on research AI. We'll pay 1.3 billion upfront and another 800 million for academic partnerships using your hardware. Timothy nodded slowly, taking mental note of each figure. Gentlemen, these are generous numbers. Finally, all eyes turned to Jensen. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. NVIDIA's position is simple, he said. We're partners, we don't need to outbid anyone, but I'll commit 30 billion USD to expand Orion's fab capacity in Subic to meet the growing demand. So there'd be 2 sites, Batangas and Subic. Wait, are you serious? Jensen nodded. You built the foundation, we're just helping it scale. So for total commitments, it's approximately 66.4 billion USD. Meta, OpenAI, and Google want power. Amazon wants scale. Apple wants control. Tesla and SpaceX want autonomy and space integration. Microsoft wants infrastructure dominance. IBM wants academic legacy. NVIDIA wants to build the empire itself and make Orion the new global semiconductor standard. The boardroom had grown heavy with silence again, not the quiet of exhaustion, but the kind that comes before a deal shifts in someone's favor. Timothy leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers as his eyes moved from face to face. Zuckerberg, Altman, Pichai, Yassi, Esrauji, Musk, Nadella, Krishna, and finally Jensen. Each of them had put their cards on the table, tens of billions of dollars in total commitments. But Timothy Guerrero wasn't a man who stopped at accepting. He was a man who maximized. Gentlemen, Timothy began, his tone calm but carrying a faint edge. And of course, Johnny, he nodded at Apple's rep first. I want to say your offers are all impressive, truly, but let's be realistic. He paused, letting the words hang. You're not bidding for GPUs. You're bidding for control over the future of AI, and that future runs through Orion. A quiet murmur rippled through the room. Hannah, seated at his right, kept her expression neutral, but there was a glint in her eyes. She knew that tone. Timothy was about to push the table. Timothy turned first to Mark Zuckerberg. Mark, your $3.8 billion contract and $200 million premium are generous, but let's be honest, Meta's running hundreds of thousands of A100s across the world. If you're serious about scaling to the next level, 80,000 chips won't even scratch the surface. Zuckerberg's brow furrowed. Timothy leaned forward. Double your order. 160,000 Orion X3s, priority access, and I'll give you an exclusive optimization suite for LLMA and Horizon AI. I'll also allow firmware-level customization for Meta's ecosystem for an additional $1 billion. Mark smirked slightly. You're pushing hard, Mr. Guerrero. Timothy smiled. You do the same in my seat. After a short pause, Zuckerberg nodded. Make it $5.5 billion total. You'll get your firmware deal. Next, he turned to Sam Altman. Sam, your deal's solid, but you're asking for early delivery, 60,000 units in 6 months. That's priority access and priority costs extra, especially since you're co-developing architecture. Sam tilted his head slightly. What do you have in mind? Add $1.3 billion to your offer, Timothy said evenly. You'll get first priority for all cluster shipments until Q2 2028 before any commercial or government batch. Sam considered it, then nodded slowly. 6.5 billion total, but I want joint patent rights for distributed compute protocols. Timothy grinned. Deal. Sundar Pichai watched quietly as the others negotiated. When Timothy turned his gaze on him, Sundar simply adjusted his glasses. Google's offer is strong, Timothy said. But if we're co-financing a data center in the Philippines, I want more than money. I want visibility, the Orion name beside Google Clouds on every press release, and access to Google's AI optimization stack for our internal R&D. That's doable, Sundar replied, if the joint center expands into 2 facilities. 2, Timothy echoed. One in Manila, Sundar said, the other in Bangkok, both co-owned. Timothy nodded approvingly. Then make the deal $8 billion, same ratio, 60-40 in our favor. Sundar smiled faintly. You drive a hard bargain, only when it's worth it, Timothy replied. Andy Yassi leaned forward next. So what's my penalty for going first, huh? Timothy chuckled. No penalty. But Oz integration means we're trusting your infrastructure with our brand. I need full transparency and a security audit handled by our own engineers. Done, Andy said. Andy smirked. That's a good upsell, Timothy. Add the billion. Excellent, Timothy said, jotting something on his tablet. That's how we scale. Now it was Johnny Esrauji's turn. The Apple executive had been quiet so far, observing the growing numbers with interest. Timothy smiled faintly. Johnny, Apple doesn't buy chips, you buy rights. You're offering $8 billion plus royalties, fair, but it doesn't reflect the market leverage you'll gain. Orion cores will have your power consumption and push neural engine performance beyond anything Qualcomm or Google can replicate. Johnny's eyebrow rose slightly. What do you want? Timothy's tone was calm but absolute. 10 billion licensing fee and royalties raised to 60 per unit. That's a 30 billion impact over 10 years, Johnny said. And $1 trillion edge over competitors, Timothy countered. Johnny chuckled under his breath, then nodded. You're good. Done. Now Elon, Timothy said with a smirk. You're paying half in logistics credits. Yeah, Elon said casually, because rockets are expensive. Then replace half of those credits with equity in Starlink's AI routing division, Timothy said flatly. Orion wants a foothold in orbital computation. Elon blinked, then grinned. You're dangerous. Fine, 5.8 billion total and you get 2.5 equity in the orbital AI project. Timothy extended a hand briefly. Deal. Satya Nadella's calm voice cut through once more. And what would you ask from us, Mr. Guerrero? Timothy leaned back slightly. Azure is already a behemoth. What you need is performance continuity, and what I need is stability. Let's expand your investment from 10 to 12 billion with a clause to upgrade every 5 years to the latest generation Orion chips. Satya thought for a moment, then nodded. That's acceptable. We'll integrate Orion into Azure's global node architecture. Perfect, Timothy said. Arvind, Timothy said, I like the academic angle, but you're underpricing yourself. IBM's legacy in research deserves a flagship project. I'll add a condition, make it 2.8 billion, and I'll establish an Orion IBM Center for Quantum AI Convergence in partnership with your labs. Arvind smiled. That's a poetic name. Done. Finally, all eyes turned back to Jensen, the man who started it all. Timothy clasped his hands. Jensen, you're already investing 30 billion, but let's scale it further. Build not just fabs, but an entire Orion foundry network. Subic, Batangas, and Cebu and Davao. Jensen nodded thoughtfully. How much do you want to raise that to? 50 billion total, Timothy said evenly. We'll each own 50 of the global expansion network. For a long moment, Jensen just studied him, then slowly smiled. You remind me of myself 20 years ago. I'll take that as a compliment, Timothy said. It is, Jensen replied. Done. The following afternoon, the air in Singapore felt lighter, the kind that comes after something monumental. The city's skyline gleamed through the tinted windows of a discreet, high-end restaurant overlooking Marina Bay. It wasn't one of those places listed in the tourist guides. This was the kind of establishment where CEOs met behind closed doors, where deals worth billions were toasted quietly with aged wine and no cameras in sight. Timothy Guerrero had reserved the entire private section of the restaurant. No reporters, no staff beyond a trusted few, just him, Hana, and the men and women who had moments ago made history with him. Jensen Huang sat at the far end of the table, relaxed for the first time in days. Beside him, Sundar Pichai was scrolling through emails, while Satya Nadella and Andy Yassi exchanged quiet remarks about potential synergies. Elon Musk, as usual, had taken a seat by the window, watching the traffic below with an expression halfway between boredom and genius plotting. Even Mark Zuckerberg was there, quietly sipping mineral water instead of wine, his face lit faintly by the glow of his AR lenses. This feels like a scene from a movie, Hana murmured beside Timothy, her voice barely audible over the soft hum of jazz playing in the background. Timothy smiled faintly, swirling his glass of Bordeaux. Except in this one, the heroes wear suits and move markets instead of swords. The servers moved like shadows, setting down an array of fine dishes, Japanese wagyu seared to perfection, truffle risotto, black cod glazed in miso, and platters of fresh oysters. No one said much at first, even Titans needed a moment to let victory sink in. Jensen broke the silence first. Well, Mr. Guerrero, he said, his tone warm, you've just turned a company barely an infant into the single most powerful semiconductor supplier on Earth. Timothy gave a small nod. It's not just me. We're partners now, all of us have a stake in the infrastructure of the future. Zuckerberg smirked slightly. You make it sound poetic. Business is just poetry written in numbers, Timothy said evenly, earning a chuckle from Nadella. Andy Yassi raised his glass. Then here's to numbers and to the men and women who know how to multiply them. They toasted quietly. No clinking of glasses, just the subtle acknowledgement of respect between giants. Elon leaned forward, grinning. I still can't believe you got us all in one room without the SEC showing up. Timothy chuckled. I'm sure they'll find out soon enough. But by then it won't matter. The foundation's already set. That's dangerous confidence, Johnny Esrauji remarked with a faint smirk. It's not confidence, Timothy replied calmly. It's inevitability. The table fell into a natural rhythm after that, small talk mixed with strategy. Hana listened quietly as the executives discussed deployment schedules, supply chain bottlenecks, and timelines for the first Orion X3 shipments. Yet beneath the technical chatter, there was an unspoken understanding. Everyone here had just secured their future, and Timothy was the man who made it happen. By the time dessert arrived, molten chocolate cake and fine espresso, the group had loosened up. Jensen and Nadella were laughing about old Silicon Valley rivalries. Sundar was discussing AI ethics with Sam Altman, and Elon was sketching orbital cluster diagrams on a napkin, muttering about AI in low orbit while Hana tried not to laugh. Timothy watched it all quietly, a room filled with the world's most powerful innovators, breaking bread and talking like old colleagues. A surreal sight, one that only a few years ago would have seemed impossible. The room fell quiet for a moment. Then Jensen rose, extending a hand. You've earned this, Timothy. Remember this day, it's the beginning of a new chapter. I intend to, Timothy said, shaking his hand firmly. One by one, the executives gathered their things. They didn't leave with the flash of paparazzi or entourages, only silent nods and knowing smiles. Deals of this scale didn't need cameras to be historic. Numbers would tell their own story soon enough. Outside, as Timothy and Hana exited through the back corridor of the restaurant to avoid attention, the late afternoon sun painted Raffles Place in gold. They walked side by side toward the waiting car, the faint hum of the city surrounding them. Hana finally spoke as they entered the vehicle. That went smoother than I expected. You practically made every one of them double their bids. Timothy smirked faintly. You make the most out of the opportunity. By the time they reached the headquarters at Raffles Place, twilight had begun to settle. The skyscrapers gleamed in shades of copper and silver, their reflections shimmering across the bay. Inside the quiet of the TG Mobility Holdings boardroom, Timothy stood by the window, staring at the city below. The view stretched endlessly, cranes over construction sites, cargo ships gliding toward the port, the glow of offices still alive with movement. It was the heartbeat of a world in motion. Behind him, Hana placed a stack of signed contracts neatly on the table. All finalized, she said softly. Total commitments now exceed 120 billion. Once the fabs in Subic and Batangas expand, we'll be printing gold. He let the silence settle between them for a moment before continuing. Once we expand to Cebu and Davao, the power demand will multiply, Timothy murmured. We'll need cheaper, stable electricity, something we can control. The current grid won't sustain what we're building. Hana nodded thoughtfully. You mean the nuclear plant? Timothy didn't turn around. Eventually, either we build the power or the power limits us, and we need it now and fast. But a nuclear power plant takes like half a decade to build right. It is, but there is one company making a small nuclear reactor, Timothy said and continued, and I want you to look into it. What's the name of the company? Nuskel, Timothy revealed. Nuskel. Hana repeated the name of the company. She hasn't heard of it from the energy enterprise. Perhaps it's a new company that Timothy found from Google. I don't think I've come across that name in the energy sector. Is it new? That's right, Nuskel. Timothy confirmed as he prepared to explain to her what that company is. It is an American company developing small modular reactors, SMRs. Essentially, they're compact nuclear power plants designed for scalable energy generation. Hana blinked. Scalable nuclear power plants. You mean, small reactors that work like the big ones? Exactly, Timothy said, a faint hint of enthusiasm in his tone. Traditional reactors are massive multi-billion-dollar installations that take decades to build. NuScale's technology compresses that into modular units that can be mass-produced, assembled faster, and even deployed in clusters. Think of it as the factory-made version of nuclear power. Hana frowned slightly, trying to process the idea. So you're saying instead of building one massive plant, we could build 10 smaller, which would then power the proposed factories that will be built in the Philippines, including the ones that were already constructed? Timothy nodded. Yes, each reactor produces around 77 megawatts of power. 12 modules, when combined, can produce about 924 megawatts, enough to power a large city or a major industrial zone. But what's the catch with it? If it's so impressive like you mentioned, why haven't I heard of it before? It's because the company is new, Timothy explained, resting one arm on the edge of the table, and because it's controversial. NuScale's concept is brilliant on paper, modular reactors that can be built in factories and shipped to the site, but critics say it's not as efficient in practice as the numbers suggest. Hana's brows furrowed. How so? Well, Timothy began. For one, the economics. Small modular reactors sound cheaper because each unit is smaller, but when you account for the containment, licensing, security, and maintenance, costs scale up. Some experts say that per kilowatt hour, SMRs could end up more expensive than traditional nuclear plants until the manufacturing process reaches full industrial scale. Hana nodded slowly, taking it in. So, it's like electric vehicles in the early days. Revolutionary idea, but costly to start. Exactly, Timothy said with a faint grin. Except in this case, you're dealing with atomic energy, not batteries. Governments are cautious, investors are cautious, and every single design detail, from cooling systems to reactor vessel weight, gets scrutinized. There are engineers questioning the actual passive safety systems, saying that if one module fails, it might still need external backup to prevent overheating. Wait, Hana interjected. I thought you said they don't rely on external cooling. They don't in theory, Timothy clarified, but the design still depends on water circulation in a sealed containment. If anything compromises that loop, it's still vulnerable, even if the risk is a fraction of older reactors. The critics say it's not the technology that's flawed, it's the optimism. Hana crossed her arms thoughtfully. So that's why it hasn't scaled yet. Timothy nodded. The first commercial project in the US was supposed to be in Idaho. But the cost estimate ballooned from $5 billion to nearly $9 billion before construction even began. And now some investors are backing out, citing economic uncertainty. Then why are you still interested in them? Hana asked softly, watching him. Timothy smiled faintly, the kind of smile that suggested he already knew the answer. Because they're first. Every disruptive technology starts with criticism. Look at Tesla in its early years. People laughed at the idea of mass-producing electric cars. Look at SpaceX. Reusable rockets were a fantasy, but now they define their industries. He paused, then leaned forward slightly. NuScale's not perfect, but the foundation is there, a scalable nuclear solution that could power factories, ports, and even cities without relying on coal or gas. So, what are you going to do? Timothy pondered for a moment. NuScale SMR technology, if he reconstructed their product into its perfect design where most of the problems it has is solved, it would definitely disrupt the energy business. After all, in the next decade or the future, technological advancements require a huge amount of power. For example, data centers, EV gigafactories, semiconductor fabs, all of them were hungry for energy. Cheap, stable, and clean power wasn't a luxury anymore, it was survival fuel for the next industrial age. Timothy exhaled slowly and said, "Then we buy them." Hana blinked, stunned for a moment. "Buy? New scale? You mean acquire them outright?" He nodded, his expression calm but sharp, the look of someone already 10 steps ahead. Their stock value has been sliding for months. Most investors are pulling out because they think nuclear's too risky in this economy. They're wrong. It's not risky, it's undervalued. The market just doesn't see the long-term picture yet. But NewScale's an American company, Hana said cautiously. Wouldn't that be difficult? There are export laws, security regulations, Hana. I don't like being told that my hands are tied, Timothy said. If you want something, there are ways. I'm planning on acquiring NewScale and then establish a new company, TG Energy Systems, under which all future energy operations will be consolidated, Timothy continued. NewScale's acquisition will be the foundation. We'll restructure it, absorb its patents, rebrand its SMR design, and adapt it to fit our infrastructure in Asia. Once it's under TG Energy Systems, we won't just be buying nuclear technology, we'll own the next generation of industrial energy. Hana's eyes widened slightly. So TG Energy Systems will be your energy division, like how TG Mobility handles vehicles. Exactly, Timothy said, leaning back in his chair. But unlike those divisions, this one won't rely on any other power source. It is the power source. He stood, turning toward the window where the lights of Singapore shimmered against the evening sky. We'll begin the process. Tell me there is a need to know when acquiring a US-based company. That will be your task. I can finish it within an hour or two, Hana said confidently. Timothy smiled at her response. Good, in that case, I'll wait for it in 2 hours. I will do some paperwork here until then. Understood, she replied, gathering her tablet and standing. I'll send the full report once I've compiled everything. When she left the room, Timothy turned back toward his desk. Down the hall, Hana entered one of the smaller briefing rooms, the glass walls dimmed automatically for privacy. She sat down, laid her tablet flat, and began typing rapidly. Search query, NewScale Power Corporation history, structure, leadership, valuation, controversies, acquisition feasibility. Within seconds, dozens of results filled the screen: corporate filings, SEC disclosures, news reports, and investor presentations. Hana adjusted her glasses, scrolling through the top pages. Company overview. Founded in 2007 in Portland, Oregon, NewScale Power began as a spin-off from Oregon State University's nuclear research program. Its original purpose was to design small modular reactors, or SMRs for short, capable of producing nuclear energy on a scalable, distributed model. The key figure behind the company was Dr. Jose Reyes, a nuclear engineer and former professor who conceptualized the idea of miniaturizing reactors. His prototype, first tested at Oregon State's research lab, caught the attention of investors looking for the next big leap in clean energy. Under Reyes' technical leadership and the corporate management of Johns Hopkins, the company started developing its signature design, a small, self-contained reactor vessel capable of passive cooling, meaning no external water pumps or electricity were required to shut it down safely in case of an emergency. At the time, the idea was revolutionary. Governments and scientists saw SMRs as a potential way to revive the nuclear industry without the cost, size, or political baggage of conventional plants. Hana scrolled further, seeing how the company's financial trajectory rose and fell. Fluor Corporation. That name again, she muttered, reading aloud. Fluor, one of the largest construction and engineering conglomerates in the world, had been NewScale's primary investor since 2011. They held a controlling stake, nearly 55% of shares at the time of its SPAC merger in 2022. It was Fluor's financial muscle that kept NewScale alive through its RD years, but even Fluor couldn't shield them from market volatility. The company went public through a SPAC special purpose acquisition company deal in 2022, merging with Spring Valley Acquisition Corp. The valuation then, a hopeful $1.9 billion. Hana scrolled down to the next section, her expression tightening slightly as the numbers began to decline. By late 2024, the company's market capitalization had dropped to below $800 million. Shares had fallen by almost 80 from their opening price. Investor confidence was shaken. Reasons: delays in project execution, cost overruns in the carbon-free power project CFPP in Idaho, withdrawal of several municipal partners, and a growing public skepticism about nuclear safety and economic feasibility. She tapped on one of the news clippings from Reuters. NewScale's Idaho SMR project loses key investors as costs surge to $9 billion from an initial $5.3 billion estimate. Timelines extend beyond 2030. Financial analysts question the viability of the first commercial SMR project in the U.S. Exactly what Timothy said, Hana murmured. She leaned back slightly, scanning the technical summaries. The NewScale Power Module NPM was the company's flagship product, a 77 MW light water reactor enclosed in a cylindrical steel vessel about 23 meters tall and 4.5 meters wide. It was designed to operate as part of a cluster, with up to 12 modules submerged in a shared reactor pool. Each module was self-contained, reactor core, steam generator, and pressurizer integrated in one unit. Cooling relied on natural convection, eliminating the need for external power or pumps. Advantages: safety, passive shutdown, minimal human intervention. Scalability: build 1 to 12 modules depending on demand. Smaller footprint, could fit in a fraction of a traditional nuclear site. But Hana also saw the critical points in red text on one slide: criticisms and risks, higher cost per megawatt due to modular redundancy. Complex licensing from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission (NRC), public skepticism due to the word nuclear, delays in manufacturing standardization. She frowned. It's the same pattern as early EV startups, she muttered. High innovation but no production momentum. Next, she checked the leadership page. John Hopkins, CEO formerly with Fluor Corp, seasoned in large-scale engineering and government contracts. Jose Reyes, CTO, the visionary scientist, still leading design and research. Clay Sell, board member, ex-U.S. Deputy Secretary of Energy. Chris Colbert, Chief Strategy Officer known for handling policy and regulatory negotiations. Interesting lineup, Hana whispered. They have both political and engineering weight, but their board composition explained why progress was slow. It was too corporate, too cautious, dominated by legacy thinking rather than aggressive execution. That's where Timothy would excel. She opened the financial reports and scanned through institutional holders. Fluor Corporation 52.4. Vanguard Groups 3.1. BlackRock 2.7. Retail shareholders 15. Various venture groups and SPAC holders remaining percentage. Hana began typing notes rapidly. Fluor Corp remains dominant shareholder. Controlling interest can be influenced via joint venture or strategic buy-in. Acquire 15/20 float through public trading. Secure board representation via partnership with Fluor. Alternative route: initiate consortium via US-based investment front. The current market capitalization, $650 million. Average trading volume, 1.8 million shares per day. At this rate, Timothy could accumulate influence quietly through staggered purchases small enough not to alert financial media or trigger SEC investigations. Buyout through stealth accumulation, Hana whispered to herself. We'll need a proxy fund in the States, probably one managed under an investment firm name that doesn't trace back to TG Holdings. She searched deeper, recalling Timothy's words from earlier. If you want something, there are ways. She smiled faintly. Yeah, he wasn't joking. But Timothy seemed desperate and wanted that company. Couldn't he just buy 100% of the company? He didn't want a minority stake. He didn't want board influence or partnership rights. He wanted ownership. Approach the founder directly, she murmured as she typed. Dr. Jose Reyes still holds significant voting influence through Class B shares, even if Fluor owns the majority stake. If Timothy can convince him, the rest of the board will follow. 2 hours later, Hana stepped in with her tablet clutched against her chest. It's done, she said. Timothy paused what he was doing at the moment and looked at her. Good, let's hear it. Hana sat across from him, activated her tablet, and turned it for Timothy to see. New Scale Power Corporation, she began, founded in 2007 as a spin-off from Oregon State University's Research Reactor Program. The company's key founder is Dr. Jose Reyes, a nuclear engineer and former professor. He developed the small modular reactor design that became their core technology. She swiped the display, showing the picture of Dr. Reyes. He's still the chief technology officer, Hana continued, and he's one of the most respected names in the nuclear field. If anyone could make SMRs viable, it's him. But he's not a businessman, he's a scientist, and that's where NewScale's problem lies. Timothy raised an eyebrow, meaning the company was led by engineers, not dealmakers. They've been too slow to commercialize. Their lead investor, Fluor Corporation, owns more than 50% of the shares, but they've grown tired of funding development without a return. Their project in Idaho ballooned from $5 to $9 billion. The municipal partners backed out and the stock plummeted. How bad? Timothy asked. As of last week, Hana said their market cap is $650 million, down nearly 80% from when they went public. Investors lost confidence, and Fluor's board is debating whether to cut their losses completely. Timothy smirked, so they're weak. Precisely, Hana said, but the tech still works. It's just unprofitable under their current model. She brought up a new slide showing a digital map of the United States with highlighted nodes marking NewScale's facilities. Their engineering center is in Corvallis, Oregon. They have offices in Rockville, Maryland, and fabrication partnerships in Texas. The key team remains small, fewer than 600 employees worldwide. If we were to acquire them, integration would be relatively straightforward. Timothy folded his arms, intrigued. And how do we do that? Hana's lips curved slightly. We don't go through Fluor, we go through Reyes. She tapped again, showing Dr. Reyes. Reyes holds a smaller percentage of shares, but most are Class B voting stock. They give him special authority on research and technical direction. If we win him over, if he believes TG Energy Systems will protect his life's work, he'll bring the rest of the board to the table. Then we buy out Fleur's majority stake directly. Timothy's expression sharpened. You're proposing a full buyout. Yes, Hana said confidently. 100% acquisition. No partnerships, no stock juggling, complete absorption. Timothy's eyes narrowed with interest. Explain the method. First, she said, swiping to a series of flow charts. We'll establish an American front, a Delaware-based company, Helios Strategic Holdings. It'll appear to be a private U.S. energy investment firm. Helios will make the initial contact with Dr. Reyes, expressing interest in revitalizing NewScale's projects through foreign capital injection. Helios, Timothy repeated, catchy. But why do we need to establish an American front? Explain it to me in simple terms. Because, sir, she began, foreign entities can't directly acquire a U.S.-based nuclear technology company. It's a matter of national security. Timothy nodded slowly, as if testing her answer. Go on. Under U.S. law, Hana continued, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, reviews any foreign transaction involving companies that deal with critical infrastructure or sensitive technology. Nuclear tech falls under both categories. If TG Holdings directly tried to buy NewScale, the deal would trigger immediate scrutiny and most likely get blocked. So the front company, Timothy said, acts as our American face. Exactly, Hana confirmed. He raised a brow. And we don't have any offices or partners in America. So how do you plan to build one from nothing? Hana's lips curved slightly. We make one. She expanded a document. The name Helios Strategic Holdings LLC appeared on the top line, followed by a blank address and signature block. Helios, she said, a Delaware-registered energy investment firm. It will exist solely to act as our front, but instead of going through legal intermediaries, we'll build it ourselves remotely. Timothy crossed his arms. Remotely. Yes, Hana said, it's possible now. Most U.S. states, especially Delaware, allow digital business registration. I can file incorporation documents online under a local proxy name, an American citizen who's willing to serve as founder and acting director. We'll recruit one. Recruit one? Hana nodded. Timothy's brows furrowed slightly, considering it. And how do we compensate this person? A simple agreement, Hana replied. They receive a fixed annual payment, have no operational authority, and everything else runs through us. We'll provide the initial deposit, say, $50,000 through a neutral financial channel. The filings will list the founder as sole owner, but the private operating agreement will state that Helios is controlled by TG Energy Systems as the beneficial owner. Timothy smiled faintly. So on paper, it's American. In truth, it's ours. Exactly, Hana said, proud of her reasoning. Once Helios exists, we can open a U.S. business bank account, rent a virtual office, and issue letters using a verified American address. That's enough to pass basic scrutiny. Clever, Timothy murmured. Helios will then contact Dr. Reyes directly, Hana continued, not with a buyout offer, but with a proposal. We'll say that Helios wants to invest in NewScale's stalled Idaho project and help revitalize American nuclear innovation. That'll catch his attention. He's emotionally attached to the technology. He'll see us as saviors, not buyers. Timothy leaned forward, elbows on the table. And once he bites, once he responds positively, Hana said, you step in personally through a secure video meeting. You'll present yourself as the principal backer of Helios, not the owner. You tell him you believe in his work and that you're willing to fund the continuation of his research through TG Energy Systems after acquisition. Timothy smiled, appealed to his pride. Yes, Hana said, he's a scientist. He wants his technology to live on, not rot in corporate limbo. If we promise to build, not dismantle, he'll cooperate, maybe even convince the board himself. Timothy stood, walking toward the window as the skyline shimmered with orange light. And Fleur will sell, Hana said simply. They're losing money. If Helios offers a buyout at a 70% premium, roughly 1.1 billion USD, they'll agree without hesitation. Once Fleur exits, NewScale's control shifts to Helios. The rest of the shareholders will follow the price momentum. Timothy turned to face her again, eyes reflecting ambition. And that's when TG Energy Systems steps in. I'm liking it. Let's proceed with that plan, Timothy said. The office was quiet that evening, the kind of stillness that carried the hum of ambition beneath it. Singapore's skyline shimmered beyond the glass, its towers reflected on the polished floor of TG Mobility's headquarters. Hana sat alone at her workstation across the hall from Timothy's office, her tablet propped up, two monitors flickering with lines of text, forms, and checklists. This wasn't just another late-night assignment, it was the beginning of something new. Helios Strategic Holdings. Hana started with the basics, a blank slate and a plan. Step 1, name registration, she murmured, typing into the screen. She pulled up the Delaware Division of Corporations website open for public registration and internationally accessible. She filled out the required forms, pausing occasionally to double-check every field. Name, Helios Strategic Holdings LLC. Purpose, Energy Investment and Technological Development Company. Address Virtual Office Service, Wilmington, Delaware. Registered Agent North Star Filing Services, Inc., a small business registration provider she found through independent directories. Everything was legitimate, nothing suspicious. Delaware didn't require physical presence, just a filing fee and a registered agent. It was shockingly easy. Too easy, Hana muttered as she submitted the online form and uploaded the scan signatures she generated digitally. The system processed the request, the loading icon spinning for a few seconds before the confirmation appeared. Entity successfully submitted for approval. Estimated processing time, 24 hours. Hana exhaled, sinking slightly in her chair. One down. Next came the hardest part, finding the face. She needed an American citizen to act as Helios's public founder, someone trustworthy enough to front the company without questioning who stood behind it. She opened her contact list, dozens of names, mostly contractors and engineers who had worked with TG Mobility's foreign RD operations. One name stood out, Michael Lau, a Filipino-American mechanical engineer based in California. He had once been part of TG Mobility's vehicle battery design team during the early phase. Hana clicked his contact profile. Michael had resigned amicably years ago to start a small consultancy in Los Angeles. He wasn't rich, but he was reliable and loyal to Timothy, who once gave him his first major break. She sent him a message from Hana Kim, TG Mobility Holdings. Subject: Proposal Confidential. Hi Michael, I have a sensitive project for you, completely legal but requires absolute discretion. We're forming a U.S. registered investment company named Helios Strategic Holdings LLC. We'd like you to serve as its nominal founder and acting director. You'll not be involved in any operational activity. Your role is representative only. In exchange, you'll receive an annual retainer of $250,000 USD, paid through an international account. We'll handle all filings and compliance. All we need is your name and signature. If you're interested, I'll send the draft contract within the hour. Hana see. She hesitated before hitting send, then did. The message vanished into the digital ether. Now came the waiting. An hour passed. Hana busied herself by drafting the framework for Helios's internal structure. The company would appear as a small-scale investment firm focusing on clean energy opportunities within the United States. Nothing about nuclear, nothing about TG Holdings. She listed the positions: Michael Lau, acting CEO nominal. Hana CEO consultant for foreign market strategy. TBD finance officer, placeholder name, to be replaced later. Registered address 1209 Orange Street, Wilmington, DE, the same location used by thousands of global firms. By the time she finished the document, her tablet chimed. Michael Lau. Hana, it's been a while, just read your email. It sounds intriguing. Is this Timothy's project? She smirked faintly. He always knows when something's big. She typed quickly, yes, he's leading this directly, and it's time sensitive. Michael, then I'm in. Send me the papers. Hana leaned back in relief. Perfect. The next 2 hours blurred into precision. Contracts, NDAs, and a confidentiality clause thicker than the U.S. tax code. Hana drafted them all herself, signed digitally, and sent them to Michael through encrypted transfer. By midnight, she had everything ready: signatures, proof of identity, EIN registration in process, and a virtual office established under the name Helios Strategic Holdings LLC. It was all real now. A legal American company, owned by no one visible, but controlled by one man from across the Pacific. The following morning, Hana stepped into Timothy's office with her usual calm demeanor, though there was a spark of pride in her eyes. He was reviewing some financial projections when she entered. You didn't sleep, did you? He asked, not looking up. I'll rest after this, she replied, handing him the tablet. Helios Strategic Holdings is officially being processed in Delaware. We'll have the registration certificate by tomorrow. Timothy glanced at the screen, reading the summary: entity, Helios Strategic Holdings LLC, filed and pending approval. He looked up, a hint of approval in his expression. How'd you manage without any local help? Online registration, offshore processing, and a very cooperative U.S. citizen, Hana said smoothly. I reached out to Michael Lau. You might remember him from the early TG Mobility battery program. Michael, Timothy mused. There were a lot of personnel working in the battery program. Akira may have known him. He's agreed to be the founder on record. We'll compensate him annually. He's trustworthy, and more importantly, he knows when to stay quiet. Timothy nodded, visibly impressed. You move fast. I have to, Hana said. Once Helios is approved, we'll apply for a U.S. business account. From there, we can transfer capital under the guise of foreign clean energy investment. Everything will look legitimate. And the outreach to raise, I'm drafting it now, Hana said. The message will come from Helios's email domain. I already secured one. We'll make it personal, professional, and patriotic. It'll read like an American investor who believes in revitalizing U.S. nuclear leadership. Timothy's eyes glinted. Good. When do we send it? Once the registration certificate arrives, Hana replied. That will make Helios officially real. Once he sees we're a legitimate American firm, he'll take the bait. Timothy smiled faintly. And you'll write it under Michael's name. Yes, Hana said, nodding. He'll be the visible voice of Helios, but the content, the strategy, will be ours. Every word designed to appeal to Ray's pride and purpose. Timothy stood, walking toward the window. The world's going to see a small American firm reviving a struggling nuclear pioneer, but behind it all, he looked at her, his reflection glowing in the glass. It'll be us pulling every string. Hana's voice was calm. Exactly. Within weeks, we'll be in contact with Ray's, and within months, Helios will own NewScale. Timothy turned back to his desk, resting a hand over the Helios folder she'd left. Then let's begin. Once that company breathes, I want the letter ready. You'll oversee everything: domain setup, payment channels, the banking structure. Every thread must lead back to us and only us. Yes, sir. The next few days in Singapore moved at a gentler rhythm than Timothy was used to. For once, he wasn't in a boardroom or buried under a dozen projections. Instead, he was standing by the window of the Marina Bay Sands suite, sunlight spilling over the skyline like gold dust. Timothy, Evelyn called softly from behind him. Are you ready? He turned to see her standing by the door, simple but elegant as always, beige dress, light shawl, and that familiar poise she carried no matter where they went. Angela stood beside her, clutching a small sling bag and grinning ear to ear. Ready, Timothy said, pocketing his phone. Let's make the most of the day. Their first stop was gardens by the bay. The air was cool under the vast glass domes, the fragrance of orchids and fresh soil mingling with the faint hum of the waterfall inside the cloud forest. Angela ran ahead, her voice echoing excitedly as she pointed to the misty walkway spiraling above the garden canopy. Kuya, look, you can walk on that bridge. Timothy smiled. You sure you're not scared of heights anymore? I'm not, she said proudly, adjusting the strap of her camera. Evelyn chuckled softly beside them. She's been waiting for this since we left Manila. I can tell, Timothy replied, watching Angela hurry up the walkway stairs. They followed her slowly, Evelyn's pace steady and graceful. From the top, the city stretched out in a panoramic view. Evelyn leaned on the railing beside him. Singapore really knows how to balance everything, she said. Beautiful and cleaner. If only Manila could be the same, Timothy sighed. Well, it'll take time. His mother gave him a knowing look. It will, I have hope after all. Below them, Angela was laughing, taking pictures with tourists, her energy like sunlight itself. Evelyn smiled at the sight. She looked so happy, she said. You've given her a good life, Tim. Timothy didn't respond right away. He just watched his little sister waving at them from below, and for a brief moment, the weight of the world felt lighter. By afternoon, they visited Sentosa Island. The sky was a clear blue, the ocean shimmering like glass. They walked along Palawan Beach, shoes off, sand cool beneath their feet. Angela built a sandcastle near the shore while Evelyn and Timothy sat under a shaded umbrella, the sound of waves soft against the wind. Evelyn opened a bottle of water, her expression thoughtful. You've been quieter than usual, she said gently. Timothy smiled faintly. I'm just thinking about work. He shook his head. Not exactly. About what comes next. Hana's handling Helios, and once that's done, we'll be entering a completely different industry. Nuclear energy isn't just another venture, it's a national-scale project. If I push this wrong, I could cause waves across multiple governments. Evelyn took a sip of water, studying her son carefully. Sometimes you forget you are speaking to your mother. You know I have no clue what you are talking about. Timothy chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, sorry about that. It's kind of becoming a habit for me. Evelyn smiled gently, her eyes softening as she looked at her son. It's all right, she said. You've always been like this, lost in your thoughts. Even when you were a boy, you'd take apart the radio or the old fan just to see how it worked. I guess some habits never change. Timothy laughed quietly, his gaze shifting toward the waves. Maybe. But back then, breaking things didn't cost millions of dollars. Evelyn chuckled. True. And back then, I didn't have to read about you in business columns. That made him grin faintly. I didn't think you still read those. Of course I do, she replied, even if I don't understand half of it. TG Mobility acquires this. TG Holdings expands there. It's all just words to me. I only care if you're eating, sleeping, and not forgetting to call your family. Timothy smirked. I do call, sometimes. Evelyn gave him a pointed look. Once a week is not sometimes, Tim. He raised both hands in surrender. All right, I'll call more often. Angela, sitting a few feet away, was busy lining seashells in a neat row beside her sandcastle. She looked up and grinned. Brother's always busy, Mom. He's like one of those people on TV who build robots and stuff. But you do build things, she insisted, puffing her cheeks. You're always on your laptop doing secret work. Evelyn laughed softly. He's not a secret agent, Angela. I didn't say he was. She said with a playful pout, but I know it's something really important. You're always serious when you work, Kuya. Timothy smiled and reached over, brushing some sand off her hair. Let's just say I'm helping make the world a little better. Angela tilted her head. Better how? He hesitated. His little sister had no idea what he really did, how many industries TG Holdings had quietly reshaped, how many contracts, patents, and assets now bore his signature. Better in small ways, he said finally, keeping his tone light, like building things that make life easier, safer. Angela smiled, satisfied with that answer. Then Then you're a hero, brother. Evelyn smiled warmly, shaking her head. You see what she thinks of you. Timothy looked at his sister, who was already back to sculpting towers in the sand, humming to herself. She's too kind, he murmured, but maybe that's reason enough to keep going. Evelyn glanced at him, her expression soft but serious. Just don't lose sight of what really matters while you're at it. Timothy looked out toward the horizon, where the sun was beginning to dip low. I won't, I promise. The ocean breeze carried the faint scent of salt and summer. The world seemed distant, his meetings, his plans, even Helios. Everything could wait for now. He took a slow breath, grounding himself in the moment. Angela's laughter filled the air again as she tried to protect her sandcastle from the rising tide. Evelyn laughed beside him, shaking her head as she called out, "You'll lose it if you build too close to the water, dear. I'll rebuild it." Angela shouted back proudly. The sky burned orange now, streaked with gold and violet, and for that evening on Sentosa, that was enough. Since Timothy had spent the day yesterday with his family, today it was time to spend this day with Hana. He was already dressed when she knocked on his sweet door at Marina Bay Sands. White polo, sleeves folded neatly, dark jeans, clean sneakers, rare casual Timothy. When he opened the door, Hana blinked for a moment, surprised. "You actually look normal today," she said, smiling. Timothy raised a brow. "Normal? I mean not, I just closed a 120 billion semiconductor deal. Kind of aura," she said, biting back a laugh. "Well, today I'm not the CEO," he said, stepping out and locking the door behind him. "Today I'm just Timothy, and you're not my executive assistant." "Oh," Hana tilted her head. "What am I then?" He met her eyes steady. "A woman I want to spend the day with." That shut her up for a second. She looked away, cheeks warming just a bit. "You could have just said we're hanging out." "But that's not what this is," Timothy said simply. "Let's go." They took the elevator down together, the morning sun already flooding the lobby. Hana was dressed light, pastel blue blouse, pleated skirt, white sneakers, hair tied in a low ponytail. She didn't look like the woman who stayed up all night registering shell companies and drafting acquisition plans. She looked young, soft, exactly her age. So she said as they walked through the lobby, "Where are we going?" Timothy gave a small smirk. "You'll see." "You're not going to tell me?" "Nope." Surprise. Hana narrowed her eyes, suspicious. "You're not dragging me into another investor's brunch, are you?" He chuckled. "Relax. This is purely for fun." The black Toyota Alphard van was already waiting out front. The driver opened the door and Timothy gestured for her to step in first. As they drove through the clean, orderly streets of Singapore, Hana glanced at him curiously. "You're being unusually secretive today." "That's because it's a proper break," he said. "You earned it. Don't tell me you booked a boardroom again," she said dryly. "Close," he said, amused, "but this one has roller coasters." Her eyes widened. "Wait, what? Universal Studios?" She blinked, stunned for a second. "You're joking. I'm not you, Mr. Workaholic himself. Going to a theme park." Timothy leaned back, watching the streets pass by. "Even I know how to have fun sometimes." Hana laughed in disbelief. "Right, until your phone rings." "Already muted it," he said. "You have my full attention." That silenced her for a moment. She glanced out the window, a faint smile tugging at her lips. When they arrived at Sentosa Island, the huge rotating globe of Universal Studios Singapore greeted them, shining in the morning light. Families were streaming in, kids holding popcorn and waving souvenirs. Hana stopped to stare. "You weren't kidding, do I ever?" Timothy asked. "Sometimes I wish you did," she muttered, grinning. They walked through the entrance, scanning the tickets. Hana's eyes darted from one colorful street to another, the storefronts modeled after old Hollywood, the palm-lined walkway leading deeper into the park. The scent of popcorn and roasted nuts drifted through the air and distant screams echoed from the roller coasters. "This feels surreal," she said, her voice softening. "When was the last time you went to a place like this?" "Never," Timothy admitted. Hana turned to him, surprised. "Seriously?" He nodded. "We couldn't afford it when I was younger. And afterward, I never really had the time." Her smile faded slightly. "Then I'm honored to be your first theme park companion." He smirked. "Make sure it's worth it then." She laughed, shaking her head. "Deal." They started in the ancient Egypt zone. The heat shimmered against the massive sandstone walls and hieroglyphs. Timothy was convinced by Hana somehow to ride Revenge of the Mummy. Inside the dark, echoing hall, Hana clutched her seatbelt nervously. "I swear if this thing flips upside down, I'm suing TG Mobility." Timothy chuckled, noted, "I'll have legal prepare your settlement." The ride shot forward, plunging into pitch-black tunnels. Hana screamed as the cart twisted through fire and shadows, grabbing his arm in reflex. Timothy didn't flinch, but he did smile faintly. When they came out, her hair was a little messy, and she was half laughing, half gasping for air. "That was terrifying. You screamed in my ear," Timothy said. "You didn't even react." She said accusingly, "Are you even human?" "I was enjoying the data," he said dryly. "Pure market research." She swatted his arm. "You're impossible." They spent the afternoon wandering through the themed zones, Jurassic Park, Far, Far Away, Sci-Fi City. Hana dragged him into Transformers the ride, where she ended up laughing uncontrollably when he actually ducked during one of the 3D explosions. Mr. CEO, flinching at a hologram, she teased as they walked out. "Should I start taking notes?" "I was analyzing trajectory realism," he said calmly. Sure, she said with a grin. You were terrified. They grabbed lunch at Mel's Drive-In, a 1950s-style diner replica. Sitting in a red leather booth with burgers and milkshakes, Hana looked across the table at him, still smiling. You know, this doesn't suit you. What doesn't this, she said, gesturing around, being relaxed. He looked down at his drink. Maybe that's why I need it. Her expression softened. Fair point. They ate quietly for a few minutes, the distant music filling the air. Then Hana asked, almost shyly so, do you ever regret it, the path you took? Timothy leaned back, thoughtful. No, but sometimes I wonder what it would have been like to just live normally. No companies, no contracts, just peace. Would you actually be happy with that? She asked. He smiled faintly. No, probably not. Exactly, she said. You're built for this, Timothy. I can tell in the future you'll become even bigger than what you currently are. He looked at her, genuinely taken aback for a moment. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. I can take it back, she said quickly. Too late, he said, smiling. As the day stretched into evening, they ended up near the lagoon where the sunset painted the park in gold. The lights of the rides began to flicker on, soft music drifting through the air. Hana leaned on the railing, watching the reflection of the castle shimmer on the water. You know, I'm really glad you brought me here. He turned to her. You deserved a break, she smiled faintly. And you finally look at peace. Yeah, because tomorrow we will return to Manila and then return to work, preparing for the IPO of TG Motors and also the Nuskill. We will handle it, sir. I mean Timothy. Timothy smiled. The Gulfstream G700 touched down at Ninoy Aquino International Airport under a sky streaked with early morning haze. From the window, the sun cast a faint orange shimmer across the hangars and runways, a familiar view that signaled the end of Timothy's brief reprieve. The cabin lights flickered on as the plane taxied to a halt. Welcome back to Manila, Hana said from across the aisle, her tone all business again. The soft, playful voice from Singapore had vanished. In its place was the poised, sharp-tongued executive Timothy had first hired. He gave a faint smirk. Barely 12 hours and you've switched modes already. She was scrolling through a holographic display on her tablet. The IPO team has been waiting since 6 this morning. We have a full day ahead. Valuation, underwriting, dual listing structure. Also, the financial press has been requesting a statement. Tell them to wait, Timothy said, loosening his seatbelt. We speak when the paperwork's ready, not before. Yes, sir, she said, at BGC headquarters boardroom. Inside, the long oval table was surrounded by key executives, finance, legal, marketing, and representatives from both underwriters, Morgan Stanley and BDO Capital. As Timothy entered with Hana by his side, everyone stood instinctively. Good morning, everyone, Timothy said, his tone calm but commanding. Let's begin. The screens behind him came alive with charts, projections, and valuation summaries. Hana took her place to his right, setting down her tablet. All right, Timothy continued. Where do we stand on final valuation? The CFO, Luis Santiago, cleared his throat. As of this morning's market comparison, TG Motors pre-IPO valuation stands between 86 to 92 billion, based on asset-backed calculations, projected EV sales, and brand value integration from the Sentinel partnership. Breakdown? Timothy asked. Lewis tapped the screen. 48 billion from manufacturing assets and IP, 22 billion from proprietary battery tech under LithiumX, 12 billion from TG Mobility's AI platform integration, and the remainder attributed to brand equity and market confidence. Confidence, Timothy repeated, leaning forward. Yes, sir, Lewis said quickly. That includes projected investor enthusiasm following your recent semiconductor deal. Confidence isn't a number, Timothy said flatly. It's a perception. Make sure it's backed by something tangible, production volume, logistics capability, and verified demand forecasts. Lewis nodded, sweating slightly. Understood. Hana interjected, her voice crisp. On the listing structure, we have finalized preliminary discussions with both exchanges. The Philippine Stock Exchange PSC will handle the local tranche for domestic investors, while the Nasdaq listing will cater to global capital. Both will occur under a synchronized dual offering. Timothy turned to her. And the underwriters, BDO Capital will lead locally, Morgan Stanley globally, Hana replied. We've structured a 70-30 allocation ratio, with 70 of the offering for Nasdaq and the remaining 30 for PSE. Timothy nodded slowly. Good, that gives us liquidity in both markets. She continued, projected initial offer price per share is pegged at 47 USD, roughly 2,650 on the PSE. Total shares offered, 600 million, targeting a raise of approximately 28.2 billion USD combined. The room fell silent for a moment. The sheer size of it, the largest IPO in Southeast Asian history, was a number that made even the most seasoned executives pause. Timothy broke the silence. Risk factors, a senior legal counsel spoke up. Primary risk remains foreign investor skepticism toward Philippine manufacturing reliability and the volatility of local energy costs. The second concern is infrastructure, ensuring the logistics chain keeps up with TG's production scale. Timothy glanced at Hana, who already had her answer ready. We're addressing both through the construction of new gigafactories domestic and abroad, and as for the power, Mr. Guerrero would let you know soon, she said. Our internal energy roadmap will guarantee supply autonomy by 2029. That will be part of our IPO prospectus under the Sustainability and Future-Proof section. Hana adjusted her glasses and continued, we've also coordinated with the Securities and Exchange Commission and the PSE board for early filings. They've expressed enthusiasm, largely due to TG Motors being the first Philippine automotive company with global valuation scale. Luis added, we've scheduled a preliminary investor roadshow next month, Manila, Singapore, New York, and Dubai. Make it Seoul and Tokyo as well, Timothy said. Our market penetration there is rising. We'll want strong institutional buyers from Asia to balance U.S. holdings. Yes, sir. By mid-morning, the meeting shifted into projections. Projected revenue for FY 2027 stands at $24.8 billion, with net growth of 41% year-over-year. Primary market drivers, the TG Atlas, which dominate regional EV markets. Profit margins will improve further once domestic energy cost reductions begin. Seriously, what the heck, it's our first year and we are already rolling that much cash. Timothy chuckled. Yes, sir, which is why this IPO is crucial for us to expand. Timothy looked around the room. I want every analyst, every journalist, and every investor to see one message. This is not a Filipino company trying to go global. This is a global company that happens to be Filipino. The statement hit like thunder. A few smiles appeared around the table. Hana hid hers behind her tablet. Prepare our documentation for the PSE filing by Monday, Timothy continued. We'll need a preliminary draft of the prospectus by the end of the week. I want it clean, transparent, and aggressive. No fluff, no corporate poetry. Yes, sir, Hana said. After the meeting, the crowd dispersed. Hana lingered by the window overlooking BGC's skyline. Timothy approached quietly, 2 cups of coffee in hand. He handed her one. Great job at the meeting. I was just doing my job, sir, Hana said as she accepted the coffee. Then Timothy thought of something. See, the TG Tower is just near here, right? Why don't we visit it? Timothy suggested. It had been a year since we commissioned it. I want to see the progress of it as I cannot wait for us to leave this building. It's a great idea. I am curious too about the development of the TG Towers. And so, we shall see it then, Timothy said. A white TG Horizon turned out from the basement ramp of TG Motors headquarters, its electric motor silent as it merged onto Fifth Avenue. Hana sat in the passenger seat beside Timothy, tablet still on her lap though she wasn't looking at it anymore. The IPO meeting had drained most of her focus now. Her expression was one of quiet curiosity. Are you sure we can just drop by like this? She asked. We didn't even call Velasco's team. Timothy smirked, eyes on the road. If they're building my tower, they should be ready for me anytime. That sounds terrifying, she said dryly. Motivational, he corrected. The Horizon slipped through the traffic lights effortlessly, its self-driving assist keeping smooth pace. From the panoramic windshield, the half-finished silhouette of TG Tower began to emerge between 2 other skyscrapers, its steel frame rising high above the cranes, sunlight bouncing off scaffolding and glass panels. Hana leaned slightly forward, gazing at it. It's already massive, she murmured. Last time we saw the plans, it was just a 3D render. Now it's steel and concrete, Timothy said. A real thing. 10 minutes later, the MPV rolled up to a secured gate marked TG Tower Construction Site Authorized Personnel Only. The guards straightened immediately when they recognized the Horizon's license plate. One hurried forward and pressed the intercom. Good afternoon, sir. You're clear to enter. The gate slid open. Dust hung in the warm air as the Horizon glided into the perimeter road. Inside, the site was alive, the rhythmic pounding of hydraulic hammers, cranes lifting steel beams, workers moving in orange vests under the supervision of site foremen. They parked near the temporary office containers at the edge of the site. A man in a white hard hat jogged toward them, removing his gloves, anger. Ramon Velasco, the project's lead architect. Mr. Guerrero, Ms. CEO, he greeted, slightly out of breath. Didn't expect you today, but it's a pleasant surprise. Timothy stepped out first, donning a safety helmet handed by a staff member, spur of the moment. We just wrapped the IPO meeting and figured we'd check how our other billion-peso project's doing. Velasco chuckled, offering them both protective vests. Then you came at a good time, sir. We just finished installing the 38th floor beam this morning. Hana's eyes widened. Already that high? Yes, ma'am, he said proudly. At this rate, we'll reach the halfway mark in another 2 months. They began walking along a narrow fenced pathway leading deeper into the site. Velasco pointed upward. The core section is now stable. We've begun placing the precast panels for the lower office floors. The lobby structure's taking shape. Would you like to see it? Lead the way, Timothy said. They crossed into the base structure through a temporary access ramp. Inside, the noise dimmed slightly, replaced by the echo of footsteps against unfinished concrete. Sunlight streamed through open sections in the wall where glass would soon be mounted. This will be your grand lobby, Velasco explained, gesturing toward the vast open hall. 4 stories high, marble finishes planned, with 2 main columns designed to house your interactive TG Motors displays. Right over there, he pointed, will stand the TG Innovation Center, visible from the street through the glass facade. Hana looked up, tracing the height of the space with her eyes. It's already impressive, even without the finishing. You can smell the metal, he said quietly, the foundation of something that'll outlast every car we build. Velasco nodded respectfully. You said once that TG Tower wasn't just an office, sir, it's your company's identity. We kept that in mind with every section. They moved toward a temporary elevator platform, enclosed in mesh. It rattled softly as it carried them upward to the 20th floor. When the doors opened, a rush of wind met them, and with it the sweeping view of Manila. From here, the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the city. The Pasig River shimmered faintly in the distance, and the clustered towers of Makati stood far beyond like mountains of glass. Hana stepped to the edge, staying behind the safety rail. It feels unreal. A year ago, this was just dirt and drawings. They work fast, Timothy commented, just as I expected them to be. They walked across the floor, workers nodding as they passed. Some paused momentarily to glance, not out of obligation but respect. Everyone on site knew who Timothy Guerrero was and what this project represented. As they reached the far end, Velasco gestured toward an unfinished balcony area. That space will be the executive lounge. From here, you'll have a clear view of the entire BGC corridor. Timothy leaned against the rail, the wind tousling his hair slightly. Good angle for investors, he said with a grin. Hana chuckled. You're already imagining press photos, aren't you? Always think 2 steps ahead, he replied. Velasco looked pleased. We'll make sure the final layout reflects that. Finally, Timothy turned back toward Velasco. You've done good work, Ramon. Keep the pace steady, quality first, speed second. I don't care if we finish a month late, as long as every beam here holds 100 years. Yes, sir, Velasco said firmly. You have my word. How many months before its completion again? Timothy asked. 4 months, give or take, Velasco replied. That includes finishing, testing, and occupancy certification. If weather stays on our side, we might shave off a few weeks. Timothy nodded, satisfied. That's fine. Don't cut corners to make headlines. Velasco smiled faintly. Understood, sir. When it's done, this will change the attraction spot in BGC. Currently, it's the PSE Tower with their 3D billboard. TG Towers will surpass that. Hana smiled faintly as she gazed across the horizon. Then let's make sure we live up to it, she said, her tone half joking, half serious. The 3 of them stood there for a moment, watching the orange sun dip lower behind the cranes. It has been almost 2 years since Timothy started, and he already built this much. How much more after a decade? This is going to be exhilarating. October 14, 2027, Bonifacio, Global City. The trading floor of TG Motors headquarters was filled with tension, the kind that came before something historic. Outside, the skyline shimmered under the early morning sun. From the tall glass windows of the rented TG Motors office tower along 5th Avenue, the skeletal form of TG Tower could be seen a few blocks away, cranes still perched atop its upper floors. Workers were already moving, the steel frame catching light like the bones of a future monument. But today, everyone's attention was elsewhere on the dozens of screens flashing stock tickers, NASDAQ feeds, and a live link to the Philippine Stock Exchange. It was IPO day. PSE feeds stable, Hana said, eyes on her tablet. NASDAQ stream just confirmed synchronization. Both underwriters are green, Morgan Stanley in New York, BDO Capital here in Manila. Timothy stood quietly behind her, hands in his pockets, dressed sharply in a dark blue suit. Around him, the entire core team had assembled. Legal, finance, communications, the same people who had been with him since TG's early days. Final pricing, he asked. Luis Santiago, CFO of TG Mobility Holdings, stepped forward. We're going live at 47 per share, equivalent to roughly 2,650. Total shares offered 600 million. We're targeting a 28 billion raise between both listings. Timothy nodded, and projected allocation. 70% on NASDAQ, 30% on PSE, Lewis replied. U.S. institutions have already oversubscribed. Locally, demand outstripped availability within 12 hours. Good, Timothy said simply. This wasn't just another listing. This was a statement. 2 years ago, the Philippine Stock Exchange had been in free fall since 2025. Corruption scandals had driven away international investors, state-backed monopolies had stifled innovation, and the peso had lost nearly 20% of its value in 2 years. The market had become a ghost town, few listings, fewer IPOs, and even fewer reasons to believe the country's economy could recover, until TG Motors announced it would list publicly. In the weeks leading up to the IPO, newspapers had called it the return of confidence. Analysts said that if the deal succeeded, it could restore foreign faith in the Philippines' private sector. A homegrown company, fully independent, debt-free, and globally competitive, was about to step onto the same stage as Tesla and BYD. Even President Lim was scheduled to attend the ceremony at the PSE atrium. The team gathered around the large LED screen showing the live broadcast. Across the bottom of the feed, a headline scrolled, TG Motors Philippines dual listing, PSC Nasdaq opening ceremony. Hana glanced at her watch. 5 minutes. Reporters outside the building were already shouting questions into cameras. Will TG Motors revive the Philippine market? Is this the biggest IPO in Southeast Asian history? What's next after the listing? Inside, Timothy stood calm as ever. Sir Lewis said, breaking the brief silence. Just to confirm, post-IPO funding allocation will begin within Q1 2028. Correct, Timothy said. We're using the capital for gigafactories ASEAN first, Europe second, then the United States. The live feed from the PSE atrium filled the screen. Rows of seats, polished marble floors, camera crews, and flashes from every angle. The underwriters were there, the economic ministers, and even a few familiar faces from the corporate sector, the same ones who once doubted TG could compete internationally. The host's voice boomed through the speakers. Today marks a turning point for Philippine innovation. The listing of TG Motors Philippines is not only the largest IPO in the nation's history, but a symbol of hope for the revival of our capital markets. Applause followed. Timothy stood tall in front of the camera as the PSC and Nasdaq feeds went live simultaneously. Ladies and gentlemen, the host continued, we welcome TG Motors founder and chairman Mr. Timothy Guerrero. The entire room clapped. Even the team behind him paused their screens for a moment to watch. Timothy took the podium and began his speech. 2 years ago, we built TG Motors not to chase global markets, but to prove that the Philippines could create and lead industries that matter. When others left the country because of corruption, we stayed. When investors pulled out, we kept building. Today, this IPO isn't just about raising capital. It's about rebuilding trust in our people, in our talent, and in what this nation can achieve if given the chance. The room was silent except for the clicking of cameras. He looked toward the camera, speaking directly to the investors watching from abroad. This listing will fund our next chapter, the construction of gigafactories across ASEAN, Europe, and the United States. From the Philippines, we will power the future of global mobility. This isn't a dream anymore, it's our next step. Applause thundered through the PSE atrium and the TG Motors office simultaneously. Hana smiled slightly. Perfect, she murmured. A countdown began on the large screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Timothy pulled the lever on the ceremonial bell. A resounding clang echoed across both the PSC and Nasdaq streams. The ticker immediately lit up, TGMH TGMOTORS Holdings. Opening price, $47,650. Within minutes, both screens flared with color, the numbers rising faster than expected. Nasdaq's up 6% already, Lewis exclaimed. PSE volumes exploding. Hana's tablet vibrated with constant updates. Foreign inflows are surging. Manila's hitting 2,950, it's climbing past projections. Applause filled the office. Even the analysts who had maintained their composure through weeks of preparation couldn't help but cheer. The PSE hadn't seen green numbers like this in 2 years. By 1,000 a.m., TG Motors stock had risen to 3,120, a 17 surge from its opening price. Later that afternoon, Timothy stood by the window of his office, looking out at the near-finished TG Tower. We closed at 58 on Nasdaq, 3,110 here, she reported. Market cap just broke 110 billion. You did it, Tim. Also, you have a scheduled interview in GMA News later at 7 in the evening, Hana reminded. Oh, interview, it's the first time being interviewed on live television. Let's prepare for it then. The TG Horizon eased to a quiet stop beside the glass-fronted entrance of GMA Network Center. Its headlights dimmed automatically as the vehicle parked, drawing subtle attention from a few staff and passers-by lingering near the security booths. The evening sky had deepened into a dusky violet, the last streaks of sunlight glinting off the building's mirrored facade. Cameramen and crew members milled around inside, their reflections visible from the curb. The network was buzzing, news vans lined the parking area, cables snaked across the floor, and reporters hurried between elevators with folders and earpieces. Timothy stepped out first. His dark suit was the same one he'd worn that morning, but he looked anything but tired. Hana followed, clutching a slim folder and her tablet as she glanced at the building's tall glass doors. 650, she said, checking her watch. Perfect timing. We're 10 minutes early. Timothy smiled faintly. Early is good. I don't want to make the anchors think we're like the politicians. Hana smirked. Then let's make sure they don't treat you like one either. They walked through the revolving doors into the brightly lit lobby. The GMA logo gleamed above the reception desk, beside framed photos of legendary anchors and past newscasts. A young staffer in a blazer hurried over. Good evening, sir, ma'am. You must be from TG Motors, Mr. Guerrero and Ms. Seo. Yes, Hana replied smoothly. Right this way, please, the staffer said, gesturing toward the elevators. Ms. Mel de Leon from The Nation Tonight is already upstairs preparing. You'll be going live at 7 sharp. As they entered the elevator, Timothy adjusted his cufflinks, his reflection catching against the chrome interior. Hana noticed. Nervous, she teased. Kind of. After all, this is my first time getting interviewed, didn't I tell you? Timothy said. Yeah, but remember, this is nothing compared to the meeting you had been into. Just tell your story and you'll be fine, Hana said. I'll remember that, Timothy chuckled. The elevator dinged open onto the newsroom floor. A flood of light and noise met them, bright studio lamps, chatter from producers, the sound of keyboards, and the faint echo of theme music rehearsals. A producer spotted them and waved. Mr. Guerrero, welcome, sir. We're honored to have you tonight. That earned a laugh from the nearby crew. Hana just smiled behind him, knowing perfectly well that Timothy could handle anything thrown his way. They were led past the editorial area and into Studio 3, where the evening broadcast of The Nation Tonight was being prepped. Bright spotlights beamed down on the sleek glass desk, where the host, Mel de Leon, sat reviewing her notes. The broadcast countdown timer ticked down above the camera rigs, 930. Mel looked up as they entered, immediately standing with a warm smile. Mr. Guerrero, finally we meet in person. You've been the talk of the country today. She laughed. I doubt you could. The economy already loves you right now. As Hana helped adjust his lapel mic, Timothy glanced toward the monitors showing the news ticker. The headline scrolled in bold white text across a blue bar. TGMOTORS IPO SURGES PSC rebounds as investor confidence returns. Mel reviewed her cue cards one last time. We'll go live in 8 minutes. First segment is your story, like how you started all of this, and the second part would be about your automotive and semiconductor ventures. The third would be the IPO. Then we'll move to your future plans and comments in the Philippines as a whole. Perfectly fine, Timothy replied. The countdown hit 100. Crew members scurried into position, cameras panned, and the red ON air light blinked to life. The studio darkened slightly except for the twin key lights on the host and guest. Stand by. A producer called out. The music cue rolled, the familiar opening theme of The Nation Tonight. Applause came from the crew as the camera cut to Timothy. He gave a professional nod and slight smile. Timothy paused briefly before answering, his tone steady. It feels humbling. I don't see it as my success alone. It's proof that the Filipino workforce can compete globally if given the right environment. So how did you start this business? I was told that it requires billions of dollars to start. How did you get the funds and the technology for the cars? Timothy listened to the questions and contemplated for an answer. Well, he couldn't tell them about the reconstruction system and the deal he had with NVIDIA, where they bought an advanced chip for them in exchange for $20 billion, which he used to start the venture. Well, it's really hard to answer that question specifically, as I still keep it a secret with me, but rest assured, there's nothing illegal. Let's just say I have a design and there is a mysterious backer who funded that. So you designed the TG cars. Mel followed up another question. Yes, I did. How did you do that despite being a dropout student from the University of the Philippines, mechanical engineering? Timothy smacked his lips as he started regretting coming for an interview. If you put it that way, even I would be so confused as to how a dropout student designed one of the most advanced cars in the world. But of course, for proprietary purposes, I wouldn't divulge much. I see, of course, in the tech industry, you want to protect your technology from others in order for it not to be copied. Mel chuckled as she thought of something to change the topic. So next question, what do you think of the tech industry in the Philippines, or the Philippine Stock Exchange as a whole? The reason I'm asking is that your company saved the stock exchange and is currently ranked first in stocks. Timothy nodded slightly before answering. Finally, a normal question. The Philippine Stock Exchange has been in decline since 2025, he began. And I don't say that to criticize anyone, it's just reality. Investors lost confidence not because the country lacks talent, but because the market stayed stuck in the past. He looked straight into the camera as he continued. We have a system dominated by the same conservative companies' old conglomerates that control energy, utilities, and real estate. There's nothing wrong with them, they built this nation's backbone. But when you want progress, when you want innovation, you need new blood. And for years, no one was stepping up. Mel leaned slightly forward, listening intently. The problem, Timothy continued, wasn't that the Philippines lacked startups or inventors. It's that they never got a chance. No one invested in them. No one took risks. Everyone was content letting the same handful of corporations decide the country's future. So the exchange stagnated, not because we were poor, but because we stopped trying. He paused, letting his words sink in before finishing softly. That's why TG Motors had to prove it could be done, that a Filipino company could break out of that mold, go public globally, and still stay rooted here. That's an insightful answer, Mr. Guerrero. We all know that TG Motors are in the path of dominating the EV market in the world. How would you make sure that you keep up with the growing demand for your vehicles? Well, we already planned for our expansion, building gigafactories in different countries such as Thailand, Vietnam, and Indonesia, also in Europe and America. The funds that we will be getting from the stock market are the ones we are going to use to fund those projects. But why not build those gigafactories in the Philippines? Why do you have to build it abroad? Because there are advantages. If we want to be a global company, we need to be where the markets are. Building gigafactories abroad means faster logistics, lower shipping costs, and direct access to regional suppliers and consumers. If we manufacture vehicles for Europe, it's more efficient to assemble them there rather than shipping every single unit from the Philippines. He leaned slightly forward, continuing, there's also the matter of trade tariffs and regional regulations. Producing locally in those markets lets us bypass import taxes and comply with their standards more effectively. That kind of flexibility is what makes companies like Tesla or BYD competitive, and we're following the same principle, but with our own systems and technologies. Mel nodded, so it's a matter of strategic positioning. Exactly, Timothy said, but that doesn't mean we're abandoning the Philippines. In fact, once the foundation is strong enough, I want multiple gigafactories here. The Philippines will remain the center of our design, innovation, and R&D network. That's never changing. It's good to hear that. Now, how about in your semiconductor enterprise, the joint venture between you and NVIDIA, the Orion? Timothy rubbed his chin as he contemplated. Seconds later, he answered, the Orion is the future of the semiconductor industry. I will say that we have an advanced chip design than in the current market and whatever companies have in their laboratory. As technology advances, so does the demand for computing. And with the advent of AI in the world and the world realizing its strategic importance, I'd say there will be never-ending demands from the top global companies. Mel smiled after hearing that. There was a sense of pride swelling in her smile. So the Orion Fab in Batangas, are you hinting that there'd be more? Timothy nodded. Yes, in fact, we have already secured funding with it. We are planning to build 3 more fabrication sites across the Philippines. One in Subic, which is near the Subic Gigafactory. The other would be in Cebu and Davao. But of course, we'll have to talk to whoever is in charge in the city first before we actually get to build it. I believe they'll accommodate it because looking at Subic right now, their GDP contribution quintupled and their way of life increased. Having our facilities built in any city would mean massive profits. That's good to hear, Mr. Guerrero. I am so stoked hearing that a fellow Filipino is elevating the status of our country. It is a pleasure, Timothy smiled. Will your semiconductor go public when the time comes? She asked. Of course, there's no doubt about it. It's a trillion-dollar industry, Timothy said confidently. The semiconductor field isn't just about chips anymore, it's the backbone of every modern economy. Phones, cars, AI servers, even defense systems, they all rely on it. The Orion project was born from that understanding. We can't let the Philippines just be an assembly line nation forever. We have to manufacture, innovate, and lead. Mel nodded, impressed. So you're saying the Philippines can be a semiconductor powerhouse? Timothy smiled faintly. It already can. We have the engineers, the math graduates, the creativity. What we've been missing is infrastructure, consistency, and courage. Those are the things my company is trying to rebuild piece by piece. Once our second and third fabs go online, you'll see a regional supply chain that rivals Taiwan's mid-tier ecosystem. And when the time is right, yes, the semiconductor division will have its own public listing. It'll be open for Filipino investors first and then to NASDAQ. Mel's smile widened. You're giving a lot of hope to young professionals watching tonight. That's the point, Timothy replied. If even one student out there decides to pursue engineering instead of leaving the country, then everything we're doing is already worth it. In fact, we are going to need more engineers in the coming years because before all of this, we are facing a problem potentially stopping us from growing. Mel leaned forward curiously and asked, "What is it?" "Energy," Timothy revealed. "Energy?" Mel repeated. "What do you mean by that?" "Energy, meaning electricity," Timothy said. Finally, he has a platform to express his concern over one vital thing that would make operational expenses cheaper. Electricity is vital for any industry. The gigafactories and the semiconductor fabrication facilities draw enormous amounts of power. Do you have any idea how much? Mel blinked in surprise. How much power are we talking about, exactly? Timothy leaned back slightly, hands clasped together. A single gigafactory consumes around 2.5 to 3 terawatt-hours of electricity per year. That's equivalent to the annual power usage of an entire mid-sized city. Now imagine adding multiple fabrication plants into that equation. Each semiconductor fab, depending on its size, can draw as much as 200 to 300 megawatts continuously. That's like running several industrial zones 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He continued. To put it in perspective, the entire Philippines generates roughly 110 to 120 terawatt-hours of electricity a year. Compare that to South Korea, which produces over 580 terawatt-hours annually, and they're a much smaller country with far less land area. The difference is staggering, and it's not because we can't, it's because we haven't. Mel nodded slowly, trying to absorb the numbers. So what makes that possible for them? One word, Timothy said. Nuclear. The studio fell silent for a second. South Korea, Japan, the United States, China, they all rely on nuclear power. It's clean, stable, and generates massive baseload energy. Meanwhile, here in the Philippines, we've spent decades arguing about it while the rest of the world advanced. We depend on imported coal and gas, and when global prices rise, so does the cost of everything, from transportation to food. He leaned slightly forward, his voice deepening with conviction. It's 2027 and we still experience rotating brownouts. How can we talk about becoming an industrial power when we can't even guarantee 24-hour electricity? Our grid isn't just fragile, it's outdated. Every new company, every data center, every manufacturing hub, they're all limited by how much power they can get. That's a cap on growth. And as long as we keep avoiding the nuclear option, that cap will stay. Mel glanced at her notes, intrigued. So you believe nuclear energy is the answer? The Philippines keeps using that fear as an excuse. We could have been energy independent years ago if we just had the courage to move forward. Instead, we rely on imported coal and LNG resources we don't even control. When international fuel prices spike, electricity bills here go up. When shipping costs rise, your groceries, your rent, your transportation, everything follows. It's a domino effect that punishes every Filipino. Mel nodded slowly, visibly impressed by his composure. So you're saying the issue isn't just technical, it's systemic. Exactly, Timothy replied. We have laws like EPIRA that were meant to liberalize and improve the energy sector, but in reality, it created layers of monopolies. Generation, transmission, distribution, they're all controlled by a few big players. There's no real competition and no incentive to lower prices or innovate. It's the same structure that kept us dependent on outdated power grids while other countries moved ahead. He gestured slightly with one hand, the studio lights reflecting off his watch. In the US, they have over 90 nuclear reactors. South Korea has 25. Even countries like the Czech Republic and Finland, smaller than us, rely on nuclear for stable baseload energy. But here, we're still debating whether the idea is even safe. Meanwhile, our industries are stuck paying some of the highest electricity costs in Asia. How are we supposed to attract investors with that? Like I'm doing all the hard work here. The reason foreign companies like Nvidia are investing in the Philippines is because of my existence. Without me, I don't think they'll invest here. Mel glanced down at her notes, then back at him. So if given the chance, would you invest in nuclear? Timothy didn't hesitate. If the government opens the door and allows private sector participation, I'll be the first in line. He rose to his feet and faced the camera. Look, I'm going to declare to you all. I will build a lot of nuclear power plants across the country. And by a lot, I mean a lot, could be more than 20, so I need help from the government to do this. I plead that you open the doors for private initiatives to finally make it possible. Mel blinked, almost taken aback by the boldness of his statement. That's quite a declaration, Mr. Guerrero. He nodded. Someone has to say it. We keep talking about modernization, but we can't modernize on unstable electricity. You can't run data centers, semiconductor fabs, or electric vehicle plants if you're worried about the grid failing. So that's your request from the government, to help you build your nuclear power plants, Mel asked. Yes, Timothy said, returning to his seat. Mel gestured slightly with her pen, but nuclear power is still a controversial topic in the Philippines. What do you say to those who fear it might be unsafe? Timothy took a breath before answering. I'd say this, safety doesn't come from fear. It comes from competence. We can build and operate nuclear plants that are modern, automated, and disaster resilient. The technology exists. It's not science fiction. Small modular reactors, for instance, can power entire cities with minimal risk. They shut down automatically during failures, require no human intervention, and produce near zero emissions. He paced slowly, hands folded behind his back as he continued, his voice unwavering. People keep pointing to the Bataan nuclear power plant as some failed project, but that was 40 years ago. Technology has evolved tenfold since then. If we built one today using modern standards, it would be one of the safest facilities in Asia. And if we had activated Bataan when it was first completed, we wouldn't be paying among the highest electricity prices in the region right now. Mel nodded in agreement. That's true. Many analysts have said the same. Timothy looked back toward the camera. We need to stop treating the word nuclear like it's taboo. The United States, France, South Korea, Japan, and even China depend on it for progress. Meanwhile, we keep burning imported coal and gas, pretending it's cheaper when in fact it's draining our economy. If we want to attract investors, create industries, and secure our future, we have to become energy independent. My dream is for the Philippines to export power someday, not import it. I want to see our engineers running plants, our scientists developing reactors, our students believing they can change something real. But we can't do that if we're shackled by outdated laws and monopolies. Well, I can feel the passion from your voice, Mr. Guerrero. We'll take note of it. Now, since it required government intervention, are you aware that the election is near, next year? What are your thoughts on the political climate of the Philippines, and why do you think it can be a factor for growing industry here in the country? Timothy breathed in. This is about to get political. Politics, huh? Well, it is one of the factors for the success of any industry in the country. But if I were to comment, Timothy exhaled softly, I'd say the political climate here in the Philippines is intense. And with the election coming up, people are taking sides, notably the Uniting, represented by Farcos and Duerte. He paused for a moment, choosing his next words carefully. But here's the thing, he continued, his voice steady but firm. Politics in this country has slowly turned into something cult-like. It isn't just about policies or platforms anymore. It's about personalities. People aren't voting based on competence or vision. They're voting based on loyalty, emotion, and inherited biases. Mel's eyebrows lifted slightly, clearly aware that Timothy was stepping into sensitive territory, but also clearly wanting him to continue. Timothy leaned forward, resting his elbows lightly on the table. And before anyone accuses me of being biased, let me clarify, I'm neutral. I don't belong to any political camp. What I'm saying is based purely on observation. He shook his head lightly. The problem is we've built this culture where politicians are treated like celebrities or saviors, but that's dangerous, because when people worship politicians, they stop holding them accountable. They defend every mistake. They attack every critic. And that's not democracy, that's fanaticism. Mel swallowed, the gravity of his words settling in the room. And the worst part, Timothy continued, industries suffer because of this polarization. Investors watch the political climate like hawks. If the country looks unstable, divided, unpredictable, they back away. No one wants to put money in a place where the rules might suddenly change depending on which faction wins. He leaned back again, tapping a finger thoughtfully on his armrest. That's why the Philippines has struggled to attract long-term investment, because every 6 years we reset, we argue, we fight, we tear each other apart online. And while we're doing that, other countries are quietly building factories, modernizing cities, passing economic reforms, strengthening institutions. A brief wry smile crossed his lips. Meanwhile, we trend on Twitter because two political camps are insulting each other. Mel let out a soft breath, half amusement, half disbelief. That's painfully accurate, Timothy nodded. What we need is stability, predictability, a political culture built on accountability and competence, not on blind devotion. Leaders should be chosen because they can deliver, not because they come from a famous family or because they went viral on Facebook. His expression softened, but only slightly. The Philippines is full of potential, truly, but potential means nothing if it's strangled by division. We need leaders who unite, not leaders who encourage their supporters to treat politics like a battlefield. Mel looked at him intently. So what do you think will happen in the next election? Timothy gave a small shrug. Honestly, I have no idea. But I'm hoping, really hoping, that this time people choose based on competence, not noise. Because if we keep going down this road, industries will hesitate, investors will hesitate, and the country will stay exactly where it's always been, stuck, arguing, stagnant. For example, the Uniting. They were supposedly united in the previous election, one brand, one message, one color. But now, look at them. They're fighting each other publicly. Their supporters are tearing one another down. And what was once marketed as a symbol of unity has broken apart into factions focused more on pride than on the actual welfare of the country. He exhaled slowly, almost disappointed. That's the problem with personality-based politics. When alliances are built on convenience rather than principle, they collapse the moment interests clash. And the people, the ordinary citizens, are the ones caught in the crossfire. They become foot soldiers in battles they shouldn't even be fighting. Mel nodded subtly, her voice softer now. It must be frustrating, especially from the perspective of someone pushing for national industrialization. It is, Timothy admitted. I'm building companies, I'm building infrastructure, I'm building jobs. All I want is an environment where businesses can grow without being affected every time two political names get into a fight online. Industries need continuity. They need stability. They need leaders who think beyond elections, beyond slogans. I've talked to engineers, economists, even foreign investors. You know what they all say. They love the talent here, they love the work ethic, but they hate how unpredictable everything becomes during election season. They're not scared of storms or earthquakes or typhoons. They're scared of politics. He continued, and most importantly, stop fighting each other. We're not enemies, we're Filipinos. We can disagree without tearing one another apart. Mel offered a small smile. Powerful words, Mr. Guerrero, truly. Timothy returned the smile faintly. I only said what needs to be said. A studio assistant lifted a hand near the camera. 2 minutes left. Timothy nodded. That's all I hope for. A conversation that actually leads somewhere. The closing music began to play softly in the background. Mel turned to the camera for the final line. We'll be right back after this short break. See you later. The red recording light dimmed. And that meant the interview between Mel de Leon and Timothy Guerrero had come to a conclusion. It was a success. So that's it, Timothy asked Mel, adjusting the lapel mic as a crew member signaled they were off air. Timothy gave a polite nod. I appreciate the platform. It's rare to be allowed to speak openly on national TV. Mel chuckled lightly. Well, it's not every day we get someone who actually says something meaningful. Most guests come here to dodge questions. Old habit of politicians, Timothy said dryly. Mel laughed softly, shaking her head. Good thing you're not one. God forbid, he muttered. A sound tech approached to remove Timothy's mic. Hana stepped forward immediately to assist, her movements professional, smooth, almost instinctive after months of working with him. When she was done, she handed him his suit jacket, which he slipped on with a quiet sigh. One of the producers walked over, shaking Timothy's hand. Sir, that interview was something else. I don't think we've had anyone speak that candidly about politics and energy policy on national TV in years. Then that's a sign something needed to be said, Timothy replied. The producer chuckled nervously. Prepare for social media to explode. In a good way, maybe. Hana crossed her arms. If people get angry at basic truth, that's their problem. Timothy smirked. Let them talk. They always do. We are going to pay your appearance fee, the producer added suddenly, almost as an afterthought, though his expression showed he'd been rehearsing the line in his head. Timothy paused mid-step and turned slightly toward him. Appearance fee, he repeated, genuinely curious. How much are we talking about? The producer straightened his blazer, pulling out a small envelope and a printed voucher. Standard rate for primetime guests is $120,000, but considering the spike we're already seeing on viewer engagement, the network approved an additional bonus. Total would be $300,000 for tonight's appearance. Hana blinked, mildly impressed. Even for a major network, that was generous. Timothy, however, simply nodded as if the number was perfectly logical. Reasonable, he said. Your business earns from engagement, ratings, and ad impressions. I provided content that will trend for days. Compensation is fair. The producer looked relieved that Timothy wasn't going to object or deflect with the usual "oh no, it's okay, I don't need that." Exactly, sir. The analytics team just sent me early projections. Your segments are already getting clipped internally for online upload. We're expecting at least 3 to 5 million views on Facebook alone within the first 24 hours. The producer let out a shaky laugh. We'll wire the payment directly to your corporate account unless you prefer another channel. Corporate is fine, Timothy replied. Send the breakdown to this lady. She handles all my administrative work and filings. Hana nodded with a small bow. I'll arrange everything. Timothy chuckled under his breath. Then I'm glad I could help. As the producer walked away, the envelope still in hand, Hana leaned closer and whispered, you know, for someone worth billions, you accepted that pretty quickly. Timothy shrugged, almost amused. Money is money. Business is business. If they're earning from me, I should earn too. That's how the world works. Hana laughed softly. Fair enough. They exited the studio together, the cool air of the hallway brushing against them as the lights and murmurs of the newsroom faded behind. Timothy loosened his collar slightly, letting the warmth of the spotlight drain off him. Interviews always demanded composure, but this one had taken more emotional weight than he expected. Hana walked beside him, tablet in hand, scrolling through the first waves of public reaction already popping up across social media. Comments are everywhere, she murmured. Twitter's exploding. Half are praising you, half are arguing with each other. The usual, Timothy smirked. Both sides are arguing. It means I hit the center. Or triggered everyone equally, she shot back. I consider that a skill. They reached the end of the corridor, stepping into the elevator along with a few crew members heading home from their shift. Timothy nodded politely while Hana positioned herself between him and the crowd, something she did instinctively in public spaces. As the elevator descended, Hana's tablet buzzed intermittently from rapid notifications, but she ignored them for the moment. The doors slid open to the ground floor lobby. The moment they stepped out, a few staff who had watched the interview live greeted them with small bows and shy smiles. Some whispered Timothy's name under their breath, surprised he was actually there in person. A couple looked tempted to approach for photos but held back, unsure if it was appropriate. The security guards opened the glass doors for them, and the warm Manila night greeted them with city noise. Parked right at the curb was the TG Horizon, its smooth LED strip glowing in a soft blue idle mode. The security escort near the vehicle quickly stepped aside and opened the rear passenger door. Timothy entered first, settling into the leather seat with a soft sigh. Hana followed, placing her tablet on her lap. The Horizon pulled away from the curb almost silently, merging onto the busy Quezon City traffic heading south toward BGC. Inside the cabin, ambient lighting shifted to a calm teal, the vehicle's AI recognizing it was nighttime. For a while, neither said anything. The soft hum of electric motors filled the quiet as buildings passed by in blurred reflections. Hana finally broke the silence. You did good, she said simply. People needed to hear that. Timothy leaned back. Let's hope the right people heard it. They did, she replied, trust me. Her tablet buzzed again this time, not from social media pings, but from a new email alert. Hana glanced down casually. And her eyes widened. Tim, what is it? You need to see this. She turned the tablet toward him. Email from Newscale. Timothy straightened abruptly. What does it say? It's long, but to summarize, they are curious to why we are curious to them. Timothy's eyebrows lifted slightly. Really? Yes. Prepare a video conference for tomorrow morning, Timothy instructed. Let's meet them virtually. A day later in the TG Motors PH headquarters in BGC, 9 o'clock in the morning. Hana was preparing for the video conference setup inside the executive meeting room. The blinds were half drawn, allowing soft morning light to spill across the long glass table. Multiple screens were already powered on, each displaying the New Scale Energy logo in standby mode. A small stack of printed briefing notes sat beside her tablet, neatly arranged and color-tabbed. She moved with quiet efficiency, double-checking the audio system, adjusting the overhead camera, and confirming the security encryption settings on the call. For a meeting of this scale, nothing could be left unchecked, not when the topic was nuclear technology. The door opened with a soft click. Timothy entered, dressed in a crisp white shirt and dark slacks, sleeves slightly rolled up. He looked calm, but Hana knew him well enough to catch the sharp focus in his eyes. This wasn't like the interviews or the IPO celebration. This was the beginning of something bigger, something long-term. Everything ready? Timothy asked, setting his coffee cup down at the head of the table. Almost. I'm just waiting for the IT team to confirm the secure line. Hana tapped her earpiece. They should message me any second. As if on cue, her tablet pinged. Connection secured, she read aloud. New Scale is on standby. They're just waiting for your signal. Timothy gave a small, approving nod. Good, let's start in 5 minutes. You're going to tell them your plan of acquisitioning the company, Hana asked. Well, I want to be direct and end this quickly. Their value is dropping, right? Timothy replied, taking a seat and flipping through the documents without really reading. He already memorized most of it last night. Hana nodded. Yes, New Scale's stock has been sliding for months. Their projected Utah project was canceled earlier this year, and several of their investor groups pulled out. Analysts think they're entering a vulnerable phase. Good, Timothy said casually, though his tone carried an underlying edge. A vulnerable company is easier to negotiate with. Very well. Before she could reply, a soft chime echoed through the room. The monitors flickered. New Scale was now officially requesting connection. Hana glanced at him. Ready? Timothy straightened his collar. Start it. Hana tapped the console. All 5 screens blinked to life, stabilizing into a multi-window display. A conference room appeared, sleek, modern, with a digital New Scale banner behind the participants. 3 men were seated at the table, including the familiar face from last night's email, a Filipino-American in his late 50s wearing glasses. The 3 executives on screen stiffened almost simultaneously, subtle but noticeable. Even the New Scale banner behind them seemed to freeze with the weight of Timothy's words. John Reyes blinked twice, taken aback. Ah, Mr. Guerrero, you mean acquisition? As in full buyout? Yes, Timothy answered without hesitation. I want New Scale, all of it, technology, patents, assets, SMR rights, and the entire engineering workforce. He folded his hands calmly. I don't like dancing around topics. It wastes time. A brief silence followed, the kind filled with rapidly exchanged glances, muted whispers, and the subtle tightening of shoulders from the New Scale side. The 2 American executives leaned closer to John, clearly trying to assess the gravity of the proposal. John cleared his throat. Mr. Guerrero, that's a very bold approach. It's a bold world, Timothy replied. One of the American executives, a man in his early 60s with silver hair, leaned forward. Mr. Guerrero, New Scale is still a U.S.-regulated nuclear technology firm. Even if we entertain acquisition talks, the U.S. government would have to approve. I know, Timothy cut in smoothly. Nuclear regulatory approval, foreign investment review, national security clearance, I'm aware. Then you know this isn't something that happens overnight, the man said cautiously. Timothy nodded, which is why I'm offering early. He glanced briefly at the documents on the table, mostly for effect. You're experiencing financial strain, stock decline, multiple project cancellations, rising operational burn, and investor withdrawal. You can either drown slowly or let someone with capital pull you up. John exhaled, shoulders dropping slightly. Mr. Guerrero, to be transparent, New Scale has been seeking new strategic partners, but a full buyout is exactly what you need, Timothy finished. You want stability. I want the technology. This is mutually beneficial. Let me make it clearer, Timothy continued. I'm offering valuation based not on your current stock price, because that's too low, nor your projected valuation because that's unrealistic. I'm offering based on your remaining assets, patents, and potential market role in Southeast Asia and the Pacific. John rubbed his temple. If I may ask, what's your number? Timothy didn't blink. $6 billion. The room on the screen froze. One of the executives leaned back, stunned. $6 billion. That is my opening offer, Timothy said calmly. Subject to due diligence and government approval, but I'm ready to place the initial escrow within 60 days. John took off his glasses, massaging the ridge of his nose. Mr. Guerrero, that would be one of the biggest clean energy acquisitions in the world. I'm aware, Timothy said, and the Philippines will be the nuclear capital of Southeast Asia. You can be part of that, or you can decline and hope your remaining investors stay. Another executive spoke up, voice quieter but more emotional. Why us? Why New Scale? Why not just partner with GE Hitachi or Rolls-Royce? They also have SMR designs. Timothy smiled faintly. Because you need me more. His tone softened, but his words didn't. And because New Scale's design philosophy aligns with my own. modular, scalable, decentralized, and rapidly deployable. Your SMRs are the future of archipelagic nations, and my country is an archipelago. He leaned slightly forward. I'm not buying you to bury you. I'm buying you because together, we can lead the nuclear revolution across Asia. For several seconds, the virtual meeting room was silent except for the faint hum of audio equipment. On NewScale's side, the three executives exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether Timothy's statement was ambition, madness, or the beginning of something historic. John Reyes cleared his throat first. Mr. Guerrero, he began carefully, that is, a compelling vision, but acquiring a nuclear technology company isn't like purchasing an automotive startup. There are regulations, foreign investment restrictions. Timothy raised a hand calmly. I'm aware of all U.S. CFIUS restrictions. I've already anticipated every hurdle, and I did not come unprepared. Reyes blinked. What do you mean? Timothy tapped a command on the tablet in front of him. A folder icon appeared on the shared screen. Helios Strategic Holdings LLC Ownership Structure, PDF. The executives leaned closer. Helios Strategic Holdings, Timothy explained, is a U.S. registered investment firm incorporated in Delaware. It is the entity that will acquire NewScale. One of the American executives frowned. Helios, we've never heard of. Of course you haven't, Timothy said. It was created for this purpose alone. It is American-owned, American-fronted, and structured to pass foreign investment review. Reyes adjusted his glasses, leaning slightly toward the screen. And you control Helios. In all practical senses, Timothy replied. But legally, Helios appears fully American. It will clear initial regulatory scrutiny. By the time deeper review is required, we'll already have Fleur on board with the sale. He shifted slightly, tone steady and matter-of-fact. Fleur wants out. They're tired. Your board knows this. You know this. John froze. The other two executives stiffened. Timothy had hit the nerve precisely. He continued, voice smooth, almost conversational. They've carried you for a decade. They've poured hundreds of millions into R&D, salaries, testing, lobbying. And in return, they've received no commercial revenue. The Idaho project collapsed. Municipal investors withdrew. Their shareholders are calling for capital preservation. He raised a brow. They will sell. One of the Americans finally spoke up. Even if that's true, a buyout of Fleur's majority stake isn't cheap, and it certainly isn't easy. Timothy leaned back, interlocking his fingers. That's why I'm offering a premium that Fleur cannot refuse. He tapped another icon evaluation chart. NewScale's market cap sits at roughly $650 million. I'm offering Fleur a buyout price equivalent to a $1.1 billion valuation, payable in cash through Helios. That's nearly double your current worth. Reyes inhaled sharply. That would fully recover Fleur's sunk costs, he whispered, and give them a graceful exit, Timothy added. They can report to Wall Street that they've successfully offloaded a high-risk asset at a profit. The senior American executive stared at the numbers, stunned. Mr. Guerrero, are you truly prepared to pay that much? Timothy shrugged lightly. For a working SMR platform and a decade of research data? Absolutely. He leaned forward again. You underestimate the value of your own product, but I don't. Reyes swallowed, visibly conflicted. Timothy wasn't done. I am offering your company something no American investor is offering you right now. He raised a finger. Certainty. Another. Capital. And the last. A future. He continued, tone firm but not hostile. You have brilliant engineers, but you're out of runway. SMRs are the future, but the U.S. market is slow, overregulated, and politically fragile. You need a market hungry for nuclear energy. You need a region that has no choice but to industrialize. He spread his hands slightly. You need Asia. Reyes looked up slowly. And you would keep us intact? Yes, Timothy replied instantly. I'm not dismantling NewScale. I'm expanding it. Under TG Energy Systems, your research will continue with unlimited funding. Dr. Reyes, he said directly, your life's work will not be frozen. It will be built. Reyes' eyes softened at the edges, pride, fear, hope, all mixing at once. Timothy pressed further, gently. Once Helios acquires Fleur's majority stake, the board will reorganize. You will stay as chief scientific officer. Your team will receive retention offers. No layoffs, no shutdowns, no gutting. He paused. And we will build your first successful SMR site, not in Idaho, in Asia. A stunned silence followed. One of the Americans whispered this might actually work. Reyes finally exhaled. Mr. Guerrero, your proposal is unlike anything we expected. Timothy smiled faintly. That's why I win. Reyes exchanged a long look with his team before turning back to the camera. Very well, Dr. Reyes said. NewScale is open to exploring this path. Timothy nodded, satisfied. Good. I'll have Helios send you the formal letter of intent within 48 hours. And Dr. Reyes raised his head. Timothy's voice lowered. Don't show this to Fleur until you speak with me personally. We move on our timing, not theirs. Reyes nodded slowly. Understood. The meeting ended with a chime, the screens going dark one by one. Hannah stood frozen beside Timothy, amazed by the ease with which he had maneuvered through every barrier. Timothy slid his tablet onto the table and exhaled once. Prepare the LOI, he said calmly. Yes, sir, Hana replied. And Hana, sir, tell Michael Lau to be ready. Helios's first move begins tomorrow. Hana nodded, already opening a blank draft. Terms, structure, timeline. Keep it simple and aggressive, Timothy said. Headline price at a 1.1B equity valuation. Cash. Exclusivity window 30 days. Diligence period 45. Conditions, CFIUS approval. NRC comfort letter on IP transferability. Floor consent. Commit to retain key personnel with multi-year packages. Name Ray's Chief Scientific Officer with autonomous RD charter. And add a build commitment. First SMR site to break ground in Asia within 18 months of close. Hana typed as he spoke, her cadence matching his. Non-disparagement, strict confidentiality, no leaks to press without mutual consent. Non-negotiable, Timothy said, and put a reverse break fee. If U.S. regulators block purely on foreign ownership optics, Helios funds a joint venture fallback. U.S. OPCO holds the tech. Asia DevCo licenses at scale. Give them certainty. Understood, she paused. External counsel. Engage Covington on CFIUS, Kirkland on M.A.Use Michael's signature for Helios. I'll sign the cover letter. Hana saved the draft, the file name populating across the screen. Helios New Scale LOIV1 DocX. Timothy rose, collecting his coffee. We move before Fleur sets the narrative. Hana stood too, and if Fleur calls first, he smiled, razor thin, then they've just confirmed they read our future. The room fell quiet again, the kind of quiet that comes before engines spool. Send it by morning, Timothy said. Hana nodded, by morning. 8 o'clock in the morning, Manila time. Hana stepped into Timothy's office carrying a fresh batch of documents when her earpiece buzzed with an urgent tone reserved only for VIP-level calls. She paused mid-stride, pressed a finger gently to her ear, and listened. Her eyes narrowed. Sir, she said slowly, Fleur just called. Timothy looked up from his monitor, the faintest smirk forming on his lips. Already, it's their executive vice president for corporate strategy, Hana clarified. He wants a call within the next hour. He sounded tense. Of course he is. Timothy leaned back in his chair. The moment NewScale shows even an ounce of unusual activity, Fleur panics. They're too big to move fast, too bureaucratic to pivot smoothly. They rely on predictable patterns, and we're breaking the pattern. Hana stepped closer. Do you want to take the call? Timothy tapped his pen thoughtfully for a moment. Yes, but let them wait 30 minutes. Giants should never think we drop everything for them. Understood, Hana replied, already messaging their comms team. 30 minutes later, the call began. The wall-mounted screen flickered to life, revealing a conference room somewhere in Irving, Texas. The Fleur corporate logo gleamed on the frosted glass behind 3 sharply dressed executives. In the center sat a man in his late 50s, silver hair perfectly combed, expression controlled, the kind of expression that only broke during billion-dollar emergencies. Timothy offered a polite nod. Pleasure. We've heard, Offerman continued, that you or someone associated with your companies made contact with NewScale's leadership. Specifically, Dr. Jose Reyes. He leaned forward slightly. Would you care to explain the nature of this contact? Hana, seated off camera beside Timothy, raised an eyebrow. They're opening with suspicion, not courtesy. Timothy rested his elbows lightly on the table. Helios Strategic Holdings, a U.S. firm, initiated communication regarding investment interest, he said calmly. As far as I know, NewScale responded positively. Offerman's jaw tightened. Mr. Guerrero, Fleur owns over 50% of NewScale. Any discussions about large-scale transactions should involve us directly, and they will, Timothy said, tone even. But first contact is always with the people who built the product, not the people who own it. The other 2 executives exchanged quick glances. Fleur wasn't used to being spoken to this bluntly. Offerman cleared his throat. Mr. Guerrero, allow me to be frank. NewScale is a sensitive asset. We cannot simply allow third parties to approach without oversight. And certainly not foreign entities. Helios is American, Timothy corrected. On paper, Offerman countered. Timothy's smile was faint, almost amused. On paper is what U.S. regulators recognize. Silence pressed into the room for a moment. Offerman shifted tact, adopting a more diplomatic tone. Look, Mr. Guerrero, we're not dismissing your interest. We're just trying to understand what you want. Timothy leaned back, eyes steady. I want NewScale, entirely. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. One of the executives, a woman in her 40s, leaned forward with disbelief. You're saying you want to acquire all of NewScale, as in, a full buyout, correct? Offerman's expression softened into something he clearly rehearsed, a mix of corporate patience and thinly veiled dismissal. Mr. Guerrero, he began slowly, NewScale is a U.S. nuclear technology firm. You can't simply buy it, especially not from outside the U.S. The regulatory processes are manageable, Timothy interrupted. If you know what you're doing, and I do, a beat passed. Offerman exhaled. Before we even consider your proposal, we need to understand the scale of your intentions. Are you offering a minority stake, a partnership? No, Timothy said plainly. I'm offering an exit. All three floor executives stiffened. An exit, Offerman echoed. Yes, Timothy clasped his hands on the table. Let's not pretend you're satisfied with NewScale's performance. The Idaho project ballooned beyond control. Municipal partners pulled out. Your shareholders keep asking why you're still pouring money into an asset that hasn't delivered any commercial revenue in over a decade. He tilted his head slightly. You don't need a partner. You need a way out without reporting a loss. Offerman inhaled slowly. And you think you can provide that? Yes. Helios Strategic Holdings is prepared to offer a buyout for your entire majority stake. He tapped his tablet. A document appeared on the screen, 1.1 billion buyout proposal preliminary. Offerman froze. The female executive whispered, that's above market valuation. It is, Timothy said, because I pay for value, not your stock chart. The third executive, a tall man with dark hair, finally spoke. Mr. Guerrero, NewScale isn't just numbers, it's nuclear technology. You cannot just. Timothy raised a hand calmly. Fluor has carried NewScale for 12 years. I understand that, but your shareholders are bleeding, your patience is thin, and you know that the U.S. nuclear sector is not moving fast enough to recoup your investment. He let that sink in. I'm giving you a chance to recover cleanly. The conference room in Texas went silent. Finally, Offerman leaned back, eyes calculating. And what exactly do you gain from acquiring NewScale? Timothy didn't hesitate. A future where my country and the rest of Asia has affordable, stable, scalable nuclear power, something no one else is offering. Offerman's eyes narrowed. And if U.S. regulators block the acquisition, Timothy smirked. That's the beauty of Helios. The structure is already compliant for initial approval, and by the time final review happens, we'll have a joint venture fallback ready. He tapped Hana's tablet. Worst case scenario, NewScale stays American, Helios remains the controlling owner, and TG Energy Systems becomes the exclusive licensee for SMR deployment across Asia. Offerman blinked. You've already planned the entire backdoor route. Timothy's expression didn't change. I always plan the entire route. The tall executive leaned forward. What happens to NewScale's scientists and engineers? They stay, Timothy said firmly. No layoffs, no dismantling, no stripping, only expansion. And Dr. Ray's, Offerman asked. Chief Scientific Officer with full autonomy, Timothy replied. The three floor executives looked at one another, and for the first time, doubt cracked in their confidence. Timothy rested a hand on the table. Gentlemen, ma'am, I'm not your enemy, I'm your solution. Offerman exhaled slowly, defeated but not yet conceding. We will need to review your preliminary terms. You'll have them within 48 hours, Timothy said. 2 days later, Dallas, Texas. The boardroom on the 23rd floor of Fluor's global headquarters felt heavier than usual. Not because of the lights or the polished wood table or the financial reports stacked at every seat. It was the silence, a kind of silence that only came before a once-in-a-generation corporate decision. At the head of the table, Executive Vice President Daniel Offerman reviewed the documents in front of him again. His jaw was tense, eyes moving quickly through numbers he had already memorized. A 1.1 billion valuation, cash, clean exit, retention of engineering teams, no layoffs, guaranteed protection of NewScale's legacy. It was, by all objective metrics, the best offer Fluor had received in years, and the only serious one involving NewScale. To his right, CFO Victoria Nash tapped her pen anxiously. To his left, Senior VP Harold Strickland leaned back, arms crossed, brows furrowed. This shouldn't be possible, Nash muttered. A private firm offering a premium for a nuclear technology asset. Cash, it doesn't add up. It adds up, Strickland said. It's just insane. Offerman sighed quietly. And yet, it's real. Proof of funds landed yesterday. J.P. Morgan confirmed. The three exchanged glances. Finally, Offerman pressed a button on the table. Bring him in. A moment later, Timothy Guerrero appeared on the large monitorcom, composed, wearing the same crisp confidence that had rattled them days earlier. Hana stood slightly behind him, tablet in hand, expression neutral but sharp. Good evening, Mr. Guerrero, Offerman said. It's morning here. Good evening, Timothy replied. I understand you've reviewed the LOI. Nash cleared her throat. We did, and frankly, we're surprised. Timothy smiled faintly. Good, I like being surprising. Strickland interjected, Mr. Guerrero, this is $1 billion nuclear acquisition. It is not typical, nor simple. I'm not interested in simple, Timothy said. I'm interested in solutions. He leaned slightly forward, and I believe Fluor wants one too. Offerman inhaled slowly, then spoke. You've given us a premium, a clean structure, a compliant U.S. entity, and a fallback for regulatory pushback. Your proposal seems airtight. It is, Timothy replied. But Nash cut in. Helios is still a new firm. Its U.S. footprint is barely a week old. We want reassurance. You already have reassurance, Timothy said, voice steady. Helios exists. Its bank account holds more cash today than NewScale has raised in the last 14 months, and by next quarter, that number will double. Hana adjusted something on her tablet, triggering a new document on the screen, Helios's 3-year capital roadmap. Offerman's eyes flickered with something he hadn't shown yet. Respect. This is substantial, he murmured. And real, Hana added quietly. Timothy continued, I don't play pretend, Mr. Offerman. If I wanted to impress you, I'd send slide decks. I sent cash. This time Nash let out an involuntary breath and nodded. They all knew it. Liquidity spoke louder than presentations. Offerman closed the folder slowly. Mr. Guerrero, the board has deliberated for the past 2 days. We've weighed NewScale's financial state, shareholder sentiment, future liabilities, and the conditions of your offer. He paused. Timothy waited. Hana didn't blink. We are prepared, Offerman said, to accept the buyout pending final negotiations and regulatory review. Timothy didn't smile, didn't lean back, didn't show triumph. He simply nodded once, controlled and unwavering. Good, a beat. Then let's begin. Later that night, Manila. Hana walked into Timothy's private office, holding her tablet like it was a verdict. They accepted, she repeated for the 10th time, still stunned. Fleur actually accepted. Timothy was reviewing infrastructure plans on his second screen, but he paused long enough to meet her eyes. They would be fools not to, he said calmly. But sir, this was the hardest part. Fleur is the majority owner. If they're on board, NewScale is effectively yours. Timothy shook his head gently. Not yet. Never assume victory until the ink is dry. He gestured. Tell me the details. Hana scrolled. Fleur wants a 72-hour window to negotiate final wording. They want reassurance on 3 things: the continuity of NewScale's engineering team, no immediate asset restructuring that affects U.S. operations, initial filings with CFIUS framed as Helios-driven with no foreign mention in the first stage. Timothy nodded. Grant all 3. Hana blinked. All, even the third. That places more pressure on Helios's front. That's why Helios exists, Timothy replied. Pressure is their camouflage. We stay underground until approval. She typed quickly. Understood. Next, Timothy asked. They requested a joint announcement within 14 days. No, Timothy said instantly. We announce after CFIUS accepts the filing. Not sooner. Too much noise invites political games. I'll relay that, Hana said. She hesitated. Sir, I think this is it. This is the moment. We crossed the hardest line. Timothy stood, stretching his shoulders slightly. The skyline outside glowed with Manila's restless energy. No, Hana. The hardest line, he said, is getting Reyes, Corvallis, Oregon the next morning. Dr. Jose Reyes stood in his laboratory office, holding the printed LOI between his fingers. His hands trembled not from fear, but from something he hadn't felt in years. Hope. His lead engineer, Matthew Corbett, asked quietly, Sir, are we really doing this? Reyes exhaled. For the first time in a long time, he said softly, someone believes in this technology more than the market does. He looked down at the letter again. Guerrero's name at the bottom. A man who built EVs at record speed. A man who launched Philippines manufacturing into global relevance. A man crazy enough to attempt what megacorps were too afraid to try. We're doing this, Reyes whispered. We're finally doing this. He placed the signed acknowledgement on his desk, exhaled, and whispered what he never dared to believe again. NewScale is going to live. Back in Manila. Hana stepped into Timothy's office one last time that evening. Sir, she said, Reyes sent his personal confirmation. He's fully on board. Timothy finally leaned back in his chair, not triumphant, not smug, just satisfied. Good, he said quietly. Now we make history. He gestured for Hana to close the blinds. Tonight wasn't celebration. Tonight was planning. Because tomorrow Helios would move, and by the end of the year, the world would learn that the future of nuclear was no longer American, nor corporate. It was Timothy's. 2 days after Fleur's acceptance, Manila felt different. Not louder, not quieter, just sharper. As if the city itself sensed that something monumental was underway behind the tinted windows of TG's headquarters. Inside Timothy's office, the blinds were drawn halfway, letting in slanted morning sunlight that cut across the floor. He sat behind his desk reviewing a progress chart on his monitor, Helios's capital mobilization, the NewScale transitional roadmap, and Fleur's draft exit memorandum. Everything was moving, too smoothly, he didn't like it. Hana entered without knocking, tablet in hand, expression tight, not stressed, not panicked, just tense. That alone made Timothy look up. What happened? Hana exhaled once. Sir. The call came. Timothy leaned back slowly. Which call? The one we were expecting. She paused. CFIUS. The room cooled. They both knew this moment was inevitable. No nuclear acquisition involving a foreign-linked entity ever escaped the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. Still, the timing was faster than their lawyers predicted. Timothy nodded. Bring it in. They want a meeting in 30 minutes, Hana said, already swiping her tablet. Audio only. No video, they insisted. Good, Timothy said calmly. Let's see how friendly they pretend to be. 30 minutes later. Executive meeting room. The lights dimmed. A secure landline on the table blinked green. Timothy sat at the head, Hana to his right, the IT team off in the corner monitoring encryption status. The air conditioner hummed softly, but it couldn't mask the quiet tension settling in the room. Hana pressed the button. A click, then a voice. This is Special Counsel Rebecca Hart, calling on behalf of the U.S. Committee on Foreign Investment. We understand you are the representative for Helios Strategic Holdings. Timothy rested an elbow on the table. Yes, this is Timothy Guerrero. Another click. Another voice joined, older and harder. And this is Deputy Director Alan Rutherford. Mr. Guerrero, we've been informed of your firm's attempt to acquire a controlling interest in NewScale Power. Ah, there it is. The watchdog smelled something. Timothy didn't flinch. Helios has submitted a notice of intent, he said. A standard pre-acquisition filing. Standard, Hart repeated, tone sharpened. You are attempting to obtain influence over a nuclear technology company, Mr. Guerrero. Nothing about that is standard. Hana typed notes silently. Rutherford spoke next. We are calling to express preliminary concerns. NewScale's reactor design is classified as sensitive technology. Its exportability, research data, and strategic implications require strict review. Of course, Timothy replied. And Helios is a U.S. company. Hart's tone cooled. A U.S. company barely 1 week old. So Timothy asked, new companies aren't automatically suspicious, are they? Silence. Then Rutherford said, Helios is funded by foreign capital. Timothy smiled faintly. Quite a number of U.S. companies are funded by foreign capital. Wall Street doesn't seem to mind. Hart didn't appreciate the jab. Mr. Guerrero, she said slowly, our concern is that Helios appears to be a shell. Here we go. I assure you, Timothy said calmly, Helios has substantial capital, legal compliance, and U.S. oversight. You have our filings. We have, Hart replied, but your structure raises questions. Rutherford added, and those questions must be answered before we allow any continuation of this acquisition. Hana subtly glanced at Timothy, waiting for his cue. He nodded slightly, then asked, Timothy said. A rustle of papers on the other end. Hart spoke first. Who are the beneficial owners of Helios Strategic Holdings? Timothy, Helios is majority funded by private clean energy investors. Rutherford names. Timothy smiled. You'll receive that during Stage 2 review, not before. Hart's tone tightened. That is not optional. It is, Timothy countered. Your own review process outlines the timeline. Helios is fully compliant with Stage 1 requirements. You don't get Stage 2 disclosures until we reach Stage 2. Silence again. Caught them pushing beyond protocol. Rutherford cleared his throat. Fine, next question. Why is Helios attempting a full controlling acquisition rather than a minority or joint venture stake? Timothy didn't hesitate. Because NewScale doesn't need another partner to slow them down. They need capital and direction. I intend to provide both. Hart, you're not concerned this raises national security implications. Timothy, a bankrupt nuclear company raises more national security implications. Even Hana blinked at that one. Hart sounded irritated now. Mr. Guerrero, let me be direct. CFIUS is concerned that Helios may be acting under the direction of a foreign corporation. Timothy, Helios acts under my direction. Hart, and you? Timothy paused. I'm an investor. Based where? She pressed. Everywhere, Timothy replied. Rutherford, that is not an answer. It's the only one you need right now. Silence again, longer this time. Hana sensed the shift. CFIUS wasn't used to resistance. Finally, Hart spoke. We will be initiating a full review of Helios and its acquisition attempt. You are required to submit expanded documentation within 10 business days. Failure to comply will result in a formal investigation. Timothy remained unmoved. Then we'll comply, Rutherford added, and Mr. Guerrero. You should know that if we find any discrepancy, any undisclosed foreign influence, we will block this acquisition entirely. Then don't find any. The line went silent. Then. Click, the call ended. The room exhaled collectively. Hana placed her tablet down slowly. Sir, that was expected. Timothy finished for her. She nodded. CFIUS already sounds suspicious. They'll dig deep, very deep. They'll dig, Timothy said, standing, but they won't find anything, because Helios is clean. On paper, Hana corrected. And paper, Timothy said, is what governments obey. She couldn't help smiling. What's the next move? Timothy walked to the window, overlooking Manila's skyline. We're sending Stage 2 documents, he said, but not too fast. Let them sweat. And NewScale, she asked. Raise stays calm. Floor stays silent. Helios stays American. Hana nodded slowly. She could feel it, gears turning, the stakes rising. And us, sir, she asked. Timothy's reflection in the glass was sharp, composed, unshaken. We prepare, he said quietly, because that call wasn't a warning. He turned to her. It was the opening shot. Hana arrived early, earlier than usual. She stood by the glass wall of the executive floor, watching dawn break over the skyline. Today was the day Helios would respond to Stage 2 requirements, enhanced disclosures, risk assessments, ownership verification, and the dreaded foreign influence audit. She tightened her grip on her tablet. She'd handled aggressive investors. She'd handled rival companies. She'd even handled jealous politicians trying to interfere with TG Mobility. But a U.S. National Security Committee, this was a different battlefield. She turned when she heard footsteps. Timothy stepped out of his office, sleeves rolled up, eyes sharper than usual. He held a mug of coffee, but it was untouched. Hana, he greeted. Status. Washington sent the Stage 2 packet at 4 in the morning. I've read it twice. And she exhaled. They're pushing harder than expected. A full beneficial ownership audit. They want a breakdown of capital sources, board history, organizational ties, and Timothy raised a brow and a list of any political or military affiliations connected to Helios's funders. He smirked slightly. They think I'm running a shadow state. Sir, it's not a joke, Hana said softly. They're taking us very seriously. Good, Timothy replied. It means they believe the acquisition might actually happen. Hana tapped her tablet. I've also spoken with Covington's CFIUS team. They can prepare a formal response, but they warned you if we hesitate or redact too much, it signals that we're hiding something. Timothy took a slow breath. Then we won't hesitate. Conference room 1 hour later. The room filled with lawyers, 4 from Covington, connected via secure video, 2 from Kirkland, overseeing MA structure, 3 internal TG legal advisors. Files, charts, and draft responses covered the long table like a battlefield map. Timothy sat at the head. Hana sat to his right, stylus ready. Covington's lead attorney, a gray-haired man with calm eyes, spoke first. Mr. Guerrero, we've reviewed CFIUS's Stage 2 request. They're probing deeply because Helios is too new and the acquisition is too large. Timothy nodded, expected, but the attorney continued, this level of scrutiny means they suspect 2 things: 1, foreign control, 2, national security implications. Hana glanced at Timothy, he didn't react. Another lawyer chimed in. They may be worried Helios is a proxy for a foreign sovereign fund or a foreign industrial conglomerate. That's why they're requesting a full breakdown of the ultimate beneficial owners. Timothy tapped the table lightly. Then what do you need from me? Absolute transparency, Covington's attorney said. We need to lay out exactly where the capital originates. Every shell, every fund, every backer. Hana flipped her tablet, displaying the Helios architecture she built. Helios's capital injections come from 3 primary highways, she said. 1 from TG Holdings Singapore branch, 1 from private investors in the UAE, and 1 from a green energy fund in Malaysia. A Kirkland lawyer frowned. Malaysia might raise flags. Southeast Asian capital tied to nuclear acquisition. It's legal, Hana stated firmly. Fully documented. Legal isn't the problem, the lawyer countered. Optics are. The room fell quiet for a moment, then Timothy leaned forward. What if we overdisclose? All eyes turned to him. What do you mean? Covington asked. Timothy rested his hands on the table, voice steady. Every acquisition tries to hide something. Everyone plays defense, everyone holds back. That's why regulators assume guilt. He tapped Hana's tablet. But if Helios goes the opposite direction, if we flood them with information, documents, and financial transparency, then they have nothing left to suspect except that we're serious. Covington's lawyer nodded slowly. An aggressive transparency strategy. Hana added, we can compile and submit everything within 48 hours, complete with notarized disclosures. Kirkland's a lead frowned. But if we expose too much, don't we risk? Timothy cut him off. We risk losing nothing. We risk showing strength. The lawyer hesitated, then slowly nodded. Unorthodox, the attorney admitted, but effective. Hana's office afternoon. Stacks of documents surrounded her. Digital files, ownership charts, capital ledgers, source certifications. 2 paralegals worked behind her. A third reviewed notarization requests on a separate screen. Hana's fingers flew across the tablet, every movement precise, every entry cross-checked. She didn't just want CFIUS satisfied, she wanted them impressed. Timothy entered quietly. How much longer? 6 hours, she answered without looking up. I'm restructuring the appendix for legibility. He watched her for a moment. You're doing a good job, Hana. She stopped typing. He almost never said that. He nodded once and left. Hana inhaled sharply, then kept working. Washington, D.C. CFIUS War Room. Same time. Special Counsel Hart rubbed her temple as she scrolled through the latest wire from the Financial Intelligence Unit. Helios Strategic Holdings, registered 6 days ago. Delaware LLC Capital, reserves unusually high foreign-linked cash flows, documented unexplained speed of mobilization. This is too fast, she muttered. Deputy Director Rutherford entered, carrying a folder. Any updates on Guerrero? No, Hart said. He keeps everything offshore. No criminal flags, no political ties, no sanctions. It's like he doesn't exist. He exists, Rutherford corrected. Just not the way we're used to. Hart exhaled. Helios could be a shell or something worse. Or Rutherford said, it's simply a private billionaire trying to buy a nuclear firm. Hart scoffed. Since when do private billionaires create shell companies to buy reactors? Rutherford stared at her. Since now, Hart swallowed, a hint of doubt creeping in. Well, she sighed, the ball is in their court. If Helios fails Stage 2, we kill the acquisition. And if they pass, Rutherford asked quietly. Hart didn't answer. TG headquarters evening. The sun had dipped, leaving Manila painted in warm tones. Inside the executive meeting room, the entire legal team gathered for the final review. Hana slid the completed document packet to Timothy. CFIUS Stage 2 submission, 148 pages, 43 annexes, 1,100 plus pages total supporting documents. It's ready, Hana said softly. Timothy flipped through the first pages. You've outdone yourself, he told her. She allowed herself the smallest smile. We need to be flawless, sir. Timothy stood. Send it. She tapped her tablet. A digital confirmation blinked. Document submitted US CFIUS portal. Timestamp 7:42 p.m. PHT. The room exhaled. Timothy stretched his neck slightly, then grabbed his coat. Hana, he said, walk with me. They stepped outside the office into the quiet hallway. What's next? She asked. Timothy looked ahead, expression calm. Now a small smirk. We wait. For the approval? No, he said. For the fight. Hana nodded slowly, because they both knew. Stage 2 wasn't the end. It was the beginning. 3 days later, Hana approached with silent steps, a sealed envelope in hand, her pulse hammering in her throat. She had read the contents already, then a third time just to confirm she wasn't hallucinating. She didn't knock. Timothy sensed her the moment she opened the door. You look pale, he remarked. Sir, she whispered, voice tight. We got it. Timothy set down his pen. CFIUS? She nodded. They responded. He stood immediately. Show me. Hana handed him the envelope. Timothy broke the seal and unfolded the letter. United States Department of the Treasury. Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS. Stage 2 review findings. No unresolved national security concerns. Helios Strategic Holdings is cleared to proceed to Stage 3 mitigation and final approval. CFIUS expresses no objection to the proposed acquisition of NewScale Power Corporation. Timothy read it once, then twice. Hana held her breath. Slowly, deliberately, Timothy folded the letter. It's done, he said quietly. Hana blinked fast, sir. This is effectively approval. Stage 3 is just formality. Mitigation conditions, standard filings, handoff to NRC for tech transfer oversight. This means. It means Timothy finished. Fleur no longer has a shield. They can't stall. For the first time in days, Hana let herself exhale fully. She expected him to sit down, to relax. Instead, Timothy grabbed his coat. Prepare the acquisition signing, he said. We finish this within 48 hours. And tell Michael Lau. Yes, sir. 2 days later, Dallas, Texas. The fluorescent lights of the 23rd floor boardroom buzzed softly as Fluor Corporation's senior executives gathered around a long mahogany table. No one spoke. No one even shifted in their seats. On the polished surface lay a printed document that seemed to radiate its own gravity. Stock purchase agreement. Helios Strategic Holdings, LLC Fluor Corporation, $1.1 billion all cash. Executive Vice President Daniel Offerman steepled his fingers, staring at the bold numbers. Across from him, CFO Victoria Nash reviewed the financial modeling one more time. Beside her, Senior VP Harold Strickland drummed his fingers in a slow rhythm, nerves poorly concealed. Never thought I'd see the day we offload NewScale cleanly, Nash whispered. Strickland didn't look convinced, or stupidly. One of the two. Offerman pressed a button. Bring him in. The door opened. Michael Lau stepped inside. Crisp suit, steady posture. The kind of ordinary, dependable face that never attracted suspicion, which was exactly why Helios chose him. Michael shook his hand with a polite corporate smile. Helios appreciates Fleur's efficiency. We're prepared to complete the transaction. He took his seat. Behind him, no one else, just Michael. Exactly as Timothy wanted. Nash slid the signature packet forward. Helios understands the terms? Yes, Michael replied. Full assumption of majority stake. No layoffs. Dr. Reyes retains full scientific authority. Helios provides cash within 48 hours. He spoke clearly, confidently, not a hint of hesitation. Offerman studied him. This is a nuclear technology company, Mr. Lau. This isn't a small venture investment. I'm aware, Michael said. Helios is committed. Strickland scoffed. This is $1 billion bet. Michael didn't blink. It's $1 billion future. A silence followed. Finally, Offerman nodded to the attorneys. Proceed. Page after page slid before Michael. He signed everyone. Ink flowed in a steady hand. Fleur's executives watched, some in disbelief, others in relief. When Michael set the pen down, Offerman exhaled deeply. Very well. Helios now owns a majority of NewScale. Nash extended her hand. Congratulations, Mr. Lau. Strickland muttered, God help us all. The attorneys collected the executed documents. A small chime sounded from Michael's phone. He glanced down at the message. Status, Hana. Michael typed back with one hand. Done. Connecting now, he stood. If you'll excuse me, I need to brief our principal. Fleur's execs didn't question it. Big money meant bigger instructions. Michael stepped into an empty side office, closed the door, and opened his laptop. A secure Helios call link blinked. He clicked it. The screen went black, then Timothy appeared. Not in person. Not in the US BGC skyline behind him. Dark suit. Sleeves rolled, eyes sharp. Hana stood just off frame, tablet in hand. Michael straightened instinctively. Sir, he greeted. It's done. Timothy's expression didn't change. Show me. Michael angled the camera toward the signed documents spread across the desk. Timothy nodded once. Good, walk me through it. Michael inhaled. Fleur signed all required pages. Executed copies are being scanned now. They'll email the full set within 10 minutes. They asked questions, Timothy asked. Some, Michael admitted. Mostly about CFIUS. They were impressed by the speed of our Stage 2 clearance. Hana lifted her tablet. Washington sent us a follow-up request this morning. They flagged nothing major. Michael continued. They also asked whether Helios plans to restructure New Scale. And you said, Timothy asked, exactly what we planned. No restructuring, expansion, retention of engineers. Ray's remains CSO. Timothy's jaw eased slightly. Approval. Michael wiped a thin sheen of sweat from his forehead. Sir, if you don't mind me saying, Fleur was close to backing out at the last minute. But the cash offer, it's what broke them. People never think clearly when they're bleeding, Timothy said calmly. Fear makes decisions faster than logic. Hana added, the moment they saw the premium, their fiduciary duty forced their hand. Timothy refocused on Michael. You did well. You did more than that, Timothy said and added. You made Helios real. Michael ducked his head, embarrassed. I just followed your instructions. There's no script for this, Timothy replied. Only pressure. And you handled it. Michael nodded. So what's our next move? Hana stepped forward. First, we coordinate with New Scale's internal counsel to initiate the shareholder notice. Then we prepare the Stage 3 submission for CFIUS. Michael blinked. Stage 3? Timothy explained. Stage 2 cleared suspicion. Stage 3 clears intention. Now Washington wants to verify that Helios can responsibly control a nuclear technology asset. Michael swallowed and, can we? Timothy smirked slightly. We already are. Hana nodded. With Fleur officially out, regulators must deal with Helios. They can't push Fleur to retain control anymore. Michael exhaled in relief, so we're past the hardest part. Timothy shook his head. The hardest part is convincing the world this was inevitable. Michael frowned. Sir. Announced too early, Timothy said, and we trigger political backlash. Announced too late and rumors fill the gaps. He turned to Hana. We wait for Stage 3 acceptance. Yes, sir. Michael asked, and Dr. Ray's, he gets a call tonight, Timothy replied, a private one. Hana was already typing, scheduling it. Michael finally sat down, shoulders sagging. Sir, I still can't believe they actually signed. Timothy leaned in slightly. Believe it, he said. You were the right face. Michael blinked. Face. Helios needed someone Washington would trust, Timothy said. Not a mogul, not a tycoon. Someone who looked like he belonged in a lab coat, not a throne. Michael rubbed the back of his neck. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or... It's a compliment, Hana assured him. We couldn't have done this without you. Timothy nodded. Your signature rewrote the nuclear map. Michael stared at the stack of signed agreements again, awe settling over him. So, what happens now? Timothy leaned back in his chair. Now, we are going to use their technology, of course. November 5th, 2027. Bonifacio High Street, Tagwig City, 6:45 p.m. The evening breeze moved gently through the rows of trees lining High Street, carrying with it the warm scent of cafes, dimly lit restaurants, and the distant hum of Manila traffic. Festive lights dangled across the open walkway, soft white, elegant, calm, the kind of atmosphere perfect for a meeting that would shape the next 30 years of global energy. Timothy arrived first. Crisp black button-down, dark slacks, no tie, sleeves rolled, as always. He stood beside the restaurant entrance, hands in his pockets, posture relaxed but sharp, like a man waiting for a promise finally fulfilled. A black SUV eased to a stop nearby. The door opened. Dr. Jose Reyes stepped out. He scanned the street until his eyes found Timothy. Their gazes met. A moment hung between them. Recognition, curiosity, and something deeper, the weight of shared ambition. Timothy stepped forward and extended a hand. Dr. Reyes, welcome to Manila. Reyes shook it firmly. Mr. Guerrero, it's an honor to finally meet the man who just bought half my life's work. Timothy smiled lightly. You built it. I just gave it a future. Reyes chuckled under his breath. We'll see. They entered the restaurant private room already reserved, dim lights casting warm tones across polished wood and glass. A server poured water silently, then left them alone. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Reyes leaned back slightly, studying Timothy the way a scientist observes a reactor core searching for hidden power. I've worked with investors for years, he began. Politicians, corporations, international delegations. And yet none of them ever made a move like you did. Timothy shrugged. No point moving slow if the world is racing. Reyes exhaled. Helios, TG Energy Systems. The acquisition, the speed, the precision, it was astonishing. Necessary, Timothy corrected. I knew the window was small. I had to move before someone else did or before the US buried your design forever. Reyes cracked a tired smile. You sound like you've been watching the nuclear sector for years. I have. Reyes raised a brow. Then tell me, why SMRs? Why buy a company everyone else had already given up on? Timothy rested an elbow on the table, fingers tapping once. Because the world is entering an era where energy will decide everything. Reyes listened intently. Timothy continued, voice level and calm. Data centers, AI, semiconductor fabs, EV gigafactories, national defense of it depends on stable, scalable power. Not coal, not gas, not even solar. Real industrial-grade power. The kind you can expand like Lego pieces. He leaned in slightly. SMRs are the only technology that can give humanity the energy density needed for the next century. Ray's eyes glinted. That's exactly what I believed when I designed them. And everyone called you crazy for it, Timothy added. Ray's chuckled. They still do. Good, Timothy said. Means you're ahead. The server brought their meals, steak for Timothy, grilled salmon for Ray's. Quiet, simple plates, clean presentation. They ate for a minute before Ray's set down his fork. Let me guess, he said. Now that you own NewScale, you want me to walk you through everything's strengths, the flaws, the political traps. Timothy nodded once. Start with the flaws. Ray's smiled thinly, as if testing whether Timothy truly understood what he bought. All right, he said. The truth is, SMRs are brilliant in theory but imperfect in execution. He raised two fingers. First flaw, cooling redundancy. The passive cooling works, yes, but only under ideal failure conditions. If the core heats unevenly or if coolant channels degrade faster than modeled, the system requires backup pumps. Timothy nodded, meaning it's not truly pump-free. Exactly, Ray's confirmed. Second flaw, scalability costs. 12 modules in one pool sounds efficient, but the containment structure becomes disproportionately expensive. The more modules you add, the less cost-effective the entire plant becomes. Economies of scale work in reverse, Timothy said. Ray's blinked. Most people don't grasp that immediately. I'm not most people, Timothy said quietly. Ray's continued. Third flaw, reactor vessel weight. Transporting them is a logistical nightmare. They're too large for aircraft and difficult for many roads. Shipment becomes the bottleneck. Timothy cut into his steak, all solvable. Ray's stared. You say that as if you have alternatives. Timothy didn't answer directly. Instead, he set down his fork and met Ray's gaze head-on. Tell me something, Timothy asked. Do you think your SMR is the best possible design? Truly. Ray's opened his mouth then closed it. He removed his glasses and wiped them slowly. No, he said at last. It's the best design that regulatory agencies would allow. Timothy's lips curved into a faint smirk. That, he said, is exactly why I bought you. Ray's frowned. Explain. Timothy leaned forward. I don't want the regulator-safe version. I want the impossible version. The version you couldn't build in America. The design you had to kill on paper because someone at NRC told you it was too risky, too new, too disruptive. He paused. Tell me, Dr. Ray's, do you have that version? Ray's held his gaze for a long, charged moment. Then he chuckled softly. You really are something else, Mr. Guerrero. Timothy raised a brow. Is that a yes? Ray's nodded slowly. I have an alternate design, a more compact core, better heat distribution, a variable coolant loop. It solves the weight problem and reduces the need for massive containment. And you didn't submit it because, Ray's shrugged, because the NRC would rather approve a wagon than a rocket. Timothy smiled. Then we build the rocket. Ray's stared at him, the fire of a younger engineer rekindling in his eyes. You would actually fund that? He asked quietly. Timothy sat back. Dr. Ray's, I didn't spend $1.1 billion to repeat old mistakes. I bought NewScale because I don't want SMRs that merely work. I want SMRs that change nations. A slow breath left Ray's chest. God, he murmured, I never thought I'd meet someone crazier than my younger self. Timothy raised his glass to shared insanity. Ray's lifted his own. To the future, he said. Timothy smirked. To the future we're about to build. Glasses clinked softly. February 15th, 2028, Bonifacio Global City. TG Tower Site. After 2 years of relentless construction, engineering revisions, safety audits, and round-the-clock shifts, the TG Tower finally stood complete, 100%. A gleaming titan of glass and steel rising 76 stories above the heart of Manila. Was this the grand opening? Not yet. Timothy would never open doors to the world until he had walked every hallway, pressed every panel, and inspected every corner of the building that would soon become the nerve center of his entire conglomerate. TG Mobility, TG Energy Systems, Orion Semiconductor, LithiumX. Every empire needed its capital. This tower would be his. Timothy stepped out of the TG Horizon MPV with Hana beside him. Cool February wind swept across High Street, carrying the familiar blend of Manila morning fresh brew from cafes, warm bread from bakeries, the hum of commuters already filling the district. But the TG Tower drowned out all background noise. The construction team waited in a neat line near the entrance, safety vests pristine, helmets tucked beneath their arms. At the center stood Enger, Ramon Velasquez. Sir Guerrero, Velasquez greeted with a respectful bow of his head. Welcome to your tower. Timothy offered a short nod. Let's begin. Velasquez gestured toward the entrance. Right this way. The automatic doors slid open with a whisper. Inside, the grand lobby came alive, a 3-story ceiling, marble floors polished like still water, and a panoramic digital wall displaying TG Motors concept EVs, LithiumX battery grids, and a rotating model of the TG Tower itself. The room smelled faintly of new steel, soft leather, and ionized air from the freshly tested HVAC systems. Hana slowed to a stop, staring upward. This looks incredible, it supposed to. Timothy replied. Tell operations this standard is non-negotiable. Yes, sir, she said, but even her composed voice carried awe. Velasquez stepped beside them. Sir, I assume you'd like to see your personal floors. Top floor first, Timothy answered. Of course. Velasquez motioned toward a separate corridor. Your private elevator is ready. They crossed the lobby, their footsteps echoing faintly against marble and glass. Unlike the main bank of lifts, this one stood behind a biometric Gaddy-legant brushed stainless steel, no visible keypad, only a discreet glass panel that recognized Timothy's approach. The gate slid aside automatically. The elevator doors opened with a soft, controlled chime. Hana stepped inside, followed by Timothy, then Velasquez. The interior was silent soundproofed walls, carbon-reinforced frame, illuminated control panel hidden flush with the side. A soft white light washed over them as the doors sealed shut. Velasquez tapped the digital display. Penthouse level, executive floors. The elevator responded with a gentle hum. Timothy watched the floor numbers ascend in calm, steady increments. Hana clasped her tablet closer. Even Shuho had seen every blueprint, every cost breakdown, every 3D render, felt her heartbeat rise as they neared the top. Velasquez glanced at Timothy with professional pride. Sir, when those doors open, you'll be stepping into the highest office in the Philippines. Timothy didn't react, but his eyes sharp and focus edge reflected the rising numbers on the panel. 73, 74, 75, 76. The elevator slowed, a whisper-soft deceleration. A final chime sounded. The doors slid open. Cold, pristine air brushed past them. For a moment, none of them moved. The top floor stretched out before them wide, silent, and bathed in natural light spilling in through the massive wraparound glass walls. The entire level was designed as Timothy's domain, a full-floor executive suite, untouched, immaculate, and waiting for its owner. Hana stepped out first, her breath caught. Sir, she whispered, this view. Timothy walked forward. BGC sprawled beneath them like a living model. High street market. The business district, the highway lines snaking toward Makati and Ortigas. Beyond that, the faint shimmer of Manila Bay. Even the mountains in the far north were visible, blue and hazy under the morning sky. Velasquez followed, hands clasped behind him with quiet pride. This entire level is yours, sir. No other tenants, no shared spaces. Every wall, every panel, every system here was custom built to match your specifications. Timothy walked slowly through the open floor, taking everything in. High's footfalls softened by premium acoustic flooring, the faint hum of the tower's internal power grid beneath the surface, the subtle glint of smart glass that could tint at a touch. The main office was positioned at the west quadrant, floor-to-ceiling windows, a panoramic sweep of the entire skyline, a desk crafted from imported walnut and steel, a hidden panel behind it containing secure communications and Titan servers. Hana drifted toward the corner lounge area filled with minimalist furniture. This is bigger than our entire previous executive floor. It needed to be, Timothy said. Velasquez gestured toward the ceiling. Soundproofing is triple layered. Climate control is zoned. The conference room walls are bullet resistant. And your office. He pointed toward a metallic strip embedded in the floor. Has a built-in emergency lockdown system. In case of security breaches, it can seal instantly. Hana's brow lifted. I didn't know that. Timothy glanced her way. Now you know. Velasquez smiled nervously. We assumed you would want redundancies, sir, especially considering your expansion in the AI and energy sectors. These floors are designed for high-threat resilience. Timothy nodded once. Good. He stepped inside his office. The space was enormous but not extravagant, modern, efficient, clean. Walls reinforced with smart panels capable of displaying data, maps, project feeds, and real-time metrics from any division across the TG conglomerate. In the center sat his desk, a perfect vantage point for a man engineering the future. Hana walked in behind him. How does it feel, sir? Timothy rested a hand along the smooth surface of the desk. For now, he said. Empty, empty. Hana blinked. Because it's only a shell, Timothy said calmly. A tower is just metal and glass. Becomes something only when the work inside it begins. When we fill it with engineers, designers, teams, innovation, then this becomes a headquarters. He turned toward Velasquez. Show me the rest. Yes, sir. They moved to the private boardroom. A long jet-black table dominated the space, surrounded by 12 leather seats. Embedded screens lined the wall, ready for global teleconferences with NVIDIA, Singapore Financial Group, Tokyo Partners, and the Defense Energy Commission. Hana lightly brushed the table with her fingers. I can already imagine our semiconductor briefings here, she murmured. Next was the executive loungeacom, minimalist room designed for receptions, investor meetings, and private negotiations. Soft lighting, a wall garden, and a small bar counter completed the polished atmosphere. This will be for your VIP engagements, Velasquez explained. Heads of state, corporate heads, foreign delegation Sanyon who flies here to see TG's future firsthand. Timothy examined the space silently. Then he nodded. They continued down the hallway to a final section, a private balcony sealed with tempered smart glass. Velasquez unlocked it with a biometric card. The doors slid open. Fresh air filled the space. The The balcony wrapped elegantly around the edge of the tower, offering a dizzying view of the entire metro. Cars looked like moving grains of rice far below. The wind brushed past, tugging lightly at their clothes. "This is the highest outdoor point in the building," Velasquez said. "Your personal space, sir. Restricted access." Timothy stepped forward until he stood at the edge behind the protective reinforced railing. Hana watched him quietly. Here, above the noise and chaos of the world, Timothy saw everything. The city he intended to power, the industries he intended to reshape, the Philippines he intended to modernize. "This," he said softly, "is where it begins." He turned back to them. "Velasquez." "Yes, sir." "Prepare the lower floors. Next week we begin transferring departments." Velasquez nodded. "It will be ready." Timothy looked at Hana. "Hana, contact all division heads. Full briefing tomorrow." "Yes, sir." February 22nd, 2028, TG Tower, Bonifacio Global City, 7:10 a.m. The first day of migration had a strange energy in the air, half excitement, half organized chaos. It was the kind of morning where the city felt different, as if it sensed a new power being stitched into its skyline. TG Tower wasn't opening to the public yet, but today it would breathe for the first time. Timothy stepped out of the elevator on the 12th floor, the first of the newly assigned administrative clusters. Hana followed him with her tablet, already flooded with documents, names, and department maps, and behind them trailed a small group of assistants, all moving with the quiet urgency of people who knew they were building something historic. When the elevator doors slid open, Timothy was greeted by a sight he had anticipated and demanded: organized movement, not confusion, not noise, not panic. Dozens of employees walked through the polished halls, carrying labeled boxes, pushing computer carts, reviewing seating plans, and coordinating with IT teams who were lining the corridor with networking equipment still wrapped in protective foam. "Status," Timothy said. Hana swiped through her checklist. 27 managerial divisions are scheduled to move today. TG Motors RD Admin, Finance Department, TG Energy's Planning Team, Orion's Manila-based executives of TG Motors. "Good," Timothy replied. Hana continued. "The group from Subic is en route. They left before dawn." Timothy nodded. Subic, the beating industrial heart of his empire. The EV gigafactory, the battery production wing, the cathode-anode line, the lithium-X megacell assembly, it all lived there. But he had made a decision early on: the factories stay outside Manila, but the brains return here. Today that philosophy became reality. A soft chime signaled the arrival of another elevator. When it opened, a team of managers stepped out, badges clipped, suitcases rolling, eyes widening as they took in the pristine interior. Sir Guerrero, one of them said immediately, startled to see him. "Good morning." "Don't greet me," Timothy said. "Find your teams, integrate, move fast." "Yes, sir." They scattered. Velasquez appeared from the far corridor, already giving instructions to a security detail installing biometric scanners. "Sir, IT has activated the dedicated fiber trunk for the administrative floors," he reported. "Orion's secure design channel will be online in 30 minutes. The data center on 4th is stable." Timothy nodded. "And the emergency grid, lithium-X backup array, is fully operational," Velasquez replied. "Even if the entire BGC loses power, TG Tower will run for 72 hours without tapping the grid, exactly as Timothy designed it." He moved deeper into the floor as the building's rhythm grew clearer. Telephones were being connected, workstations sanitized, projectors calibrated, smart glass screens initialized with welcome displays, the hum of a new headquarters waking up. 7:42 a.m. TG Tower loading bay. Timothy inspected the receiving area next. Pallets of equipment arrived from the old office desktop units, server nodes, sealed archive boxes, prototype components, and files carefully organized from the older BGC building they had outgrown. A group of employees wearing TG mobility jackets noticed him and immediately straightened. "Relax," Timothy said. "Just work." They returned to unloading with slightly shaking hands. Hana watched him quietly. "Sir, they're nervous. They'll get used to me." Hana hid a small smile. "Or they'll stay nervous forever." "Fear is fine," Timothy said, "as long as it doesn't slow them down." They moved on. 8:15 a.m. 21st floor, Transition Hall. By mid-morning, nearly the entire tower had come alive. The building's internal announcement system activated for the first time, soft chimes echoing cleanly across the floors. Screens along the corridors displayed all employees, CEO address at 1000 a.m. Executive Conference Hall, 21st floor. Hana checked her schedule. "We're expecting around 600 people to attend in person. The rest will watch from their floors." Timothy nodded. "Good." When they stepped into the conference hall, crews were finalizing arrangements. Technicians tested the lights and acoustics. Staff arranged chairs into precise rows. The wide digital screen behind the podium glowed with the TG emblem and the words, "TG Tower." Inaugural internal address. Employees trickled in gradually, filling the seats with muted chatter. Some held laptops on standby. Others adjusted their new TG ID cards, the lanyard still stiff from packaging. Timothy watched from a distance. Engineers from Subic, financial analysts from Makati, project planners from Batangas, managers from EV design, energy systems leads, Orion semiconductor executives, interns clutching notebooks like shields, all of them now under one roof, his roof. Hana approached him. "Sir, everyone is ready." Timothy gave a short nod. When he stepped toward the stage, the murmurs thinned. Employees straightened. A few sat up a little too stiffly. Someone elbowed a colleague who was nervously tapping their pen. Timothy stopped behind the podium, just a microphone and a room full of the people who would shape the future with him. He scanned the crowd once before speaking. "Good morning." A few employees responded with a soft chorus of greetings. Most simply listened, tense or curious. Today is not the grand opening of TG Tower, but make no mistake, this is the day the building begins its life. Silence. This skyscraper is not here to impress the public. It is not a landmark. It is not a trophy. Some exchanged glances. This tower is here because the old BGC office could no longer contain our ambition. He let that sink in. We outgrew the rented floors, outgrew the temporary desks, outgrew the limitations of a fragmented company. He stepped away from the podium, speaking plainly, hands at his sides. TG Motors, TG Mobility Holdings, TG Energy Systems, Orion Semiconductor, separate teams, separate buildings, separate fires to put out. He paused. That ends today. A shift rippled through the room. From this tower we will centralize our strategy, coordinate our projects, accelerate our timelines. He lifted a hand slightly. More importantly, this tower represents something I have been building since the very first EV prototype rolled out of our garage shop. A few employees leaned forward. A new standard. Timothy's voice hardened just enough to sharpen the air. Not just for our company, not just for our industries, but for the country. Hana stood off to the side, watching him come, composed but with the faint spark of pride in her eyes. "We are not building cars. We are not building batteries. We are not building chips." He pointed toward the windowed skyline visible through the glass. "We are building what the Philippines has never had, a unified innovation ecosystem." A rustle swept through the hall. Timothy continued. "Subic will manufacture. Batangas will fabricate. Our energy units will power. But right here inside these 76 floors will be the mind of everything we build." His tone cooled, focused. "This will be the command center that directs the largest industrial expansion in modern Philippine history." Someone in the back swallowed audibly. "But I want to make something very clear." Timothy's gaze traveled through the rows, precise and unblinking. "You are not here just because you work for TG. A brief pause. "You are here because you were chosen." A ripple of quiet pride spread through the employees. "We do not hire average people. We do not tolerate average performance. We do not reward average results." He leaned forward slightly. "From today onward, the moment you walk into this tower, you carry the responsibility of shaping every division, every factory, every project, every breakthrough." He scanned the room. "This is where ideas become orders, where decisions become strategy, where strategy becomes reality. So welcome." He motioned gently to the hall around them. "Welcome to the beginning of the next era of TG, a beat. The era that all of you will build with me." The same day, Timothy was in his personal office where he stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows that had a view of the BGC skyline. The view was mesmerizing and motivating at the same time. His net worth was over $100 billion now, and there's a potential of it hitting $1 trillion. And with that, he might have to build another skyscraper like this in other cities of the Philippines or in another country. Now, this got him thinking. He is a multi-billionaire, yet he wasn't like those people lavishly spending their money on material things like sports cars, yachts, going to Bora Bora, or any similar places. Maybe because his mind was wired to invest the money on a business instead. Though doing business his whole life would be boring, and could get regretful if he were to not spend quality time with himself or his family, or start a romantic relationship with someone special. And by someone special, the first person that came to mind was Hana. Well, granted, she is very beautiful, smart, efficient, and damn good at her job. But still, there are times that the lines between employer and employee are starting to get thicker. He knew if he were to not make a move soon, his chances of being with Hana would be near zero. And while gazing at the window, there was a knock on the door, and the intercom sounded. "Mr. Guerrero." It was Hana's voice. She continued. "Your mother and little sister wish to see you." Timothy turned and walked to his desk and pressed a button. "Send them in." "Yes, sir." The intercom clicked off. Timothy straightened his sleeve cuffs, adjusted his posture, and walked toward the door. Moments later, it opened, and there Evelyn and Angela stepped in. "Ma." Timothy walked across the office and hugged his mother. "Son, I'm so proud of you," she said warmly, hugging him back. He looked down at Angela, who was already growing and is now 13 years old. "Angela, you're still wearing your uniform, huh? Off to school?" "Yes, brother. But before I go to school, I want to take a selfie first with you. I want to share it with my classmates." "No problem." Timothy chuckled and flickered his gaze to Hana. He signaled her to give them a moment alone since his mother and little sister won't be staying long here anyways and was just dropping by. Hana understood his facial expression and simply excused herself by closing the door behind her as she left. I still can't believe you own this building, Tim, Evelyn said in awe. It's a much-needed upgrade from our previous office. We can't just rent an office forever when we are building an empire here, Timothy explained. Brother selfie please. Timothy smiled and crouched slightly so he was level with Angela's camera. She held her phone up with both hands, grinning ear to ear. Okay, brother. Smile. Timothy didn't really smile often, not the kind that showed teeth, but he softened his expression enough for the photo. A bright click, then another, and another. Angela, Timothy said, mildly amused, your school might start without you at this point. No, just one more, please, she insisted, already switching to portrait mode. I want to show everyone how tall this office is. Kuya, stand here, eyes there. Okay, 1, 2, 3. She leaned against him, flashing a peace sign while Timothy simply stood still, hands in his pockets. Click. Angela checked the result and squealed. This is perfect. They are going to freak out. Evelyn shook her head, smiling with gentle exasperation. You're going to be late for your first class if you don't move. Worth it. Angela beamed. Timothy reached out and lightly tapped the top of her head. Study well. Your grades better not drop because of selfies. They won't, she said. Then her eyes sparkled. Brother, can I have my allowance increased? Timothy raised a brow. For what reason? Angela blinked innocently. Inflation. Timothy stared. Evelyn sighed. Angela, fine, she said quickly. There's a school fair next week. I want to buy extra food and maybe a little something for my friends. That's better, Timothy said. I'll add 10,000 pesos. Yes, Angela pumped her fists. Tim, you're spoiling her, Evelyn whispered. Mom, it's fine. Besides, it's for her and friends' food, right? Her classmates are from the upper class, so she needs to be at the same level as them. After that, Angela kissed Timothy and Evelyn on the cheeks before leaving. She has a service waiting for her at the lobby, ready to take her to the school. And now that they are alone, Evelyn's expression turned serious. Tim, you remembered what we discussed while we were in Singapore. Oh, my uncle, huh? Yeah, I do remember them asking for my help. Well, they are here and wishes to see you, Evelyn said. Timothy rubbed a hand over his face and smacked his lips. I don't think that's possible since I do have a meeting after this, Mom. But yes, of course, we can help them. Money is the thing they need, right? And they already know who owns this place they're currently standing. Tim, be humble, Evelyn softly chided him. Sorry, Ma, I didn't mean to say that. What I'm trying to say is I don't want to see familiar faces from our family. Okay, maybe next time. Send my regards to them later, okay? Evelyn sighed but nodded. All right, I'll tell them you're busy. She smiled, stepping forward to fix the crooked fold of his sleeve, an old habit she never lost. A moment later, Evelyn left the office quietly, the door closing with a soft click. Timothy returned to the window, the city stretching endlessly below. Now then, back to what he was thinking. Enjoying life? Well, that can wait. This year his schedule is stacked. There would be a lot of foreign trips as he would meet leaders from Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, and other ASEAN countries for the gigafactories and facilities for TG Motors. There's also a meeting with Reyes about the SMRs because he was itching to know what revolutionary way he had come up to make it sustainable. And since it's 2028, there's also an election going on in the next 3 months where he would have to endorse politicians that align with his vision. So yeah, there's that. He'll start with a meeting with Reyes. But first, it has been so long since he had used his reconstruction system, he would test one today. 10 minutes later, Timothy sat behind his massive desk, fingers tapping lightly as he skimmed through the meeting notes Reyes had sent him the night before. SMR's neutron flux passive safety systems. Reyes claimed he developed something game-changing. Timothy believed him. The guy lived and breathed nuclear engineering. Still, his mind wasn't in technical mode yet. He leaned back, too early, too busy, too many things on his plate already. And after everything that happened this morning, the employee addressed to his mother and sister's surprise visit needed a reset. Something simple, something that didn't involve supply chain logistics or government negotiations or billion-peso budgets. His stomach grumbled softly. Right, breakfast part 2. He pressed a small desk button. Hana, the intercom chimed. Sir, Hana replied. Have pantry prepare something light. Maybe fish and chips, garlic, yoli, the usual snacks. Deliver it here. Yes, sir. Anything else? Nothing for now. Understood. The line clicked off. Timothy let out a long breath and rolled his shoulders. He rarely allowed himself moments of downtime, but today felt strange. The building was new, the atmosphere was new, and after years of grinding, maybe he could afford a few minutes of peace. Just 10 or 15. He turned toward the massive 120-inch transparent OLED screen embedded into the wall, perfect for presentations, also perfect for movies. He tapped a control on his phone. The screen lit up, scrolling. Men in Black, a classic, clean, fun, simple, and weirdly relevant. He selected it. Just as the Columbia logo shimmered into view, a knock sounded. Sir, Hana opened the door slightly. Your food. She stepped inside carrying a tray cart steaming fish and chips, buttered corn, a small bowl of nachos, cold lemon iced tea, and a cup of chocolate-covered almonds. You're eating early, Hana noted, setting the cart beside his sofa. It's not early, Timothy replied. It's stress management. She gave him a brief, amused look. Enjoy, sir. I'll be in my office if you need me. The door closed. Timothy moved to the sofa, settling down with the ease of someone who deserved a 5-minute vacation. The smell of hot fish and crisp batter filled the office, mingling with the subtle scent of fresh coffee from the pantry down the hall. He dipped a piece into the yoli and took a bite. Perfect. The movie began, and he let himself sink into Italians, secret agents in black suits, Will Smith being Will Smith. A universe where advanced tech existed casually, where no one questioned the impossible because someone else was in charge of keeping the world orderly. A universe where the crazy stuff stayed secret. And then he saw it, small, silver, sleek. Agent K lifted the device. Agent J squinted in confusion. A bright white flash filled the screen. Neuralizer. Timothy paused the movie. The room fell silent. His eyes narrowed slightly as he chewed the last piece of fish. Of all the tech in the movie with alien weapons, the hovering cars, the transformation gadgets, it was that simple flash that caught his attention. A device that erased memories. A device that could plant new ones. A device that could remove inconvenient questions. His head tilted. He set down his fork. If such a device existed, if such a thing could be engineered, wouldn't that solve at least 50% of his recurring problems? People asking how his technologies came out of nowhere. People suspicious of breakthrough after breakthrough. People trying to dig into things he couldn't explain without exposing the reconstruction system. A neuralizer would make all of that vanish in a literal flash. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. What if? He muttered quietly. What if he could replicate the function using a different principle? What if he could reconstruct something similar? What if he could integrate it subtly into corporate protocol, public announcements, or security procedures? Most importantly, what if he never had to make an excuse again, instead of awkward lies like, "It was years of research. My RD team worked overtime. It was a joint project. We got foreign assistance." He could simply say it, and then wipe the memory of whoever didn't need to know the truth. It was the perfect technology for a reconstruction system. He unpaused the movie and watched the next scene closely, analyzing the concept rather than the story. Light flash, target memory disrupted. Immediate disorientation. Cue for rewriting memory. Group stun modes available. Portable size. He smirked. Hollywood always dramatized things, but conceptually, it wasn't impossible. Not for someone like him. Not for someone with a system that could reconstruct anything from basic circuits to next-generation engines to weapons to entire industrial processes. He took another sip of iced tea. Neuralizer, or something like it, he mused, tapping his chin. Memory disruption. Timothy pushed his empty plate aside and opened a new tab. He typed the word, neuralizer. The top results were predictably pop culture. Clips, listicles, then, almost exactly where he expected it. A link to the Men in Black fandom page. He clicked. The MIB entry wasn't long, but it was dense with detail, exactly the sort of consolidated, paraphrased lore fans adored. Timothy read it line by line, not as trivia, but as a data point to be mined. The page described the neuralizer as a compact, handheld device used by MIB agents. Its primary dramatized function, a blinding flash that temporarily wipes short-term memory, leaving no trace of whatever event had just occurred. Agents then spoke a standard, polished script to fill the memory gap, an innocuous alternate timeline, a fabricated explanation, an assigned official version of events. The fandom write-up emphasized a few practical constraints the films implied. The flash needed to be seen, line of sight mattered, multiple people could be affected at once if within range, and the device's effect was time-limited, and selective agents could choose the breadth of the erasure and whether to seed replacement memories. This is it, Timothy said as something bubbled inside of him. This is what he was looking for. Though he wasn't thinking about it, it did come across. Timothy rubbed both of his hands and then looked at the pen resting on his table. It's a suitable object to be reconstructed into a neuralizer, as it has the same appearance as the one in the movie. He grabbed the pen and then activated his reconstructed system. And without hesitation, he spoke the words, "Reconstruct this pen into a neuralizer similar to the movie Men in Black." After uttering those words, his hand glowed and the pen dematerialized into an atomic level and then rematerialized into a new form. Sleek, metallic, perfectly polished, and unmistakably resembling the iconic device from the movie. A cold, silver cylinder settled gently into his palm. Timothy blinked once, then twice. Away, he turned it slowly between his fingers. Smooth surface, seamless joints, lightweight but sturdy like titanium alloy fused with something more advanced. The top portion contained a ridged switch similar to the one Agent K flicked with casual flair. But this wasn't a prop. This was real. Timothy lifted the device closer to his face, eyes narrowing as he examined every line, every seam, every microscopic detail the reconstruction system had woven into reality. So how does it work? He muttered the question under his breath. Unfortunately, he didn't think to add an instruction manual to the reconstruction command. but if it worked anything like the movie, then the first rule was obvious: don't flash yourself. He held the neuralizer at arm's length, angling the cylindrical body away from his face. The device had no visible labels or instructions, just a small recessed switch and two thin slider-like mechanisms that looked suspiciously similar to the exposure duration controls from the films. Okay, don't be stupid, he thought. He pointed it toward the far wall, away from him. Then carefully he rotated the top ridge. Click, the device hummed. A soft, rising wine-like circuitry powering up, but smoother, more refined than anything modern engineering could produce. His phone on the desk vibrated once in response, its sensors clearly confused by whatever energy signature the neuralizer was emitting. Holy shit, he whispered. He wasn't sure what was about to happen, so he set the duration slider to the lowest setting, barely a millimeter of movement. All right, he murmured, test fire. He aimed at the corner of the room and pressed the activation button, FWOSH. A soundless flash, pure white, instantaneous, expanding like ripples of light before fading just as quickly. Timothy flinched despite pointing it away from himself. The lights in the office flickered for exactly half a second. The OLED screen on the wall rebooted. Even the smart glass briefly turned opaque before clearing again. Damn, he lowered the device slowly. The neuralizer hadn't just emitted light, it released some kind of electromagnetic wave, not harmful but potent enough to disrupt nearby electronics. Memory disruption, he muttered, or short-range neural interference. Either way it worked, just not on him. He checked himself, no dizziness, no gaps, no weird mental fuzziness. Good, safety protocols intact. Now for a test subject. Timothy pressed the intercom, calling Hannah in her office. Hannah, I'm done eating. Send the housekeeping staff to my office. Yes, sir, her voice replied through the intercom. I'll notify them now. The line clicked off. Timothy glanced at the neuralizer resting in his palm. He slid the duration control a bit higher, this time still on the low end. No point wiping someone's entire week by accident. A few minutes later, a soft knock came from the door. Sir, housekeeping. Come in, Timothy said, quickly setting the neuralizer down beside his keyboard, half hidden by a stack of documents. The door opened. A young woman stepped in, maybe mid-20s, wearing the TG Tower housekeeping uniform, neatly pressed light gray blouse, black slacks, ID badge clipped to her chest. Her hair was tied back in a clean ponytail, and she pushed a small trolley cart ahead of her. Good morning, Poe, Mr. Guerrero, she greeted politely, eyes dropping for a second out of instinctive shyness. I was told to collect your dishes. He nodded. Go ahead. She moved toward the low table by the sofa, carefully stacking the empty fish and chips basket, the used dipping bowls, and the glass with remaining ice. She worked quickly, efficient, but clearly aware of whose office she was in, her movements just a little too careful, shoulders just a little too stiff. Timothy watched her quietly. Perfect test subject profile, not security, not management, not someone who would interpret things with too much suspicion. Just a regular employee doing her job. As she reached for the last plate, Timothy spoke. Do you believe in impossible things? She paused, fingers hovering above the ceramic. Sir, she asked, confused. He stood from his chair, moving a bit closer, not enough to crowd, just enough that his voice carried clearly. I'm going to tell you something, Timothy said calmly. And you're going to think I'm joking, but I want you to look closely. Her eyes darted nervously from the plate to him. Why, yes, sir, I have a power, he said simply. I can reconstruct any object I touch, change its structure, rewrite what it is. She gave a small, uncertain laugh, to polite kind employees used when executives said something weird. What is it, Poe, sir? She asked, forcing a smile. Like magic, something like that, Timothy replied. He reached for the ceramic mug sitting beside his keyboard. He held it up between them. Watch. His hand tightened around it. Reconstruct this mug into an airsoft pistol, he said in a low voice. His palm glowed faintly. The mug broke apart without shattering, blossoming into glowing fragments, particles, dust that shouldn't exist, then reforming in a smooth, fluid motion. Ceramic became matte polymer and metal. The handle reshaped into a grip. The rim flattened into a barrel. In less than a second, the mug was gone. In its place was a compact black airsoft pistol, complete with slide, trigger, and orange safety tip. The housekeeper froze, her eyes widened. Her hands went slack around the plate. She stared at the gun, then at Timothy, then at his hand. Sir, she choked out. How did you do that? She took an involuntary step back, not out of fear of the weapon. It was clearly an airsoft pistol, but out of sheer confusion. Her brain struggled to process what she'd just seen. That's what I mean, Timothy said evenly. I can change things, rewrite them. That mug became this. He lifted the pistol slightly, then set it down on the table. You saw it, right? Her mouth opened and closed. I don't understand, she whispered. Was that special effects, hologram, sir? What was? Timothy had seen enough. He picked up the neuralizer with his other hand. Don't worry, he said softly. You won't have to. The girl blinked, still trying to make sense of his words. Sir, he raised the neuralizer, careful to keep the flash end pointed away from his own eyes. Look here for a moment. Her gaze flicked to the tip of the device, confusion written plain on her face. What is thaw? Click FWASH. A burst of white flooded her vision, bright but not painful, just overwhelming. Her pupils contracted instinctively. Her body stiffened for a heartbeat, then slumped slightly, still upright but loose, as if someone had unplugged her thoughts for a second. Her eyes stared ahead, unfocused. The room was quiet except for the soft hum of the tower's ventilation system. Timothy lowered the neuralizer. Her breathing was normal. No panic, no screaming. Just emptiness in her gaze. He stepped closer. Listen carefully, Timothy said in a calm, level tone. You will forget what I just said about having a power. You will forget seeing this mug turn into anything else. You will forget the strange device in my hand. Her lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. You cleaned my office, he continued. You collected my plates. There was nothing unusual, no strange conversation, no magic, no technology you couldn't explain, just a normal visit. He watched her face, no resistance, no tension. Repeat it, Timothy instructed quietly. What happened when you entered my office? Her eyes refocused slightly, though still hazy. I cleaned your office, she murmured, collected your plates. Nothing unusual happened, just work, sir. Good, Timothy said. In a moment you'll blink, feel a bit distracted, and then continue as normal. You won't think about this again. It will feel like any other day. She gave a slow, uncertain nod. Timothy stepped back. He counted silently in his head. 3, 2, 1. The housekeeper blinked rapidly, then frowned faintly as if she just snapped out of a brief daydream. She looked down at the table. Oh, sorry, sir, she said quickly, refocusing on the plates. I was spacing out. It's fine, Timothy replied smoothly, neuralizer now tucked casually beside his monitor like an ordinary pen. The airsoft pistol had already been reconstructed back into the white mug with a silent thought. You done? Almost, she said, stacking the last dish on her trolley. I'll take these down now. She gave a quick bow. You too. She exited the room, the door closing softly behind her. Timothy stood there for a moment, listening to the fading sound of the trolley wheels rolling down the corridor. Once the housekeeper left his office, Timothy sat down in his seat and couldn't believe what just happened. Shit, it worked, he muttered. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling for a moment as the weight of it settled in. He had reconstructed futuristic products before a nootropic pill inspired by limitless advanced batteries far beyond anything on the market, prototype drive units that shouldn't exist for another decade. But this was different. This wasn't just a tool. This was control. It means I can pull anything out of fiction, he said quietly. Anything, as long as the concept is sound. His gaze shifted back to the neuralizer. It lay in his palm like an expensive pencil and unassuming, almost harmless looking. But now he knew better. With a flash, he could erase questions. With a flash, he could rewrite scenes. With a flash, he could clean up any slip about the reconstruction system. Dangerous, useful, both. He closed his fingers around it. I'm not a villain, he reminded himself under his breath. This is a tool, not a hobby. He wasn't going to run around wiping memories for fun. He wasn't going to alter people on a whim. That kind of thinking was how people with power lost themselves. He would use it for one thing, protecting the system, and by extension, the empire he was building. And right now, the next big step in that empire was nuclear. Raise. The man still thought his SMR design was bound by real-world regulatory shackles and incremental upgrades. He didn't know how far Timothy could push it. He didn't know Timothy could skip entire generations of engineering limitations in one jump. But Timothy also knew something else. If he ever had to reveal too much to Raise to get him on board, he now had a way to selectively clean things up. Backup plan only, he thought. Worst case scenario. He slid the neuralizer into the right-hand drawer of his desk, beside a neatly arranged row of fountain pens and a small stack of encrypted data chips. The device fit almost too well like it belonged there. He closed the drawer, out of sight, not out of mind. Timothy tapped the intercom button. Hannah, please inform Mr. Raise that I want to meet him. I need him here in 10 minutes. There was a brief rustle of keys on her end before she responded. Yes, sir. Dr. Raise is on the 31st floor in the Energy Systems Integration Lab. I'll patch through to his assistant and have him sent up immediately. Good, Timothy said. Book the meeting here, my office. Yes, sir. The line clicked off. Timothy checked the time on his watch. 10 minutes. Enough to flip his brain back into full strategy mode. He stood and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows again. BGC sprawled below-orderly, compressed, almost small from this height. Somewhere out there, people were eating breakfast, stuck in traffic, rushing to work, scrolling through social media with no idea that one man in one office had just created a functional memory wiping device because he got an idea from a sci-fi movie. He almost laughed at the absurdity of it. Reconstruction system, neuralizer, SMRs, election endorsements, he murmured, all in one quarter. His reflection stared back at him in the glasscom, controlled, but with that familiar intensity in his eyes. He turned away and moved to his desk, waking up his main monitor. A schematic of a modular nuclear plant appeared, a hybrid overlay of NewScale's original design and the alternate concept Raise had hinted at during their dinner in High Street. Smaller core, variable coolant loops, higher thermal efficiency. Timothy's fingers flew across the surface, dragging virtual annotations, creating branches marking areas where reconstruction shortcuts could bypass materials problems, flow constraints, or manufacturing limitations. Your wagon, he murmured, thinking of the way Reyes had described the approved design. My rocket. Sir, Hana's voice came through, composed as always. Dr. Reyes is outside. Shall I send him in? Bring him, Timothy replied. He locked the screen with a single tap, leaving only the TG logo glowing faintly. No need to overwhelm Reyes the moment he walked in. 2 knocks sounded. Come in, Timothy said. The door opened. Reyes stepped inside, still in his usual semi-formal attire-collared shirt, no-tie light jacket, the look of a man who cared about practicality more than corporate appearances. I see you've upgraded since our last dinner, Reyes remarked. Timothy allowed a faint smirk. Temporary workspace. The real work starts once we fire up your reactors. Hana followed behind Reyes, tablet in hand. She closed the door quietly and moved to her usual position near the side of the desk, ready to take notes. Please sit, Timothy said, gesturing to the 2 chairs facing his desk. Reyes sank into one of them, exhaling. I have to admit, the elevator ride up here felt like going to see a head of state, not a car company owner. Technically, we're also an energy and semiconductor company, Timothy replied. The cars are just the front line. Reyes chuckled. I stand corrected. Timothy sat as well, folding his hands on the desk. How are the temporary labs? He asked. Velasquez said the integration wing was finished ahead of schedule. Impressive, Reyes admitted. The shielding, the simulation rooms, the data infrastructure rates better than most government-funded research facilities I've seen. If I were 20 years younger, I'd sleep there. Good, Timothy said. You'll be needing that space. What I'm about to ask you to design won't fit inside any existing box. Reyes' expression shifted, curiosity sharpening his features. I thought you wanted to start with improving the existing SMR, he said. Incremental upgrade, tweak the passive safety, refine the scaling. That was what we discussed. That was step 1, Timothy replied. I've realized we don't have time for step 1 anymore. Reyes frowned slightly. Explain. Timothy leaned back, eyes steady. Americans, Europeans, Chinese are all converging on the same general SMR architecture. If we stay close to that, we'll always be compared to them. Better new scale, cheaper new scale, slightly safer new scale. He waved a hand slightly. I'm not interested in being a footnote in someone else's race. Reyes watched him carefully. So what are you interested in? A design that makes every other SMR look obsolete the moment we reveal it, Timothy said plainly. Not 5% better, not 10, orders of magnitude. Reyes let out a slow breath, half impressed, half wary. You're asking for a generational leap. That usually takes, well, a generation. Not for us, Timothy said. For a split second, his mind flicked to the drawer where the neuralizer rested, to the invisible system that let him cheat the timeline. To the fact that, if necessary, he could show Reyes glimpses of technology that shouldn't exist yet and then quietly trim away the parts Reyes shouldn't remember. He'll go for it. Time for some technological talking. Reyes leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, eyes narrowed as if Timothy's words needed a second pass before his brain could accept them. A design that makes every other SMR look obsolete, he repeated slowly. All right, then show me what you have in mind. Timothy didn't reply immediately. Instead, he tapped his monitor. The TG hollow projector recessed into the ceiling, activated with a soft hum. A pillar of cold blue light descended, expanding into a 3-dimensional rotating schematic about a meter tall, hovering inches above the desk. Reyes' posture straightened instantly. What reactor is that? He muttered. The hologram stabilized. A cylindrical module compact, dense, almost monolithic turned slowly in the air. Smooth contours replaced the traditional ribbed pressure vessel design. Instead of a large containment dome, a nested triple shell core housing wrapped the primary coolant circuit, and running down the center was a multi-layered power column unlike anything in commercial catalogs. A sleek black label slowly materialized above it, NuScale Hypercore 227X. Generation VI, Small Modular Reactor. Reyes' mouth parted slightly. X series. This looks nothing like a NuScale derivative. Timothy folded his hands. That's because it isn't an upgrade, it's a replacement concept. Reyes stood and moved closer, eyes scanning the projected core like a surgeon analyzing an alien organ. Weight thigh's internal geometry. The coolant doesn't circulate vertically. It's spiral-fed. You're spinning the thermal gradient around the core. Correct. That's impossible. You'd need an exotic alloy for the primary circuit to survive the angular stresses alone, especially at those temperatures. Timothy leaned back. We can source it. Reyes shot him a look. From where Mars, Timothy only smiled. Reyes continued pacing around the hologram, pointing at nodes and internal channels as he tried to process the design. Your thermal output says. He stopped, blinked again. 227 megawatts per module. That's the baseline, Timothy said calmly. That's double the existing NuScale rating without scaling the pressure vessel size. How the hell are you fitting the heat exchangers in something this tight? Timothy zoomed in on the lower section. The hologram expanded. Ray's eyes widened even further. What are those? Those aren't helical coil steam generator. No geometry matches it. Integrated micro-lattice exchangers, Timothy said smoothly. Layered titanium ceramic matrices with variable porosity. Higher surface area with lower mass. That's not even a commercial technology yet, Ray's shot back. Only MIT's fusion lab has prototypes and they aren't stable at high neutron flux. Timothy tilted his head. I found a workaround. Ray's looked as if he wanted to argue, but curiosity won. All right, coolant loop, show me that. Timothy sliced the hologram in half with a gesture. The inner workings unfurled like pages of a technical Bible. Ray squinted. This is a hybrid sodium-water cycle. No, the density is wrong. What coolant is this? Quantum phase stabilized liquid metal. Ray stared at him. English Timothy. Timothy tapped the coolant label. A floating description appeared. QLM coolant V21. Boiling point 4300 C neutron absorption. Near zero thermal conductivity. 4.3 that of sodium phase stability under radiation. 99.97. Ray's read it twice, then a third time. He rubbed his eyes and faced Timothy. This coolant doesn't exist on Earth. It does, Timothy corrected, just not commercially. Timothy, do you even realize the implications of using something like this? It can't be mined. It can't be synthesized conventionally. The closest material we have is experimental and unstable. Timothy only rested his chin on one hand. Who said I'd use conventional methods? Ray's pinched the bridge of his nose. I need to sit down, he did. Silence settled for a few seconds before he exhaled heavily. Okay, humor me. What's the full spec sheet? Timothy swiped again. A detailed readout filled the hologram. New scale hypercore 227X technical specs. Reactor class, generation VI modular reactor. Thermal output, 227 MWT. Electrical output, 110,140 MW adjustable. Coolant QLM quantum liquid metal. Fuel type TRISO alpha composite. Core life 25-30 years sealed. Efficiency 4852 thermal to electrical. Coolant flow spiral cyclonic loop. Safety rating self-quenching core, zero dependency on external power. Hazard profile, zero meltdown possibility core geometry, cannot structurally fail. Ray's read the entire list. His chest rose, fell, rose again. Timothy, he whispered, this is science fiction. Even the best classified DARPA reactors don't hit these numbers, I know. Even fusion reactors don't have a safety rating like this, I know. And this coolanthis fuelthis efficiencythis 30-year core lifethis is impossible. Timothy grinned. I know. Ray's leaned forward sharply. And how do you expect us to build this? We'd need alloys that don't exist. High-density neutron shields beyond current Earth tech. Manufacturing tolerances measured in femtometers. That part is easy. Ray's glared. Timothy, nothing about this is easy. Timothy reached into his desk drawer without breaking eye contact. He pulled out the airsoft pistol. Ray's blinked. What does that have to do with? Watch. Timothy held the pistol in one hand, placed his other hand on it. Reconstruct this into a hypercore-grade metal ore. His palm glowed faintly. The pistol dissolved cleanly, silently into particles before reforming into a dense metallic ore chunk, heavy and black, with shimmering crystalline veins running across its surface. Ray's shot to his feet so fast his chair slid backward. WHAT, what did you just do? Timothy calmly placed the ore on the table. It's the reason why I am in this position. You, what are you? Ray's instinctively tried to get up from his seat but remained. I understand your confusion, but this is definitely how we will source our materials, through my ability to change matters. No, I must be hallucinating. I'm hallucinating. It's a trick. It's not a trick, and don't worry, I will make you think that this is all normal, Timothy said, pulling out the neuralizer from his drawer. Rays, he said gently, look here for a second. Rays looked. A flash of white engulfed his eyes. His body froze for a heartbeat. Timothy stepped closer and spoke calmly. You came here to discuss advanced SMR improvements. You and I brainstormed a radical new designed hypercore 227X. The conceptual leap was yours. I simply pushed it further. You don't remember anything strange. Nothing unusual happened. You're confident, motivated. And you believe this design is achievable with cutting-edge innovations. Ray's gaze softened. Breathing normal. Repeat it, Timothy instructed. Rays blinked. We brainstormed the hypercore. The design came naturally. It's ambitious but doable. Just advanced engineering. Good, Timothy said. March 3, 2028, Subic Bay Freeport Zone. TG Energy Test, Site Alpha. The air in this part of Subic felt different. Colder, cleaner, sharper, like the wind itself knew it wasn't supposed to carry the sound of traffic or civilization here. just the low rumble of distant generators, the occasional thump of rotor wash from passing choppers, and the steady whisper of waves hitting the rocky shoreline far below. The test site sat on an isolated plateau carved out of the terrain, ringed by fences, bollards, and layered security checkpoints. Warning signs were posted every few meters, authorized personnel only. Radiation-controlled area. No unauthorized electronic devices. A full kilometer out, the perimeter was empty. No workers, no stray vehicles, just sensors and cameras, exactly as Timothy ordered. A ACH-175 helicopter had dropped them off 20 minutes ago. Now it was gone, a shrinking speck over the coastline. That left just 2 people on the open platform overlooking the heart of the site, Timothy Guerrero and Dr. Jose Reyes. Below them, housed inside a circular concrete pit lined with reinforced shielding, stood the patient. The original new-scale module, standard pressure vessel, standard containment, standard everything. To the untrained eye, it looked like a massive, overbuilt steel cylinder, ugly and industrial. To Reyes, it was still his legacy design, the version that got approved, the version he had compromised on. It's strange, Reyes murmured, leaning against the safety rail. I used to think this was beautiful. Timothy glanced at him. You don't anymore. Reyes gave a small, humorless smile. Not after seeing the hypercore drawings, he admitted. Now this just looks clumsy, he exhaled, gaze tracking the weld lines and access ports. At this distance, they could see every detail, the conventional vertical coolant headers, the bulky flange mounts, the traditional dome-like top head. Heavy, reliable, boring. Is the radius clear? Timothy asked. Reyes glanced at his watch, syncing with the test site network. Security feed says all non-essential staff are in Bunker Bravo, he answered. Shielded 1.1 kilometers east. This platform and the control chamber below us are the only active points within the radius. Good, Timothy said. I want no surprises. They started down the steel staircase bolted to the side of the pit wall, descending level by level until they reached the maintenance deca ring-shaped walkway halfway up the height of the reactor module. From here, the new scale vessel towered over them, a gray monolith anchored into the concrete like a buried missile. Reyes ran a gloved hand along the railing. All readings are nominal, he said, checking a handheld detector. Cold, defueled, no live systems, just a shell. Perfect, Timothy replied. He stepped closer to the vessel until he could place a hand against the steel. It was cool to the touch, slightly rough where micro-wear had accumulated during transport and installation. This is our template, Timothy said quietly, our scaffolding. Reyes studied him. Are you sure you want to do it at this scale right away? He asked. A full module reconstruction is big, even for you, even for you. The way he said it was casual, familiar, as if Timothy's ability was just another tool, like a lathe or a high-end 3D printer. Remarkable, yes, but not world-shattering. The neuralizer conditioning was holding. Yesterday, Timothy had reinforced their previous session, gently rewriting Rey's mental framing so that the reconstruction system felt natural to him. Something extraordinary, but not something to panic about. Just a fact of working with Timothy, he could rewrite matter. You accept it, you work with it, you don't obsess over the metaphysics. Now, seeing Rey's calm expression, Timothy knew it had worked. He nodded once. This is precisely why we're here, Timothy said. We can't iterate hypercore in CAD forever. At some point, we need steel, we need mass, we need an actual reactor. Reyes snorted lightly. You mean we need whatever alloy that thing will end up being? Timothy's lips tugged into a faint smirk. That too. He placed his right palm flat against the new scale shell. Even through the glove, he could feel the system waking up an invisible tension in the air, like static before lightning. Last chance to back out, he said without looking at Reyes. Once I do this, there's no going back. This module won't be standard ever again. Reyes looked up at the giant cylinder, then at the empty sky above the pit. We didn't come here to play it safe, he said. Do it. Timothy closed his eyes. Inside his head, he formed the command clearly, precisely. Reconstruct this new-scale standard reactor module into one fully realized new-scale hypercore 227X prototype, configuration V37. Integrate all internal structures, QLM coolant pathways, TRISO alpha fuel architecture in cold, inert state. No active reaction. All diagnostic self-check ready. His fingers tightened. His palm grew warm. Reconstruct. The word left his mouth like a quiet trigger. The world responded. The steel under his hand vibrated subtly at first, like the hum of a distant train, then growing stronger, deeper, until the entire vessel seemed to resonate with a frequency that human engineering had never produced. The air thickened. Reyes felt the hairs on his arms stand on end. The new scale module began to glow not externally, but from within. Lines of light traced along invisible paths, like veins illuminating under an X-ray. Weld seams blurred, bolt lines softened, edges rounded and then sharpened again in new positions. The concrete beneath their feet trembled softly. Above them, the sky seemed to dim as the smart sunshades deployed automatically, misreading the internal flash as a sudden flare. Metal shifted without noise. The old geometry liquefied into possibility. For a moment, the reactor was neither NuScale nor hypercore, just a shimmering column of potential, a liminal object between what was and what would be. Then, as quickly as it started, the effect stopped. The glow died, the vibration faded, the air cleared. A new reactor stood where the old one had been. Reyes realized he'd been holding his breath. He let it out slowly. "Jesus," he whispered, "that never stops being ridiculous." He stepped forward, instinct kicking in as an engineer before anything else. His hands moved on their own, scanner up, visual survey mode on, mind cycling through checklists of things that shouldn't exist but were now right in front of him. The NuScale shell was gone. In its place stood the hypercore. The difference was obvious even to a layman. The vessel was slightly slimmer but denser, its surface smoother, its profile more unified. No exposed flange patterns, no unnecessary protrusions. The outer casing flowed in segmented bands, each band corresponding to a different internal shell. Reyes touched the surface. "Temperature?" Timothy asked. "Just above ambient," Reyes replied, checking his handheld. No hotspots, no residual weirdness. He walked around the circumference, eyes scanning the embedded access panels. The ports weren't standard circular hatches, they were seamless, multi-lock pedals integrated into the casing flush until needed. "This outer shell," he muttered. "This must be the tertiary containment. Composite matrix, hypercore shield alloy," Timothy answered. "Call it HC gamma for now. It's what you get if you force tungsten, carbon nanotubes, and a few things you don't have names for yet to cooperate." Reyes didn't even pause at the "few things" line. The conditioning made it easy to file it under Timothy stuff. He stopped at a narrow vertical seam glowing faintly blue. "What's this?" "Primary coolant interface," Timothy said. "Non-contact diagnostics. It's tied to the QLM loop." Reyes glanced at the handheld again, flipping through the modes. "Mass profile says this thing is slightly heavier than the original NuScale module," he reported, "but the distribution is completely different. More density near the core, less near the extremities." "That'll help with seismic loads. Check the internal geometry," Timothy suggested. Reyes nodded and tapped the screen. The handheld linked with the hypercore's embedded sensors. A wireframe model appeared cross-sections of the internal structure rendering in real time. His jaw tightened. "Spiral coolant loops, integrated micro-lattice exchangers. The triple shell core housing is actually there," he muttered. "It's not just a shell. You reconstructed the whole damn thing." "That was the point," Timothy said. Reyes zoomed into the core region, tracing the coolant paths. He could see it now, not as a drawing but as reality, the central composite fuel region, surrounded by QLM channels in a spiral cyclonic arrangement, feeding into high-efficiency exchangers coiled around the upper third of the vessel. "This coolant profile," he said slowly. "QLM placeholders are installed but dry. No liquid loaded yet. That's good. Gives us a chance to confirm channel integrity before we fill anything." "Exactly," Timothy said. "We'll treat this as a manufactured unit. Full cold commissioning protocol first. Flow tests, pressure tests, stress tests, then we talk about bringing it to life." Reyes nodded absently, fingers dancing across the handheld. "Fuel architecture," he murmured. "TRISO alpha composite, sealed 30-year life. Neutron reflectors integrated. Cross-checking against your previous spec." He froze. "Timothy," he said, looking up. The predicted efficiency just jumped. "We modeled 52%. This is showing 54.1 at nominal load." Timothy shrugged lightly. "The system tends to optimize on its own when I give it enough constraints," he said. "Think of it as manufacturing plus iterative design rolled into one." Reyes stared at him for a moment, then shook his head with a half laugh. They both turned to look at the reactor again. "This is prototype 1, Timothy said quietly, "and this is going to be our product. We'll make it live next year after getting certifications from it. This will revolutionize the energy industry." March 20th, 2028, Subic Bay Freeport Zone. TG Motors EV Gigafactory, Main Assembly Hall. The factory floor moved like a machine with a heartbeat. Robotic arms slid battery packs into chassis with mechanical precision. Overhead conveyors carried painted bodies in a slow, continuous river of metal. Forklifts glided across marked lanes, hauling pallets of components. Human workers watched screens, checked torque specs, signed off on QC sheets. From the catwalk above, Timothy watched it all. Subic had started as an ambitious idea on paper. Now it was a continent of steel and concrete dedicated to his vision, hundreds of thousands of square meters of manufacturing, stamping, painting, module assembly, LithiumX integration. "Line 3 is hitting 96 uptime over the last 7 days, Hana said beside him, reading from her tablet. "Defects per 1,000 units are down 12% since we installed the new vision systems." Timothy nodded slightly, eyes tracking an EV frame moving along the line. "Paint shop?" he asked. "Within control limits," Hana answered. "There were 2 minor incidents early this week, but nothing that stopped production. Maintenance already updated the SOP." "Good." He leaned on the railing, letting the noise of the factory settle under his skin. This nice motion output was the language he understood best. "Tim," Hana said, tone shifting. "There's another matter." He glanced at her. "Go on." She hesitated for half a heartbeat. We just received a request from someone who's here on site. They're asking for a private meeting. Who? He asked. A presidential candidate, Hana replied. Timothy's expression didn't change, but his mind sharpened instantly. Name. If it's someone from the Dwert block, tell security to escort them back to their convoy, he said flatly. I'm not interested. It's not them, Hana replied quickly. The name on the request is Lena Brito. Timothy went quiet. The name wasn't unfamiliar. She had run in 2022, lost to the Uniting. Became a symbol for a certain sector: progressives, professionals, students, people tired of dynasties and strongman theatrics. Since then she kept a low profile but never fully disappeared. NGOs, community programs, policy circles. Now she was back and gunning for 2028. She's in Subic, Timothy asked. In the admin building, Hana said. Second floor conference room. They traveled light, one SUV, small security team. No media, of course. No cameras meant this wasn't a publicity stunt, at least not yet. Timothy looked back down at the vehicles rolling off the end of the line, finished, tested, tagged with TG badges. These cars would end up in Manila, Cebu, Davao, Bangkok, Jakarta, maybe even farther. Who sat in Malacanang would affect all of that. He exhaled slowly. All right, he said, clear my next hour. Move the supplier review to this afternoon. Yes, sir, Hana replied. Should I have them brought to your office upstairs? No, Timothy said. We'll use conference C overlooking the line. Hana nodded, already typing. I'll inform them. And Hana, yes, sir. Remind security, Timothy added. We're neutral. No photos. No leaks. I don't want someone turning this into TG Motors endorses X before I even say hello. Understood, she said. They turned and left the catwalk. Subic Admin Building Conference Room C. The conference room was all glass and steel, overlooking the final assembly section. Through the wide window, EVs crawled under overhead lights while workers in TG jackets moved between stations. Timothy entered first, Hana by his side. 3 people were already inside. 2 were clearly security plainclothes, alert, standing near the door. The third stood near the window, hands loosely clasped, watching the line below. She turned when the door opened. Ms. Abrito, Timothy said, extending a hand. Her grip was firm, not the limp, media-ready shake some politicians had perfected. Up close, she looked almost exactly how he remembered from old interview-scum eyes, composed presence, carrying none of the arrogance he'd learned to associate with traditional power families. Please, he said, gesturing to the table. Let's sit. They settled opposite each other. Hana took a seat slightly behind and to Timothy's right, tablet ready. No entourage, Timothy noted. That's unusual. Len chuckled lightly. Showed up with 3 vans and a media pool. You wouldn't have agreed to this meeting. Correct, Timothy replied. That, she said, is why we arrived quietly. There was a brief silence, not awkward, just measured. So Timothy said, you're running. Len nodded. I announced last month. You were in Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and others, I think. Working on the other gigafactories that will open by next year, Timothy confirmed. I saw, she said. You've been busy turning the Philippines into an industrial hub. That's the goal, Timothy replied. And that, she said simply, is why I'm here. He studied her for a moment. Let me set expectations, he said. I don't owe anyone in politics anything. I'm not looking for positions, cabinet posts, backroom favors. I'm only interested in one thing, whether the next administration will help or hinder what we're building. That's fair, Len said. And let me be just as clear, I'm not here to sell you slogans. I'm here to ask for something very specific and to tell you what I'm willing to commit to in return. Commit to in return, Timothy gestured with his hand, then say it. Len took a breath. Energy, Timothy said. Her eyes brightened slightly. Energy. He tapped his finger once on the table. What's your plan? Len glanced briefly at the window at the rows of TG units waiting to roll out. The Philippines is being strangled by expensive, unreliable power, she said. You know that better than anyone. Every factory you build outside the Freeport zones is hostage to generation monopolies and grid inefficiencies. If we don't fix that, everything you're building here will hit a ceiling. So far, I'm not hearing anything new, Timothy said. Everyone knows the problem. Few are willing to touch the solution. Len nodded slowly. My platform includes a full-scale energy transition, she said, but not the fantasy kind where we pretend solar and wind alone can run a modern industrial economy. She held his gaze. We need baseload, stable, high density, and I'm willing to say the word most candidates avoid. She didn't flinch. Nuclear. Hana's brows rose slightly. Timothy said nothing. I've already been briefed, at least at a high level, on your SMR acquisitions and the new scale assets you own, Len continued. I've seen the public documents about TG Energy Systems. What I don't see in most of our local policy discussions, she added with a faint smile, is anyone who understands what a properly deployed nuclear program could actually do for this country. Timothy tilted his head. And you do. I'm not a nuclear engineer, she said honestly, but I know how to listen to the right people and build frameworks that protect the public while allowing innovation. She folded her hands. Timothy's gaze sharpened, and in exchange, he asked. In exchange, Len said calmly, I want your trust that when we say we're open to nuclear, it's not just a talking point. I want you to be willing to build here, not just abroad. I want the first operational SMR under your portfolio to stand on Philippine soil, under a regulatory regime that doesn't make you regret it. She paused. There it was. Timothy leaned back in his chair. He thought of the hypercore standing in the pit at test site Alpha, of the QLM coolant, the TRISO alpha fuel, the efficiency numbers Ray's could barely say out loud. He thought of Meralco bills, brownouts in the provinces, factories running gensets because grid power was a joke. He thought of the other camp, those with long records of plunder cases, bloated infrastructure budgets, and law and order campaigns that scared investors more than criminals. I despise people with bad track records, he said quietly. You probably know that. Corruption, plunder, war on drugs, theater, all of that. I don't have patience for it. I know, Len replied. Your past statements weren't exactly subtle. He smirked faintly. But I also hate incompetence, he went on. People who mean well but can't manage. This country can't afford a leader who only has feelings and no execution. And you're wondering which one I am, Len said, not offended. Roughly, Timothy said. Len smiled a little, but her eyes stayed serious. She leaned forward slightly. What I don't know yet is how to run a nuclear grid integration plan. That's where you come in. Timothy glanced at Hannah. She met his eyes briefly, then looked back down at her screen, neutral. He looked at Len again. I don't endorse people lightly, he said. My name moves markets. My projects pull in foreign capital. If I publicly stand behind a candidate and that candidate fails or sells out, it reflects on me. On TG, I understand, Len said. I'm not asking you to declare anything today. Good, he said, because I won't. A short silence passed, but Timothy added, I am willing to do this. Len listened. I will commit funding, Timothy said. Legally, cleanly, transparently. No under the table. My finance team can coordinate with your campaign's treasurer. It won't be your only lifeline, but it will be significant. Len exhaled, some tension leaving her shoulders. That will help. A lot. In return, Timothy continued, I want 3 things from you. Publicly when the time is right. Name them, she said. 1, Timothy said, raising a finger. You go on record supporting an independent nuclear regulator and SMR framework. No vague language. No, maybe someday if you commit to it. Done, she said without hesitation. 2, he said, you push for breaking generation cartels, not with slogans through actual policy. Deregulated retail choice, open grid access, protection for new entrants. I don't care if that pisses off the old families. If you cave, I pull out. Len's expression hardened. I've already pissed off a lot of old families just by running again. I'm not afraid of adding a few more. 3, Timothy said. You don't use my projects for photo ops unless there's something concrete being signed or built. No ribbon cutting for something my team did alone, no pretending to launch something just because a politician showed up. Len chuckled under her breath. That one might hurt my comms team. That one, Timothy said, is non-negotiable. She nodded slowly. Then we'll have to adjust. Fine. Timothy drummed his fingers on the table once, then stopped. One more thing, he said. Yes. If you win, Timothy said, and you ever decide nuclear is too politically risky if you're tempted to drag your feet, kill projects quietly, or make backroom deals with the old power players, I want you to remember this room. This line. He gestured at the factory below, and the number of jobs, industries, and futures that will stagnate because you chose fear over progress. Len looked out the window. Below, another EV rolled off the line, headlights flaring briefly as it passed the final inspection bay. I didn't come back into this fight to be afraid, she said softly. If I only wanted comfort, I'd stay in my NGO work and let someone else deal with the mess. I know the risk. I'm still here. She turned back to him, so she asked, do we have an understanding? Timothy held her gaze for a moment longer. Then he nodded. We do. Len smiled, not the practiced campaign smile, but something quieter, relieved, determined. Timothy stood. I'll have my legal and finance heads contact your campaign. Hannah will be your main liaison for anything policy related, he said. No leaks. No grandstanding. If this goes public, it will be because we both decided it should. Agreed, Len said, rising as well. They shook hands once more. As she left the room with her security, Hannah spoke softly. Sir, are you sure about this? Timothy watched the line outside, eyes following the next batch of vehicles inching forward. I don't trust politicians, he said, but I trust math. Math, Hannah asked. He nodded. Baseline scenario, we do nothing. Same old people stay in power. Energy stays broken. Our nuclear program gets strangled in red tape, he said. Alternate scenario, we back someone who, at minimum, is willing to say nuclear without flinching and is not part of any dynasty. He glanced at Hannah. The expected value of that bet, Timothy said, is higher than 0. Hannah exhaled, a small smile tugging at her lips. When you put it that way, sir. He looked back at the window. Somewhere in Subic Alpha, the hypercore was waiting. Somewhere in Manila, voters were arguing online. Somewhere between those two, the future of his entire energy strategy was being written. Prepare policy briefs on SMR integration, he said. Assume we'll be asked to draft half their energy platform. Yes, sir, Hannah replied. Timothy's eyes hardened, not out of anger, but focus. If this country is finally getting serious about power, he murmured, then we make damn sure we're the ones building the reactors. March 21, 2028, TG Tower. Bonifacio Global City, 9:20 a.m. The skyline outside Timothy's office was sharp and clear, the kind of blue Manila only pulled out after a night of rain. Down below, BGC moved like clockwork cars, people delirious, but up here, the world felt quiet. Too quiet, considering what Hana had just told him. Her campaign wants to finalize the details before the rally this afternoon, Hana said, standing in front of his desk, tablet in hand. They're asking if you'll attend in person or keep your involvement discreet for now. Timothy leaned back in his chair. On his main screen, a document was open, draft points titled, National Clean Power Acceleration Framework Working Proposal. Under it, bullet points, hypercore SMR pilot plants in 3 regions. Nuclear Energy Development Act amendments. EV manufacturing incentives tied to local content. Fast-track permits for TG energy facilities. He exhaled slowly. So they're really going to run with it, he said. Hana nodded. Len's policy team already integrated your draft into their platform outline. They're calling it a Green Industrial Philippines agenda. Timothy's lips twitched faintly. Catchy. Hana tilted her head. You don't sound convinced. I am, he said. I just know how politics works. Campaign promises are cheap. SMRs are not. Hana smiled faintly. That's why you asked for a written commitment, remember? She tapped her tablet and slid a filed display toward him. A digital scan of a signed memorandum appeared on his secondary screen. Memorandum of Understanding. Between Len Abrito Campaign Committee and TG Energy Systems, TG Mobility Holdings. Timothy skimmed it even though he already knew what was in there. He'd personally dictated half of it. If elected, administration will form a presidential task force on nuclear integration within 60 days. Endorse TG's Subic Hypercore pilot as National Strategic Energy Demonstration Project. Push for updated nuclear regulatory framework, including SMR-specific licensing. Align EV subsidies and infrastructure with TG Motors' rollout schedule, provided TG invests at least $400 billion over 6 years in domestic facilities. In return, TG will invest, build, and deliver. Has the transfer reflected? Timothy asked calmly. Yes, Hana replied. Your $5 billion donation hit their campaign account at 8:57 this morning. Legal and compliance teams signed off. It's declared clean and within allowable caps using your corporate affiliated pack. Good, Timothy said. Last thing I want is COMLEC breathing down my neck for a technicality. Hana hesitated for a moment. Timothy paused, thinking. He'd met candidates before. Governors, senators, some lawmakers. Most came with smiles, promises, and spreadsheets full of tax incentives for job creators like him. But this was the first time a frontrunner for the presidency of the Philippines had asked him to stand near a stage. Is Duerte holding an event today? Timothy asked. Hana nodded. Yes, sir, in Cavite, big one. They've been teasing a major endorsement from an old political dynasty. Timothy snorted, of course. He tapped a knuckle lightly against his desk. I'm not interested in being the anti-Duerte mascot, he said. I don't care about their color wars. I care about who will let me build 10 hypercores without drowning in red tape. Hana looked at him seriously. Then, what's your move? Timothy's gaze shifted to the TG logo etched in steel on his office wall. I'll attend, he said, but not on stage, not yet. Backstage only, Hana clarified. For now, he replied. Let's see if she can sell the platform without using my name as a crutch. If she can, she's worth the bet. Hana smiled slightly. I'll inform her team. She turned to go, then paused. Sir. You do realize most billionaires avoid politics in public, right? She said. They fund from the shadows. Timothy smirked. I'm not most billionaires. And if the next administration is going to shape nuclear and EV policy for the whole country, I'd rather be in the room than outside hoping they read my email. Hana's lips tugged up. Understood, sir. I'll have the car ready by 11. Same day, Quezon City Memorial Circle, 5:10 p.m. By the time Timothy arrived, the rally was already in full swing. Quezon Memorial Circle's south quadrant had been turned into a sea of pastel flags and banners. Volunteers handed out fans, bottled water, and neatly printed leaflets with slogans about honest governance, green jobs, and a Philippines that works for everyone. TG's logo was nowhere in sight. Good, he preferred it that way. From behind the stage, the sound of the crowd was a controlled roar, distant enough to be noise, close enough to feel. Timothy stood just beyond the curtain line, arms loosely crossed as he watched staff coordinate program flow. Hana stood beside him, tablet in hand but eyes mostly on the stage. This is a lot of people, she said quietly. That's midweek, Timothy replied. They'll pack 10 times this before May. On stage, a local councilor was delivering a short speech about healthcare reform. Crowd cheered at the right beats, waved flags, then settled again. Lena Brito stood a few meters away, talking to her campaign coordinator. Up close, without podium lights and camera angles, she looked. Normal, petite, composed, a bit tired around the eyes but sharp. Her gaze shifted. Their eyes met. She smiled genuinely and walked over with no hesitation. Timothy shook it. Her grip was steady. Ms. Abrito, he greeted. I figured it's only fair I see what I'm investing in. She laughed lightly. Then I hope we put on a good show. Her campaign manager, a man in his 40s with glasses and a stack of folders, stepped back discreetly to give them space. Len clasped her hands in front of her. I read the framework your team sent, she said. Hypercore SMRs, EV industrialization, grid reform. It's ambitious. Ambitious is the bare minimum at this point, Timothy replied. We're years behind where we should be. Len nodded slowly. I agree. The question is not whether we need it, she said. It's whether the next administration has the courage to push it, even if it's unpopular at first. Unpopular. Timothy raised a brow. You're polling well with younger voters when you talk about green jobs. Yes, Len said, but older blocks still hear nuclear and think Chernobyl. They hear industrialization and think pollution and oligarchs getting richer while everyone else chokes. She held his gaze. If I stand on that stage and say I want SMRs in 3 regions, people will ask who gets rich off it. Your name will come up. It already does, Timothy said. I don't mind. I'm not pretending to be a charity. I will profit. But the country will too. She smiled faintly. That's the difference. Some people forget to add that second part. Timothy glanced toward the side where staff were giving her a countdown signal in minutes until she was up. Let's be very clear, he said. My interest is simple. I need a stable policy horizon. If I'm going to sink hundreds of billions into nuclear, I need to know I won't be shut down by the next populist who wants quick applause. I can't control who runs after me, Len said honestly, but I can create a legal and institutional foundation that's harder to destroy. That's what I'm buying, Timothy replied. Stability, rules, structure. She nodded. And in return, she said, I get credible industry backing. I get to say, we're not just promising green jobs in a speech. We already have a partner ready to build them if we win. As long as you don't make me sound like a saint, Timothy said dryly. I'm an engineer, not a savior. She chuckled. No halos, I promise. Hana cleared her throat softly. Ma'am, she addressed Len politely. Our legal team just wanted to confirm your side has countersigned the non-interference clause, right? Len's campaign manager quickly stepped forward, flipping a folder open. Yes, he said. We included language stating that while TG may advise on policy design, all decisions remain solely with the elected government. No veto powers, no undue influence. Timothy nodded. Good, he said. I don't want to be accused of writing laws from my office. I just want the laws written by someone who understands what we're building. Len's expression softened. Mr. Guerrero, she said, I appreciate that you're doing this openly. Most people would hide it. You didn't have to meet me here. No, Timothy said, but I'm tired of pretending the private sector isn't part of nation building. We just usually show up late and dirty. She smiled at that. A stagehand approached. Ma'am, 5 minutes, Len nodded. She turned back to Timothy. One more thing, she said. The Dweck camp will hit you sooner or later for this. They'll say you're backing me because I'll give you special treatment. I don't need special treatment, Timothy said calmly. I need competent treatment. If they smear you, she asked. Call you names, say you're trying to own the country. Timothy shrugged lightly. I already own half its industrial capacity, he said. They're late. Hana almost choked, but Len actually laughed. Fair enough, she said. Will you be okay if I mention partnerships with emerging Filipino industries on stage? No names, just signal. Go ahead, he replied. Let's see how the market reacts. She extended a hand again. Then we have a deal. He took it. We already did the moment you signed that memorandum, he said. Tonight is just optics. She nodded, eyes steady. Then I'll do my part, she said. Make sure your hypercores have a country worth powering. With that, she stepped away, campaign staff adjusting her mic and earpiece, volunteers handing her a pastel flag to wave as she walked toward the stage entrance. The host's voice boomed over the speakers. MGA Kababayan, please welcome our candidate for Presidentalian OBRDO. The crowd erupted. From his position backstage, Timothy watched as Len stepped into the floodlights, the mass of people surging forward with cheers and banners. He listened as she started not with drama, but with a simple line, I'm not here to promise miracles. I'm here to promise work. Good opening, he thought. Hana leaned closer. Sir, she said quietly, you know, if she wins, you're going to be on every political analyst's chart for the next 6 years. I'm already on every market analyst's chart, Timothy replied. This is just the next layer. He watched as Len transitioned smoothly into economic reform, then into energy. Imagine, she told the crowd, a Philippines where our factories, hospitals, trains, and homes are powered by clean, reliable energy that we control, not expensive fuel we import, not unstable grids that brown out every summer. Real, local, stable power. Applause. We can do that, she continued, with technology partners ready to invest here, build here, hire here. Filipino engineers, Filipino workers, Filipino-made future. Timothy's eyes narrowed, listening to the rhythm, the phrasing. She was selling it, not as Timothy's project, as the country's. Good, he thought. That was exactly what he needed, not a puppet, a partner. Hana glanced at him. Regretting anything yet, she asked. Ask me that after COMLEC announces the winner, he said. For now, no. He slipped his hands into his pockets, gaze moving from the stage to the distant horizon, where somewhere beyond the city lights, his subic hypercore stood silent and waiting. If this gamble paid off, the next speech he'd hear wouldn't be from a candidate on a rally stage. It would be from a sitting president, standing at the inauguration of the country's first nuclear-powered industrial hub. And when that day came, Timothy knew one thing for certain: it wouldn't be politics that made it possible. It would be the deal they were making right now between a builder who refused to slow down and a leader willing to risk her campaign on a future most people still thought was impossible. March 30th, 2028. TG Tower, Tagwig City, 1142 a.m. For the first time in days, Timothy actually had a moment that wasn't scheduled down to the minute. He sat in his private lounge, jacket off, tie slightly loosened, one arm resting along the back of the sofa as he stared out at the midday skyline. Sunlight bounced off glass towers, cars crawled like ants below, and somewhere in the distance a construction crane swung slowly over yet another high-rise project. Subix reactors were on schedule. The semiconductor line in Batangas had cleared its latest stress tests. TG Motors' newest EV rollout was oversubscribed. On paper, everything was moving. His coffee, on the other hand, had gone cold 30 minutes ago. He was considering whether to drink it anyway when the door opened without a knock. Only one person did that. Sir, Hannah said, already holding her tablet like it might bite. You need to see this. Timothy didn't look away from the window at first. If it's another site proposal for semiconductor expansion, send it to strategy, he said. If it's another photo op request, delete it. If it's a congressman pretending to like EVs, ignore it. It's none of those, she said. Something in her tone made him turn. She walked over, set the tablet on the coffee table in front of him and tapped the screen. X formerly Twitter. Trending topics. Shut down Timothy. No to TG influence. Boycott TG products. Orion not welcome. Davao blocks TG. Cebu not for sale. Timothy stared at the list for 2 seconds. Then he huffed out a quiet, humorless breath. Right on schedule, he murmured. The cult finally woke up. He tapped shut down Timothy. The feed exploded into motion. Dwert Defenders PH, Timothy Guerrero is buying our democracy, funding the opposition while pretending to care about Filipinos. Boycott his cars. Shut down Timothy. True DDS warrior. Who does this oligarch think he is? Philippines is not his factory. We will not let TG Motors and Orion Semiconductor control our future. No to TG influence. Island proud DDS, Len plus TG equals same color, same agenda. Hidden foreign agenda disguised as innovation. We see you, Timothy. Boycott TG products. Timothy scrolled, expression flat. Memes, edits of him with devil horns, Photoshop pictures of TG cars burning, threads accusing him of being a globalist puppet, secret foreign agent, Anhai's personal favorite AI robot installed by the West. He raised a brow. Creative, he said dryly. Fact-free but creative. Hannah sat across from him, shoulders tight. This started around 6 this morning, she said. Same phrasing, same timing, same accounts. It's coordinated. DDS networks. Timothy asked, mostly. Old pages from 2016 reactivated, plus some new ones that were created just this month. He flicked back to the trending list and tapped another tag. Davao blocks DG. A screenshot of an official statement filled the screen. Davao City Industrial Council, aligned with the Dwert bloc, had released a declaration. Due to serious concerns over political neutrality, security, and sovereignty, we oppose the entry and expansion of Orion semiconductor facilities in Davao City. We refuse to allow any private entity to use our land to influence national politics. Davao is not for sale. Timothy leaned back into the sofa, one arm over the backrest, staring at the text for a long beat. So they'd rather block thousands of high-paying jobs than admit they don't control me, he said softly. Impressive priorities. It's not just Davao, Hannah added. Cebu released something similar an hour later. Their statement calls Orion politically compromised and says any expansion plans are unwelcome under the current local administration. She swiped, revealing another image, this time from a Cebu Trade Council, full of grand phrases about protecting local autonomy and rejecting oligarch capture. Timothy snorted. Autonomy, he repeated. Right, autonomy from tax revenue, employment, and global supply chains. He took the tablet, skimmed further. Let me guess, he said. None of them mentioned we've already hired 30,000 Filipinos, or that we're building training programs in public universities. Or that our exports are one of the reasons the peso hasn't melted. Not even once, Hannah confirmed. But they did mention you were photoed backstage with Len. That's public, he said. I didn't exactly hide it. And they don't care about context, she said. They only see that you're on the wrong side of their favorite family. He shrugged, a small movement. I've been on the wrong side of comfortable people my entire career. He continued scrolling. The attacks weren't just ideological. There were calls to boycott TG Motors, to cancel pre-orders, to avoid TG charging hubs, to refuse to ride in any of his vehicles. There were also more unhinged posts. He's building those towers to spy on us. His factories will replace all of us with robots. This is the new Farcos, mark my words. Timothy's lips twitched. Apparently I'm a robot dictator now, he said. Good to know. Hana didn't smile. Some of these are getting traction, she said. The engagement is real. We're starting to see comments on our official pages asking if we're meddling in elections. And are we? He asked, just to test her. We're supporting an energy platform that doesn't treat the country like a glorified gas station, Hana replied evenly. If that's meddling, then yes, we are. He gave a short nod, satisfied. She took a steadying breath. There's more, she said. Of course there is. She opened another opone of TG's internal monitoring dashboards. A red banner blinked at the top. Urgent. Davao City Council schedules special session to review and potentially revoke Orion industrial permits. And Cebu's Economic Committee is calling for a moratorium on all new TG investments, Hana added, pending full political and security assessment. Timothy stared at the notice another moment, then set the tablet down gently. So he said they're not just screaming online. They're trying to choke off our physical footprint. Yes, Hana said quietly. If they revoke permits, our expansion timelines are going to be hit hard. Land acquisition, utilities, local approvals, all of that is tied to their goodwill, or at least their tolerance. He rose from the sofa and walked toward the glass wall. He folded his arms. These are the same people, he said, who complained the previous administrations weren't creating enough jobs. Yes, Hana said. The same people who screamed about brain drain when engineers left the country. Yes. The same people who now want to block thousands of engineering, technician, and management positions because I talked to someone they don't like. Yes, she repeated, voice flat. He was quiet for a moment, then he laughed. It wasn't loud, just a low, disbelieving sound. They're so blinded by loyalty, he said, they'd rather burn the house down than admit someone else helped pay for the roof. Hana watched him carefully. Sir, are you angry? She asked. He thought about it. I'm irritated, he said. But we'll see in the actual elections.